Ling Yun found himself transmigrated into the world of Dragon Ball, assuming the identity of the Saiyan Kaso. Unbeknownst to him, he was also a high-ranking warrior. With only 2 years remaining until the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he fled the planet with Osbel, subsequently making 3 wishes on Namek. Together, they journeyed to Yadrat to learn instant transmission, eventually arriving on Earth. Years later, he discovered that he was the new king of time, and through the laws of time and space, he ultimately returned to Earth in the 21st century. Chapter 1. Transmigrating as a Saiyan. My head is pounding. Where am I? Ling Yun propped himself up in bed, feeling as though he had been struck and unceremoniously tossed to the ground, only to be trampled upon. A sobbing voice reached his ears. Kaso, big brother, you're finally awake. Ling Yun, enduring the discomfort, turned to see a frail little girl wiping tears from her face, crying inconsolably. The sight of her distress was heart-wrenching. Kaso, Ling Yun felt a flicker of confusion. Was she calling for him? What was that? He noticed a tail wrapped around the girl's waist. Suddenly, a piercing pain surged through his head as 2 distinct memories clashed violently within his mind, intertwining and seemingly on the verge of merging. During this tumultuous fusion, Ling Yun could no longer bear the agony and succumbed to unconsciousness. Ling Yun hailed from the 21st century, living off the rental income of his parents' property. He was an avid fan of Japanese anime, with a particular fondness for Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball. Through the merging memories, he learned that Kaso was the original owner of this body, who, in a heroic act to protect the frail girl, had been gravely injured by Nappa. Just before his demise, Ling Yun had taken over Kaso's body. Kaso's spirit, shattered and fragmented due to his injuries, could not contend with Ling Yun during the memory fusion. Time passed slowly. At last, Ling Yun successfully integrated the other memory. What was this? This was the world of Dragon Ball. Ling Yun was overwhelmed with joy. He had adored the Dragon Ball anime since childhood, often succumbing to bouts of delusion where he imagined himself transforming into a Super Saiyan like Kakarot, gritting his teeth, widening his eyes, and roaring, fantasizing about achieving that legendary form. Even during his evening showers, he would occasionally unleash a shout, startling his parents in the living room, only to receive a well-deserved reprimand afterward. After the passing of his parents, he became more composed, yet his passion for Dragon Ball never waned, watching it time and again with unflagging enthusiasm. Never did he imagine that a fateful electric shock would transport him to the world of Dragon Ball. Saiyan Kaso? Determined. Ling Yun was exhilarated, wanting to laugh joyously at the sky, but the injuries he bore and the throbbing in his head compelled him to grimace in pain. Kaso, big brother, how are you? The little girl, tears streaming down her face, hesitated to reach out and touch Kaso's cheek, fearing she might hurt him. Seeing Kaso's expression change repeatedly, she worried that he might have been rendered foolish by Nappa's assault. With this thought, the little girl began to sob again, murmuring, Nappa, return my big brother Kaso. The sorrowful visage of the little girl caught Kaso's attention, and perhaps, influenced by lingering memories, he felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Xiao Bayer, your brother is fine now. Please cease your tears. Kaso comforted Osbel, enveloping her in his embrace. In his recollections, Kaso's former self had fought alongside Osbel's parents as comrades in the Bardock team, both of whom perished during a mission. Subsequently, they lived together, caring for one another in the absence of parental guidance, both appearing rather frail. Meanwhile, Nappa belonged to one of the elite families among the Saiyans, his father being the right-hand man of King Vegeta. Nappa, with his brash demeanor, often trailed behind Vegeta, exerting his dominance. He was particularly ruthless towards Kaso and Osbel, who were devoid of parental care. A pang of bitterness surged within Kaso. His former self and Xiao Bayer shared a deep bond as childhood companions. The thought of her discovering that her true brother, Kaso, had perished was a heart-wrenching notion. Nappa, is it? In that instant, Kaso's gaze turned icy. After soothing Osbel, Kaso resolved to momentarily set aside thoughts of Nappa, his urgent curiosity about his current combat power taking precedence. He retrieved the scouter from the cabinet and employed the method etched in his memory to assess his strength. 300. To his astonishment, he registered a combat power of 300. This surpassed even the venerable King Piccolo. After some contemplation, he deduced that this significant enhancement in strength was likely due to his near-death experience. From the merged memories, he discovered that he was classified as a superior warrior. A smile graced Kaso's lips. A superior warrior, indeed. Not too shabby, considering it was far superior to the lowly status of Goku. In truth, assessing a Saiyan's rank based solely on birth power was somewhat flawed. For instance, Goku, a low-class warrior, had repeatedly faced death, consistently pushing the limits of his body, thereby maintaining a combat power that outstripped Vegeta's. While the protagonist's aura played a role, it was undeniable that the Saiyan ranking system was imperfect. Nonetheless, a higher birth combat power did imply a higher starting point, Thus, Kaso's status as a superior warrior provided him with considerable advantages. Now, Nappa, prepare to meet your demise. Kaso smirked inwardly. Nappa had unwittingly secured a place on Kaso's list of targets. Kaso felt no remorse for his ruthlessness towards such a character. In this world of Dragon Ball, a realm defined by the survival of the fittest, where planets and universes were annihilated with ease, Kaso's sole aspiration was to grow stronger, to endure. As Kaso organized the memories in his mind, he pondered the current timeline and how much longer remained before Planet Vegeta's destruction. Xiao Bayer, what year is it now? Kaso urgently sought to ascertain the present era, recalling that Planet Vegeta met its fate in the year 737 of the age of the universe. It is now the year 735 of the age, Osbel replied, wiping her tears away with her small hands. Only 2 years left? Kaso frowned. Time was indeed of the essence. Kaso recalls that in 2 years, Planet Vegeta will meet its tragic end at the hands of Frieza. Frieza, a prodigious member of the Frost Demon race, is forewarned by his father, King Cold, to be wary of the legendary Super Saiyan, the golden-haired warrior that the Saiyans might produce. Moreover, under the directive of a certain deity, Frieza, in the year 737 of the Age of Universe, summons all Saiyans on missions and obliterates Planet Vegeta, leaving behind only a handful of survivors. At present, Kaso possesses a mere battle power of 300, and alongside his companion, Osbel, they're both only 5 years old. The notion of saving Planet Vegeta seems utterly implausible. He cannot even contend with Vegeta himself, let alone defeat Frieza. Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, boasts a battle power of 1,000 at birth, undeniably formidable, yet pales in comparison to Frieza's overwhelming normal state of 530,000. I cannot allow this to happen. I must escape Planet Vegeta within these 2 years, or I will surely perish. Kaso murmurs, his head bowed in despair. If he can just flee from Planet Vegeta, armed with the memories stored in his mind, he holds hope that he can eventually stand against Frieza. For now, however, he is left with no choice but to devise a plan for survival, striving to enhance his battle prowess, and when the inevitable explosion of Planet Vegeta occurs, he hopes to save as many Saiyans as possible. Chapter 2. The Slaying of Nappa. Having arrived in the world of Dragon Ball, several days have swiftly elapsed, and Kaso's initial exhilaration has somewhat subsided. He is acutely aware of the impending storyline, with only 2 years remaining until the catastrophic explosion of Planet Vegeta. Time is exceedingly scarce, lacking sufficient strength. Survival in this superdimensional universe is nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Presently, Kaso possesses merely 350 points of battle power, a meager amount attained through arduous training methods gleaned from his previous life. This level of power is utterly inadequate, fueling his desperate desire to enhance his abilities. Over the past few days, he has tirelessly ventured into the forest, attempting to comprehend Ki, yet has consistently failed to grasp its essence. The potency of Ki is indisputable, reminiscent of Vegeta's invasion of Earth when he boasted a staggering battle power of 180,000, only to ultimately succumb to Goku and his companions, who wielded Ki. While part of Vegeta's defeat can be attributed to his overconfidence, it cannot be denied that Ki played a pivotal role in the outcome. Ki is an enigmatic force, often elusive and intangible. It differs from mere energy, though energy can indeed be regarded as a form of Ki. Despite possessing an energy level far surpassing that of Earth's martial artists, Kaso's understanding and application of Ki remain lamentably inadequate. Sighing in resignation, Kaso resolved that upon departing Planet Vegeta, he must seize the opportunity to journey to Earth to learn the true nature of Ki, and perhaps borrow a few sins of beans from Korin. A smile crept across his face at the thought. He settled quietly on a stone beside a crystal-clear stream, with distant mountains rising majestically in the background. He recalled his youthful folly in his past life, often mimicking Goku as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Now, an opportunity lay before him. It was time to witness the legendary energy sphere firsthand. With unwavering focus, Kaso concentrated, channeling the energy within him into the palm of his hand. Soon, an energy sphere began to coalesce, shimmering brilliantly, its surface adorned with a blue halo. Gazing upon it was akin to staring into an enhanced welding arc, blindingly radiant, with arcs of electricity crackling around its perimeter, emitting a sizzling sound. This is the energy sphere. I wonder how powerful it truly is. Kaso, filled with eager anticipation, could not resist the impulse to hurl it toward the distant mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Shards of rock erupted as a massive chunk was blasted away from the mountainside. This was no fragile planet like Earth, where a mere touch could shatter it. Rather, it was the more stable planet Vegeta, with a gravity tenfold that of Earth. Swallowing hard, Kaso marveled. Is this what an energy blast feels like? I'm quite impressive. However, I hope it hasn't harmed any innocent creatures. If it has, so be it. He dismissed the thought. After all, it was quite the effort for a novice to condense such an energy sphere. Clearly, continued diligence was required. With renewed determination, Kaso leaped into the nearby stream. Exhausted from a day of labor, relishing the soothing waters, he relished the solitude, as few Scions frequented this area, allowing him a moment to unwind. Indeed, after such exertion, a proper rest was essential. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from afar, the weeds swaying gently. Something emerged from the forest. Who could it be? Kaso felt a twinge of anxiety. The Scions are known for their ruthless and merciless nature, a fact evidenced by the explosion on Planet Vegeta, which elicited no response from the planet itself. For the past few days, Kaso had been avoiding crowds, engaging in his unique training to prevent the Scions from discovering that he had tripled his combat power in just a few days. Who could predict the chaos that might ensue? As Kaso closed his eyes underwater, seeking solace, he heard the distant commotion. Instinctively, he submerged deeper, his gaze fixed anxiously on the surface. The footsteps grew nearer, and soon, a figure appeared above the water. It was none other than that wretched Nappa. A cold smirk spread across Kaso's face. Nappa scanned the surroundings, muttering to himself, "The data from the scouter clearly indicates someone nearby. Why can't I see them?" He presumed a fellow warrior was nearby, boasting an impressive power level of 350, and he wished to introduce himself. However, after searching thoroughly, he found no sign of the supposed warrior. As Nappa's retreating figure came into view, a flicker of emotion broke Kaso's calm demeanor, as if remnants of his previous self were influencing him. In his memories, Nappa had harbored a deep disdain for his former self and Osbel, claiming their existence brought shame to superior warriors. During the sparring matches among juvenile Scions, Nappa would always strike ruthlessly, boasting that had it not been for Lord Bardock's intervention, he would have killed them both long ago. Would he truly have killed Osbel and himself? Kaso smirked. With his newfound strength, the tables had turned, and it was uncertain who would be the hunter and who the prey. Having become a Scion, Kaso felt the influence of their nature seeping into him, rendering him somewhat cold-blooded. To him, the act of killing now felt as mundane as any other task. How dare he venture into this forest alone? Wretched fool, meet your demise. Kaso gathered the power within him, waiting for the opportune moment. As Nappa drifted further from the shore, Kaso sensed that time was of the essence. In an instant, he unleashed the immense power dwelling within him. A tremendous force erupted, causing the river to explode violently, waves surging dramatically as droplets soared hundreds of meters into the air. I was right to be here. At last, he has appeared, thought Kaso. Hearing the commotion behind him, Nappa turned, eager to identify the warrior he had been searching for. He had not anticipated that the warrior was concealed beneath the water, yet the small figure ascending into the air seemed oddly familiar. Surrounded by a white aura, Kaso soared upward, the sun casting a radiant backdrop behind him. The blinding light obscured Nappa's view, forcing him to shield his eyes with a hand. However, he could discern the figure's silhouette, which felt eerily recognizable. Gazing at his scouter, Nappa noted the power level of 350 displayed on the lens, but inexplicably, the figure drew closer. Something was amiss. Based on Kaso's trajectory, it was evident he intended to strike. Nappa finally grasped the impending threat. In a flash, Kaso materialized behind Nappa, catching him off guard. I never imagined you would find yourself in this predicament, Kaso taunted. Kaso's gaze was akin to that of a vengeful demon from the depths of hell, radiating an intense hatred as he fixed his eyes on Nappa. Much like a predator fixates on its prey, Kaso had anticipated the moment of retribution would arrive eventually, yet he never imagined it would come so swiftly. It's you, Kaso. Nappa's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be? He could hardly fathom that Kaso, who had been grievously injured just days ago, was now fully healed and possessed an astonishing combat power of 350 points, while he himself barely reached 260 points. Nappa was engulfed in a mixture of shock and dread. At that moment, an orb of deep blue energy pressed against his back, its searing heat and turbulent energy incessantly assaulting his skin. Cold sweat broke out on Nappa's brow, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Kaso, I was merely jesting before. I beg you spare me. Nappa stammered, clearly terrified, struggling to articulate his words. Yet, the memories of how he had tormented Kaso and Osbel loomed vividly in his mind, and he felt his doom approaching. Why had Kaso, whom he deemed worthless, experienced such rapid growth in just a few days? Nappa's thoughts were filled with malevolence. With no options left, he resolved to placate Kaso for the time being. What benefit would it bring you to spare me? Let bygones be bygones, and I can arrange for my father to assign you a comfortable task, Nappa hastily replied, fearful that his slow speech might provoke Kaso to unleash a deadly energy blast. If he could just keep Kaso calm, he would later have his father eliminate him. However, Nappa seemed to forget that he was currently at the mercy of another. Very well, Kaso suddenly declared. At this pronouncement, a manic grin spread across Nappa's face. You'll spare me? Kaso sneered. Why did you not spare my predecessor? With a glint of cold fury in his eyes, Kaso swiftly coalesced a profound energy orb in his hand and unleashed it upon Nappa's head. You are a liar. Nappa cried out in agony. With a combat power of 350 points, Kaso vastly outclassed Nappa, who stood no chance of resistance, especially under the element of surprise. Please, no? The intense energy orb propelled Nappa toward the mountainside, its scorching temperature eliciting pained screams from him. Yet Kaso remained indifferent, conjuring another colossal energy orb with his other hand, which swiftly pursued Nappa. The two orbs collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. A tempest raged, the winds howling as clouds surged. Nappa was obliterated in the explosion, reduced to mere dust, while a distant mountain, characterized by a gaping chasm, crumbled in its wake, rocks of varying sizes tumbling down. Is he dead? Kaso's furrowed brow finally relaxed, a sinister smile creeping across his face. I truly am a clever one. Leading the scene was a short youth with sharp facial features. Having inherited the hairstyle and appearance of his father, King Vegeta, along with certain traits and characteristics. His forehead was high and smooth, adorned with a row of pointed bangs that jutted out between his brows, which were heart-shaped on either side. His wide eyebrows framed long eyes that glinted with coldness, and his hair stood tall and fiery in hue. It was Vegeta. Vegeta felt a twinge of confusion. How could Kakarot have healed so swiftly after being gravely injured by Nappa? Casting a glance, Vegeta chose not to dwell on the matter further and coldly inquired, "Have you seen Nappa?" "No," Kakarot replied nonchalantly. Not wishing to squander time, Vegeta departed with his entourage. As he watched Vegeta's retreating figure, Kakarot feigned calmness, releasing a sigh of relief, feeling more anxious than he had ever been when dining and dashing in his previous life. He had feared that his deed of vanquishing Nappa had been discovered. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to make his escape promptly. Chapter 3. Leaving Planet Vegeta. After walking for a while, a small house appeared ahead. He thought to himself how he had previously been unaware of how to fend for himself, and it was no wonder he had been bullied. However, after a few days, Osbel had begun to fill out, her complexion no longer ashen but now radiant. All thanks to the bounty they had procured. Kakarot prepared a large fish, placing it on a rack to roast. Soon, the fish flesh was slightly charred, and the delectable aroma wafted through the air, making Osber's mouth water. "Kakarot, I'm hungry. I want to eat," Osber exclaimed, her little brows furrowing in anticipation. "You may eat now," Kakarot chuckled, finding her to be quite the little glutton. After dinner, Osber nestled against Kakarot's arm as they sat on a chair together. "Kakarot, I'm so full," she said, patting her little belly that had begun to round out. "Shall I continue to catch large fish for you?" "Yes." Osber beamed, her smile radiant. Kakarot gently ruffled her hair, recalling the memories that had merged with his own. How often Osber had been tormented by Nappa and his cohorts, sometimes returning to him bruised and tearful, seeking comfort from her Kakarot. His predecessor had endured significant suffering to avenge her, which explained the bond she felt toward him. Reflecting on this, Kakarot's heart felt heavy. How could Nappa have been so cruel to such a delightful girl? However, having eliminated Nappa today brought him a measure of solace, as he vowed to ensure that she would never again be subjected to bullying. Lost in thought, Kakarot contemplated his training over the past few days. His progress had accelerated significantly, yet many training methods remained inaccessible to him in this place. Moreover, he had to remain vigilant about his surroundings while training. Aware that Saiyans were known for their ruthlessness, he pondered the potential consequences if others discovered his current state, while also feeling wary of venturing into perilous territories. This situation was untenable. After several days, his combat power had only risen marginally. He questioned how long it would take to attain Frisia's strength. He realized that he must devise a plan to leave this planet with Osber. Kakarot mused to himself, if Frisia begins monitoring Planet Vegeta, it will be too late. Having avenged his predecessor, Kakarot did not find peace. He had to remain cautious of both Vegeta and Nappa's family, while also being wary of Frisia's ever-watchful eye over Planet Vegeta. After much contemplation, he concluded that departing Planet Vegeta was the only viable option. But how would he manage to leave? He could seek out Bardock. Kasu suddenly recalled his predecessor's parents' captain. "Bardock, Shelby, I am going to visit Uncle Bardock," he said, gently placing Osbel down before rising to his feet and striding towards the door. The night on Planet Vegeta was exceptionally beautiful. The clouds were absent, revealing the dazzling starlight that shimmered from the depths of the cosmos. The moonlight was bright tonight, illuminating the path with clarity. Fortunately, it was not a full moon, for Kasu would never dare venture out then. Saiyans with tails, under the full moon's light, absorbed the blood's waves and would swiftly transform into gigantic apes, their power multiplying tenfold. Only the royal Saiyans and a select few could retain their sanity in this primal form, with Vegeta being one of them. Upon arriving at Bardock's doorstep, Kasu knocked on the door. "Uncle Bardock, please open up, it's me." The door was swiftly opened from within by a female Saiyan, Bardock's wife, Jine. "Kasu, is that you? What brings you to see Bardock?" Kasu wasted no time and directly expressed his intention to request Bardock to assign him and Osbel a mission. Upon learning of his purpose, Bardock contemplated for a moment before asking, "I promised your parents I would take care of you. Do you truly wish to undertake this mission?" "Yes," Kasu affirmed. After pondering further, Bardock nodded in agreement. He understood that sheltered flowers struggle to bloom. Only by leaving the eagle's embrace can they soar high. He had experienced this himself. As a lower-ranking warrior, he lacked the innate talent of superior warriors like Kaso and was dispatched on missions early on, enduring various hardships to attain his current strength. Thus, letting go sooner rather than later was indeed prudent. "Thank you, Uncle Bardock. I will strive to grow stronger," Kaso replied, relieved that Bardock did not press him further. However, just as he was about to leave, Bardock asked, "Kaso, have you seen that lad Nappa?" The question struck Kaso's heart like a sudden jolt. Had he been discovered? Bardock then recounted that Nappa had been missing for a day, possibly due to some unforeseen incident. He had always been aware of the animosity between Kaso and Nappa, yet he felt it was not his place to interfere in the matters of the two children. Ultimately, Bardock advised Kaso to refrain from going out for the time being, to avoid becoming entangled in whatever situation had arisen. In reflecting upon his memories, Kaso recognized that Bardock genuinely cared for both him and Osbel. With his worries alleviated, Kaso felt a sense of relief, yet he knew he must leave Planet Vegeta quickly, if it were discovered that Nappa had met his demise at his hands. Even Bardock would not be able to protect him. Days passed, and two small spacecraft came to a halt in the central square, with two diminutive figures standing beside them. "Brother Kaso, do we really have to go on this mission? I'm scared," the young girl said, her voice trembling with trepidation. Under Bardock's care, Osbel had only faced Nappa's bullying. Being a higher-ranking Scion did not necessitate her participation in destruction missions. However, she had occasionally overheard conversations among her kin, recounting the grim fates of those who had ventured out on such tasks. Upon this realization, Osbel felt an even greater sense of dread. "Fear not, little bee. Your brother shall protect you," Kaso reassured her. He was deeply concerned about leaving Osbel alone on Vegeta, for without his guardianship, she could easily become embroiled in the events surrounding Nappa's demise. How could he possibly feel at ease venturing out alone? Osbel was, after all, the most cherished person in his life within the Dragon Ball universe. Gently, Kaso stroked little Beer's head, assuring her that there was nothing to fear. He intended to journey to Namek, in search of the legendary Dragon Balls, and thereafter to Yadrat to master the art of instantaneous movement. Osbel climbed into the spacecraft, where Kaso meticulously set the navigational commands. With a roar, two vessels expelled fiery trails, the intense heat swirling as they ascended into the cosmos, breaking free from the planet's grasp. Chapter 4. Daily training and hunting. Half a year had elapsed. In the lush forests of Mumu Star, birds soared gracefully through the sky, while numerous animals quenched their thirst at the lakeside, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. On this day, two comet-like streaks pierced the heavens, merging beautifully with the surroundings. However, these brilliant meteors were hurtling directly toward the forest. With a thunderous crash, two spheres impacted the ground, creating massive craters. The force of the impact sent shockwaves radiating outward, kicking up dust and exposing the earth beneath. The spheres opened to reveal two small figures, Kaso and Osbel. As Kaso swung open the spacecraft door, his eyes were met with a rugged slope of exposed earth. He leapt into the air, swiftly landing atop the incline. "Kaso, brother," Osbel exclaimed as she emerged from the crater, bounding to his side and wrapping her arms around him in a tree-hugging embrace. The unfamiliar environment had instilled a sense of fear in her, but she found solace only in the presence of her brother. "There's no need to fear. We have arrived on Mumu Star," Kaso said, lifting Osbel with one hand while affectionately stroking her hair with the other. He cherished holding little Bee, now with a bit more flesh on her bones, her form soft and comforting in his embrace. Finally departing from Vegeta had alleviated some of Kaso's burdens. He no longer had to worry about the impending destruction of the planet by Frieza. In the anime, Vegeta's destruction was attributed to two main factors: the fear of the Frost demons regarding the emergence of a legendary Super Saiyan, and primarily, the intervention of the god of destruction, Beerus. For reasons unknown, Beerus had commanded Frieza to annihilate the entire Saiyan race. Such formidable beings as the god of destruction were still far beyond Kaso's reach. Having escaped the lurking dangers of Vegeta, he could now take his time to develop further. As they wandered through the forest, Osbel marveled at the beauty of the planet, her previous fears and anxieties forgotten as she eagerly explored her surroundings. Standing behind Osbel, Kaso observed her stride forward, seemingly indifferent to all, and he couldn't help but chuckle amidst his tears. Wasn't she just terrified upon disembarking the spacecraft? Nevertheless, the beauty of this planet was undeniable. Kaso began to explore earnestly. This planet, known as Muxing 50, was predominantly forested, with 20% of its surface covered by ocean, making it an environment of remarkable quality. The high combat prowess here resided chiefly in the untamed beasts that had yet to evolve. Their task was straightforward: eliminate all these formidable creatures to complete their mission, rendering it a remarkably simple endeavor. Bardock, considering potential unforeseen circumstances, noted that this planet was orbited by a moon. In a moment of desperation, he realized that they merely needed to transform into a colossal gorilla, amplifying their battle power tenfold. An 800-point beast would be as easy to defeat as swatting a fly before them. However, Bardak withheld this information from them. Kaso took Osbel's small hand and led her to a slope, where he summoned a small energy wave the size of a ping-pong ball with a flicker of blue light from his fingertips. With a resounding boom, a 3-meter-wide cave was blasted into the mountainside. After a brief tidying up, they deemed this their future abode. Time passed quietly. One day, they found a large lake at the foot of the slope, its surface shimmering like gold, as fish occasionally leapt from the water. Birds in the sky seized the opportunity, diving down to snatch the fish. Suddenly, ripples disturbed the lake's surface, escalating into tumultuous waves as a small, mobile hill, approximately 10 meters high and 6 meters wide, emerged at the water's edge. Upon reaching the destination, Kaso cast the small hill aside with a thud. The earth trembled beneath him. Exhausted, Kaso collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. The grueling training had drained his energy almost completely. However, his efforts were not in vain. He felt an inexplicable power awakening deep within him, akin to a parched spring suddenly gushing forth with water. The training methods from Earth indeed possessed their own merit. Kaso lay on the ground, resting. This training regimen was still beneficial for him at this stage, but once he surpassed a battle power of 1,000, its effectiveness would wane significantly. For greater enhancement, utilizing a gravity chamber would be most advantageous. Suddenly, a violent tremor echoed from behind. Kaso turned to see Osbel, burdened with a small hill measuring 7 meters in height and 5 meters in width. Upon discarding the hill, she gazed at Kaso with a hint of reproach. Kaso, you didn't even wait for me. Wasn't I waiting right here? Kaso chuckled in response. Having spent over a month on muxing, Kaso had adopted the training methods of Master Rashi, swimming in the lake, tilling the land by hand, evading ferocious beasts, and carrying small hills. He encouraged Osbel to undertake the same challenges. Both Kaso and Osbel were elite warriors, and their potential was unquestionable. It must be said that Osbel exhibited remarkable talent. In contrast, Kaso found his own progress to be somewhat stunted. The high battle power Kaso possessed now was largely due to that near-fatal encounter with Nappa. Little Osbel, we've been here for over a month now. Do you miss home? Kaso held Osbel in his embrace, enveloping her in warmth. Despite her being drenched in sweat, there was no trace of an unpleasant odor. Instead, a refreshing, sweet fragrance emanated from her, reminiscent of the morning dew upon grass. Oh, how she missed Aunt Jine and Uncle Badak. Unfazed by Kaso's perspiration, the two remained closely entwined. But why? Osbel felt a flicker of confusion. You are aware of Frisia, are you not? Yes, I know. We Scions have served him for many years, she replied. He is the monarch of the universe, immensely powerful and ruthlessly fierce. He will annihilate our entire Scion race in a year and a half. Kaso understood that the only way to save the Scions was to transcend into a Super Scion. Challenging Frisia in their normal state was utterly unrealistic. How can that be? We have always been fiercely loyal. Osbel's eyes widened in disbelief. I have a premonition, one that grows ever stronger. You must trust me, dear sister, Kaso said, cradling her shoulders, his forehead resting against hers with solemnity. Yes, I believe you, Kaso, Osbel responded, though still tinged with uncertainty, her faith in her brother unwavering. Now acutely aware of the gravity of their situation, Osbel's spirit dimmed, the joy that once illuminated her face fading away. As they embraced, a series of gurgling sounds emanated from her stomach. Goo goo goo. Osbel shyly nestled closer to Kaso. Is my little princess hungry? Let's take a bath first, then we shall go hunting, Kaso suggested with a grin. He affectionately ruffled her hair. Indeed, after such rigorous training, he too felt the pangs of hunger. The pair bathed in the lake. A distant roar of a beast echoed through the air. Kaso and Osbel exchanged glances. Was this not an opportunity for food? With a surge of energy, their bodies radiated a white glow as they propelled themselves into the air, leaving behind only 2 small white dots in the sky. Roar, roar. 2 enormous tigers, resembling saber-toothed cats, stood before them, muscles taut, occasionally growling as they faced one another. Kaso, I'll take the smaller one. You can have the larger, Osbel declared, and without waiting for a response, she dashed toward the smaller saber-tooth. Kaso crossed his arms, pausing midair, a wry smile gracing his lips at Osbel's audacity. The 2 saber-toothed tigers, nearly equal in size, each as large as an elephant, seemed to sense the intent of their assailants. They abandoned their standoff and roared angrily at the pair. Little tiger, behold my strike, Osbel proclaimed, halting in midair. She cupped her hands together, a point of blue light igniting between her palms, shimmering like a sapphire under the sun. In an instant, this small blue dot rapidly expanded, transforming into a shockwave the size of an adult's fist. With a thrust forward, the blue shockwave shot forth like lightning, aimed at the smaller saber-tooth. Yet, the tiger deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the oncoming force. Boom! The shockwave erupted, sending dust swirling through the air, while the surrounding trees were violently uprooted. How infuriating, it missed. Osbel deftly dodged, charging forward once more. The saber-toothed tiger was sent flying, its massive form toppling tree after tree. Roar! Roar! The saber-toothed tiger regained its footing, shook its head, and let out a thunderous roar. Its gaping maw revealed a set of teeth, each glimmering with a menacing edge, reminiscent of cold steel. It dug its claws into the ground, propelling itself forward, sending soil flying and creating deep craters in its wake. The attacker was fierce. Osbel leapt into the air, taunting, "Ha! You can't catch me!" Roar! The young saber-toothed tiger, unable to reach the airborne figure, seethed with impotent rage. All right, just wait. Osbel concentrated all her energy, conjuring a sphere of power the size of a basketball in her hand. The young saber-toothed tiger, sensing the peril of its situation, realized it must flee or risk its life. It turned and leaped, attempting to vanish into the dense forest. Boom! An energy projectile struck the young saber-toothed tiger, resulting in a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, the tiger's form had vanished, reduced to ashes. Kaso descended from the sky, shielding his face. Well, it seems this little one is no longer edible. I hadn't anticipated her to be so ferocious. Osbel stuck out her tongue, feeling a tad embarrassed. Let us go? I'm starving. Chapter 5. Osbel's transformation into a giant ape. Kaso and his companions had been on Mumu Star for 3 months. With their increasing combat prowess, the high-level threats in this region had been substantially diminished. At night, Kaso and Osbel sat around a crackling campfire, 2 wild boars roasting nearby. The flames sizzled as the fat from the boars dripped, creating a pool of grease on the ground. The aroma of the nearly cooked boars wafted through the air, irresistibly enticing. Osbel extended her small hand, grasping one of the boars. She brought it to her mouth and took a hearty bite. The exterior was crispy, while the inside remained tender, a perfect roast. The searing meat was a delight, and she occasionally took a breath to ease the heat in her mouth. Brother Kaso, your cooking skills are marvelous. This meat is exquisite, she exclaimed, her cheeks puffing adorably as she spoke between bites. Of course, just look at who is cooking. Kaso chuckled at her enjoyment, unable to resist the savory scent himself, and picked up another boar leg to gnaw on. Little Beal, our mission is complete. We'll be leaving this planet in a few days. As he chewed, he felt a bit of meat stuck in his teeth and grabbed a nearby twig to dislodge it. All right, I'll follow your lead, brother. Osbel, engrossed in her delicious roast, did not lift her head, content to follow Kaso wherever he went. Kaso couldn't help but smile at the sight of her enthusiastic feast. Her chubby little legs twirled in front of the campfire, continuously stuffing her mouth with roasted meat, her cheeks puffed up, bathed in the flickering light. She resembled a porcelain doll. In that moment, the youthful spirit within Kaso, now in his 20s, was utterly captivated by her adorable appearance, causing his old face to flush. Is this what it means to nurture a loli? Kaso continued to devour the roasted meat. After months of arduous training and relentless missions, Kaso and Osbel had shed their former identities as novice warriors. Throughout countless encounters with ferocious beasts, they had accumulated extensive battle experience, leading to a significant enhancement in their combat skills. On one occasion, he narrowly escaped the jaws of a beast, an experience that substantially bolstered his combat prowess. He now possessed 1,000 points of battle power, while Osbel boasted 700 points. Attaining such formidable strength at such a tender age was largely attributable to the training methods on Earth. In the anime, when Raditz invaded Earth, he had only 1,500 points of battle power, a mere fraction for an elite adult Saiyan, though Raditz was relatively weak. These 2 6-year-old children were already approaching the strength of some adult Saiyans. Kaso tossed the leftover bones far away. With only a year remaining until the explosion of Planet Vegeta, he needed to quickly enhance his strength. After completing their mission, their next destination would be Planet Yadrat. Yadrat is situated in the 27th main star system of the Virgo constellation in the northern galaxy, relatively close to planet Namek. In the Namek saga, Goku defeated Frieza on Namek, though that planet was also on the brink of destruction. Just when everyone believed Goku was doomed, he fortuitously discovered a spaceship abandoned by the Ginyu Force and escaped. The next target of the Ginyu Force was Yadrat, and the coordinates of their spaceship were set for that very planet. After a year, Goku mastered instant transmission on Yadrat. This skill was something Kaso had longed for in his previous life. It allowed him to flee from battles he could not win and to swiftly traverse to other planets. As they served Frieza, the Saiyans possessed a star system distribution map, which included the location of Yadrat. While still on Planet Vegeta, Kaso had already pinpointed its location on the star map before their spaceship's launch. Yadrat lay not far from planet Namek. He contemplated setting off for Yadrat in the coming days. Sated and content, the two reclined on a lounge chair woven from vines. Kaso gently stroked Osbel's lustrous black hair, and they basked in the tranquility of the night. After a while, Osbel shifted in his embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed, and looked up, saying, "Kaso brother, I need to go to the toilet." "All right, I'll wait for you right here," Kaso replied, playfully poking her tiny nose. Osbel climbed down from him and slowly descended from the vine chair, with Kaso following closely behind her. A wide path stretched ahead, flanked by trees, with the occasional low hum of insects resonating in the surroundings. The path leading to the restroom was meticulously cleared by them. As Osbel walked along this path, she entered a small enclosure. From a distance, the structure appeared square, its walls crafted from timber, each wall of equal height, yet devoid of a roof, serving as an open-air lavatory. Why such extravagance for a mere toilet? Surely, it could have been simpler, or so Kaso thought during its construction. In truth, it was not a question of refinement, but rather Kaso's sheer laziness that led to the absence of a roof. After a moment, Osbel's soft voice echoed from within the small structure. Kaso, the moonlight is so bright tonight, the moon is so round. Bright? Round. Kaso quickly lifted his gaze to the sky, where a yoke-like full moon hung amidst the stars. Oh no, it is a well-known fact among Saiyans that those with tails transform into great apes under the full moon, a fact not lost on all Saiyans, except for Goku. How could there be a moon here? Kaso had spent months on Mumu Star without ever noticing its presence. Bardock must be deceiving him. Kaso felt his heart race violently. Thump, thump. This was the precursor to his transformation into a mighty ape. As Kaso understood, only the royal Saiyans and elite warriors could maintain their sanity in this gigantic form. Although he was indeed an elite warrior, he was still young, and he doubted his ability to withstand the onslaught of primal rage. His heartbeat quickened, his eyes began to glow a menacing red, akin to those of a beast, and his face contorted into a snarl, trembling with fury. Kaso's body became uncontrollable, erupting with a powerful aura. Thunderous roars followed as the earth trembled beneath this overwhelming presence, debris lifting as if bereft of gravity. He fought against the feral emotions brought on by the transformation, which assaulted his mind like a relentless tempest. His remaining rationality akin to a fragile boat adrift in a vast ocean, ready to capsize at any moment. Kaso dared not wager on his ability to retain his sanity. Enduring the pain, he tore off his own tail. Gasping for breath, he half knelt on the ground. His face regained its composure. The fur that signaled his impending transformation faded. Yet his eyes remained blood red, veins pulsating, revealing a terrifying gaze. At that moment, a roar erupted from the direction of the lavatory. Roar, roar, roar. A colossal gorilla, towering over 20 meters, appeared before him, its eyes a crimson hue reminiscent of rubies, its body enveloped in tawny fur. The great ape pounded its chest, as if struggling to release a pin-up frustration. The open-air toilet, which Kaso had painstakingly constructed, was shattered by Osbel's transformation, the ground littered with splintered wood. Kaso swallowed hard, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. If I had known, I would have built an enclosed restroom. Why did I have to be so lazy? Upon witnessing Osbel's descent into madness, Kaso realized that even elite warriors must undergo rigorous training to maintain their sanity in the great ape form. The full moon. A final gambit left to Kaso and his comrades by Bardock would render them as mere ants against the mighty beasts of Mumu Star. Should they transform into the great ape? Perhaps Bardock, far away on Planet Vegeta, could not have anticipated such a predicament. They transformed not when needed, but rather due to the full moon's influence. This was perilously close to costing Kaso his life. Chapter 6. Spare the footing. A colossal gorilla, towering over 20 meters, wreaked havoc throughout the forest. The great ape, with its gargantuan mouth agape and fangs bared, unleashed a massive red energy wave. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, giving rise to a vast mushroom cloud, shrouded in smoke, permeated with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Terrifying. Kaso swallowed hard, utterly astonished by Osbel's newfound combat prowess. The great ape pounded its chest with both fists, casting its gaze skyward, where the shadow of the moon reflected in its crimson eyes. It reached toward the heavens, but the full moon remained steadfast, indifferent to its appeals. Roar. Enraged, Osbel pounded her chest and emitted a laser beam towards the ground. Boom, boom. The earth trembled as a mountain was struck, erupting into a cataclysm of shattering rock and flying debris. A great chasm formed beneath the searing path of the laser, reminiscent of a fault line birthed from an earthquake, with stones cascading into the abyss. Surrounding trees were toppled by the shockwave, and in some areas, sparks ignited, rapidly engulfing the forest in flames. Animals fled in terror, their cries echoing the gruesome spectacle akin to a hellish nightmare. Kaso, aware that the detector was equipped with a listening device which he had discarded prior to arriving on Mumu Star, relied on his half-year of training to sense the energy around him. He faintly perceived that Osbel's combat strength had surged tenfold, approximately 8,000 in power. This formidable enhancement rendered the great ape Osbel impervious to Kaso's mere 1,000 points of strength. Kaso knelt, veins bulging at his neck. His face contorted in anguish as he gasped for breath. It was unfathomable that the porcelain doll-like Osbel had transformed into a ferocious gorilla in the blink of an eye. Completely unrecognizable. Sever her tail. It was the only course of action left. Kaso slapped his cheeks, attempting to regain his composure, for he alone possessed the ability to halt Osbel on this planet. Looking up, he felt a chill of dread. A dark red energy sphere appeared overhead. And before Kaso could defend himself, he was struck. Boom. The impact sent him hurtling away at an astonishing speed. Gritting his teeth, he left a gash over 100 meters long in his wake. Spitting blood, Kaso turned sideways, agony radiating throughout his body, his shirt charred, revealing a myriad of deep and shallow wounds that burned with a stinging intensity. That foolish little Osbel, Kaso cursed under his breath. Grateful that this was merely a casual strike from Osbel, otherwise, he surely would not have survived. He had to stop her. Kaso understood that if this continued, she could obliterate the entire planet in a single night. It was important to note that Osbel currently possessed a combat power of approximately 8,000 points. In this hyperdimensional world, even a few hundred points of combat strength could annihilate a planet, let alone the formidable Osbel. With one hand pressing against the ground, half kneeling, he struggled to rise. Each movement exacerbated the wounds on his upper body, causing more blood to flow. Gritting his teeth, Kaso bore the pain and slowly stood up. Taking a deep breath, he stealthily advanced through the forest floor towards Osbel's location. As Kaso approached the giant ape's position, he was met with scenes of utter destruction. He leapt onto a tree, meticulously observing Osbel's movements. The giant ape was in a state of furious rage, its left foot pounding the ground, which crumbled beneath its strength as if it were mere tofu, creating a small crater. With a thunderous roar, the giant ape slammed its fists together, unleashing a sinister red glow from its mouth, accumulating energy by the moment. What a perfect opportunity. Kaso realized that Osbel was gathering a powerful attack. There would be an opening when she unleashed the laser projectile, and he had to seize this moment. The laser ball forming in the giant ape's mouth grew enormous, resembling a black hole, with a terrifying gravitational force emanating from it, drawing in the surrounding air. The pull intensified, causing debris from the ground to roll toward the laser ball, while dry branches and leaves from the forest were directly drawn into the energy, only to be reduced to dust before they could even approach that might. Kaso inhaled sharply, feeling the overwhelming power of the energy projectile. If it were to strike him, he would surely be reduced to nothing. The giant ape had amassed energy to its peak, and with a tremendous effort, it unleashed the colossal laser projectile toward a distant mountain range that loomed like the Kunlun Mountains. Now was the time. Kaso summoned every ounce of strength, his feet propelling him forward like a gust of wind, darting towards the giant ape's tail. In an instant, a figure appeared at the rear of Osbel, with the right hand coalescing energy into a blade, aiming to sever her tail. Suddenly, the giant ape lifted its tail, evading the strike, and began to thrash it wildly. From a distance, it resembled a flailing whip, striking with chaotic ferocity, creating phantom afterimages in every direction. This was not good. That little girl, no? That large girl was far too cautious. Kaso had anticipated a successful cut, but failed to consider that Osbel would remain vigilant. Her demeanor was completely different from her usual self. With the giant ape's tail thrashing violently, Kaso fought to defend himself. However, transformed into a colossal gorilla, Osbel was far beyond what Kaso could withstand. Soon, a sharp pain coursed through his back as the tail struck him with tremendous force. Ah! A scream of agony echoed through the air as Kaso was sent flying, his body hurtling like a cannonball toward a distant hillock, traveling hundreds of meters. Boom! In an instant, a massive chasm was carved into the distant hillock. The giant ape's recently charged laser projectile struck the mountain range. A thunderous roar ensued. The imposing mountains were struck by the laser, giving rise to yet another mushroom cloud in the sky, one that surpassed even that of an atomic explosion by more than tenfold. Soon, the mushroom cloud began to spread, infiltrating the ruptured vacuum, with dust swirling chaotically in the air. A few hundred meters away, within a newly formed cavern, lay a man, his body entangled in rubble. Kaso propped himself up on his elbows, the debris cascading around him with each movement. Cough, cough. Kaso painfully coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, already battered and bruised. Being struck by Osbel's tail felt like adding insult to injury. Before he could gather his wits, a heavy thudding sound resonated from the ground. Kaso's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, they come after me. At that moment, a colossal hand tore open the cavern entrance. It's over, there's no escaping now. Sitting helplessly on the ground, Kaso bitterly chuckled to himself. Oh, little Osbel, if you don't see me when you awaken tomorrow, please don't be sad. He truly had no strength left, and several of his bones were fractured. Attempting to wipe the blood from his lips only exacerbated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Upon arriving in this world, Kaso had fantasized about becoming the strongest being in the Dragon Ball universe, to meet Kakarot, to flaunt before Vegeta. Yet, half a year had passed, and none of those dreams had materialized. Was he really destined to perish beneath Osbel's feet? What a disgrace for a traveler. Sighing helplessly, Kaso imagined Osbel calling out Brother Kaso, as she searched for him, and he envisioned her being hunted by Frieza in his absence. How could such an innocent girl survive in the treacherous cosmos? Lost in these thoughts, Kaso felt a pang of sorrow for her. After Osbel had revealed the cavern, She paused to glance at Kaso, then suddenly lifted her left foot, intending to crush the little insect that had dared to offend her. Kaso slowly shut his eyes. Well, I might as well concede. However, after a brief moment, he wondered, why hadn't she come down yet? Kaso opened his eyes to find Osbel's foot suspended in midair, lingering without descending. Could it be that she remembered me? A wild grin spread across Kaso's face, and he began to laugh maniacally. Ha! But before long, his laughter turned into sobs, tears welling in his eyes. He murmured, all those times I cared for her weren't in vain. Little Osbel hasn't forgotten me. Hearing Kaso's voice, Osbel looked down, her expression adorably perplexed as she reached out to pat the enormous ape's head. Why is this little insect talking to himself? How strange. Kaso was startled by her gesture. Fearing she was about to attack again, instinctively shrinking away. Upon realizing she was merely petting his head, he let out a sigh of relief. With a sigh of relief, Osbel's anger subsided as she reflected on the foolishness of the simpleton little burr. Once she regained her composure the following day, she vowed to give her a good reprimanding. For a moment, the furious Osbel calmed down, while in the distance, the forest continued to smolder, the battle now at a standstill. Cassio observed Osbel leaning against the mountainside, her arms hanging limply by her sides. A gust of cold wind swept by, causing him to shiver involuntarily, and he edged closer to her. Her fuzzy coat enveloped him in warmth and comfort. Yet, resting against the colossal gorilla made Cassio uneasy, prompting him to glance up. Osbel's immense eyes met his gaze for a brief moment, devoid of any response, before she turned her attention back to the full moon above. The forest had burned for 2 hours and was gradually extinguishing, the sky, once shrouded in dust, slowly clearing. The debris settled, blanketing the ground in a layer of ash reminiscent of volcanic remnants. The full moon still hung in the heavens, casting a serene glow. A small child nestled against the great ape's leg, both snoring in unison, one large and one small. Chapter 7. Little Burr Awakens. The night gradually faded, and the full moon retreated behind the distant mountains, half hidden from view. At the horizon where the mountains met the sky, a sliver of white light emerged, gradually transforming into strands of golden rays filtering through the leaves, adorning the forest floor. The insects chirped incessantly, while dew droplets accumulated on the surface of the leaves. Eventually, gravity took its toll, causing the droplets to cascade down. Drip! They landed softly on the ground. A small child continued to snore, occasionally smacking his lips. Beside him lay a naked little girl, her dark hair sprawled across the boy's chest, her skin fair and plump. She clutched the boy's left hand with both of hers, her head resting on his shoulder, peacefully asleep. With a yawn, Osbel's tiny hand brushed her lips. Why am I not wearing any clothes? Why do I feel so utterly exhausted? She sensed her body was limp and devoid of strength. Hadn't she been in the restroom last night? How could it have suddenly turned to morning? And where were her clothes? Questions swirled in her mind as she surveyed the numerous large footprints before her. Surrounded by trees that were either snapped in half or uprooted, all coated in a thick layer of dust. The distant peaks appeared shattered, resembling a scene of ruin. Had a fierce battle taken place here? Oh, who was this filthy child beside her? Osbel noticed a ragged boy, his upper body marred with scars, sleeping adjacent to her. How dare this wretched child rest beside me? Osbel furrowed her brow, her expression a mix of anger and disdain as she glared at the scruffy boy. She raised her hand, gathering a surge of energy within her palm, the pressure mounting as a brilliant blue light radiated increasingly brighter. Suddenly, the dirty little boy flipped over, turning his head toward her. Blood and mud smeared across his face, and as she scrutinized him, his features bore an unsettling resemblance. How could he look so much like my brother, Cassio? Osbel's pupils dilated sharply upon recognizing her brother, Kaso. The deep blue shockwave in her hand dissipated suddenly, and her eyes began to glisten with tears. She immediately rushed to Kaso's side, wrapping her arms around him. Tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her chubby cheeks. Kaso, what has happened to you? Osbel cried out in anguish. Cradling Kaso against her chest, she offered him solace. On this planet, Kaso's strength was unparalleled. There was no one who could possibly defeat him. The more she pondered, the more confused she became, only aware of his grievous injuries, which pierced her heart with sorrow. Tears flowed freely from her eyes, trickling down her chin and landing softly near Kaso's lips. Kaso gradually opened his weary eyes. His battered body was embraced tightly by Osbel, and he felt a surge of strength and vitality. Hiss! He gasped in pain, quickly calling out, "Little Belle, please let go." Startled, Osbel hesitated before realizing the urgency of the situation and promptly released him. "Kaso, who has hurt you?" Her expression darkened, revealing a fierce determination. In her memory, Kaso had never sustained such severe injuries, save for that time with Nappa. "Don't worry, it'll heal in a few weeks," Kaso reassured her, resting his face against her bare chest, inhaling her faint, soothing fragrance as he spoke softly. "Who has harmed you, brother? Tell me, and I shall avenge you." Osbel vowed fiercely, clutching Kaso tightly. Kaso pressed his nose against her chest, relishing her gentle scent. Who on this planet could possibly best me? Have you forgotten what happened last night? Right? I was in the restroom, wasn't I? Osbel replied, her confusion evident. What did you see while you were in there? Kaso asked with a wry smile, realizing she had completely forgotten the events of the previous night. Last night, after finishing in the restroom, I saw a round moon. A full moon? Does that mean I transformed into a gorilla? Osbel gasped in horror. All Saiyans on Vegeta knew the dangers of gazing at a full moon, for it could lead to a loss of reason and transformation into a monstrous beast. Could it be that? Kaso, did I injure you? Though Kaso was reluctant to admit it, he nodded. Upon seeing his affirmation, Osbel burst into tears once more, berating herself for being so foolish as to harm her own brother. Unbeknownst to her, had she not halted her attack last night, retracting that powerful kick, Kaso might have been reduced to a mere puddle. Lying in Osbel's embrace, Kaso recounted the events of the prior evening, particularly noting how she had withdrawn her foot at the critical moment. He recalled the invasion of Earth by Vegeta, Gohan's transformation into a gorilla, and how he had turned to attack Vegeta, as well as Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball. These instances remained etched in his memory. Standing out among the rest, under the comforting presence of Kaso, Osbel gradually ceased her weeping, though tears still clung to her petite nose, and even her delicate, rosy lips were not spared. She sniffled, grateful that she had not unleashed her fury upon Kaso. Otherwise, she could scarcely bear the thought of living. Kaso held no resentment towards Osbel. Such occurrences are nearly inevitable unless one is forewarned of a full moon's arrival. Had he transformed into a gorilla himself, Kaso could not have guaranteed his own rationality in the critical moment. Gently, Kaso wiped Osbel's tiny nose, clearing away her tears, and caressed her chubby cheeks, assuring her, "Brother does not blame you. Do not cry. If you continue, you shall lose your beauty." "But I hurt you, brother," she protested. "Fear not. In a few weeks, the injury will heal. Thankfully, my care for you was not in vain, and you spared my life in the end," he teased with a playful grin. "Brother, you are so annoying." Osbel pouted. "All right, come, help brother up." "Okay." Osbel assisted him, slowly rising from the ground. If only Kaso brother had said so earlier. A beam of white light streaked across the sky, and from below, one could faintly discern a little girl cradling a young boy aloft. Chapter 8. Arrival at Yadrat Star. A month later, within a cavern, two young children hoisted a spacecraft propped against the wall and ventured outside. Their diminutive frames struggled to carry a vessel far larger than themselves, creating an odd spectacle. Yet, Saiyans are formidable. To them, hundreds of pounds feel as light as a toy. Upon exiting the cave, the uneven terrain revealed signs of recent upheaval, with a multitude of pits likely filled just recently. Scattered stones littered the rugged ground, and further ahead, several trees lay partially fallen, their leaves withering atop the branches. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the desiccated leaves to flutter down gently. Such a scene unmistakably indicated a recent battle had transpired here. Kaso, balancing the spacecraft with one hand, approached a clearing and carefully set it down. "Thank goodness, this place remains unscathed." Kaso chuckled as he released the vessel. Upon hearing this, Osbel's snow-white face flushed crimson, her demeanor turning shy and evasive. When Osbel had transformed into a gorilla, she wreaked havoc. But fortunately, this area had not been affected, and the spacecraft remained intact. Otherwise, they might have been trapped here for eternity. "Little Beel, we are now bound for Yadrat Star to learn a powerful technique," Kaso declared as he opened the spacecraft door. Addressing Osbel beside him, Osbel had long resolved that wherever her brother Kaso ventured, she would follow. Even if he took her to Friesia's headquarters, she would not hesitate. For Kaso was now her dearest family. The two nestled inside, the door sealed shut, and the base erupted with brilliant flames before soaring into the sky. Initially, they had intended to visit Namek, but following Osbel's gorilla incident, Kaso realized that survival took precedence. First, they would journey to Yadrat Star to learn the crucial technique of instant transmission. Beneath the vast expanse of the night sky, the ethereal Milky Way cascades from the northeast to the southwest, adorned with a multitude of stars that twinkle like diamonds. The celestial sea is dotted with planets of various hues. Some radiate a rich crimson, while others exhibit shades of azure. Their sizes vary dramatically, with some colossal planets dwarfing Earth by dozens of times, while others are but a mere fraction of Earth's size. Suddenly, a massive yellow planet looms before him, its surface pockmarked and devoid of any greenery, even lacking moisture. Beside it, a purple planet enveloped in a lavender mist dances like a maiden clad in silken purple, casting an enchanting spell. Two spacecraft, one trailing the other, plunge into the atmosphere of this purple, celestial body. As they descend at a terrifying speed, friction ignites their surfaces, engulfing them in flames reminiscent of matchsticks. With a thunderous crash, the vessels create deep craters in a valley below. Kaso awakens from his slumber, opens the spacecraft door, and leaps out, only to be confronted by an alien clad in peculiar attire. The being's skin bears a violet tint, devoid of hair, And while its facial features resemble those of humans, its ears are significantly elongated, and its eyes are more slender. Irregular gray patches adorn its head, and it stands at a notably shorter stature. Greetings, esteemed visitors from afar. It exclaims. Hello. Kaso replies, though his response feels somewhat awkward and clumsy. May I inquire who you are? Hyusu? Is that not the sage of Yadrat? How does he know we would arrive on this planet? Kaso ponders, bewildered. At that moment, the other spacecraft's door opens, and Osbel leaps out. Kaso, who is this? She asks, her gaze fixed on the strange alien before them. Are you Saiyans? Hyusu inquires, initially unaware of Kaso's tail, presuming them to be non-Saiyans. However, upon seeing Osbel's long tail, he seeks confirmation. Yes, we are. How did you know? Osbel responds, curiosity evident in her voice. Hyusu leads them toward his dwelling, explaining as they walk. He reveals that he, the sage of Yadrat, foresaw a great disaster befalling their planet, anticipating the arrival of a Saiyan who would aid in averting this calamity. Could this not be the tale of Goku's escape to Namek in the future? Kaso muses, perplexed. But Hyusu mentioned only one Saiyan would arrive. Now there are two of us. Hyusu, equally puzzled, reflects on his foresight, which clearly indicated the arrival of a singular Saiyan. Yet, regardless of the confusion, the fact remains that they are Saiyans. With their renowned prowess in battle, it is certain they possess the strength to confront the impending disaster. Hyusu paid little heed to the surrounding commotion and led the two companions onward. Why, sir, we have come here to learn the art of instant teleportation. Kaso, aware of the extraordinary intellect possessed by the sage of Yadrat, who seemed to possess foresight akin to the grand elder of planet Namek, approached the matter with utmost candor. He believed that as long as their intentions were pure, the sage would be inclined to share his arcane knowledge with them. In the anime, did not Goku also acquire this skill upon seeking refuge on this very planet? Here in Yadrat, we welcome every kind-hearted and peace-loving individual, Kusu remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You may indeed learn this ability, but we have one stipulation. Please do tell. Kaso replied eagerly. Hyusu then articulated his request. In times of great calamity besetting Yadrat, they hope to call upon their assistance. We agree. Thank you, Elder Hyusu. Kaso exhaled in relief upon hearing Hyusu's proposal. He recalled that Hyusu had made a similar request of Goku, though this detail was omitted in the anime. Very well, this chamber has been arranged for your rest. Tomorrow, someone will come to guide you in the art of instant teleportation, so rest assured. Hyusu led them into a modest dwelling. After ensuring their needs were attended to, Hyusu exited, making his way toward the tribal assembly hall. Kaso, we have finally arrived on Yadrat. Is the instant teleportation as wondrous as you claimed? Osbel clung to his arm, shaking it gently. Whether it is wondrous or not, you shall discover once you have mastered it. Kaso, reluctant to delve into lengthy explanations, thought it futile. After all, what could a mere child possibly comprehend? In the assembly hall of Yadrat, a heated discussion erupted. Are those two little ones truly the saviors you prophesied? Will they be capable of rescuing our planet? The atmosphere was charged with unease. Silence, everyone. Supa, the leader of Yadrat, snapped from his position at the head of the table. His heart raced at Hyusu's foretelling. The future held a cataclysmic fate for Yadrat. Yet there was hope for salvation. As Supa's voice pierced the air, the assembly quieted, though murmurs lingered. Let us heed the words of the sage. Supa commanded. Hyusu rose from his seat, extending his arms to instill calm among the crowd, who fell silent, eager to listen. While they are not the saviors I foresaw, I have a strong premonition that these two will surpass the golden-haired Saiyan in strength. After a brief pause, he continued, as long as we maintain amicable relations with them, I am confident they will save our planet. At his conclusion, the assembly erupted into fervent chatter. The other elders, having witnessed the fulfillment of Hyusu's previous prophecies, placed their unwavering faith in his words. This time would surely be no different. You have all heard the sage's words. Starting tomorrow, remember to foster a friendly rapport with them. Supa urged earnestly. If there are no further matters, I declare this meeting adjourned. Chapter 9. The Commencement of Understanding Instant Teleportation. The enigmatic figure of Hyusu demonstrates remarkable foresight, possessing the uncanny ability to discern his point of descent with clarity. Yet, one must ponder the ripple effects of his arrival. Will the future incarnation of Yukong still be afforded such an opportunity? Lying in bed, Kaso's mind swirled with countless thoughts, many of which eluded his understanding. Nearby, Osbel lay peacefully asleep, her rosy lips parting and closing softly. Kaso chuckled, tucking the blanket around the sweet girl, resolving to safeguard her fiercely, ensuring she would suffer no harm. As the evening deepened, Kaso prepared to rest, for the morrow promised lessons in instantaneous movement. The following day, a young Ardatian named Veer greeted them. Greetings, I am Veer, and I will be overseeing your studies in instantaneous movement. I look forward to your cooperation. Thank you. We appreciate your guidance, Kaso replied. Veer led them along winding paths, encountering many Ardatian inhabitants, whose heights varied, but whose skin bore a uniform lavender hue. The onlookers regarded them with curiosity, their eyes betraying an awareness of the two Saiyan's arrival, yet they remained composed, merely observing from the sidelines. After exchanging pleasantries, Veer continued onward, and they finally arrived at an ancient-looking entrance, reminiscent of a relic from a bygone era, evoking a sense akin to that of the Egyptian pyramids. Two guards stood sentinel at the threshold, clad in Ardatian battle attire. Kaso sensed their power, contemplating whether they were vastly superior or merely ordinary. However, given the significance of their post, he leaned towards the former. During his final days on Mumu's star, Kaso's fighting prowess had not surged dramatically. 3 months of cosmic travel had solidified his strength, now measuring at 1,500, while Osbel stood at 1,000. It was evident that these guards were immensely formidable, presumably boasting combat abilities exceeding 5,000. In the early days of Dragon Ball, such power would allow one to roam the cosmos with impunity, provided they did not provoke formidable adversaries. "Please follow me," Veer instructed, guiding them through the entrance into a dimly lit corridor. Upon entering, a profound stillness enveloped the space, the atmosphere heavy with an ominous chill, as if the spirits of the underworld awaited the arrival of souls. Suddenly, bonfires ignited along the corridor's sides, their flames serving as beacons in the darkness, leading the way out of the desolate expanse into the light. The fire illuminated the passage, revealing vibrant murals that adorned the walls, each image vividly depicting the ancient history of Ardatia, though Kaso found himself unable to decipher their meaning. The stone slabs and azure frescoes bore the marks of time, steeped in a sense of antiquity. Upon reaching the corridor's end, they emerged into a spacious chamber, revealing a vast, secretive hall. The hall was adorned with numerous tablets, each etched with lines of varying depths. These lines converged, initially leading one to believe that the content of the tablets would be clearly discernible. However, it soon became apparent that they rendered the inscriptions even more ethereal. As if shrouded in a thick haze, Veer guided the two to one of the tablets, indicating it and stating, "This tablet records the method of teleportation. A person may learn a maximum of 2 secret arts here throughout their lifetime. The other can be chosen at your discretion, provided one possesses sufficient mental strength." Must one possess mental strength to learn teleportation? What is mental strength? Kaso realized, somewhat naively, that he had underestimated the complexity of mastering teleportation, assuming it would be as straightforward as acquiring a new type of shockwave. Veer and the others had not considered the possibility that Kaso and his companion might struggle to grasp teleportation. After all, they were the prophesied saviors. And even though they appeared as children, it seemed plausible that learning one secret art would be attainable. After instructing the two on how to comprehend the secrets inscribed on the tablet, Veer departed. By concentrating their mental faculties on the tablet, they would find detailed instructions for learning. "Hee, I understand." Osbel suddenly giggled as she contemplated the tablet. "What? This little fool comprehended it? Is her talent truly that remarkable?" Kaso thought, taken aback. In truth, Osbel did possess considerable talent. Employing the same training methods as Kaso, her combat prowess had not waned. Gently ruffling her hair, Kaso said, "Then let us hasten your understanding." Osbel nodded vigorously. Observing her commence her training, Kaso fell silent and immersed himself in the tablet's content. How does one concentrate their mind upon it? Kaso endeavored to focus entirely, clearing his thoughts as he gazed at the tablet. Suddenly, his consciousness was forcefully drawn into it. As if unable to resist, Kaso found himself in a world shrouded in fog. It was dim and obscure, devoid of pathways, reminiscent of the dark forests in fairy tales where one might become lost. There were no guiding lights. In fairy tales, such dark forests often had a guide, and in this fog-laden realm, a white stream unexpectedly appeared, sparkling like moonlight reflecting off a small brook in the night. "Ah, so this is how it is," he realized. The lines etched on the tablet represented this white stream, guiding the spirit within him. Following it, he engraved those lines into his heart. Half a year later, in a marketplace, a small child suddenly materialized out of thin air, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Phew! Arriving at a high cliff, Kaso exhaled, astonished at the power of his mental strength. Within less than 6 months, he had mastered teleportation and integrated it seamlessly. Was it due to the fusion of his soul with Kaso's body? As for the intricacies of the spirit and soul, Kaso was uncertain. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He had successfully learned teleportation, and now, who could possibly capture him? Meanwhile, Osbel remained in the secluded chamber, still striving to comprehend the art of teleportation. It is not to say that this young lady lacks talent. After all, even the martial arts prodigy Goku, with his pure heart, required a year to master it. It is likely that little Bii will need another 6 months to comprehend the art of instant transmission. Kaso sat down, pondering for a moment. It is now the year 736 of the Age of the Gods. In just 6 months, the explosion of Planet Vegeta will occur. With his current strength, he would be utterly incapable of resisting Frieza. He might not even withstand a single energy wave from Frieza in his normal state. Will the Saiyans face annihilation once more? Will the narrative of Dragon Ball continue to unfold as it has been foretold? What to do? Ah, yes, the Dragon Balls. Kaso had spent 6 months in the secret chamber, almost losing his sanity while grasping the esoteric techniques, only to now remember the existence of the Dragon Balls. He estimated that the journey from here to Namek would not take long. He would surely be able to summon the Eternal Dragon before the explosion of Planet Vegeta. However, as he had never encountered the Namekians, he was unfamiliar with their energy signatures and thus could not utilize instant transmission. He would have to continue aboard his spaceship, which contained the interstellar coordinates of Namek. Little BII, focus on mastering instant transmission on Yadrat. The future of the Saiyan race rests in my hands. Kaso murmured to himself. He located the spaceship, boarded it, and soared into the sky, setting course for Namek. Chapter 10, Confronting Little Nail. The vast expanse of the cosmos sparkled with silvery stars as a small spacecraft traversed the universe. Kaso lay in slumber within the vessel. Aware that his impatience would serve no purpose, he hoped to reach Namek before the impending catastrophe of Planet Vegeta. 3 months passed. Namek, situated at the edge of the universe, is a planet with a diameter more than 10 times that of Earth. The star system it resides in is peculiar, with 3 small stars orbiting around it, ensuring that it is perpetually bathed in light. Namek's orbital path is elliptical, with an eccentricity nearly 0, and its average orbital speed is akin to that of Earth. The Namekians possess green skin, devoid of body hair, and 2 antennae on their heads that enable them to sense light and discharge electricity. Their skin facilitates a process similar to photosynthesis, allowing them to produce starch from water and sunlight to meet their physiological needs. At this moment, in a Namekian village, several children frolicked joyfully. "Look, what is that?" one small Namekian exclaimed, pointing at a streak of fire in the sky. The dim ambience of Namek was suddenly illuminated by the fiery glow, which seemed to be accompanied by an object resembling a nuclear warhead, plummeting towards the ground at an incredible velocity. "Is it a meteor from beyond? Quick, go inform the elder." The children hurriedly dashed towards a large, white building resembling a dumpling. A spherical spacecraft transformed into a fiery dragon as it hurtled from the sky, crashing violently into the earth. Boom! A massive crater appeared on the surface. Kaso awakened from his slumber and leaped from the ship. The pale green sky and the blue grass created a breathtaking scene. Namek, having endured many years of recovery, had finally rebounded from the climatic upheaval of years past. Kaso inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air of Namek, reminiscent of a spring day spent in nature, its invigorating scent lifting his spirits. The clear atmosphere and beautiful surroundings eased Kaso's anxious heart somewhat. He recalled that it was here where Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, leading to the subsequent destruction of this splendid world, a lamentable fate indeed. However, the thought of Namek's revival through the Dragon Balls on Earth brought a flicker of hope to Kaso's mood. Having traversed this realm for over a year, Kaso's strength had grown at an observable rate, now boasting a battle power of 2,000. With only 3 months remaining until the catastrophic explosion caused by Vegeta, the prospect of saving the Saiyans with such meager power seemed utterly unrealistic. Fortunately, the mystical Dragon Balls existed. Kaso glanced around, uncertain if the Grand Elder would permit a Saiyan like him to borrow the Dragon Balls. Should the Grand Elder refuse, Kaso would find himself at an impasse. In the anime, it was clear that Namek was not entirely weak. The Namekians were categorized into various types, such as combatants and healers, with notable figures like Piccolo and Nail standing out among the warriors. And let us not forget the movie Slug. Their powers eclipsed Kaso's by a significant margin. In such circumstances, if Kaso were unable to obtain the Dragon Balls, seizing them was out of the question. While Earth also possessed Dragon Balls, time was of the essence, and there was little left. Suddenly, a small green dot appeared in the sky, encircled by a white aura. As it drew nearer, Kaso discerned the figure, a child. His expression stern and cold, strikingly reminiscent of a young Piccolo. "Who are you?" The green-skinned child alighted beside Kaso, his tone frigid. Kaso remained silent, lost in thought. Could this child be Nail? "I am Kaso, here to seek the Grand Elder's assistance," he replied. The young Nail raised an eyebrow slightly. It had been years since the Namekians had any contact with the outside world, yet this stranger knew the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Kaso's intention, Nail's demeanor grew even icier. "The Grand Elder will not assist you. Leave at once," he stated. The Grand Elder was quite elderly, and Nail wished to shield him from disturbances. Kaso, familiar with Nail's character, recognized him but was taken aback by the child's unyielding nature. "I truly have pressing matters. I implore you to relay my request," Kaso said. Striving to avoid further conflict, his tone subdued. Nail stood resolutely, regarding him with a cold stare, not uttering a word. After more than 20 years in his previous life, Kaso had never felt such anger. Was it really so difficult to send a simple message? As Nail ignored him, Kaso turned to leave. "Without you, can I not seek the Grand Elder on my own?" He scoffed, ascending into the sky, determined to search for the Grand Elder himself. "Halt!" Nail rushed forward, attempting to obstruct Kaso. "You would do well to vacate Namek at once, or I shall not be so courteous," Nail warned. Upon hearing those words, Kaso crossed his small hands over his chest, adopting a demeanor akin to that of an adult, eager to observe how little Nelu intended to impress him. After a brief moment, fury ignited within little Nelu as he noted Kaso's unwavering demeanor. With fists clenched, he unleashed a surge of formidable energy, a white aura expanding instantaneously, radiating an overwhelming force in all directions. Is that all? Kaso scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. To him, Nelu's presence was unimpressive, if his senses were not deceiving him. Nelu's combat power was approximately 1,500 points, not much different from half a year prior. A mere child achieving such a level of power was indeed commendable for a warrior from Namek, yet it was hardly remarkable. Having endured rigorous training on Mumu Star for around 6 months, engaging daily in combat with ferocious beasts, Kaso had significantly enhanced his combat skills. With a power level exceeding Nelu's by 500 points, he had little doubt that a child would pose any challenge to him. In a flash, Nelu vanished from his original position, leaving Kaso alone in the sky. Kaso smirked, dismissing Nelu's attempt to engage him in battle. Had this been a year prior, he might have struggled, but his time on Mumu Star had honed his ability to sense energy. He gazed upward, and indeed, a ripple of disturbance appeared in the space above. Nelu descended like a bolt of lightning, charging towards Kaso with remarkable speed. He refrained from employing his full strength, mindful that an overly powerful strike could inadvertently harm the planet, a consequence he wished to avoid. Thus, Nelu exerted only half of his strength. Sensing Nelu's movement, Kaso sidestepped the attack effortlessly. "Let us wager," Kaso said, drifting to the side with an air of nonchalance. "What do you propose?" Nelu, realizing his attack had been futile, distanced himself, curious about what this child had to say, no longer underestimating this human. He recalled that his earlier surprise attack had been evaded by no one of his own kind. Chapter 11. The Bed of 10 Attacks. "If you fail to touch even a hair on my body within the next 10 strikes, you shall take me to meet the Grand Elder. Should you succeed, I will depart from Namek immediately," Kaso declared, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Nelu. Nelu, a being of immense pride, akin to Vegeta and Piccolo, was easily provoked. Kaso understood this well and intended to employ psychological tactics. Even if his opponent was merely a child, he knew Nelu would accept the wager. Kaso maintained his smile, yet Nelu perceived the contempt in his gaze. 10 strikes? Nelu's forehead pulsed with veins. "Whom do you underestimate? Does that mean you accept?" Kaso inquired. Nelu fell silent. It was common knowledge that while impulsive, he would not place the Grand Elder in jeopardy. In the world of anime, the grown-up Neru was acutely aware of the impending crisis that Frisia's arrival would bring to Namek. Even in such perilous times, he steadfastly upheld his duties, determined to prevent Gohan and the others from easily accessing the Grand Elder. Moreover, during his recent conversation with Kaso, young Neru could distinctly sense that this little imp was not an adversary. He merely sought the Grand Elder's assistance. Refusing? Then I shall seek the Grand Elder myself. After all, you cannot stop me, Kaso retorted, turning to embark on his journey. "Come on," young Neru urged. Kaso smirked, his lips curling upward in a mocking arc. "Such a naive child. Do you truly believe you can outwit me?" Poor Neru, oblivious to being outmaneuvered. Yet, one could hardly blame him, having been raised on Namek, where the culture is untainted and devoid of external interference. Every Namekian tends to possess a certain innocence. Kaso, with over 20 years of life experience from his previous existence, despite his once profound social anxiety that left him blushing at the mere thought of speaking to a girl, could now easily toy with young Neru. The two fell into a tense silence, the atmosphere swiftly growing grave. Suddenly, young Neru transformed his demeanor. He became tranquil, suspended in the sky like a placid pond, devoid of any ripples. Wisps of clouds drifted across the heavens, as gentle breezes caressed the air, causing Kaso's bangs to sway lightly. Something felt amiss. Kaso suddenly sensed a void where Neru's energy should have been. The figure remained in sight, yet its presence was inexplicably absent. Could it be that Neru had mastered the manipulation of energy? With the Grand Elder's teachings, it was hardly surprising. Yet why had he not concealed his energy from the outset? Was he playing a clever ruse? "What a clever little Neru. I misjudged you," Kaso muttered under his breath. At that moment, "Where is he?" Kaso gasped in alarm. The young Neru had vanished from view. Kaso's eyes darted wildly, scanning his surroundings. Nothing above, nothing below. Then, from behind, Neru surged forth, fist clenched, slicing through the air with the force of his punch. Just as Neru was poised to strike Kaso, the latter exhibited astonishing reflexes, evading the blow with remarkable agility. Impossible. The first strike missed. Neru seethed, his frustration palpable. This was the ultimate technique he had implored the Grand Elder to teach him. And yet it had been deftly dodged by this little brat. Refusing to accept defeat, he believed his opponent had merely been lucky. Once again, Neru concealed his energy, merging himself with the sky, determined to see if this imp could evade him once more. Kaso breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped unscathed. Had he been struck on the first attempt, it would have been utterly humiliating. Neru's technique was quite cunning. Without a systematic training in energy manipulation, one would find it exceedingly difficult to counter. For Kaso, who was only a novice in understanding energy, even with a significant advantage in combat prowess over Naru, he could only endure the hits. Ultimately, relying solely on brute strength would only afford him a stalemate. To truly vanquish his opponent would prove quite the challenge. Kaso had initially perceived Naru as merely a haughty child, not realizing the depth of his cunning. He had indeed underestimated him. Time is of the essence. On Namek, Kaso emulated Wukong's meditative training in the celestial realm, seated by the tranquil lake, immersed in quiet contemplation, aspiring to achieve a stillness akin to the sky, swifter than lightning. Despite prolonged meditation yielding no insights, under the pressure from little Naru, Kaso seemingly grasped something profound. As little Naru concealed his presence and closed his eyes, Kaso inexplicably smiled. He acknowledged that narrowly evading little Naru's attack was indeed fortuitous, yet now he felt a genuine connection to something greater. In the heavens, little Naru vanished once more. However, Kaso sensed a brilliant light ahead, illuminating the darkness like a beacon, revealing his precise location. A smirk graced Kaso's lips. That mischievous little brat intended to employ the same trick against him again. Indeed, little Naru surmised that Kaso would never anticipate his return assault from the front. Come out. I know you're behind me, Kaso declared with a smile as he opened his eyes. Little Naru remained silent, sensing Kaso's ploy. Kaso turned to fixate on Naru's position. Neither moved, resembling two fools caught in a stalemate. Minutes elapsed in silence. The atmosphere grew still until little Naru could no longer contain himself and soon reappeared in the sky. How did you discover me? Naru lamented. That is my secret. TCH. Naru scoffed. Shall we continue? Kaso inquired nonchalantly. Naru fell silent. To Naru, Kaso appeared a little rascal, possessing formidable strength, yet relying on stealth to gain the upper hand. Now that his combat techniques had been unveiled, how could he proceed? Little did Naru realize that Kaso shared similar sentiments, an apparent novice feigning distress, daring to gamble, only to reveal a cunning stratagem. What a little scoundrel. You wouldn't dare to back out, would you? Kaso exclaimed, eyes wide. Let us go. Naru replied coldly. Considering their wager and recognizing that Naru was not malevolent, Kaso consented to accompany him to meet the Grand Elder. On Namek, a planet that had endured catastrophic climatic upheavals and was only just recovering, the landscape was predominantly composed of land and lakes, with scant forests. The ground was adorned with diminutive blue grass and sparse trees, while freshwater resources abounded, with small lakes dotting the islands. That day, above Namek, two beams of white light streaked across the sky, enveloping two figures, a young boy and a diminutive green Namekian. How much longer? Why the rush? You'll know when we arrive. Such a frosty tone was unmistakably characteristic of Naru. Kaso had grown accustomed to this demeanor. Little Naru was not unfriendly to him. It was simply his nature, consistent with everyone. With a whoosh, the two descended upon a colossal pillar of rock, atop which stood a white Namekian-style dwelling. Grand Elder. I have brought the person. Chapter 12, Unleashing Potential. Kaso entered the room and ascended to the second floor, where he beheld an enormous Namekian seated upon a chair. Although familiar with the elder's immense stature from the anime, he was taken aback by the reality of his size. He appeared to stand at least 4 meters tall and 2 meters wide while seated. The elder looked somewhat older than Kaso remembered from his past life, yet he had not aged to the point of frailty as seen during the catastrophic turmoil on Namek. His eyes were still capable of opening. Greetings, Elder. Kaso respectfully acknowledged the elder. Saiyan, what brings you here? The elder's voice resonated with a low gravitas. Standing nearby, Nail was astonished to learn that Kaso was a Saiyan, a race renowned as warriors. It was no wonder he exuded such prowess. Kaso momentarily paused, then comprehended that as the leader of the Namekians, the elder had survived the calamitous climate disaster and lived for many years. Possessing the capability of foresight was not surprising. Greetings, Elder. My name is Kaso, and I seek to borrow your Dragon Balls, he stated earnestly. With the impending explosion of Planet Vegeta looming in approximately 3 months, time was of the essence. Failure to secure the Dragon Balls would spell disaster. Given Kaso's current strength, attempting to seize them by force would be futile. Absolutely not. Our sacred relics cannot be lent to outsiders. Nail interjected vehemently. The Dragon Balls were revered artifacts of the Namekians. How could they be so casually entrusted to a stranger? What if he were to wish for something malevolent? The elder, seated and seemingly unperturbed by Nail's outburst, closed his eyes in silence. Suddenly, he opened them, a glint of wisdom illuminating his gaze. Very well, I shall lend them to you, but under one condition. Kaso listened intently as the elder continued. This request is simple for you. In the future, Namek will face a great calamity, and I wish for you to save our people and this planet when the time comes, the elder declared. A great disaster awaited Namek in the future? Nail momentarily froze, realizing that the elder was indeed seeking assistance from others, indicating his own power might not suffice to protect Namek or himself. Aware of the elder's abilities, he understood that his words bore truth. Nail clenched his fists, filled with frustration. Kaso mused silently, The Elder's prophetic abilities were formidable. Had he foreseen the tumultuous conflict ahead? Yet, he believed that even in his absence, Goku would undoubtedly rise to save the Namekians. Resolutely, Kaso agreed, vowing to uphold his promise and prevent Frisia's forces from harming any Namekian. All right, I shall have Nail accompany you to summon the Eternal Dragon, the Elder proclaimed. Thank you, Elder, Kaso exclaimed, exhilarated to have secured the Dragon Balls. With this significant step taken, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. 3 months remained before Planet Vegeta's destruction, and there was still time. What other mischief might this little rascal be contemplating? The thought of relying on him in the future rendered Nail silent once more. It is said that the Grand Elder possesses the ability to unlock potential without any after effects. Could the Grand Elder assist me in harnessing my potential? Kaso felt a flush of embarrassment. He had borrowed someone else's Dragon Ball and now sought further assistance to enhance his abilities. Grand Elder, I am somewhat concerned about your well-being, little Nailu interjected, worried for the Grand Elder's health. Given his advanced age, it would be prudent for him not to overexert himself. This was precisely why he had previously dissuaded Kaso from seeking an audience with the Grand Elder. However, before he could finish, the Grand Elder interjected, not a problem. Without hesitation, he agreed to assist Kaso, recognizing that whether he helped once or twice, it was all the same. Kaso recalled scenes from the anime where Gohan and Krillin had visited the Grand Elder for potential unlocking, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their combat abilities. The thought filled him with excitement. Would he, too, experience a similar boost in power? He approached the designated spot, and suddenly, a large hand enveloped his head. A warm sensation surged through him, flowing from the top down, permeating every corner of his body. He closed his eyes, finding tranquility within, allowing the warmth to circulate as if he were immersed in a newly discovered hot spring, every cell in a state of relaxation. Then, Kaso sensed a mysterious force being drawn forth from the depths of his being, an essence so profound it was beyond words, perhaps nestled within his mind, heart, or the very core of each cell. Gradually, a surge erupted. Boom. Kaso unleashed a powerful aura, as if he were in the throes of battle. 3,000, 4,000, 8,000. His combat power continued to ascend, like a volcano erupting from within, unleashing a terrifying momentum. 12,000. His combat power ultimately reached an astounding 12,000. The air rippled and expanded, causing little Nailu's garments to flutter wildly. How formidable! Little Nailu gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Kaso reveled in the exhilarating rush of power. After several months of slumber aboard the spaceship, his strength had scarcely increased, hovering around 2,000. To his astonishment, the Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential had catapulted him to an impressive 12,000, a six-fold increase. He marveled at how intoxicating such immense power could be. Suddenly endowed with such strength, he realized the necessity of rigorous training to master it. Otherwise, he would be unable to wield this newfound might effectively. Much like Frisia, who possessed 3 transformation states, each unlocking greater power, yet chose not to remain in the third form. Why? Because the power was overwhelming, and Frisia could not maintain control, preferring to revert to his base form. It would not be fair to say he lacked control. Frisia, with his exceptional talent, could easily harness this power if he committed to training. Thank you, Grand Elder. Kaso expressed sincerely, bowing slightly to convey his heartfelt gratitude. It is but a small matter. Now, go forth and fulfill your wishes. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. Follow me, little Nailu said, turning and soaring toward the sky. Kaso nodded at the Grand Elder and hurriedly followed, eager not to fall behind. Chapter 13, 3 Wishes. The Namekians do not favor the use of powers that transcend natural forces. They venerate and respect nature. The Dragon Balls are merely sacred artifacts to them, seldom employed. The 7 Dragon Balls lay upon the ground. Unlike the Dragon Balls of Earth, which are merely the size of an adult's fist, those of Namek are as large as basketballs. Such considerable size also imbues the Namekian Dragon Balls with distinct capabilities. While the Earth's Dragon Balls can grant but 1 wish, the Namekian variety can fulfill 3. However, they possess a unique advantage and disadvantage regarding resurrection. They can revive only 1 individual at a time, provided the death was not natural, yet they can do so an infinite number of times. Conversely, the Earth's Dragon Balls can resurrect many at once, but each individual may only be revived once in their lifetime. Come forth, Shinran. Little Nail stood beside the colossal Dragon Ball, invoking the incantation in the Namekian tongue. Dark clouds gathered ominously, casting a shadow over the land, evoking a sense of impending doom. The thick clouds roamed the sky, yet no rain fell. Crackling thunder erupted from the clouds. As lightning flashed, it illuminated the somber sky, casting a fleeting glow upon Kasu and Little Nail's faces. A gigantic western dragon's head soared into the heavens, its body entwined with arcs of lightning, shortly revealing the entirety of this magnificent creature to the surrounding area. The awe-inspiring scene resonated deeply within Kasu. This was Shinran. The Dragon Ball anime primarily revolves around the 7 Dragon Balls, and here he was, immersed in the very imagery he had longed to witness. Kasu stood agape, motionless, wishing to etch this moment into his memory forever. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. You may now make 3 wishes, and any desire shall be fulfilled. The Namekian Shinran proclaimed, delivering his customary line. Speak. Little Nail scoffed. Kasu's expression did not escape his notice. He appeared like a Na'vi bumpkin, utterly unacquainted with such wonders. For my first wish, let us Saiyans survive in the vacuum of space, Kasu declared. Little Nail echoed Kasu's words in the Namekian language. Prior to arriving on Namek, Kasu had contemplated the 3 wishes he would make. It is well known that Saiyans cannot survive in space. During the fateful battle between Goku and Frieza, Frieza unleashed a planet-destroying blast that obliterated all of Namek. Frieza could endure the void of space, but Saiyans could not, sealing Goku's fate. Yet, who could have predicted that Goku would ultimately find the spaceship left behind by Jinyu? Hence, this wish was of paramount importance. Your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Shinran's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue as he spoke. At the moment when the Eternal Dragon granted his wish, Kaso experienced a fleeting clarity, as though his body had undergone a transformation. It seemed he could indeed survive in the cosmos henceforth. In the distant realm of Planet Vegeta, an inexplicable force surged within him, imparting a sense of lightness. Was he merely overthinking? As Bardock sensed his body, he discovered no issues and chose to disregard it, continuing his journey home. Restore the true homeland of the Saiyans. Planet Salad. Little Nelu conveyed the second wish to the Eternal Dragon. Kaso realized that Planet Vegeta was beyond salvation. The Saiyans would urgently require a refuge, and Planet Salad, their genuine homeland, would be the ideal sanctuary. Your second wish has been fulfilled. The location of Planet Salad has been imprinted in your minds. Please articulate your third wish. The third wish was to transfer the remaining Saiyans to the restored Planet Salad at the moment of Planet Vegeta's catastrophic explosion. Little Nelu opened his mouth and voiced the final wish. The Eternal Dragon's eyes glowed red for a moment before falling into silence. It spoke softly. This wish cannot be granted. Could it be that even the Eternal Dragon was powerless to fulfill this wish? The destruction of Planet Vegeta and the annihilation of the Saiyans were commands from Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, rendering this wish impossible. As the dragon spoke, beads of sweat began to form on its draconic visage, and it continued, please state your third wish. Kaso had contemplated this dilemma. As the mightiest deity in the 7th universe, Beerus's commands were not to be trifled with, and it seemed only the super dragon could defy such a god. It appeared that achieving this wish was indeed impossible. Were they truly destined for extinction? While Kaso remained silent, the Eternal Dragon urged again, please state your third wish. The urgency in its tone was palpable. If a wish was not made soon, the dragon would vanish. Little Nella glanced at Kaso. Create a plot of land on Planet Salad where the mystical beans can grow instantly. Kaso uttered a casual wish. Little Nello translated. Your wish has been granted. With that, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden radiance, and the Eternal Dragon suddenly vanished. As the golden light flickered, the Dragon Balls transformed into mere round stones. The dragon's disappearance left Kaso standing in place, furrowing his brow. Were both Planet Vegeta and the Saiyans destined for destruction? Upon reflection, Kaso sensed something amiss. Indeed, Beerus had merely instructed Frieza to obliterate and eliminate the Saiyans, showing little concern for whether they were entirely eradicated. Kakarot and Vegeta, as surviving examples, attested to this. The Eternal Dragon's inability to defy the god of destruction stemmed from divine suppression. If the dragon could not fulfill the wish, could Kaso not endeavor to save Bardock and the others through his own efforts? Kaso understood. It seemed entirely plausible. With this thought, he exhaled in relief and turned to the small child beside him. Xiao Nailu, I must take my leave. Please convey my farewell to the Grand Elder. I assure you, I will uphold the promises I have made. The Namekians will forever remain dear friends to me. Kaso, are you truly departing? Through the 3 wishes granted by the dragon, I have come to understand that Kaso ventured to Namek to save his people. In his heart, Xiao Nailu acknowledges Kaso's valor. Despite being merely a child, he chose not to flee in the face of his people's impending doom, but instead sought every means possible to rescue them. Such a spirit is deserving of respect. In a parallel manner, Xiao Nailu himself demonstrated a similar resolve during the forthcoming battle on Namek. He chose to merge with Piccolo, relinquishing his own ideals solely to defeat Frieza and save his kin. Such acts often resonate deeply, even though the battle on Namek has yet to unfold. Now, as you prepare for the forthcoming conflict, do your utmost. If you find yourself unable to conquer the adversary, then retreat swiftly. Xiao Nailu gently patted Kaso's narrow shoulder. Kaso shook his head, surprised to discover this facet of Nailu. However, when it came to the notion of retreating, Nailu shared the same sentiment. Facing Frieza with his current strength would be akin to an ant challenging an elephant, with no glimmer of hope for victory. Honestly, Kaso felt that likening himself to an ant was an overestimation. Farewell. With that, Kaso soared into the sky. Xiao Nilu gazed at the small white dot above, his mind a whirl of thoughts. Chapter 14. Osbel learns instant transmission. The Grand Elder observed Xiao Nilu in silence. After a moment, the Grand Elder smiled and said, "Are you perhaps blaming me for not unlocking your potential?" "Not at all," Nilu replied. The Grand Elder shook his head, aware of Nilu's inner thoughts. It was merely a matter of his inadequacy in strength and the inability to safeguard Namek in the future. The Grand Elder opted not to delve further into the subject and began discussing the history of Namek's development. Once, Namek faced a catastrophic disaster that plunged its people into peril. Many fled in desperation. The Grand Elder recounted the challenges within their clan. Noting that the combat prowess of Namekians was generally lacking, even those with exceptional talents did not possess formidable strength. There was once a combat genius in our clan, named Shalagu, whose power surpassed 10 million. The Grand Elder continued. Yet, even he could not withstand the foes of the future. Do you understand, child? Xiao Nilu's eyes widened in realization. There had indeed been a master within his clan who was so powerful, yet even he could not stand against the future adversaries. The Grand Elder's extensive discourse served to inform him that the Namekians revered nature. Even amidst their great disaster, they refrained from using the Dragon Balls to alter their fate. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, they would not resort to the wishes granted by the dragon. Furthermore, the general combat strength of the Namekians was insufficient to confront the enemies of the future, leaving them reliant on external assistance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nilu nodded in resignation. "Kaso, you must not disappoint me in the days to come," he thought to himself. "Since the Elder has stated that Kakarot can save Namek in the future, we must place our hopes in him." With that, young Nail stepped outside, resolutely continuing his rigorous training, aspiring to contribute to Namek in times to come. Observing the retreating figure of Nail, the Elder fell into a contemplative reverie. How has the future changed so drastically? Meanwhile, Kakarot soared to the designated landing site of the spaceship, casting a glance back towards the Elder's abode. He then reached out to touch the spacecraft, and, directing his focus towards Yadrat, executed an instantaneous teleportation. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Panting heavily, Kakarot lay atop a peak in the southern region of Yadrat. Gasping for breath, after a brief respite, he acknowledged that although teleportation was exhausting, it was significantly swifter than traveling by spaceship. This experience had heightened his sensitivity to energy, and should he encounter Nail again, he could locate him in less than a second. Moreover, having drained his energy multiple times, his combat prowess had seen a slight enhancement. Kakarot's battle power, 500 points. He gazed upward at the sky, which was painted in hues of purple, with wisps of violet clouds clustered together, drifting ethereally across the horizon, creating a dreamy ambience. I wonder how OOB is faring now. Having been away for several months, Kakarot felt a deep longing for OOB. During his time on Vegeta, he had never been apart from her for such an extended period. This departure was indeed unavoidable, as he feared that if OOB mastered teleportation and emerged from her training only to find him absent, she would undoubtedly be anxious. The image of OOB in tears flooded his mind, igniting a sense of urgency within him to reunite with her. Yet, with his energy still not fully restored, Kakarot found himself at an impasse. As time ticked by, Kakarot's energy gradually replenished, and he eagerly initiated teleportation once more. In the secret chamber of Yadrat, a young girl sat before a stone tablet, her cherubic face scrunched in concentration, as though grappling with something of paramount importance. Suddenly, her expression brightened, radiating joy. She lifted her tiny hand, placing her finger against her forehead. "Here," she whispered softly. In an instant, her entire form vanished from sight. Outside the secret chamber, Kakarot materialized, casting a glance at the two guards. Indeed, his previous assumptions were confirmed. Their power levels hovered around 5,000. Just as he pondered, a figure materialized in the air. OOB. Kakarot's heart surged with excitement as he soared upwards and embraced her tightly. "Kakarot, brother!" OOB exclaimed joyfully. He held her soft form close, inhaling her familiar scent. "OOB," he murmured, resting his chin atop her head. "Kakarot, brother, don't hold me so tightly." OOB's fair complexion flushed a delicate shade of pink as she struggled to breathe, sensing something peculiar about Kakarot. "My apologies," Kakarot replied, slightly embarrassed, before a realization struck him. "You've learned to teleport?" he exclaimed, astonished. Just moments ago, he witnessed Xiao Bayer suddenly appear in midair, not flying over. This suggests she has mastered the art of instantaneous movement, though it might be somewhat exaggerated. If memory serves correctly, Xiao Bayer had only been practicing for 11 months. In fact, it wasn't just Kazuo who was astonished. The two guards stationed at the entrance of the secret arts chamber were equally flabbergasted, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They had never encountered such a prodigiously talented individual, with each one surpassing the last. The lad named Kazuo had outstripped the girl, mastering instantaneous movement in a mere 6 months. On the planet Yadrat, only those historical supergeniuses could achieve such a feat in such a short span of time. I can only manage a little, Xiao Baier said, feeling a bit shy. Osbel informed Kazuo that she was currently limited to close-range instantaneous movement and was unable to perform long-distance teleportation, sometimes even failing to move successfully at all. Nonetheless, Kazuo remained utterly amazed. Xiao Baier's predicament likely stemmed from her inexperience with energy manipulation, compounded by her relatively modest abilities. Kazuo pondered for a moment, thinking that Goku might not have been much better. Kazuo Gidge, I'm hungry, Osbel said bashfully. Kazuo affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, let us go find something to eat right now. Xiao Baier nodded happily. Kazuo led Osbel to a nearby planet, teeming with fierce beasts, each as large as a tiger. Before long, Kazuo managed to catch a colossal stag. After preparing it, he placed it by the fire to roast. Osbel sat beside Kazuo and asked, Kazuo Gidge, where have you been these past few months? I didn't see you when I woke up. Kazuo smiled and began recounting the events of the past few months. When he mentioned Xiao Nilu, Osbel exclaimed that he was a little rascal. Upon hearing about the appearance of the dragon Shenlong, her eyes widened in curiosity. Soon, apart from the unexpected incident when Kazuo made his third wish to Shenlong, he shared everything else. Kazuo Gidge, next time, can you take me along to develop my potential? I want to enhance my combat abilities so that I can protect you. All right, I will heed whatever Xiao Baier says. Hee, you're the best, Kazuo Gidge. Osbel tightened her embrace around Kazuo's arm, her eyes fixed eagerly on the roasting meat before the fire. Chapter 15. Frisia's movements while Kazuo and Osbel enjoyed their roasted meat. Far away at the headquarters of Frisia in the northern galaxy, there lay a massive planet brimming with advanced technology. Surrounding it were numerous asteroids, arranged meticulously in a circular formation, creating a formidable defensive system centered around the colossal planet. The intrinsic defensive capabilities were evident, as advanced cosmic technology enveloped the surrounding celestial bodies, forming an impregnable barrier akin to a fortress, where even a fly would find it impossible to breach. Coupled with the central command of the headquarters and various elite forces, it resembled an unassailable ironclad fortress. A small, oval-shaped flying device, resembling an egg, sported a surface of intermingled black and brown hues, with an opening at the front. Inside sat a sinister-looking alien. Crimson eyes glistened with a malevolent sheen, complemented by lips of a deep purple hue. Beneath his eyes, two streaks reminiscent of blood tears traced down his face, while his glossy purple exoskeleton melded unsettlingly with his pallid skin. The chilling aura he exuded sent shivers down one's spine. He was none other than Frisia, Mr. Dodoria. That unruly pack of Saiyan monkeys has been quite troublesome lately. Dodoria, a corpulent figure with rosy skin and spikes adorning his head and arms, hurriedly approached, eager to respond to Frisia's greeting without a moment's delay. Those Scions are oblivious to their own good. Serving Lord Frisia is a privilege they should cherish. Had it not been for their commendable fighting prowess, I would have dealt with them long ago, Dodoria remarked disdainfully. Ah, Frisia sinister. Shrill laughter resonated throughout the opulent palace as the oval-shaped spacecraft circled around, turning to face Dodoria. Mr. Dodoria, your ability to alleviate my concerns brings me great solace. Dodoria's face lit up with surprise. To receive praise from Lord Frisia was exhilarating. He promptly bowed with one hand, pledging his unwavering loyalty. I vow to serve Lord Frisia with my life. Frisia nodded in approval, but suddenly his expression hardened, and a terrifying aura erupted from his being. Such a diminutive form concealed an unfathomable power, rendering Frisia's spacecraft mere decoration, incapable of withstanding the overwhelming force. The oppressive energy permeated every corner of the palace, imbued with a chilling essence that seemed to carry the icy breath of the abyss. Crack! A thin layer of frost formed in the shadowy corners. Dodoria trembled, fearing he had misspoken. Mr. Dodoria, would you care to witness the most exquisite fireworks in the universe? Frisia's cold, raspy voice pierced Dodoria's pink ears. In an instant, realization struck Dodoria, filling him with exhilaration. Lord Frisia was not reproaching him. He was well aware that every time this phrase was uttered, a planet met its doom. If all went as expected, Planet Vegeta was surely doomed. Prepare to meet your end, Saiyan monkeys. Dodoria had long harbored disdain for this arrogant group, whose combat abilities were far from impressive. Mr. Dodoria, relay my command to King Vegeta. Gather all Scions on external missions in 1 month. I wish to behold Planet Vegeta. He continued, by the way, I've heard he has a remarkably gifted son. Summon him to headquarters to serve me. At once. On Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta occupied the central position at the table, flanked by other Scions on either side. They bore tails wrapped around their waists and donned specially designed battle attire. Among them a Scion strikingly similar to Goku. King Vegeta, is there an urgent matter that necessitated our gathering? Bardock inquired, furrowing his brow. Jain had only recently given birth to Kakarot, and while tending to her, he had received the urgent summons and rushed to attend. Upon his arrival, he soon realized that he was not the only one summoned. Several other Scions, each possessing formidable combat abilities, had also been called forth. What could warrant the simultaneous gathering of so many powerful warriors? Could it be a campaign against a superior planet? Frisia had issued a decree requiring all Scions off-world to return within a month. Bardock sat in a corner, his mind swirling with confusion. What could Frisia possibly intend? Was he preparing to wage war on other advanced worlds? The remaining Scions began to murmur amongst themselves, and Bardock noticed that he was not alone in his concerns. King Vegeta raised his hands, commanding silence. He then stated, "Our Scion race has been flourishing lately. We must ensure that Frisia does not uncover our clandestine activities when he arrives. If there are no further matters to discuss, this meeting is adjourned." With that, King Vegeta dismissed them, as he had further arrangements to make regarding sending Vegeta to Frisia's headquarters. After the meeting, Bardock was engulfed by an unsettling unease. It felt as though the gathering had ignited a powder keg within him, shattering his previously tranquil state. Later that evening, after tending to various household matters, Bardock and Jine retired for the night. A mere half hour after falling asleep, Bardock awoke drenched in sweat, his expression one of sheer terror, as if trapped in a horrifying nightmare. He tossed and turned restlessly. Suddenly, Bardock bolted upright, gasping for air. Beads of sweat covering his brow, an unsettling sight that might induce discomfort in those averse to such imagery. His heart raced violently. How terrifying! Frisia was truly formidable. In his dream, Frisia possessed a staggering combat power of 530,000, an incomprehensible figure. For context, no Scion even approached a power level of 20,000. Even in their great ape transformation, they barely reached over 100,000. Such a disparity was insurmountable. Bardock, what's wrong? Were you having a nightmare? Jine, startled by his frantic movements, roused from her slumber. It's nothing. Bardock quickly reassured her, not wishing to burden Jine with his fears. After years of living together, she was acutely aware of his inner turmoil. He simply wished to shield her from worry. Let us get some rest, Jine suggested, reflecting that nothing significant had occurred recently within their clan, and thus, it likely wasn't anything serious. All right, Bardock replied, settling back down. Yet, the decree from Frisia felt far more ominous than it appeared, and the events of the day mirrored those of his unsettling dream with alarming accuracy. What should he do? Chapter 16, Bidding Farewell to Kakarot. Before the fire, two small figures sat, one gnawing on a deer leg. Kasu, how could that little rascal Neru, who is so weak, dare to bet against you? Asked Osbel between bites. He is not weak. He has over 1,000 combat power, which is even greater than yours, Kasu replied, noticing the grease on her cheeks and attempting to wipe it away, only to smear it further, causing her cheeks to puff in annoyance. Oh, is he that strong? Osbel felt somewhat dejected. Truly, even the most trivial of villains seemed superior to her. Brother Kaso, having unlocked his potential through the guidance of the Elder, had reached a formidable battle power of 12,000. As for her, she was merely at 200 points. She pondered when she might ever catch up to him. With a sulky expression, Osbel bit into a piece of venison in frustration. Kaso chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Indeed, Nyla's talent was quite impressive, seemingly surpassing that of Piccolo, though he lacked Piccolo's inner strength. Piccolo had always aimed to defeat Goku, demonstrating unwavering resolve. Even when he could no longer keep pace with Goku, he did not surrender. If Nyla were to adopt a similar goal and cultivate a strong spirit, his achievements could potentially eclipse those of Piccolo. After a while, Kaso tossed the bones aside into the adjacent stream and reclined on the ground. For several months, he had scarcely tasted roasted meat, surviving solely on the nutritional fluids aboard the spaceship. Finally, indulging in roasted meat once more, he felt thoroughly satisfied. Osbel, elated, continued, Aunt Genia will surely be astonished by our battle power. After saying this, she inexplicably chuckled. Kaso raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that this girl also enjoyed showing off. However, pretending to be a simpleton before others certainly had its charm. He chuckled inwardly, realizing it was indeed a family trait. Imagining Bardock's reaction upon witnessing his battle power brought him joy. In that moment, Kaso and Osbel remained still, two small figures mesmerized by the flickering firelight in the night. Their expressions, caught between a smile and contemplation, suggested they were lost in thought. If someone possessed the ability to read minds, they would undoubtedly discern the musings within. The following day, Kaso appeared at the entrance of Hyusu's dwelling, holding Osbel's hand. He knocked on the door, and shortly after, Hyusu emerged in response to the noise. Wise one, we are ready to depart, Kaso said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. After all, he had spent half a year here, and the sudden departure stirred a sense of melancholy within him. So soon? Hyusu replied, astonished. Kaso had learned instant transmission over the past 6 months, and yesterday Osbel had also mastered it. Hyusu was thoroughly impressed by their talents. We are grateful for your hospitality and for allowing us to learn instant transmission. The people of Yadrat shall forever remain my friends. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out on Planet Salad. Due to the impending explosion of Vegeta, Kaso provided Hyusu with the coordinates of Planet Salad. Kyushu opened his mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. It was only natural that Kaso and Osbel, not being Yardratans, would leave after mastering instant transmission. With this thought, Kyushu let out a sigh. Very well, until we meet again. Kyushu felt a tinge of sadness. After a year of interaction, even the most unfamiliar of acquaintances had ultimately become friends. After bidding farewell to Kyushu, Kaso and Osbel also took a moment to say goodbye to Supa before locating the spaceship they had arrived in. Let us be on our way. Having spoken, the two individuals, along with their spacecraft, vanished from their location. On Planet Vegeta, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, and upon gazing upwards, one could witness numerous Saiyan ships streaking across, leaving trails of brilliant white light in their wake. An abundance of vessels descended from the heavens. How did the mission go? One inquired. Don't even mention it. I nearly met my end out there. Many Saiyans emerged from their ships, discussing the details of their missions as they walked. At that moment, a nearby spaceship opened its hatch, and a towering figure stepped out, clad in traditional Saiyan battle armor. With a tail wrapped around his waist and several minor scars adorning his face, he was unmistakable. Long time no see, Garrus, Bardock greeted with a smile. He had come to welcome his team members, having no pressing matters that day. Indeed, but what about Kakarot and those two little rascals? Garrus replied. They've gone off on a mission. Didn't we agree that they wouldn't be sent out until they were older? Garrus's expression darkened. Kakarot's parents had perished while rescuing him, and Garrus had promised to protect Kakarot. Due to his frequent missions, he had entrusted Kakarot to the captain, never expecting he would still be dispatched. It was Kakarot's request. I merely assigned a straightforward task. You must understand, Bardock continued, but was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous sound from the sky. This noise was far beyond what could be caused by the landing of Saiyan ships. What is that? They both asked in unison. A massive spacecraft. Garrus exclaimed, astonished. Isn't that a ship belonging to Frisia's forces? I thought Frisia wouldn't arrive on Planet Vegeta for another fortnight. Frisia. Bardock gritted his teeth, staring at the ship above. Is the tale of our nightmares about to unfold once more? Garrus watched Bardock's retreating figure, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. That evening, the delicate giant followed closely behind Bardock. He was shouldering a spacecraft he had pilfered from the launch center, with young Goku nestled inside. Having dismantled the listening devices on board, Giant's face bore the marks of tears, and she pressed her lips tightly together, fearful of alerting others to their clandestine actions. Bardock, are you truly going to send Kakarot away? She choked out. Through the transparent hatch, they gazed longingly at Kakarot. Kakarot, you must take care of yourself. Giant wept once more. Bardock held Giant tightly, lifting his gaze to the ship until it safely soared into the sky. A day later, suddenly, two rather antiquated ships plummeted from the sky. Through the transparent hatches, the silhouettes of two children could be seen. They were awake, observing the scenery outside, not in a state of slumber. Chapter 17, The Exile of Broly. The atmosphere on Planet Vegeta grew increasingly tense, likely due to Frisia's impending arrival. In the eyes of the Saiyans, Frisia is a detestable fiend. Years ago, he subjugated King Vegeta, compelling the entire Saiyan race to serve him. At that time, the Saiyans were in dire straits. Having just overthrown the rule of the Zephyrians, their clan was in desperate need of respite. They found themselves powerless against Frisia's oppressive might, which only fueled their animosity towards him. Two spacecraft descended from the sky, and Kakarot and Osbel leaped out. They found it peculiar that the house was devoid of even a speck of dust. Osbel touched the chair in astonishment, exclaiming, how pristine. It must have been Aunt Jine who tidied up. Observing the state of the house warmed Kakarot's heart. He doubted that Bardock and Garrus would engage in such domestic tasks. While the two were exceptionally kind to him and little Osbel, their attentions were typically reserved for significant matters, leaving trivial chores unattended. As night fell, Kakarot and Osbel lay in bed, savoring the last moments of tranquility on Planet Vegeta, soon to be obliterated by Frisia. Kakarot planned to seek out Bardock and Garrus to discuss the situation. In the nursery, alarms blared. Warning! Warning! A massive energy surge detected. Energy levels exceeding 10,000. Within the nursery, two incubation pods stood side by side. One was empty, the Saiyan within having vanished long ago. The other housed a Saiyan infant, whose cries triggered the alarms, red lights flashing ominously in the dimly lit room. The young prince must not come to harm, or we shall face ruin. A group of aliens clad in white lab coats rushed in. If anything were to happen to the infant Saiyan, even 10 of them would not suffice to appease the Saiyan's wrath. But wait, how could this be? Look, they exclaimed, witnessing an unbelievable sight. A Saiyan infant named Broly whose combat power was continuously escalating. 8,000, 8, 500, 9, 500. How could this be? A newborn Saiyan exhibiting such extraordinary strength? The numbers kept climbing. 10,000. Warning, warning, quick, report this to King Vegeta. In the palace of King Vegeta, disbelief etched across his face. He demanded, what? A newborn Saiyan named Broly possesses a combat power exceeding 10,000? It was inconceivable. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? No, it must be a fallacy. Only my Prince Vegeta can claim the title of the strongest. In that moment, King Vegeta's expression twisted with rage, his murderous intent palpable. Broly, do not blame me. You have only yourself to blame for possessing such formidable power. He raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to eliminate Broly. Suddenly, he inquired, whose son is he? Paragus' son? King Vegeta turned away from his subordinates, his crimson and blue cape billowing behind him, clad in battle armor. From his silhouette, it appeared he was deep in contemplation. Go, arrange a spaceship to cast Broly away to a distant desolate planet. King Vegeta commanded his loyal subordinate in a hushed tone. As you wish. Meanwhile, a group of researchers, loyal to Paragus, rushed over to celebrate. Congratulations, Lord Paragus. Your son possesses a battle power of 10,000 at birth. Paragus stood frozen in disbelief, his mouth agape. Is this true? Is my Broly truly that formidable? They had already reported to King Vegeta. Suddenly, a Saiyan rushed in, exclaiming, Lord Paragus, it's terrible. Broly is to be exiled. Damn it, King Vegeta. After all these years of service, how dare you? Paragus glared furiously. Realizing the ruthlessness of the Saiyans, shocked that King Vegeta would disregard their past. No, I must stop him. With a powerful surge of energy, Paragus erupted, enveloped in a white aura, and swiftly flew towards the spaceship launch center. At the launch center, discussions among lower-class Saiyan warriors echoed. What a shame. King Vegeta cannot accept him. If only he could embrace Broly, we would witness the emergence of an invincible warrior among our kind. Just then, a middle-aged Saiyan descended from the sky, and with a sweeping glance, Paragus spotted Broly's spaceship. Lord Paragus, you cannot go there. King Vegeta will not spare us. The lower-class warriors attempted to obstruct him. As Paragus prepared to rush forward to halt the spaceship's ascent, it slowly lifted off, vanishing in an instant. No, Paragus roared, arriving just a moment too late. Tell me, to which planet is Broly being exiled? He seized a nearby lower-class warrior, his eyes ablaze with fury, trembling in disbelief that Broly was indeed being cast away. He has been exiled to Vampa, on the edge of the universe. The Saiyan paled, fearing Paragus' wrath. Prepare a spaceship for me at once. Paragus shouted menacingly. A moment later, another spaceship ascended from the launch center. Paragus' vessel closely followed Broly's. Knowing that Vampa was utterly inhospitable and that Broly could not survive there. Chapter 18. Unveiling Frisia's Conspiracy. Kaso and Osbel were about to leave when they suddenly overheard discussions in the street. Have you heard about Broly? That little one with a battle power of 10,000 at birth. Yes, but what a pity. Some Saiyans expressed their regret, speculating that if King Vegeta could accept Broly within a decade, an unbeatable warrior would rise among their race. Broly, Kaso murmured. Kasu's eyes widened in surprise, nearly forgetting about Broly. Broly, the legendary Saiyan, had shared a nurturing pod with Kakarot, and whenever Kakarot cried, Broly followed suit, leading to an intense animosity towards Kakarot as they grew up. Each time Broly beheld Kakarot's visage, he was overwhelmed by a fit of rage. Yet, Broly was also a pitiable soul. Having been exiled by King Vegeta and subsequently controlled by his own father, deprived of any semblance of freedom, Kasu grasped the Saiyan's hand, anxiously inquiring, Sir, how is Broly faring now? Osbel stood silently to the side, puzzled by her brother's fervent reaction to Broly's name. The Saiyan paused, taken aback by the politeness of this young child, and responded, That little one has been exiled. Why do you ask? Do you know him? No. Farewell, uncle. We must take our leave. Kasu declared, leading Osbel away. As the two children departed, the Saiyans resumed their conversation. Chris, do you know that little fellow? One asked. Not at all. I've merely never encountered such a polite child. Chris replied. Indeed, it is rather peculiar. Meanwhile, Kasu and Osbel were on their way to Bardock's residence. Osbel looked up and asked, Kasu, who is Broly? You will come to know in due time, Kasu replied, shaking his head. He had initially contemplated retaining Broly upon hearing the news. However, Kasu had more pressing matters at hand and could not afford to be sidetracked. The thought of Paragus, that old man, filled him with disgust. In his quest for vengeance against King Vegeta, Paragus had shamelessly controlled his own son, regarding Broly as little more than a tool. As they walked, they arrived at Bardock's home. Just as Kasu was about to knock, he overheard a conversation inside. Garrus, this is my explanation. Sigh. What can I say about this child? Perhaps this is simply the nature of science, Bardock's voice echoed. Kasu chuckled softly, realizing Garrus was present as well. He rapped on the door, which was swiftly opened by Jine, though her countenance bore a troubled expression, as if she had encountered some sorrowful news. Kasu pondered. With Broly's exile today, could it be that Kakarot was also sent away? Perhaps this was why Jine appeared so forlorn. Well, Kasu smiled and nodded. Aunt Jine. Osbel joyfully embraced Jine, who had always cared for both her and Kasu, akin to a mother in Osbel's heart. She nestled against Jine, basking in the warmth of her presence. Little Osbel. Jine returned the embrace. Bardock approached, ruffling Kasu's hair. 2 years had passed, and this little one was no longer so thin. The elders in the room have shown great kindness to Kaso, a gesture he holds dear to his heart. Without their support, he might have faced death countless times. Upon returning to Planet Vegeta, Kaso learned from the others that Frieza would arrive in about 10 days. And he understood that there was no time for reminiscing. Kakarote's uncle, have you had any ominous premonitions recently? Kaso inquired. Bardock furrowed his brow. How did you know? What? Chinese was too overwhelmed with grief to respond. Upon hearing Kaso's words, Garrus felt a tightening in his chest. Kaso's statement struck Bardock deeply. He had previously dreamt of a similar scenario, dismissing it as a mere illusion, but now it became evident that it was indeed a grim reality. Frieza was plotting something sinister. I too have dreamt of that same vision, Bardock revealed, recounting his earlier dreams and explaining that his decision to send Kakarote away was influenced by such foreboding. However, he omitted the part about Kakarote transforming into a Super Saiyan. Chinese's eyes widened. She was astonished that both Bardock and Kaso had experienced the same dream. It was only after Bardock's persuasion that she agreed to send Kakarote away, and now she felt fortunate for having done so. Kaso, is this truly the case? Garrus exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. Yes, Kaso affirmed. Captain, what shall we do? We Saiyans cannot withstand Frieza. Garrus said anxiously, his face etched in worry. From the moment Kaso spoke of the dream, Bardock no longer regarded him as a mere child. Kaso, share your thoughts. I completed my mission on Mumu Star early. And then, Kaso continued, detailing his subsequent journeys, first to Yadrat to learn instant transmission, then to Namek to summon the dragon. Bardock and Garrus were taken aback, realizing these two youngsters had undergone so much in just 2 years. As Kaso mentioned instant transmission, Bardock and Garrus widened their eyes in amazement at such remarkable abilities. Kaso went on, Frieza's forces are undoubtedly monitoring the entirety of Planet Vegeta. It would be impossible for us to escape by spaceship. Bardock pondered. Are you suggesting we use instant transmission to lead everyone off Planet Vegeta? Yes, we intend to use instant transmission, but we need your cooperation, Uncle Bardock, Kaso replied. Previously, Kaso had been inconspicuous on Planet Vegeta, often bullied by Nappa and others, lacking both strength and influence. Who would believe his words or heed his commands? He continued, in the coming days, I would like you to gather a portion of our people. Little B and I will take them out in batches. Osbel sat quietly nearby, listening intently to Kaso's words. Kaso, can you bring all our people to safety? Garrus asked anxiously. Kaso offered a wry smile. Uncle Garrus, to be honest, with our strength, Little B and I cannot possibly carry all our kin away. The strength of the Yadrat inhabitants is rather unimpressive. However, they have successfully developed the extraordinary ability of instantaneous movement. This illustrates that one does not necessarily need great power to master such a skill. Rather, it is a matter of innate talent and mental fortitude. Yet, to transport larger groups of individuals or to achieve greater distances in teleportation, formidable strength is essential to support the endeavor. Furthermore, a profound understanding of energy manipulation is requisite. Currently, Kakarote is merely a novice, and Osbel, even less experienced. Upon hearing this, Bardock shook his head, expressing, do not entertain such thoughts. We cannot take all of our kin with us. Both Kakarote and Osbel understood the impossibility of such a notion, yet they were puzzled as to why Bardock would voice it. Do not forget, King Vegeta is the true leader of the Saiyans. The only ones who can heed my commands are my squad members. Bardock's tone was laced with resignation. With King Vegeta in command, he was unable to direct the rest of their people. The king was perpetually lost in dreams of overthrowing Frieza's reign, and any words Bardock spoke would likely be met with skepticism, possibly even suspicion of ulterior motives. This is a lamentable aspect of the Saiyan plight. Having been liberated from the tyranny of the Tuffles, they now found themselves under the rule of such a short-sighted leader, fearful of any potential threats to his authority. The birth of Broly was likewise met with exile from King Vegeta, a truly foolish decision. The captain is right. Garrus chimed in, his voice tinged with exasperation. He had witnessed the captain's tribulations over the years. Had it not been for his formidable strength, it is likely that King Vegeta would have eliminated him long ago. Yet, owing to his prowess, he had been continually marginalized by the king. And now only around 100 could still follow his orders. How many of our kin can you two possibly rescue? Bardock inquired once more. Kakarote and Osbel exchanged glances and estimated, we should be able to take about 150 individuals. Bardock nodded, finding this number to be in line with his own capacity for command. Uncle Bardock, you should go summon them. Starting tonight, Osbel and I will begin relocating our kin. Kakarote felt helpless, knowing that every life saved mattered. Garrus and Bardock rose, ready to commence their mission. In this critical moment for their race, Bardock set aside all other concerns. Even if Kakarote could only save a little over 100, it was sufficient. As long as they were not completely annihilated, the Saiyans would rise again. When Kakarote transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would undoubtedly avenge their people. In the depths of the night, within the forests of northern Vegeta, A small group of Scions had gathered. A dozen or so Scions murmured amongst themselves. Is this true? I cannot believe Frisia is truly plotting against us. I warned you all not to trust Frisia from the outset. At that moment, Bardock interjected sharply, silence. They had reached such dire straits. Yet they still found time for idle chatter. Upon hearing his command, the group fell into immediate silence. Bardock glanced at Kakarot and Osbel, who nodded in understanding. Kakarot pointed to two Scions and instructed, you two, take each other's hands and grasp my shoulders. Do not resist. Osbel exhibited similar actions. Prior to their arrival, these Scions were already aware of Frisia's sinister plot. Bardock had explained the necessary course of action, and the Scions were fully cognizant of the impending maneuvers. Upon hearing the directives from Kaso and Osbel, the Scions nodded in agreement and approached with remarkable cooperation. Having spoken, Kaso and the two Scions vanished from sight. And Osbel did likewise. Bardock was astounded by Kaso's sudden disappearance. Having experienced instant transmission 2 hours earlier, he was still taken aback by the spectacle. Gazing upward, Bardock observed a multitude of twinkling stars in the sky, densely packed. These were the ships of Frisia's forces, encircling the entirety of Planet Vegeta from the cosmos. From the outset, Frisia had exploited the Scions, incessantly assigning them missions and compelling them to conquer other planets. He then profited immensely by selling the planets he had invaded. Yet, despite this, Frisia still prepared to annihilate Planet Vegeta and eradicate the Scion race, a notion that Bardock found utterly incredulous. 3 months prior, Bardock had sensed impending doom, which was why he had sent Kakarot to Earth. However, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart that the ominous dream was merely an illusion, until Kaso confirmed his fears. Thank goodness for Kaso. Bardock shook his head in disbelief. After more than 20 minutes, Kaso and Osbel materialized before Bardock. Kaso gasped for breath, having transported the two Scions to a secure planet, one that would take Frisia's ships half a month to reach at full speed. Kaso had always performed instant transmission with Osbel alone, never with more than 2 individuals. He was now on the verge of collapse. Kaso, I'm so exhausted. I can't go on. Osbel lay flat on the ground, tongue out, drenched in sweat, resembling a small, motionless worm. Kaso, what happened to you? Bardock inquired anxiously. Nothing serious. It was just excessive energy expenditure. Rest assured, I can transport everyone tonight. For now, let me recuperate, Kaso replied. You both take a short break. Bardock observed Kaso and Osbel, his worry palpable, but seeing that little Osbel was spent, he realized they must rely on Kaso. Kaso glanced at Osbel and smiled. Having managed to transport 2 individuals was quite an accomplishment, and he would handle the rest. After a while, once Kaso had regained his strength, he sent off another 2 Scions. This process continued throughout the night, and by dawn, all the Scions had been evacuated. Kaso collapsed onto his bed, his eyes vacant, his complexion ashen, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. He longed for the senzu beans of Earth. Once the ordeal on Planet Vegeta concluded, a visit to Earth would be imperative. The senzu bean had always been a miraculous item from the Dragon Balls, no matter how grievous the injury sustained. As long as one had breath, a senzu bean could restore them to peak condition instantaneously. In Goku's youth, Master Karen failed to recognize the significance of the senzu beans, allowing that little glutton, Yajirobe, to consume them all, leaving Goku with a desperate need to split a single bean in half later on. King Vegeta was preoccupied with preparing a grand welcome for Frisia, oblivious to the disappearance of over 100 Scions. Chapter 20. The Arrival of Frisia. Within the palace of King Vegeta, the surroundings were adorned with an abundance of flowers, leaving a path through the center, laid with a crimson carpet, creating a festive atmosphere throughout the grand hall. Noticing that the decorations were nearly complete, King Vegeta prepared to summon all the Scions for a meeting. Suddenly, a Scion emerged from the side, resembling Nappa closely, his expression filled with anger as he approached. Your Majesty, what progress has been made regarding my son? It turned out he was Nappa's father. 2 years prior, his son had vanished without a trace and had not been seen since. As King Vegeta's right-hand man, his family was among the foremost in the Scion ranks. Yet in the 2 years following his son's disappearance, King Vegeta had failed to conduct a thorough investigation. King Vegeta's expression turned icy. I have more pressing matters at hand. We shall discuss this later. With that, he strode towards the hall's exit. Nappa's father pointed at King Vegeta's retreating figure, trembling slightly. It had been 2 long years without any news of Nappa, and he had long harbored suspicions. Yet, King Vegeta's current demeanor chilled him further. His family had served King Vegeta faithfully for many years, only to be met with indifference now. The bond had grown cold. On that day, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed from the sky, accompanied by the sound of airwaves and metal grinding against each other. The once bright sky darkened abruptly, as if shrouded by some unseen force. Countless spaceships traversed the void, resembling a swarm of locusts. The ships breached the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, ultimately halting at its surface. A large ship served as the centerpiece, flanked by smaller vessels on either side. In this scenario, the smaller crafts were rendered insignificant. In the control room of the central ship, a curved canopy loomed overhead, allowing a clear view of the figure aboard the small craft. He bore two pointed horns, blood-red eyes, and purple-black lips, with two streaks resembling blood tears beneath his eyes. It was Frieza. Frieza raised a glass of crimson wine with an air of elegance, casually remarking, "Have we arrived at Planet Vegeta? Go summon King Vegeta and instruct him to bring all the Saiyans to meet me." At once, King Vegeta called together the upper echelons of the Saiyan race for an assembly. Frieza was already hovering above Planet Vegeta, demanding an audience with all the Saiyans. As King Vegeta convened the final meeting within the palace, he felt a sense of unease regarding Frieza's peculiar approach. Why not simply descend upon the planet directly? Let us summon Bardock and his companions to greet him. Otherwise, the consequences of Frieza's wrath could be dire. Indeed, the subordinates of King Vegeta chattered amongst themselves. "Do not concern yourselves with Bardock. Let us proceed to welcome Frieza," commanded Vegeta, raising his hands to signal readiness for departure. "But Frieza has summoned all Saiyans." One protested. Did you not hear my words?" King Vegeta's brow furrowed, displaying displeasure at the dissent. It was not that he wished to exclude Bardock, but rather that he could not locate him amidst the chaos. Standing still for a moment, King Vegeta's eyes glinted menacingly at the gathered crowd, plunging the atmosphere into an uneasy silence. No one dared voice further objections, and thus King Vegeta led his retinue to meet Frieza. Upon exiting the palace, Vegeta glanced upward, taken aback by the multitude of spacecraft that blotted out the sky, casting a foreboding shadow over the land. The oppressive gloom unsettled King Vegeta, whose heart raced as if sensing an ominous portent. Was it merely his imagination? He hoped so. Gathering a small orb of energy in his palm, he swiftly dispelled it, an artificial moon. With a fierce glint in his eyes, King Vegeta silently wished that Frieza would not act rashly. Frieza, perched atop his vessel, gradually descended from the massive spaceship, flanked by his subordinates. Upon closer inspection, it was curious that Frieza's elite team, the Ginyu Force, was conspicuously absent from this grand assembly. "Long time no see, King Vegeta," Frieza remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if genuinely pleased to encounter an old acquaintance. "All hail, King Frieza." King Vegeta ascended into the air, bending slightly in a gesture of respect. As he bowed, his retinue echoed, "All hail, King Frieza." The sight was striking. The Saiyans, though harboring deep-seated disdain for Frieza, dutifully maintained an air of compliance in that moment. Frieza remained silent, and his subordinates did not speak either, allowing the Saiyans to linger in their bowed position, creating a suffocating stillness. What could this silence signify? Vegeta clenched his teeth, fists tightening as he stole a glance at Frieza, who wore a bemused expression, seemingly reveling in their discomfort. Suddenly, Frieza broke the silence. "King Vegeta, do you not have a fellow named Bardock among you? Why is he absent from this gathering?" Bardock's reputation had spread beyond the Saiyans, reaching even Frieza's ears. It was remarkable for a lowly warrior to possess a battle power of 10,000, piquing Frieza's curiosity. The tone in Frieza's voice hinted at displeasure, causing a cold sweat to break out on Vegeta. Just moments ago, he had realized Bardock and his subordinates were nowhere to be found. Perhaps they sought to assert their dominance upon Frieza's arrival. "Dreadful Bardock," Vegeta stammered, struggling to find his words. Vegeta, the king, could never admit to being at odds with Bardock. It would be utterly disgraceful for a monarch of the Saiyan race to be unable to command his own subjects. When he failed to receive the desired response, a crimson glint flashed in Frieza's blood-red eyes, and his diminutive form erupted with a terrifying aura that enveloped the surroundings in an ominous chill. The nearby spacecraft swayed perilously, as if they might snap their ties and plummet at any moment. Yet, in an instant, Frieza reigned in that overwhelming presence as if nothing had transpired. Both King Vegeta and his subordinates broke into a slight sweat. If Frieza's aura was so formidable, one could only imagine the true extent of his power. "Ha. No need to be tense, everyone, just relax," Frieza remarked nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. The expressions of his subordinates were peculiar, as if they were mere spectators to a grand performance. Chapter 21. The Collective Transformation into Great Apes. Far removed from Planet Vegeta, Planet Fire was a 3-week journey even for Frieza's most advanced ships at full speed. The sky here was a striking green, bordered by a dense forest, with a vast plain stretching into the distance. At the juncture of the forest and the plain gathered over 100 figures, each adorned with a tail. "Captain, everyone has been successfully relocated," Kaso announced. Bardock nodded, grateful for Kaso's nightly efforts over the past fortnight to transfer all of his subordinates and their families to Planet Fire. He was well aware of the distance separating this planet from Planet Vegeta, having traversed this area on missions in the past. He was astonished that Kaso had managed to bring their kin here. Instantaneous movement was indeed remarkable. "Lord Bardock, is it true that Frieza really intends to annihilate Planet Vegeta?" One of Bardock's subordinates sought confirmation, despite having heard it once before. Bardock furrowed his brow at the inquiry and gave a solemn nod. Sighing, the group of over 100 Saiyans let out a collective lament. Even Bardock himself would have to yield 3 steps in the face of Frisia. Seeking vengeance against him was a futile endeavor. They were now the last hope of the Saiyan race. Jine, cradling the frail Osbel, approached. Where is Kaso? Why isn't he here? Planet Vegeta must be engulfed in flames by now, but with Kaso's ability to move instantaneously, there's no need for concern. Jine appeared to grasp this reality, hence her lack of worry. In the skies above Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Frisia. Oblivious to the expressions of Frisia's subordinates, he mused internally about Frisia's foolishness. How could such a dimwit attain the status of a cosmic emperor? King Vegeta assumed Frisia could easily be deceived. Ha ha ha. I have always been quite lenient with my subordinates, as long as they harbor no ill intentions. Wouldn't you agree? King Vegeta? Frisia's face contorted into a smile that was more chilling than reassuring. Why yes, indeed. King Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his brow, perplexed by Frisia's true intentions. Is this the discovery of my actions? Impossible, for we Saiyans have concealed ourselves so adeptly. King Vegeta has always feigned compliance with Frisia's commands while secretly amassing his own power, waiting for the moment to overthrow Frisia's dominion over the Saiyan race, just as he did with the Zorbian people. However, little did King Vegeta anticipate that Frisia had already intercepted all information through his scanners. Even without the impending rebellion of the Saiyans, Frisia had no intention of sparing the Saiyan race, as this was a directive personally bestowed by Lord Beerus. You share this sentiment, do you not? That is reassuring. With his arms crossed, Frisia turned in a circle aboard his craft, his back facing King Vegeta. The vessel obstructed any view of Frisia's expression, and he remained silent, coldly presenting his back to all the Saiyans. The chilling metallic craft sent a shiver down King Vegeta's spine, as if some foreboding calamity was about to unfold. King Vegeta, would you care to witness a splendid fireworks display? Frisia spoke without turning around. What does that mean? Something is amiss. It dawned on Vegeta. The previously concealed aura emanating from Frisia erupted once more, causing chaos within the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta. The thin oxygen vanished in an instant, tightening the breaths of King Vegeta and the other Saiyans. Retreat. King Vegeta, recognizing Frisia's intent, understood that he was about to turn hostile. If all went as expected, the fireworks Frisia referred to would indeed be the catastrophic explosion that would obliterate Planet Vegeta. Yet, the Saiyans were unaware that they could still breathe in the atmosphere. They were merely startled by Frisia's overwhelming presence. As for why the Saiyans could breathe in the cosmos, it was due to a wish made by Kakarot on Namek. King Vegeta led all the Saiyans in a desperate rush towards the planet's surface. Upon touching down on Planet Vegeta, he felt a semblance of security return to his heart. Frisia, what do you intend to do? King Vegeta ceased his pretense and boldly called out his name. Men, forward. From high above, Frisia observed King Vegeta's lips move, but could not discern his words, nor did he care. With a command from Frisia, half of his subordinates surged forward while the other half dispersed across Planet Vegeta, keeping watch for any fleeing Saiyans. Mr. Dodoria, is the Ginyu Force in position? Frisia inquired coldly. It turned out that the members of the Ginyu Force were stationed outside Planet Vegeta, monitoring the entire planet to prevent any escape by the Saiyans. Excellent. Frisia replied nonchalantly. On the surface of Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta seethed with fury. You leave me no choice. He believed they thought the Saiyans were mere soft fruits to be squeezed at will. Gathering an immense flow of energy in his hand, he slowly coalesced it into a sphere of white luminescence the size of a basketball, then hurled it into the sky. All eyes turned upward. All the Saiyans on the ground were acutely aware of the dire situation they faced. They had long harbored the desire to rebel against Frisia. Yet King Vegeta had consistently opted for restraint, leaving them with no choice. Upon hearing King Vegeta's declaration, the Saiyans understood what was to come. They collectively raised their heads, their gazes fixed intently upon the artificial moon. The sound of pounding hearts reverberated through the air. It would have been inconsequential had only a handful of Saiyans exhibited such pulsations, but now nearly 2,000 Saiyans resonated with a thunderous heartbeat. This rhythm gradually coalesced into a resonant frequency. As the heartbeat intensified, the faces of the Saiyans contorted, resembling the grimaces of gorillas in a zoo, their features becoming grotesque, fangs protruding, and their eyes glinting with a crimson glow. Roar, roar, roar. Their forms transcended human stature, swelling into massive, hulking figures, their armor expanding alongside their grotesque transformations. Their heights surged dramatically, each Saiyan morphing into an enormous ape. Within mere seconds, every Saiyan present had assumed the form of a giant ape. Roar, roar, roar. The colossal apes pounded their chests, bellowing towards the heavens. Come forth, Frisia. King Vegeta, now a towering gorilla, thundered. He was flanked by several similarly enraged giants, all of whom were his most trusted lieutenants. Meanwhile, Frisia's subordinates charged in with reckless abandon. Chapter 22. A blow to Frisia. The scene rapidly devolved into chaos. Almost every giant ape found themselves encircled by dozens of extraterrestrials. Boom. Energy shock waves erupted in every direction as the Saiyan dwellings were struck by the flying debris. Some were merely demolished, while others were obliterated into nothingness, reduced to mere ashes. The prosperity of the former royal capital was reduced to rubble, a desolate wasteland. Attack! Commanded the extraterrestrials surrounding the giant apes. Waves of energy slammed into the colossal Saiyans. Boom, boom. The terrifying explosions echoed, illuminating the ground with a solar-like brilliance. While the smoke engulfed the scene. It worked. The aliens exclaimed in exhilaration. They had anticipated that transforming into giant apes would confer some formidable power, only to find them vulnerable. Suddenly, what? Look! One shouted in disbelief. Impossible. As the smoke cleared, the giant apes stood unscathed, without a single injury. Roar! Roar! It seemed the apes were incensed. Each one let out a furious roar, seizing boulders to hurl indiscriminately. This can't be. One extraterrestrial cried out in terror, only to be crushed into the ground in the next instant. In this tumultuous scene, several unfortunate souls were caught in the chaos, their bodies exploding gruesomely. A horrific sight to behold. Yet, the giant apes did not relent. They began to gather energy in their mouths, coalescing it into laser blasts. Reminiscent of the earlier transformation of Osbel into a giant ape. From the confrontation between Kakarot and Osbel, it becomes evident how formidable these gorillas are. Without sufficient strength to overpower them, defeating them proves exceedingly challenging. Boom, boom. Countless laser projectiles rained down, catching the extraterrestrials off guard, who succumbed to the terrifying onslaught. In the face of the searing heat of the lasers, the aliens are reduced to mere remnants. In a mere span of minutes, the number of aliens present dwindles drastically, with an estimated 2/3 already perished. The surviving extraterrestrials begin to sense something amiss. How can these Saiyan monkeys be so extraordinarily powerful? They hastily utilize their scanners. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 23,000. Power level, 15,000. Power level, 80,000. A series of combat data flashes across the scanner's display, shocking the alien warriors. Each gorilla exhibits astonishing power levels, most ranging between 10,000 and 50,000. How can this be? According to rumors, Saiyans possess only a few thousand in combat power. The highest barely exceeds 10,000. It defies logic. The truth is, Frieza had failed to inform these extraterrestrials that when Saiyans transform into gorillas, their original combat power amplifies tenfold. It is a tragic tale. Let us mourn for the aliens. In the skies above, King Frieza observes, the transformation of the Saiyan monkeys into gorillas is indeed terrifying. Dodoria trembles, recalling how he had previously bullied the Saiyans due to their seemingly low combat power. Now, witnessing their transformation, their power escalates rapidly. Dodoria is clearly intimidated. The Saiyans possess formidable abilities. It seems my decision was indeed wise. Frieza rests his chin on his hand, coldly surveying the battle below. He is aware that Saiyans can transform into gorillas, but he had not anticipated such catastrophic losses. This was a miscalculation. Frieza muses. Yet he shows no concern for the casualties among his subordinates. Dodoria, witnessing the devastation of his former comrades, feels a pang of sympathy. He glances at Frieza, whose expression remains eerily calm, as if the fallen were merely vermin in a garbage heap rather than his own troops. King Frieza, this cannot continue. If this persists, our comrades will be annihilated, Dodoria implores, unable to bear the sight any longer. The Saiyans, now in their gorilla forms, have surpassed power levels of 10,000, with some nearing an astounding 100,000. Meanwhile, the members of Frieza's Jinyu force are hardly any stronger, with only Captain Jinyu exceeding them at 120,000. Those boasting power levels above 10,000 can dominate the cosmos, leaving the lesser minions utterly helpless against this fierce band of Saiyan monkeys. What, do you doubt me? Frieza's eyes gleam with a venomous intensity, a malevolent demeanor suggesting he may strike at any moment. And no, of course not. Dodoria stammers, chilled to the bone. He understands Frieza's capricious nature and hastily seeks to appease him. Ah, how dreadfully dull it is. Well, let us proceed. With a sudden swoosh, a figure materialized before me. Ah, friend, who might you be? Frieza, somewhat taken aback, had not anticipated the appearance of this mysterious child. However, due to his own formidable power, he felt no fear, merely a sense of wonder. Frieza, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. This was Kaso's first encounter with Frieza, a figure that exuded an uncanny familiarity, strikingly resembling the menacing and treacherous Frieza from the animated series of yesteryears. Oh, and what sort of advice do you wish to impart to this king? Frieza, who typically prided himself on his gentlemanly demeanor, felt a flicker of anger at the child's audacity. His previously composed expression vanished, replaced by a scowl. As his habitual pretentiousness faded entirely, no one had ever dared to offer him counsel. The last individual who had shown such disrespect was King Vegeta, who was currently embroiled in the chaos of war. With a mere flick of his hand, Frieza could obliterate Planet Vegeta in less than a minute, let alone its king. Frieza was indeed curious to witness the intentions of this insolent child. That is the advice. As soon as the words left Kaso's lips, he unleashed his full power, moving with blinding speed to appear before Frieza, striking him with a tremendous punch. Bam! Frieza's eyes widened in shock, his lips twisting in disbelief, as the red muscles of his face momentarily sagged. A closer inspection revealed slight abrasions upon his skin. Swoosh! As Frieza remained in a state of bewilderment, Kaso had already vanished without a trace. Who on earth are you? Frieza roared in fury, unleashing a staggering battle power of 530,000. Instantly, the very heavens trembled, and the ships surrounding them swayed perilously. The already thin atmosphere of Planet Vegeta seemed to fracture into vacuums, as if reality itself were on the brink of collapse. Dodoria, witnessing the entire spectacle, felt a deep-seated dread. Surely Frieza would not resort to murder to silence him. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. The wrathful energy emitted by Frieza disrupted the surrounding ions, coalescing into serpentine arcs of silvery electricity. Unforgivable. A furious roar erupted from Frieza once more, as he scanned every corner in search of Kaso. Yet, he discovered that the mysterious child had truly vanished into thin air, just as he had appeared. Where could he be? Disappeared without a trace. The child's appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a Saiyan. Could he be a Saiyan? Chapter 23. The Death of King Vegeta. Once upon a time, even his brother Cooler had never dared to treat him with such insolence. Now, to have been struck by a mere child reduced Frieza to a boiling point of rage. Casting a cold glance at Dodoria, Frieza's gaze was as lethal as that of the most venomous serpent. Dodoria trembled uncontrollably, realizing he was in grave peril. Frieza raised a single finger, pointing it menacingly at Dodoria. The palpable aura of death hung thick in the air, as if the entire sky had frozen in that moment. Ha ha! How dare you wretched beings lay a hand on my Planet Vegeta? In the form of a great ape, King Vegeta opened his mouth wide and laughed heartily. Although the number of aliens was considerable, they posed no fatal threat to the mighty gorilla. As the powerful ape unleashed its fury, the ranks of the aliens dwindled rapidly. Ha ha ha! Frieza, your subordinates are utterly inept, King Vegeta exclaimed, as he crushed one of the aliens beneath his foot, akin to squashing an ant. He then turned to his followers and commanded, "Come, let us march forth to confront Frieza." Having vanquished a portion of the extraterrestrial foes, the transformed King Vegeta swelled with confidence, convinced that Frieza was no match for him. 5 colossal figures erupted with white auras, soaring skyward, their massive forms blotting out the light above and casting the ground into darkness. The 5 great apes, enveloped in white flames, streaked through the sky, racing toward the atmosphere as King Vegeta searched for Frieza. There, King Vegeta spotted the largest spaceship, with Frieza hovering in front. With a mighty crash, they accelerated, charging toward Frieza's position. Meanwhile, Frieza had his finger pointed menacingly at Dodoria, who was nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight of King Vegeta and his comrades approaching. To Dodoria, they appeared as saviors. Hope had arrived. Indeed, upon noticing King Vegeta's advance, Frieza lowered his finger aimed at Dodoria. King Vegeta. Frieza's eyes flickered with intensity, suddenly recalling how the child had an uncanny resemblance to a Saiyan. Then I shall hold you Saiyans accountable for this. Frieza, your minions are almost entirely dispatched. Are you too afraid to strike back? King Vegeta taunted with a booming laugh. He surveyed his subordinates, reveling in his invincible state, infuriated by Frieza's audacity to invade Saiyan territory. How confident you are, King Vegeta, Frieza remarked coolly, his piercing gaze fixed upon him. Those familiar with Frieza's demeanor understood that his calm was now replaced by fury, ready to unleash his wrath. After all, being struck by an inexplicable child would provoke anger in anyone, especially a cosmic sovereign. Let me assess whether your confidence is warranted. Frieza activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. 80,000, 95,000, 120,000. None of these great apes possessed a fighting power below 80,000, with King Vegeta boasting the highest at 120,000. Clap, clap, clap. Frieza observed their power levels and applauded. I must admit, you Saiyans have quite the prowess. Do you regret invading Planet Vegeta now? I assure you it is too late. King Vegeta roared in response, signaling his subordinates. The other 4 Saiyans received the command and charged at Frieza, launching a ferocious assault. Vegeta clashed head-on with Frieza, who was taken aback, realizing that such recklessness was akin to courting death. Indeed, death was upon them. Frieza's earlier composure evaporated, replaced by a raging fury. A surge of energy erupted from within him, akin to the cataclysmic explosion of a stellar core. The overwhelming force permeated every corner of Planet Vegeta, causing the seas above to churn violently and unleashing tempestuous winds that birthed unpredictable typhoons, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. This was merely the aura of Frieza's awakening. What? As the pressure intensified, waves of energy surged forth, overwhelming even the colossal forms of King Vegeta and his kin, sending them tumbling helplessly. Impossible. The ferocious wind swept past them, as if striving to strip away flesh, inflicting excruciating pain. The great apes exchanged glances, their crimson eyes unable to conceal the terror within, each reflecting an incredulous disbelief. This cannot be. How could Frieza be so overwhelmingly powerful? If Frieza possessed such might, why had he consistently tolerated the Saiyans? Wasn't it mere folly to think he would not obliterate them at will? The menacing aura emanating from Frieza filled King Vegeta with dread, his heart racing and spirit nearly fleeing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. King Vegeta shook his head, still unable to grasp the magnitude of Frieza's strength. Are you surprised, King Vegeta? Frieza, surrounded by crackling energy, appeared before him in the blink of an eye, his purplish-black lips parting ever so slightly, regaining his characteristic calm and self-assured elegance. The entire body of King Vegeta and his entourage trembled, their abject fear manifesting vividly in their quaking forms. They had never witnessed Frieza showcase his true power and had mistakenly believed him to be only slightly stronger than their transformed ape forms. Surely, they thought they could prevail in unity. How naive. They had been woefully naive. King Vegeta and his companions lamented inwardly. Was it not reasonable for a cosmic monarch to possess extraordinary strength? At that moment, King Vegeta finally awoke from his delusions. Alas, it was a trifle too late. Ha! Were you not just brimming with confidence? Frieza resumed his position in his spacecraft, having unleashed several waves of energy, yet sustaining no damage, thanks to his deliberate precautions. Can you guess my battle power? Frieza regarded them with a playful glint in his eye. Witnessing the fear in his adversaries before dispatching them was, in his view, the most exquisite delight in existence. King Vegeta and his subordinates struggled to contain their horror. They wished to voice their thoughts, but found themselves utterly silenced beneath Frieza's oppressive presence. 530,000. My battle power stands at 530,000. Ha! What do you think? Surprised? Are you? Ha! Frieza laughed heartily, the sight of King Vegeta and his comrades' terror momentarily alleviating his earlier fury. King Vegeta and his followers staggered back a few steps, their eyes wide with shock, a look of sheer horror etched upon their faces. Was the Frost Demon truly this formidable? Was this the pinnacle of what a being could attain? Vegeta and his companions had never encountered anyone with a combat power reaching an astonishing 530,000. Presently, the Saiyans, whose powers had only recently been augmented to 100,000 through transformation, were far from normal fighting capabilities. Alas, the grand spectacle is about to conclude. Frieza, seated within his spacecraft, extended a single finger. The scene unfolded. The cataclysmic explosion of Planet Vegeta was imminent. An orb of orange energy, no larger than a marble, materialized atop Frieza's finger, as power was gradually infused within it. The surrounding pressure became unstable, crackling ominously as if the very fabric of space was on the brink of rupture, rapidly expanding into a spherical energy mass approximately 50 meters in diameter. The planetary destruction sphere. With a mere flick of his finger, Frieza launched the colossal sphere towards the planet beneath King Vegeta. Whoosh, whoosh. Despite its immense size, the descent of the planetary destruction sphere was swift. No, 5 shockwaves collided with the sphere, yet it was akin to ants attempting to move an elephant. Whoosh, whoosh. The collision sent pressure soaring, generating powerful gusts that radiated outward from the energy sphere. The fur atop King Vegeta and his companions stood on end, unable to resist the force. The violent energy coiled around them, provoking anguished cries. Their gathered shockwaves were powerless against Frieza's overwhelming sphere. As the planetary destruction sphere drew perilously close to the faces of the 5 great apes, the intense heat ignited their fur, reducing it to ash, the searing pain unbearable, eliciting desperate screams. As the planetary destruction sphere descended. No, King Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the massive energy orb plummeting, and despite exerting all his strength, it proved futile. He glanced at his subordinates, their fur ablaze, their cries incessant. In that final moment, a flicker of resignation graced King Vegeta's eyes, and he closed them, as if seeking liberation. Vegeta. With the utterance of those 3 syllables, the voices of King Vegeta and his 4 subordinates abruptly ceased. They were obliterated. Thus, the reign of an era's Saiyan King came to an end. Chapter 24. The Cataclysmic Explosion of Planet Vegeta. Kakarot instantaneously transported himself to a nearby planet, then erupted in a burst of white energy, soaring into the vastness of space. The pitch-black cosmos shimmered with sporadic glimmers of light as Kakarot emerged from the planetary surface. Gazing into the distance, he beheld Planet Vegeta radiating an increasingly brilliant glow. A colossal energy sphere materialized above the planet's atmosphere, illuminating the ground with a clarity akin to the scorching rays of a newborn sun. Planet Vegeta lay before him, and Kakarot silently observed as the planetary destruction sphere gradually descended to the surface, patiently awaiting the impending explosion. having dwelled in the Dragon Ball realm for 2 years. Witnessing the impending demise of Planet Vegeta did not invoke anger or rage within Kakarot. He had already done enough in homage to his past life. First, he had journeyed to Namek to make a wish, and then, through instant transmission, had relocated a portion of the Saiyans, accomplishing all that he could. Perhaps influenced by the Saiyan bloodline, or perhaps due to an awareness of the unfolding narrative, Kars remained utterly unmoved even as Planet Vegeta faced imminent destruction. After all, he had preserved nearly 200 Saiyan bloodlines. Within the confines of Planet Vegeta, the ominous threat of the planet-destroying bomb loomed, exerting a tremendous pressure. The colossal Saiyans, in their great ape forms, braced themselves with one hand on the ground, straining to lift their heads. Even in their primal state, a subconscious fear took hold, causing their massive bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The energy sphere passed through the 5 great apes, their attempts at retaliation proving futile, unable to halt the relentless advance of the energy ball even for a moment. Boom, boom. The bomb hurtled through the atmosphere, crashing downward. The sheer magnitude of its energy threatened to shatter the very fabric of space, resonating with a thunderous roar. As it descended, the atmosphere compressed further, causing the mountains below to crumble, with enormous boulders plummeting from above, each measuring over 10 meters in width. As the boulders struck the ground, the earth quaked. Fissures erupted across the surface, stretching into the distance until they met more resilient terrain and finally ceased. Roar, roar. As the planet-destroying bomb neared the great apes, they emitted cries of terror. Instinctively, they could not remain in place. Their subconscious urged them to flee or face certain doom. The transformed Saiyans scattered in all directions, some darting into the forest, others retreating toward the mountains, anything to escape this perilous locale. Yet, unbeknownst to them, no matter how far they ran, escape was a futile endeavor. Boom, boom. The planet-destroying bomb finally struck the surface. Observed from above, the energy orb gradually burrowed into the earth, disappearing from sight, leaving only a vast crater in its wake. Crack, crack. The soil surrounding the crater began to fracture, unlike the damage caused by the falling boulders. These fissures widened, initially 10 centimeters across, then expanding to 50 centimeters and beyond, with no signs of abating. Whoosh, whoosh. The winds that had calmed with the cessation of battle inexplicably stirred into a gentle breeze, whipping up waves that leaped from the ocean's surface. What was that? A tornado had formed above the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A tornado over 1,000 meters high began to wreak havoc upon the ocean, lifting great fish into the sky. The tornado's fury gave rise to a tsunami, waves towering dozens of meters high crashing toward the shore, leading to its inevitable collapse. 5 minutes passed. Boom. 10 minutes elapsed. The planet-destroying bomb had sunk deep into the core, and at this moment, not a single spot on Planet Vegeta remained unscathed. Floodwaters surged, tsunamis rampaged, and magma erupted. All manner of severe weather assailed the planet. Amidst the volcanic eruptions, scalding lava billowed forth, sending plumes of smoke spiraling skyward, reaching heights of several thousand meters. The atmosphere of Planet Vegeta was shrouded in a haze of smoke, rendering the interior completely invisible from the outside. At last, with a resounding explosion, Planet Vegeta transformed into a dazzling spectacle of brilliance, shooting forth into the depths of the cosmos from all directions. Outside, Frieza laughed heartily, exuding an aura of profound malevolence. Mr. Dodoria, is this fireworks display not exquisite? He resumed his former elegance, arms crossed, seemingly oblivious to Dodoria witnessing his earlier lapse. Just moments ago, when Frieza had pointed at him, Dodoria felt as though he had stepped into the very depths of hell. Even upon witnessing their comrades on Planet Vegeta being annihilated by Frieza, he dared not utter a word. Now was the time to flatter, to ingratiate. Oh, the Saiyans were indeed quite useful. What a pity. It seems I must seek a new group of free laborers. Frieza's tone carried a hint of regret. By proclaiming the name of King Frieza, he believed many would flock to his side. Dodoria incessantly fawned over him. The moment Frieza turned away, Dodoria patted his chest, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. Subsequently, 5 ships swiftly followed the lead vessel. At the forefront, a large spaceship soared at light speed. Inside, Frieza sat in the cockpit, eyes closed in meditation, murmuring, "Lord Beerus, I have accomplished the task you entrusted to me." Gazing at the explosion of Planet Vegeta, Kaso lingered quietly in the cosmos. The Saiyan race had endured the internal strife on Planet Salad, resisted the Zafarans, and faced numerous adversities, yet they had nearly been extinguished by Frieza. One must always look forward, let the past remain in the past. Though the Saiyans yearned for vengeance, it would have to wait until the Dragon Ball saga commenced. In a mere decade or so, the Dragon Ball narrative would unfold, and the thought ignited a surge of excitement within Kaso. Is it finally about to begin? I must prepare diligently. I do not wish to end up as mere background characters like Piccolo and the others. After a while, as the final rays of light from Planet Vegeta faded into oblivion, Kaso too vanished without a trace. Chapter 25, Settling the Saiyans. On Planet Fail, Captain, what will become of us Scions now? Garrus expressed his bewilderment. For the surviving Scions, the death of King Vegeta was one tragedy. But the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza left them without a home. Would the Scions be condemned to wander the cosmos? Previously, when Bardock dreamt of the explosion of Planet Vegeta, he had merely sent Kakarot away, giving little thought to what lay ahead. However, given the current circumstances, the plight of the Scions was dire. Bardock was well aware of the legend of the Super Saiyan, which had long been feared by the Frost Demons. He recalled Kaso mentioning that the destruction of Planet Vegeta was commanded by King Cold, compounded by the existence of a foe even stronger than Frieza, Cooler. Thus, the Scions were not only tasked with evading Frieza's influence, but, more critically, the entire Frost Demon clan. Garrus nodded. The escape of over 100 of their kin was largely thanks to Kaso. It was prudent to first hear his thoughts. From the revelation of Frieza's schemes to the relocation of the Scions, Kaso had tirelessly labored for over 10 days without respite, and the surviving Scions had witnessed his efforts. Unbeknownst to him, Kaso had ascended to a significant position in their hearts, and they instinctively thought of him when confronted with dilemmas. At that moment, a child appeared on the plain with a whoosh. Kaso, the Scions seated on the grass, stood up, beaming with smiles. Bardock hurried forward. Kaso, what has become of Planet Vegeta? Garrus and Castor shared his urgency. What is the situation? The standing Scions were filled with hope, their eyes fixed intently on Kaso, yearning to hear news of Planet Vegeta's safety from his lips. Kaso approached slowly, halting before them. After exchanging glances with the crowd, he regretfully shook his head. It has already exploded. A chill swept through the hearts of all present Scions, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them, leaving them utterly despondent. They could scarcely believe it truly had exploded. That wretched Frieza? Kaso observed their somber mood and found it intriguing. The Scions were capable of such emotions. He recalled watching anime, where Vegeta exhibited no reaction upon learning of his planet's destruction, displaying an extreme coldness. Reflecting, he surmised that most Scions likely mirrored Vegeta's demeanor. It was no wonder this group followed Bardock, nor that King Vegeta had belittled him. After a moment, Bardock shook his head. Kaso, now that Planet Vegeta has exploded, what are our plans moving forward? He had long considered a strategy and had already wished for the restoration of the Scions' true homeland, Planet Salad. Salad would be the best refuge for the Scions, and Kaso sensed that it held great significance. During his previous life, while watching Dragon Ball Super, Kaso had speculated that the high combat power of the Scions in Universe 6 might be attributed to Planet Salad. Of course, this remained mere conjecture until he could set foot on Salad himself to discern the truth. The nearby Scions, momentarily stunned, reacted with surprise upon hearing of Planet Salad. Our original homeland? Planet Salad? Was it not destroyed? Indeed, Planet Salad had perished long ago due to internal strife, after which the Scions migrated to Planet Plant, subsequently renaming it Planet Vegeta after overthrowing the Tuffles. Upon hearing the mention of Planet Salad, Bardock recalled Kaso's earlier mention of 3 wishes made to the Eternal Dragon. Initially dismissing it as fanciful, he now wondered if Kaso's words bore truth. Had Planet Salad really been restored? Could they Scions now survive throughout the cosmos? With these thoughts, Bardock suddenly erupted in a burst of white energy, soaring into the cosmos with a resounding boom. What is Lord Bardock doing? Captain, where are you going? The group of Scions was filled with confusion, wondering why Lord Bardock had suddenly taken flight. Observing this scene, Kaso chuckled, realizing that Bardock had never truly believed in the Dragon Balls from the outset. As Bardock ascended into the sky, Kaso surmised that he intended to verify the authenticity of those 3 wishes. As he approached the vast expanse of the universe, Bardock held his breath. Gazing into the pitch-black cosmos, a tinge of anxiety washed over him. He hoped the 3 wishes were indeed real, yet disbelief lingered in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he felt no air fill his lungs. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Although there was no atmosphere and space to sustain him, he could survive in the void. It was utterly miraculous. Ha! The Scions stared at Bardock in bewilderment, perplexed by his reaction. Noticing their confusion, Bardock ceased his laughter and began to explain. So this is how it is. Does this mean we Scions will become even stronger? The Scions clenched their fists, excitement illuminating their faces. Indeed, the Scions, true to their warrior nature, forgot their recent sorrow over the destruction of their planet upon hearing news beneficial to their prowess in battle. Kaso, with a resigned smile, chose not to intervene. In the background, Bardock gestured. Navigating through the crowd, Kaso finally spotted Jine sitting under a large tree, cradling Osbel. She had been obscured by the burly figures, which explained Kaso's earlier inability to locate Osbel. Upon seeing Kaso, Jine placed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Kaso glanced at Jine's arms, where the plump little Osbel lay peacefully asleep. He gently brushed his finger across the cherubic face of the infant. After days of relentless travel, Kaso himself was nearing exhaustion, let alone young Osbel. The sight of the weary child tugged at Kaso's heart, prompting him to extend his arms toward Jine, silently requesting to hold Osbel. Giggling softly, Jine placed Osbel into Kaso's embrace. These two little ones had grown up under her watchful eye, and now their affectionate bond resembled that of a young couple, hinting they might one day become a true couple. Reflecting on this, Jine was reminded of her own childhood, where she and Bardock shared a similar closeness. Everything felt so familiar. A subtle smile graced Jine's lips. Unaware of Jine's expression, Kaso held Osbel tightly, admiring her fair, chubby face, unable to resist planting a kiss on her forehead. Just then, it seemed Osbel stirred awake, her delicate brows twitching slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. "Kaso, brother," she murmured. The warmth of her smile enveloped Kaso's heart, and he gently pressed his forehead against hers. Chapter 26, Exploring Planet Yadrat. Listening to Kaso's tender voice, Osbel squinted her eyes and nestled closer to him. "Kaso, brother, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day," she pouted, her big eyes glistening as she rubbed her little tummy, resembling a tiny kitten. Truly, she was quite the little glutton. Kaso could not help but smile at her pitiable appearance. It was enough to enchant even the soul of a man in his 20s residing within him. That night, before leading the Saiyans back to their homeland, Kaso resolved to first explore the planet Yadrat. "Little Bii, allow me to show you the true homeland of our Saiyan race." Osbel nodded adorably. Kaso activated instant transmission, transporting them to Yadrat. The environment of Yadrat was quite reminiscent of Earth, with 70% of its surface covered in water and only 30% comprising land, making it highly conducive for human habitation. Amidst the chaotic wild grasses, a few small flowers dotted the landscape, each of varied species yet united by their shared vibrancy and beauty, reminiscent of youthful maidens dancing and embodying the essence of springtime. As day rained on Yadrat, two small figures emerged. "Wow, is this Yadrat? It's so beautiful." Joy radiated from Osbel's face. The scenery was indeed enchanting, and the air felt refreshingly pure. Suddenly, Osbel sensed an odd comfort enveloping her, akin to lying in her brother's embrace, warming her entire being. "Kaso, do you feel anything?" she inquired. Kaso gently patted her head without uttering a word. From the moment he set foot on Yadrat, he sensed something extraordinary about this place. As the ancestral planet of the Saiyans, Yadrat was steeped in legend. In the previous life of the Dragon Ball anime, during the Super Arc, the 6th and 7th universes existed as twin realms, where elements initially mirrored one another. However, as time progressed, Yadrat of the 7th universe faced annihilation, while the ancestral planet of the 6th universe remained intact, home to numerous Saiyans. During the tournament between the two universes, Goku and Vegeta discovered that the Saiyans from the 6th universe could not transform into Super Saiyans, yet their base powers were astonishingly formidable, leaving them in awe. Speculation arose that perhaps the Saiyans of the 6th universe thrived on their ancestral planet, nourished by its essence, leading to an abundance of active cells within them, albeit lacking the means to transform. Others posited that such cells could only flourish during times of peace. After all, the original Saiyans had served Frisia, invading and pillaging other planets, resulting in a scarcity of cells that hindered their transformations. It was only after the destruction of Planet Vegeta, when the remaining Saiyans resided in the peaceful realm of Earth, that their cells thrived, ultimately allowing them to attain Super Saiyan forms. Of course, there were many theories in the previous life, most of which were rather implausible. Yet, as Kaso set foot on Yadrat, he began to perceive the possibility that both speculations might hold some truth. He attentively sensed the changes within himself, as if something was gestating inside him. An indescribable feeling enveloping his entire being, akin to soaking in a hot spring, the warmth cascading over his chest, bringing immense comfort. Kaso squinted his eyes. Truly a testament to the Saiyan ancestral planet. Indeed, restoring Planet Yadrat is the right choice. Yet, at present, his body has not undergone any noticeable changes. It is likely that only when the internal energy reaches a sufficient level will a qualitative transformation occur. Patience is key. Holding the small hand of little Bii, Kaso took deliberate steps forward, exploring the primitive homeland of the Saiyans. The diminutive flora gradually vanished, replaced by towering trees, each one robust, so immense that 3 adults could not encircle their trunks. Kaso surmised that these majestic trees were at least 50 years old. The lush forest, with branches extending outward, rendered the sunlight nearly absent beneath the dense foliage, creating an ambience reminiscent of twilight, cool and dim beneath the trees. "Eek! Kaso, brother, look!" A melodious shriek reached Osbel's ears, as she joyfully leapt and pointed towards the trees. Kaso glanced upward to discover a bird of unknown species perched above. Its feathers pristine and vibrant red, slender in stature, with a sharp beak, proudly emitting delightful calls. At Osbel's exclamation, the startled bird took flight in a flurry. "Did I scare it away?" Osbel pondered, somewhat bewildered. "No matter, let us continue our journey." They traversed the forest and arrived at an expansive plain, adorned with fine, velvety grass, as smooth and pristine as a golf course, devoid of any disorder. In the center of the plain rose several large stones, similarly adorned with patches of grass. As Kaso approached, He wondered how such boulders could appear in the midst of the plain. One stone towered tall, akin to the height of a grand villa's entrance, with a width of approximately 2 meters. Kaso furrowed his brow and raised his hand, concentrating energy. With a vigorous breath, he blew away the grass atop the stone, revealing several walls beneath. The surfaces of these walls had remained concealed, shielded by the grass, thus exhibiting minimal weathering. By its style, it bore resemblance to the palace walls on Vegeta. Kaso contemplated, concluding that this must be a remnant of ancient Saiyan architecture. Brother, I don't want to explore anymore. I'm so hungry. Osbel plopped down onto the ground, her little tail wagging restlessly behind her, her stomach rumbling as she patted her belly. After a full day of exploration, fatigue had set in, and she felt as if she could hardly move. While Kaso brother still wished to wander, it was quite displeasing. Little one, how can you be hungry again? Kaso chuckled, covering his face in amusement. Truly a little foodie. After sharing a laugh, Kaso, unwilling to let little Bii go hungry, scanned the planet and discovered that Planet Salad hosted a variety of large creatures. In the blink of an eye, Kaso vanished for 5 seconds, only to reappear bearing 2 gigantic wild boars upon his shoulders. Little Bii, shall we feast on roasted wild boar today? Remember, without firewood, the roast lacks soul. With practiced skill, Kaso swiftly gutted the 2 boars, preparing their innards and skewering them upon branches. The preparatory work was nearly complete. He ignited the firewood and set 2 wild boars roasting beside the bonfire. Night began to descend. Crackle. The firewood emitted a series of delightful sounds. Shall buyer here, be careful, it's hot. Kaso handed her one of the wild boars. Arigato. Now I am ready to feast. Osbel, enticed by the delicious aroma, could hardly contain herself and took a hearty bite. Kaso glanced at her, chuckling softly, and joined in the indulgence. Recently, he had been rather busy. Once he completed his tasks, he would delve deeper into his writing, aiming for a debut once he amassed 100,000 words. He hoped for everyone's continued support. Furthermore, if there were any shortcomings in his writing, he welcomed constructive feedback. Chapter 27, A Vicious Beating for Bardock. Beneath the black canvas of night, twinkling stars adorned the sky, while a bonfire blazed on the plain. The warm, orange glow illuminated the faces of 2 young children. One little girl was voraciously devouring the meat. Kaso looked over and smiled. The Dragon Ball saga had transformed with his presence. Originally, apart from a few survivors, all Saiyans would have perished in the explosion of Planet Vegeta. Now, nearly 200 Saiyans remained alive. With the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the Dragon Ball narrative was poised to unfold. As Kaso contemplated this, he felt a surge of fervor, perhaps influenced by his Saiyan blood. How he longed to meet Kakarot. How he yearned for an epic battle with Kakarot. Kaso pursed his lips, realizing he needed to elevate his strength. His current power was insufficient for a duel with his most favored character from his previous life. Despite Kaso's battle power being 13,000, Goku's was only 2. Yet, as the protagonist, Goku would ultimately surpass Kaso after a single injury when Vegeta invaded Earth. Of course, Kaso did not believe he would lose to Goku. After all, he was an elite warrior with the memories of his past life. Even the protagonist would find it challenging to catch up with him. Suddenly, without warning, Osbel let out an unintentional burp, covering her mouth shyly. Kakarot, brother, I am full. As long as you're satisfied, Kaso replied with a resigned smile. Truly, she was a little glutton. Upon returning to Planet Fire in the following month, Kaso and Osbel were tasked with relocating the Saiyans to Planet Salad. After transferring the last Saiyan, they both collapsed onto the ground of Planet Salad, gasping for breath. Osbel's face was pale, her little feet trembling, and her stomach growled with hunger, yet she lacked the energy to voice her discomfort. In stark contrast to Kaso and Osbel's plight, the distant group of Saiyans explored Planet Salad with exuberance, oblivious to the miserable state of the 2. Truly, they were a callous bunch. Soon, the Saiyans grew increasingly excited. This place is wonderfully comfortable. I can sense its extraordinary nature. Hearing this, Bardock broke into a cold sweat. As if only he comprehended the uniqueness of the place. He cast another glance at Kaso, pondering how Kaso had conceived the restoration of Planet Salad. The planet Salada was destroyed long ago, and Bardock had no knowledge of what his ancestral home was like. Yet, the moment he set foot on this world, he could sense its peculiarity. Bardock furrowed his brow, but in his heart, it was Kaso who truly stood out. The idea of using the dragon to restore Salada was nothing short of divine inspiration for the Saiyans of the present. This young lad seemed to know everything. Was his prophecy really that formidable? A true oracle? Bardock shook his head. His own precognitive abilities allowed him only glimpses of significant events. Perhaps with Kaso around, their Saiyan lineage would venture further than ever before. Casting a glance at Kaso, who lay exhausted on the ground, Bardock noted that at such a young age, he needed to train harder. Watching Bardock's retreating figure, Kaso gritted his teeth, infuriated by Bardock's apparent blindness to his presence. Once he recovered, he would certainly make Bardock pay. On Salada, Saiyans could frequently be seen soaring through the sky, carrying timber upon their shoulders to construct shelters. In a picturesque valley, a river flowed nearby, surrounded by numerous wooden cabins. With their housing established, the Scions began their training. Elsewhere, two figures streaked across the sky, one large and one small. Huh, Bardock shouted, directing his hands at Kaso, unleashing a golden shockwave. Is that all you've got? Kaso scoffed. In his perception, Bardock barely surpassed a battle power of 10,000. After a month of exhausting his internal energy, he had now reached a formidable 140,000. This time, he was determined to defeat Bardock decisively. With a stoic expression, Kaso charged toward the incoming shockwave. The air crackled as he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed. As the shockwave approached, Kaso swiftly sidestepped, following the trajectory of the energy blast to charge ahead once more. I knew you were not to be underestimated. Bardock remained unfazed. Only when Kaso revealed Frisia's sinister plot and the subsequent evacuation of their kin did Bardock realize Kaso's hidden prowess. As Kaso surged forward, Bardock seemed to anticipate this move. After unleashing the shockwave, he vanished from sight. Soon, the sky was filled with the sounds of violent collisions, each encounter shaking the very earth beneath them. With explosive force, the energies unleashed by the two formed a tempest, uprooting towering trees for miles around. The fierce winds drew the attention of Garrus and the others, who glanced toward Bardock's direction before returning to their construction efforts. After days of battle, Bardock and Kaso's skirmishes had become commonplace for the Scions. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Bardock laughed heartily. Kaso hovered in midair, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Exhilarating? Just wait, and you'll truly feel it. In an instant, Kaso vanished from sight. Bardock's laughter abruptly ceased. Where are you? What are you looking for? Suddenly, Bardock heard a sound behind him. He was about to defend himself when it was already too late. Cassius appeared like a phantom, silently manifesting behind Bardock. With a swift movement, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, kicks, punches, and hooks, all striking Bardock's back. You lack honor in combat. Bardock cried out in agony. Cassius's battle prowess exceeded his expectations, undoubtedly surpassing 10,000 in combat power. It was terrifying that such a young child possessed such formidable strength. Bardock, caught off guard, found himself at the mercy of Cassius's relentless onslaught. In a clash of skilled fighters, a single oversight can render one vulnerable. Now, Bardock was overwhelmed by Cassius's rapid-fire strikes, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. Boom. With a thunderous force, Cassius sent Bardock flying with a single punch. Whoosh. Bardock crashed to the ground like a cannonball, creating a tremendous sound upon impact. The shockwave rippled outward, toppling trees and leaving a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter, with a web of cracks radiating from its center. Chapter 28, Arrival on Earth. Bardock lay sprawled on the ground, arms outstretched like a large character, occasionally coughing. His chest and back bore the brunt of countless blows, and his armor lay in tatters. The pain coursing through him made Bardock gasp. Damn it, how can this little brat be so powerful? Bardock managed a wry smile, feeling humiliated that he couldn't even best a child. He lay there, seemingly conceding defeat. However, just when Bardock thought Cassius's assault had come to an end, a blue shockwave suddenly hurtled toward him from above. What the hell? Bardock shouted, his thick neck straining as he cursed. Though his words were filled with ire, he dared not hesitate in his actions. He executed a quick roll to evade Cassius's attack. If that shockwave struck him, without a medical pod, he would be bedridden in for 2 weeks. What have I done to deserve this relentless pursuit? Bardock grumbled as he fled. Boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed through the forest, smoke billowing and dust swirling. In a distant valley, Garrus heard the commotion and chuckled. The captain is certainly having a grand time. Indeed, Bardock was in quite a frenzy. A shadow darted swiftly through the forest, energy blasts raining down from above, explosions ringing out continuously. Seeing Bardock in such a disheveled state, Cassius smirked. A basketball-sized energy sphere materialized in his hand, and with a wicked grin, he taunted. My dear Uncle Bardock, behold what I have prepared for you. Upon hearing the ominous voice from above, Bardock felt a sudden chill of foreboding. He glanced back to see an enormous energy sphere looming before him. Cassius, I will not rest until I make you pay, Bardock bellowed. Suddenly, with a cry of despair, Bardock lay flat on the ground. Ha! Aside from Cassius's sinister laughter, the forest fell silent. At that moment, a radiant white light appeared on the horizon. Brother Kaso, I'm so hungry, Osbel exclaimed, appearing somewhat dazed. Come on, let's get something to eat for my little Osbel. Kaso, having just dealt with Bardock, was in high spirits as he soared away with Osbel, paying no heed to the fallen Bardock below. Coughing, Bardock slowly rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Fortunately, that young man knew his limits. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. Watching Kaso and Osbel depart, Bardock muttered irritably. Those two ingrates, after all I've done for them. Time quietly slipped away, and a month elapsed in the blink of an eye. Kaso had meticulously explored the planet Salada and finally discovered the land created by the eternal dragon at the northernmost reaches of the planet. Before him lay the dark soil, emanating a distinctly peculiar aura. When Kaso made his wish on Namek, the third wish had not been granted, leading him to whimsically utter another desire. He wondered if he could cultivate some magical beans. Returning to the valley, a grand river flowed gently beside him, its waters gurgling melodiously. Surrounding him were towering trees, under which the Saiyans had constructed their homes, shielded even from the blazing sun. The environment was idyllic, with mountains and rivers harmoniously coexisting. The ground was meticulously leveled by the Saiyans, many of whom were engaged in rigorous training. Bardock was among them, performing one-handed push-ups while muttering, 22, 999, 23, 000. Since Kaso had bested him in a fight, Bardock had been feeling quite frustrated. He dedicated himself to relentless training, driven by the hope of one day getting back at Kaso, though his primary motivation was to enhance his strength to seek vengeance against Frieza. Kaso approached with a smile, seemingly aware of Bardock's thoughts. Youngsters these days are so reckless. Bardock scoffed, ignoring him as he continued his push-ups. Just wait. Kaso shook his head. The Saiyan physique was indeed formidable, but without the right training methods, even decades of effort would not allow Bardock to catch up with him, let alone surpass Frieza. At present, the remaining Saiyans were quite powerful, with most adults boasting battle powers exceeding 1,000. Among them, a Saiyan named Chris stood out with a battle power of 4,000, making him the strongest aside from Bardock, Garrus, and Casto. Thus, Master Roshi's training methods were no longer effective for the Saiyans. The gravity chamber was their true passion. It seemed imperative for him to visit Earth. He was determined to make that journey. The magical beans from the cat sage were renowned. A single bean could sustain a person for 10 days without hunger, and it could heal even the gravest of injuries almost instantaneously. Such effects, combined with the Saiyan constitution, were truly terrifying to contemplate. Once on Earth, he needed to seize the magical beans before Yajirobe could mishandle them, and then seek out the Supreme Kai to learn the proper techniques for utilizing them. Lastly, he would request Dr. Briefs to construct several gravity chambers. Go away, don't disturb my training. Bardock continued to perform push-ups, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. TCH. Kakarot cast a disdainful glance at Bardock before departing. Once Kakarot turned his back, Bardock sat up, watching him fade into the distance. From the cataclysm of Planet Vegeta to the incredible technique of instant transmission, Bardock had come to deeply appreciate the remarkable abilities of that young man. Perhaps this time away would yield unexpected treasures. Shaking his head, Bardock thought, why ponder so much? It was better to focus on his training, otherwise, he might find himself at the receiving end of Kakarot's fists, which would be utterly humiliating. With that thought, Bardock shivered and resumed his arduous training. Kakarot, holding Osbel's little hand, bid farewell to Jine and Garrus before vanishing from Planet Salad. In the North Galaxy, amidst the pitch-black cosmos adorned with countless stars, a magnificent azure planet floated, exuding an enchanting beauty. On this day, two small figures appeared on Earth. Kakarot lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. He had obtained a star map from the spacecraft he once piloted and had teleported directly to Earth. Damn it, are you all right, Kakarot? Osbel looked at him, concern evident in her eyes as she noticed his drenched hair. Yes, I'm fine. After a moment's rest, Kakarot finally regained his composure. In his previous life, he had observed Goku performing instant transmission with far less difficulty. Could it be that his understanding of Ki was too feeble? Regardless, now that he had arrived on Earth, he was determined to acquire the legendary Senzu Beans in the Gravity Room. Chapter 29, An Audience with Dr. Briefs. In a northern forest on Earth stood a towering edifice, its spire piercing the clouds. The tower's surface was adorned with ancient, weathered carvings, indicating its long-standing existence. Legends spoke of its presence since the ancient era of Earth, while others claimed it was constructed by extraterrestrial civilizations. Various tales circulated, leaving the truth shrouded in mystery. Atop the tower, a cat-like creature stood before three large water vats. The sight of a cat walking upright was undeniably peculiar. This creature was the guardian cat of Karen Tower, affectionately known as the Cat Sage, who had lived for over 8 centuries, primarily tasked with training martial artists who ascended to Karen. The Cat Sage, drenched in perspiration, appeared to have witnessed something truly horrifying from one of the vats. What an ominous aura! How terrifying! The Cat Sage retrieved a handkerchief from seemingly thin air to wipe the sweat from its brow. Who were those two children, and where did they come from? The Cat Sage pondered with a furrowed brow. Such formidable beings had never been seen on Earth before. Although they had concealed their auras, their crude attempts at disguise were painfully obvious, revealing the immense and terrifying energy they harbored within. The Cat Sage speculated that if the energy of these two children were to be unleashed, it might very well lead to the obliteration of Earth itself. The mere thought sent a chill down the Cat Sage's spine, as it realized that should these powerful beings choose to wreak havoc, there would be no one capable of stopping them. It lifted its gaze once more to the sky, pondering whether even the celestial being above could intervene. Piercing through the clouds, at the pinnacle of Kalinta, a temple floated in the void. The temple, semicircular in shape, featured a small recess at its base. adorned with hues of white and red, and a staircase elegantly clung to its walls. Ascending the staircase to the temple's summit, one encountered a ground laid with white bricks. Surrounded by verdant flora, a pathway revealed itself, leading to a grand chamber, where a white mist enveloped the temple's exterior, imbued with an aura of profound mystery. An elderly Namekian stood at the temple's edge, accompanied by a coal-like sphere clad in traditional Indian attire, known as Mr. Bobo. The aged Namekian was none other than the Earth's deity, having fled from Namek to Earth in his youth. He endured countless tribulations before ultimately assuming the mantle of Earth's divine protector. For many years, Earth had been free from extraterrestrial invasions, facing only natural disasters and human conflicts. The sudden emergence of two young children, each harboring explosive potential, sent shivers down the deity's spine. He gazed anxiously upon the world below, akin to the feline sage, bewildered by the origins of these two little beings. He regarded them as barrels packed with gunpowder, ready to unleash devastation at any moment. Even if his doppelganger, King Piccolo, were to arrive, he would undoubtedly kneel in submission. Should Kaso wreak havoc upon Earth, the deity would find himself utterly powerless. With a heavy sigh, he could only hope that they would refrain from causing chaos. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, towering skyscrapers surrounded the bustling streets filled with vehicles and advanced technology. Osbel strolled along the thoroughfare, captivated by the dazzling array of goods, her curious demeanor reminiscent of a country dweller visiting the city for the first time. Hand in hand with Kaso, she scanned her surroundings, her mouth watering at the sight of delectable treats. "Brother Kaso, there's something delicious," she exclaimed. "I'll take you to eat later, just be patient," he replied, affectionately ruffling her hair with a resigned smile. Osbel, much like a young Wukong, became entranced by the sight of food, momentarily rooted in place. Fortunately, she was obedient, adhering to Kaso's every word. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead. "Hurry, grab what you can and let us go. If we don't leave now, the police will be here." A dozen burly men donned in black stockings raided a store, the leader wielding a machine gun while frantically snatching capsule-shaped items from the display cases with one hand. His accomplices mirrored his actions, while nearby staff cowered on the floor, trembling in fear, too terrified to intervene. Kaso observed the scene with a sense of amusement, recalling an anime character, a beautiful thief whose hairstyle changed with every sneeze, her personality shifting accordingly. Initially, she played a significant role, but eventually her appearances dwindled. Kaso pondered for a moment, but could not recall the name of the enchanting beauty. She was likely still just a child at this point. "All right, let us hasten our departure," the leader of the robbers bellowed, leading his minions swiftly out of the store. The bandits emerged in a grand procession, causing the surrounding pedestrians to display expressions of fear, hastily retreating to avoid any repercussions. Kaso shook his head, observing the bandits with a combat power of merely 5. He finally grasped the disdain that Raditz must have felt. He had no interest whatsoever in such feeble foes. Perhaps a little more exploration before seeking out Dr. Briefs would be in order. Just as Kaso was about to leave, he glanced up and noticed the emblem of the Capsule Corporation emblazoned on the storefront. Were these knaves robbing the Capsule Corporation? A wicked grin spread across his face. He had been contemplating requesting Dr. Briefs to assist in manufacturing some gravity chambers. In that case, he might as well present Dr. Briefs with a token of their first meeting. The robbers hurried to their vehicle, preparing to flee. "Where's Brother Kaso?" Osbel exclaimed, realizing Kaso was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, a flash of white light darted through the street, and a small figure appeared before the robbers in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Kaso vanished once more. Thud! Several robbers inexplicably tumbled to the ground. Such bizarre behavior from the bandits only spurred the onlookers to retreat even further. Kaso seized the bulging bag from one of the robbers, opening it to reveal it filled with Capsule Corporation products. These several small bags must be worth a considerable sum. He gestured toward little Osbel, beckoning her to come over. Osbel scampered after Kaso as he entered the store. West City was the most prosperous area on Earth, home to the wealthiest individuals. That day, two small figures stood before the estate of Dr. Briefs. Chapter 30, The Gravity Chamber. In just a few short years, Dr. Briefs had risen to prominence thanks to his Capsule Corporation, ultimately becoming the richest person in the world. The grandeur of the estate was truly astonishing. The area spanned tens of thousands of acres, divided into living quarters, working areas, research zones, and more. At its center stood a spherical villa, surrounded by a plethora of beautiful greenery, with intelligent machines occasionally traversing the pathways. Gazing upon such opulence, Kaso could not help but reflect. In his previous life, countless young individuals had strived to purchase a modest home in a first-tier city, incurring debts that would take decades to repay, all for the sake of a mere 100-square-meter residence, which paled in comparison to the estate before him. Fortunately, he had inherited a building from his parents, allowing him to sustain himself through rental income. However, now that he had traversed into this new world, what was the point in fretting over the past? The two awaited patiently. "Brother Kaso, will there be delicious food soon?" Osbel asked, her eyes wide with anticipation as she licked her lips. Little girl, always thinking of food. Have you been diligent in your training lately? Kaso inquired. I have been training hard. I must protect brother Kaso. Osbel replied with a giggle. Kaso affectionately ruffled her hair, acknowledging the effort she put forth. In Kaso's perception, the combat power of Little Bayer had already reached an impressive 2,500 points, surpassing that of most Saiyans. When Bardock witnessed Osbel's combat strength, he was left utterly astonished and remarked that she truly deserved her status as a superior warrior. Aside from her fondness for food, Osbel had few other notable traits. Oh, and she also had a penchant for being clingy. As Kaso contemplated these thoughts, a smile crept across his face. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening echoed from the courtyard. Turning to look, he saw a stunning blonde beauty with voluminous waves standing at the entrance. Her figure was curvaceous, her skin fair as porcelain, clad in a short skirt that accentuated her long, slender legs, which appeared translucent under the light. Kaso couldn't help but swallow hard. Why are there two little siblings here? He wondered. Logically, one would expect those formidable martial artists to be older, yet here stood two adorable youngsters. Hello, I'm here to see Dr. Briefs. Kaso immediately recognized the alluring lady as Tai's, Bulma's sister. Tai's had forsaken a life of comfort to pursue her dream of becoming a writer, leaving home to work and experience life, yet her literary endeavors had unfortunately been dismal. With each novel failing to gain traction, it seemed Tai's had not yet truly left home, as her hair remained long and uncut. Long hair suited her well. Kaso nodded in agreement. It was said that those bandits wielded machine guns. This little boy was quite impressive. Tai's was aware that Earth was home to many formidable martial artists, and these two children were likely their successors. No wonder they were so remarkable. Gazing at the young boy, Tai's appeared to find inspiration for her writing, bombarding Kaso with incessant questions. She inquired whether he could perform techniques that descended from the heavens, and if he was a martial prodigy, exceptional beyond compare, chosen as a disciple by those legendary warriors. Kaso was left speechless. Despite Tai's beauty, she was rather loquacious. Moreover, he was not a little brother. Meanwhile, Osbel paid no mind to Tai's. Her thoughts solely focused on the delicious food that awaited her. After a short walk, they finally arrived at Dr. Brief's home, and Tai's ceased her peculiar inquiries. At that moment, a sweet young girl's voice chimed in. Are you the martial artist, Bulma? Kaso paused for a moment before nodding, observing Bulma. She was roughly the same height as Little Bayer, both just over a meter tall, with light blue hair and a cherubic face that made her resemble a doll. In his mind, Kaso compared her to Little Bayer and concluded that his Little Bayer was indeed cuter. At that instant, a couple emerged. It was Dr. Briefs and his wife. The current Dr. Briefs appeared relatively youthful, and Kaso felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had not anticipated that he had once been quite handsome. No wonder he fathered two stunning daughters, Tai's and Bulma. Mrs. Briefs covered her rosy lips and exclaimed, "What adorable little siblings." After speaking, she crouched down and gently patted the heads of Kaso and Osbel, inquiring with genuine curiosity, "What brings you to me, little ones?" Kaso, slightly irritated, brushed aside Mrs. Briefs' delicate hand, pondering the eccentricities of this family. "I would like Dr. Briefs' assistance in creating something." "What is it?" Dr. Brief responded, intrigued. This little fellow had previously aided his shop, so it was no trouble to help him craft something. Tai's and Bulma stood close by, observing Kaso, eager to discover the intentions of this young boy. Soon enough, Kaso revealed his desire for a gravity chamber, specifying that it should achieve 100 times the normal gravity. In the Namek saga, Goku had utilized 100-fold gravity to elevate his combat power from 80,000 to 90,000 within a month. Although Goku benefited from the magic of the Senzu Beans and the protagonist's aura, it is undeniable that the gravity chamber significantly enhances his Saiyans' prowess. Subsequently, Vegeta trained in the gravity chamber as well, visibly augmenting his strength. Thus, considering the current capabilities of the Saiyans, a chamber with 100-fold gravity would serve them well for an extended period. A gravity chamber? Dr. Brief stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding. That is certainly feasible. You may collect it in a month. Upon hearing this, Kaso leaped with excitement. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, apart from the exhilarating moment of having his potential unlocked by the Elder on Namek, he had not experienced such a surge of emotion. Even the explosion of Planet Vegeta felt like a fleeting event to him. Now, with the prospect of a gravity chamber, Kaso glimpsed the hope of increasing his combat power, stirring a palpable thrill within him. Once he acquired Senzu Beans, he was confident he could achieve what Kakarot had accomplished. After all, he was a superior warrior. Osbel gazed blankly at her brother, puzzled by his excitement. Meanwhile, Tai's and Bulma looked on in astonishment at Kaso. Did he just leap onto the rooftop? The ground was several meters below. Was this a feat achievable by an ordinary human? Tai's and Bulma exchanged glances, realizing that this young boy truly possessed remarkable strength. Mrs. Brief squinted her eyes and smiled, exclaiming, "What an impressive little brother." Dr. Brief maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had encountered extraordinary situations countless times before. Chapter 31. A visit to Karen Tower. In his youth, Dr. Breve was a workaholic, determined to resolve any significant issue or challenge immediately, often spending entire months in the research lab. Now, he departed to the lab to assist Kaso in constructing a gravity chamber. It was no wonder that Dr. Breve aged so rapidly in the future. Kaso mused as he watched the doctor's retreating figure. With Mrs. Breve's ageless constitution at home, he must feel immense pressure. Ugh, why dwell on such thoughts? They were of no concern to him. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Ty's and Bulma's eyes sparkled with an almost predatory glint. I just witnessed Kaso leap onto the rooftop, startling Bulma in the process. Her home is already spacious and tall, and she had never encountered such a remarkable individual before. Hey, how did you do that? Could you possibly teach me? Bulma feigned nonchalance, yet her eyes betrayed her curiosity. Kaso smirked, thinking to himself how children are invariably drawn to anything amusing. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the physical capabilities of ordinary Earthlings are inherently limited. This is not Kaso's attempt to belittle them, but rather a simple truth. Throughout all the Dragon Ball series, the mightiest Earthling is arguably Krillin. Yet he ultimately cannot even catch a glimpse of Goku's taillight. Observing Bulma's eager demeanor, Kaso mused that if her sister were to inquire, he would gladly impart his knowledge. Hilariously, he never anticipated that his own sister would have such a day. Humph. Bulma scoffed, perceiving his reluctance to teach as mere excuses. At school, she was always the center of attention, and now being treated this way by Kaso, coupled with her sister's teasing, left her quite displeased. Yet, he remained obstinate in his refusal to teach her, driving Bulma to the brink of exasperation. At that moment, Osbel tugged at Kaso's sleeve, her voice filled with innocence. Kaso brother, I'm hungry. Kaso cast a glance at Tais, who chuckled helplessly, realizing that these two little ones did not consider themselves guests. Nevertheless, she instructed the servants to bring forth 2 plates of food. In her mind, how much could these little rascals eat? Perhaps they wouldn't even finish those 2 plates. However, the subsequent scene left her utterly astonished. Within mere seconds, the 2 plates were devoured completely. Osbel looked at Tais with wide-eyed innocence and exclaimed, I want more. The sheer audacity of such a request rendered Tais speechless. What kind of child could consume so much food? Surely, they were 2 little gluttons. Was it the case that martial artists possessed such hearty appetites? Despite her astonishment, Tais continued to instruct the servants to bring more food, plate after plate. An hour later, the table was strewn with empty dishes. Finally, Osbel let out a satisfied burp, exclaiming, Kaso brother was right. There really is delicious food. Until now, she had only tasted Kaso's barbecued meats, but this new cuisine was truly exquisite. Yet, why was this older sister staring at her with such wide eyes? Osbel couldn't quite comprehend. Kaso licked his lips, truly savoring Earth's culinary delights. It was no wonder that later, Beerus would become enamored with Earth's cuisine. However, now that the food was consumed and the gravity chamber was operational, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Kaso smiled at Tais and Bulma, expressing his gratitude for their hospitality. Thank you for the splendid meal, little Osbel, and I shall return in a month. With that, he took Osbel's hand, soaring into the sky. After a while, as Kaso and Osbel vanished from sight, Bulma stuttered, Sister, they can fly. Startled by the voracious appetites of the 2 little rascals, Bulma found herself momentarily dazed. Yet, her astonishment deepened upon witnessing Kars and Osbel soar into the sky. This spectacle left her questioning the very nature of the world around her. Could she still place her faith in science? Taisi stood motionless, quietly observing. Bulma tugged at her. Sister, they can fly? Taisi exclaimed in disbelief. Bulma remarked. 2 streaks of light soared through the lofty heights of 10,000 meters above. They traversed bustling urban landscapes, crossed desolate deserts, and arrived at an endless expanse of ocean. With a swish, they continued their ascent northward. Soon, they encountered a dense forest, where an ancient white tower loomed majestically at its center. Here I come, sons of beans. Kars accelerated with Osbel in tow, the surroundings blurring in their wake. Kars's velocity was so extraordinary that it produced sonic booms in the air, echoing throughout the forest. The Native Americans residing within the woodland, upon hearing this sound, instinctively gazed skyward, yet saw nothing. Karen Tower, here we go? The cat sage broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the 2 little beings who had appeared that very morning had now ascended to Karen Tower at a terrifying speed. As Kars hovered in midair, he suddenly felt his consciousness being affected by an unseen force, only to swiftly regain his composure. He recalled that in the anime of his previous life, Earthlings could only reach the top of Karen Tower by climbing it barehanded. Those who attempted to ascend with external aids would merely witness the tower vanish into thin air. Kars shook his head, realizing they were indeed influenced by some form of mental power. The architect of this Karen Tower was quite ambitious. However, with Kars having mastered instantaneous movement, he was hardly susceptible to such trivial mental influences. While Kars was lost in thought, Osbel also regained her senses. Kars, big brother. The tower has appeared again. Kars smiled and continued to pull Osbel upward. At the pinnacle stood a dome-shaped structure, supported by a dozen stone pillars. With the cat sage perched at the edge of the railing, gazing below, the two explosive presences drew ever closer, prompting the cat sage to pull out a small handkerchief and wipe the sweat from his brow. Where on earth do these two come from? He pondered. He had never encountered such formidable beings. The turtle hermit, who had ascended here over a century ago, seemed rather impressive. Yet he paled in comparison to these two little monsters. Even the demon king Piccolo from 3 centuries past would likely falter against a mere flick of their wrists. What to do? The cat sage paced anxiously around the circular platform. The deity atop the temple felt similarly unsettled, having sensed Karsa's approach to Karen Tower. Chapter 32. The deity appears. Bubbles, the black-headed companion of the deity, stood by, observing the mortal realm. In stark contrast to the deity's tense demeanor, Bubbles remained unperturbed. His eyes tranquil as a still pond, seemingly indifferent to the two little monsters. How swift, the deity mused, his brow furrowed. The speed of the two children was truly terrifying, leaving him only with vague glimpses of two shadowy figures streaking through the air. Kasu had merely slowed his pace. Had he chosen to exert himself fully, unleashing his formidable battle prowess of 14,000, even the deity would scarcely have registered his presence. Here they come, the deity intoned solemnly. At the precipice of Corinta, two diminutive figures suddenly materialized. Kasu's abrupt appearance startled the feline sage, causing it to instinctively retreat a step. Trembling, the feline sage inquired, "What brings you two here?" It was rumored that ascending Corinta granted one the opportunity to receive guidance from the feline sage, and Kasu expressed his desire for such instruction in their cultivation methods. Kasu smiled. Upon hearing his tone, the sage felt a measure of relief. "I possess limited power. I fear I may not be able to assist you two." The sage quickly discerned the children's predicament. Despite their immense strength, they lacked the finesse to wield it effectively, and their control over energy was utterly chaotic. Through 2 years of introspection, Kasu had mastered instantaneous movement, believing he had grasped energy manipulation, even learning to obscure his own aura to some extent. Little did he realize that, in the eyes of the sage, his attempts at concealment were akin to sheer folly. For words encapsulated the sage's thoughts, utterly lamentable. The sage was eager for Kasu and Osbel to depart promptly, wishing to avoid entanglement in matters of such power, even if the individuals involved were merely 2 young children. Kasu perceived the sage's apprehensions and addressed them directly. "Although we are not from Earth, due to certain circumstances, we assure you we harbor no ill intent towards it." He paused briefly before continuing. "We kindly request the sage to impart wisdom on mastering energy control." Upon realizing that these 2 youngsters were indeed not from Earth, the sage understood why he had never before encountered them. "Then let me witness your true capabilities," he replied. Given the circumstances, refusing them was not an option. Angering them could spell doom for Earth. The sage could only hope that Kasu was sincere in his assurances of goodwill towards the planet. Kasu stifled a chuckle. This hefty feline was indeed a formidable opponent. He then furrowed his brow, uttering a sharp command as he ceased to mask his internal power. In truth, whether Kasu concealed his strength or not made little difference to the deity and the sage. A terrifying force erupted from within Kasu, creating a cataclysmic resonance that caused Corinta to tremble as a tempestuous aura swept across the landscape, scattering clouds across a vast expanse. The feline sage broke into a cold sweat, its legs trembling involuntarily. It recognized Kasu's strength, but was unprepared for the sheer magnitude of his true power. As the fierce energy surged toward him, the sage found it difficult to breathe and quickly implored, "Stop. Please. I want to join too." Osbel chimed in innocently. With a resounding boom, another wave of formidable energy emanated from Corinta, dispersing the clouds that had just gathered once more. Enough. The little girl's power, though significantly less than Kasu's, still left the sage utterly astounded. "You are so powerful. You truly won't bring harm to Earth?" The sage inquired once more. Having received Kasu's reassuring affirmation, the sage sighed in relief, hoping that indeed, all would be well. Subsequently, he spoke. "In truth, the moment you descended upon Earth, I became aware of your existence. Your power is formidable, yet you lack the wisdom to wield it judiciously. I humbly request the guidance of the cat sage." Kasu uttered with sincerity. A glimmer of yearning flickered in Osbel's eyes. Observing their demeanor, the cat sage felt a slight easing of his previously anxious heart. "We understand that transitioning from modesty to opulence is easy, yet the reverse is a daunting challenge. You possess immense strength, but without the appropriate methods, it is impossible to fully harness the power within you." Kasu and Osbel sat attentively on the ground, absorbing his words. "Frankly, I possess the knowledge you seek to master your energy, but I am unable to assist you at this moment," the cat sage lamented, shaking his head. "What?" Osbel abruptly rose, her rare anger evident. "You claim to have the means to control energy, yet you say you cannot help us?" She felt deceived by the corpulent feline. Having often listened to Kasu recount tales of Earth, her fascination with its energy cultivation had long been ignited. If she could learn this method, she would undoubtedly grow stronger, eventually catching up to her brother Kaso and protecting him. Little B, do not act impulsively. Let it finish speaking, Kaso urged, startled by her sudden fervor. When had she become so rash? He quickly embraced Osbel, apologizing to the cat sage and encouraging it to continue. As Osbel stood, the cat sage's heart skipped a beat. Fearing for his life, relieved to have the young boy present. No longer willing to leave any uncertainty, the cat sage hastily concluded, I possess the method, but you are simply too powerful. To learn the application of energy, you must first suppress the immense power within you. The cat sage swallowed hard and continued. My abilities are insufficient to restrain your strength. Only the deities of the temple can assist you in this regard. Only then can I teach you. Finally finishing his explanation, the cat sage exhaled in relief. Kaso fell into deep contemplation, having traversed here for 2 years, and with the elder unlocking his potential. His combat power now reached an impressive 14,000 points, whilst this hefty cat barely boasted 200 points. Indeed, it could not aid him. He gazed up at the sky, pondering if only the deities could accomplish such a feat. Osbel remained compliant in Kaso's embrace, refraining from interrupting his thoughts. Just as they were lost in contemplation, 2 figures appeared outside Kalinta, one green and the other black, extremes of color. Deities, the cat sage exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Deities, indeed? You could not resist revealing yourselves. Kaso chuckled inwardly. Brother Kaso, why do their colors resemble a watermelon? And that dark-haired one looks so peculiar. Osbel inquired, her curiosity piqued. Kaso quickly covered her mouth, alarmed. You truly speak without restraint. If they refuse to teach us the method of energy manipulation, we shall be in dire straits. The deity's lips twitched slightly. Yet the one beside them, Bobo, remained composed. Considering the similarity between Kalinta and Kaso's names, it seemed prudent to refer to Kalinta as the cat sage instead, ensuring a more harmonious perception among all. Chapter 33, Donning the Weighted Garments. If you wish to learn the application of Qi, I can assist you. The voice of the deity resonated with a certain gravity. Meeting the gaze of the elderly deity, Kaso replied with a hint of gratitude. Thank you, esteemed deity. He refrained from inquiring why the deity would extend such help, surmising that the deity likely shared the same apprehension as the cat sage, namely, the fear that they might bring calamity upon the earth. But could that truly be the case? The aura Kaso had just unleashed was a sight to behold. He had never witnessed a mortal harboring such formidable power, one that dwarfed even the energy released by a cataclysmic explosion of a planet. Should Kaso indeed pose a threat to Earth, no soul would stand against him. The deity was likely influenced by this consideration, extending a personal favor in hopes that Kaso would take it to heart. The deity had been diligently safeguarding the tranquility of the Earth. Unbeknownst to him, such caution was entirely unwarranted. Let us proceed, Kaso said, ushering Osbel to follow. Observing the retreating figures of the group, the cat sage expressed his concerns. All will be entrusted to the deity. As they ascended to greater altitudes, the air grew thinner, and the mundane world faded into insignificance. Upon reaching the sanctum, Kaso felt enveloped in profound serenity, as if a mystical essence permeated the air, invigorating him with each breath. The sanctum bore an uncanny resemblance to the scenes he had witnessed in anime, though it was destined to become a battlefield in subsequent narratives. Contemplating this, Kaso shook his head slightly. The deity requested Kaso and Osbel to wait briefly while he summoned Bobo to retrieve some items. I am already aware of your circumstances. The cat sage speaks the truth. Your powers are indeed overwhelming and require substantial restraint before you can undertake further training, the deity remarked. At that moment, Bobo emerged from within, bearing 2 sets of orange training attire. Weighted garments? Kaso exclaimed upon seeing the outfits in Bobo's hands. You are familiar with weighted garments? The deity inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. He had overheard the child's conversation with the cat sage and was astonished that an extraterrestrial being possessed such knowledge. I have done some research, Kaso replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The deity nodded in understanding, wisely opting not to pry. Excessive questioning could breed discomfort and detract from the elegance of the moment. He instructed Kaso and Osbel to don the weighted garments. As they accepted the garments from Bobo, Kaso and Osbel slipped them on. So heavy, so heavy. They both groaned in unison. Kaso felt as though 99% of his strength had been suppressed. Even carrying a small hill on Mumu Planet had not felt this burdensome. Now, taking even a single step felt insurmountably arduous. Is this the effect of the weighted garments? The deity furrowed his brow at this sight, astonished by the sheer magnitude of power these 2 youngsters possessed. He was acutely aware of the effects of the weighted garments. To wear such a high multiplier and still remain standing was truly astounding. The striking image left the deity in a state of lingering astonishment. As you released energy at Corinta, I began to grasp the extent of your abilities. The disparity in strength between the 2 of you is profound, and naturally, the weighted garments you wear cannot be identical, the deity mused, leaning on his staff. It is one thing for this young boy to be so formidable, but I had not anticipated the girl's prowess as well. You may call me Kaso. He indicated the petite girl beside him. Her name is Osbel. The deity studied Kaso for a moment, questioning whether he had overthought the matter. Could it be that these individuals posed no threat to Earth? His tone became more casual. The weighted garment you wear, Kaso, exerts a gravitational force of 25 times. Osbel's attire imposes a weight of 15 times. Familiarize yourselves with these garments. Once you can move normally, I shall instruct you on the essence of Qi. Oni-chan, this is so heavy. Osbel pouted, finding it far more arduous than carrying small boulders on Mumu's star. Internally, she cursed the green-skinned deity for imposing such burdens during their training. Osbel, you must persevere. You promised to protect your brother. Kaso encouraged her. In truth, he too struggled under the weight. Yet for the sake of mastering Qi, this hardship was a trifling matter. He recalled how Goku had trained under Son Gohan from a young age, later guided by Master Roshi, enduring countless trials to ascend Karinta, with each experience aimed at transcending physical limits. With that thought, Kaso's resolve solidified. If Goku could achieve it, so could he. Thus, the pair commenced their acclimatization to the weighted garments. Initially, they could only manage a few steps, each movement leaving them drenched in perspiration, their bones creaking incessantly. After half a day, Kaso had traversed less than a full circle, now resting against the temple's periphery, gritting his teeth as he attempted to rise, yet finding it impossible. With his strength nearly depleted, he had no choice but to pause before continuing to adapt to the weight. 3 days passed in this manner, during which they continually adjusted their movements, diligently acclimating to the garment's effects. When fatigue set in, they rested, but upon recuperation, they resumed their activities within the temple. By now, they could walk with relative ease. Observing them converse and stroll within the temple astounded the deity. In his estimation, these children should have required a month to walk normally. To his surprise, they had reached this level in just a few days, truly remarkable. A week later, Kaso and Osbel could run within the temple. Oni-chan, come catch me. Osbel laughed joyously as she dashed away. You better stop. Kaso called after her. The deity stood to the side, astonished, as if witnessing a ghost. All right, Kaso, come here for a moment. After a week of interaction, the deity had discerned the temperaments of these two youngsters. They were indeed not malevolent beings, but rather possessed a certain innocence, particularly the little girl. This realization brought him a sense of relief. Kaso and Osbel approached, the weighted garments having no discernible impact on them. Your progress has exceeded my expectations. Your talents are truly remarkable, the deity exclaimed. You flatter me, Kaso chuckled. No, this is not mere flattery. I have genuinely never encountered such formidable talent. After his initial admiration, the deity continued, now that you have adapted to the weighted garments, allow me to enlighten you about Qi. Qi is omnipresent. It resides within the human body, within animals, and even in stones and plants. As humans possess the highest wisdom among all beings, endowed with 5 senses and 7 emotions, these aspects influence our perception of Qi. Thus, to master it, we must achieve a tranquility akin to the sky and a swiftness reminiscent of lightning. Kaso fell into contemplation, understanding the deity's final remark, but puzzled as to why one should emulate the calmness of the sky. Now, he finally grasped the reason. With yearning, Kaso gazed at the deity, eager for guidance. The deity replied coolly, Next, I shall have Bobo train you. He will provide you with instruction. At that moment, Bobo appeared before them, standing silently without uttering a word. Kaso, his skin looks quite peculiar. Osbel pointed at Bobo. Kaso quickly pressed down on Little Beer's hand. Truth be told, he found Bobo enigmatic. The aura surrounding him was profoundly mysterious, whether in the anime or in the present moment. It seemed that nothing could elicit an emotional response from Bobo. Kaso recalled that in the anime, Bobo could spar with little Goku, and by the Buu saga, he was even able to exchange blows with the Super Saiyan Trunks and others. Truly enigmatic. Chapter 34, the first phase of training. Hello, Mr. Bobo. Kaso greeted with a smile. Hello, Mr. Bobo. Osbel mimicked Kaso. This girl is copying me. Kaso shot a disapproving glance at Little Beer, who met his gaze, resulting in a playful stare down between the two children. Meanwhile, Bobo remained silent, the 3 of them standing quietly in the center of the temple. In this profound silence, Bobo suddenly spoke. You both are quite impressive. Hearing Bobo's voice, Kaso was taken aback. Since their meeting, Bobo had not spoken to him, and now his first words were praise. Kaso felt both flattered and astonished. All right, let us commence our training, Bobo stated with an impassive expression. Very well. Kaso nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, Kaso had attempted to sense Bobo's presence using his rudimentary method, but, as anticipated, found nothing. The absence of any discovery only deepened Kaso's intrigue regarding Bobo. At that moment, Bobo produced 2 small bells from seemingly nowhere. You shall each tie 1 bell to your ankle. Kaso was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the bells and apples in Bobo's hands. Was this not the method Goku had used when he first ascended the temple for training? Now, with his strength far surpassing that of Goku at that time, Kaso harbored doubts about the efficacy of Bobo's approach. As Kaso found himself engulfed in doubt, his gaze suddenly fell upon the weighted attire he donned. Am I truly such a fool? He chuckled to himself, a hint of self-mockery dancing in his eyes. The weighted garment had been his companion for a week, and now he could rely solely on the strength of his flesh, rendering him no different from the young Goku. To Kaso, it seemed that simplicity was the essence of the path. Methods were universally applicable. Meanwhile, Osbel had commenced her training. Mr. Bobo, here I come, she exclaimed, charging forward with unbridled enthusiasm. Yet, in that moment, the chime of bells rang out. Ignoring the sound, Osbel lunged forward to snatch the apple from Bobo's grasp. In an astonishing display, Bobo remained stationary, yet inexplicably evaded her advance, raising his hand with the intent to deliver a playful flick upon her head as a form of reprimand. Suddenly, lost in thought, he retracted his hand, choosing instead to flick her outstretched fingers. Ouch, that hurts. Osbel squatted down, cradling her little hand. Internally, she cursed the cold ball for his swiftness. Her fingers were nearly swollen from the impact. How infuriating. Remember, do not let the bells ring, Bobo stated calmly, remaining still. However, in a swift motion, he turned around. And indeed, the sound of bells chimed from behind him. With no hesitation, Bobo raised his hand and flicked Kaso on the forehead. Ah, that hurts, Kaso exclaimed, clutching his head to discover a sizable bump forming. For heaven's sake, I merely sought to experiment with a sneak attack. Was such force truly necessary? And why was it not Osbel who received the flick, but rather me? Is this not a classic case of gender bias? At that moment, Kaso's mind raced. Overwhelmed with exasperation, Bobo regarded the two with a penetrating gaze. Continue. Kaso and Osbel exchanged determined glances, resolved to test their limits. They cautiously took a step forward. The bells chimed once more, followed by two resounding thuds, and both crouched down, clutching the spots that had been struck, emitting cries of pain. After a considerable interval, having endured numerous flicks, Kaso lay sprawled upon the temple floor, while Osbel leaned against him. One bore a head full of bumps, the other had hands flushed red, both wearing expressions of utter despair. This is truly challenging. Initially, Kaso believed the training to be straightforward, but upon experiencing it firsthand, he realized the difficulty was akin to a nightmare. No matter his movements, he could not prevent the bells from ringing, an utterly hopeless predicament. Kaso closed his eyes, opting for a moment's respite. He recalled that Goku had faced a similar plight at the outset. Regardless of his actions, the bells would toll. The only way to silence them was to remain still, yet how could one seize the apple in such a state? Lost in this paradox, Kaso pondered. How did Goku manage it? He murmured to himself. He recalled Bobo's words, be as calm as the sky. Yes, that was it. To attain a state where the bell remains silent, one must first cultivate tranquility, both in body and spirit. The harmonious integration of these two elements allows one to align with nature and follow the dictates of the heart, enabling the soul to guide the body, transforming the bell into an extension of oneself. Mr. Bobo, please continue. Kaso seemed to grasp something profound and immediately leaped off the floor, addressing Bobo with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Osbel, reclining in her previous position, gazed after Kaso's retreating figure and muttered, Brother Kaso, are you in such haste to offer yourself up? In the distance, Kaso and Bobo stood in a straight line, and Kaso suddenly closed his eyes. Observing this scene, a glint of insight flashed in Bobo's calm eyes. Quite perceptive. Soon, Kaso's entire being settled into a state of tranquility. His mind was exceptionally clear, as if he could sense the presence of the bell. Suddenly, Kaso moved. Osbel, lying on the floor, widened her eyes in disbelief. Remarkably, Kaso was moving swiftly without causing the bell to chime. Brother Kaso is amazing, Osbel exclaimed in astonishment. Just 2 seconds later, the bell rang. Osbel pouted. Who are you trying to fool? After a short while, Osbel had regained her strength, and the two resumed their training. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. In the temple, Bobo balanced an apple atop his head while holding a banana in hand. He peeled the banana and took a bite. Suddenly, two figures appeared from nowhere, moving silently, in perfect synchrony. One attacked Bobo's lower half, while the other targeted his upper body. Yet Bobo remained unfazed, leisurely enjoying his banana. With a gentle push from his toes, he curled his body into a ball, perfectly positioned between the two attackers, unharmed, while the apple atop his head remained utterly still. Kaso and Osbel leapt into the air, preparing for a fall. Abruptly, Kaso inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, and with a forceful exhale, he sent the apple from Bobo's head directly into Osbel's embrace. Thud, thud, thud. The three landed simultaneously on the ground. At this moment, the temple fell into a profound silence, the trio frozen in place, as if time itself had paused. Bobo's hand, still filled with banana, remained motionless. After several seconds, Bobo, with a blank expression, uttered, "Next challenge." As he turned, a subtle smile crept onto his lips, unnoticed by Kaso and Osbel. "Oh yeah, Brother Kaso, we did it," Osbel exclaimed joyfully, leaping onto Kaso. "Ha ha." Kaso laughed in return. Who knows how much effort he and little Osbel expended to seize the apple. Although they ultimately resorted to trickery to claim it, A victory is a victory. As the two jubilantly bounced about, the bell finally rang. At the temple entrance, the deity's lips twitched slightly, as if 1,000 horses galloped within him. Truly, these two are little monsters. While Kaso and Osbel reveled in their triumph, Bobo approached again, holding 2 strips of black cloth in his hands. Chapter 35, Phase 2 of Training Ah? Without paying heed to their reactions, Bobo handed the black cloth to Kaso and Osbel, instructing them to cover their eyes and attempt to seize the bell from him. Upon hearing this request, Kaso broke into a cold sweat. After spending a week with Bobo, he had come to realize that his identity was far more complex than it appeared. Could he truly engage in a game of hide and seek with such a mysterious being? Kaso shook his head in resignation. Kaso, what's wrong? Osbel asked, having taken the black cloth from Bobo's hands and noticing Kaso's troubled expression. It had been a long time since she had seen such a look on his face. It's nothing, Kaso replied, taking the cloth and covering his eyes. Let the game begin. At Bobo's command, Osbel swiftly entered the fray, while Kaso suppressed his doubts and began to attune himself to the sounds around him. Achieving a state of calm, he listened intently for the bell's chime. Suddenly, a sound emanated from behind him. Kaso spun around in a flash, eager to pounce on the source of the bell's ringing, and Osbel shared the same intention. Both leaped simultaneously. Bang! Ouch, that hurts! Osbel cried, clutching her head and scurrying away in distress. Kaso winced, placing a hand on his head as he inhaled sharply. He had been so focused on the sound of the bell that he had failed to notice his collision with Osbel. How careless! In comparison to the bell, Osbel's movements had been almost imperceptible. He had completely overlooked her presence. Was she faster than lightning? It seemed so. Kaso remained momentarily stunned, while Osbel frantically pursued the bell's sound from the opposite side. Yet, every time she was on the verge of grasping it, she fell just short. Once more, she dashed forward, but Bobo sidestepped her tiny hands and glanced at Kaso. Did he notice so quickly? Quite perceptive. A faint smile graced Bobo's lips. Just then, Kaso made a sudden move. A shadow darted across the temple square, swiftly approaching the sound of the bell. As he neared Bobo, Kaso's actions were remarkably decisive. However, just as he was about to seize the bell, its sound drifted to another location. It was indeed not so simple, Kaso mused. At that moment, Osbel hurriedly made her way to Kaso's position. Kaso, with his eyes covered, seemed to sense her movements and quickly shifted to the side. Upon hearing the bell sound shift again, Osbel attempted to pursue it, but Kaso grasped her arm to halt her. Osbel was momentarily taken aback by Kaso's sudden grip. But upon hearing his words, she began to understand. Indeed, our dear Osbel is quite clever. She may be a bit dazed, but she is certainly not foolish. Bobo observed the 2 children crouched on the ground, seemingly contemplating something profound. After pondering for a while, the 2 young ones finally stood. Mr. Bobo, let us begin. Kaso stated. Mr. Bobo, let us begin. Osbel echoed, her voice sweet and innocent. Soon, 2 small shadows flitted across the temple once more. Another 2 weeks had passed. On the celestial temple, 4 figures stood, the deity and Bobo on one side, while Kaso and Osbel were positioned on the other. Kaso and Osbel eagerly pulled down the dark cloth before them. Brother Kaso, we did it! Osbel exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Indeed, Kaso responded, his heart brimming with excitement as he watched Osbel's exuberant jump. Over the past 2 weeks, under Kaso's guidance, their progress had been remarkable. They no longer flitted about like headless flies chasing the sound of a bell, but had gradually learned to sense their surroundings. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in Kaso's mind. Despite their newfound ability to perceive the presence of energy, capturing the bell on Bobo was an impossibility. It seemed evident that Bobo had been holding back. Kaso cast a glance at Bobo, who coincidentally met his gaze, resulting in a moment of inexplicable connection between them. Congratulations to you both, the deity announced with a smile, clearly astonished by the talents of these 2 young ones. In his several centuries of existence, he had never encountered anyone whose aptitude rivaled that of these children, particularly Kaso, whose keen insight was nothing short of astonishing. Typically, it took prodigies over 6 months to grasp the manipulation of energy. Kaso, however, achieved mastery in less than a month. After a brief pause, the deity continued, however, at your current level, the possibility of comprehension is virtually non-existent. Following this pronouncement, Bobo fell silent once more, standing quietly beside the deity. The deity, taken aback by his own thoughts, seemed to come to a realization but chose not to voice it. You may remove your weighted garments, he said, observing the 2 with a somewhat peculiar expression. He was acutely aware of the effects brought about by this training method. Kaso and Osbel had been burdened by their weighted clothing for a full month, relying solely on their physical strength to train. Now, with their control over energy honed, it was difficult to fathom what would transpire once they shed those weights. The deity felt a surge of anticipation for the impending spectacle. Oh, I almost forgot, Kaso exclaimed, patting his head as he remembered the weight he still bore. Initially bewildered by the concept of energy, Kaso had progressed from confusion to clarity through the deity's theoretical explanations and Bobo's month-long training. He had developed a commendable mastery over his internal strength, and his perception and understanding of energy had undergone a transformative leap. Now, Kaso realized that the arduous nature of his previous attempts at instantaneous movement stemmed from his poor sensitivity to energy. He recalled a scene from an anime where Raditz invaded Earth, and Goku and Piccolo donned weighted clothing. Upon removing their weights, their combat prowess surged significantly. Unlike them, Kaso's weighted attire imposed a formidable constraint of 25 times his natural weight, promising extraordinary results. With this thought in mind, Kaso eagerly anticipated the moment he would remove his weighted garments. He exchanged a glance with Osbel, and they ultimately agreed that Kaso would go first. Chapter 36. Shedding the burdensome garment, he slowly lifted the hem of his garment, inch by inch, pulling it upward until the collar passed over his head. The burdensome attire nearly discarded. Suddenly, a heavy tension enveloped the surroundings. The air within the temple, already thin, became increasingly oppressive, rendering breaths laborious. The deity and Osbel were momentarily taken aback by the palpable atmosphere, swallowing nervously. As Kaso fully removed the weighted garment, a sound akin to beans cascading to the ground resonated from his body. Crackling, the immense pressure dissipated, and every cell within him danced joyously, prompting Kaso to yearn for a triumphant howl towards the heavens. The long-restrained power within him awakened, reminiscent of an ancient Eastern dragon, fully roused with the falling of the burdensome attire. Boom, boom. As Kaso's strength gradually unfurled, the temple seemed to tremble slightly, and the sky was stirred by a tempestuous energy, the previously stifling atmosphere now boiling with fervor. A monumental force emanated from Kaso, a horrifying energy exploding in an instant, enveloping him in a vast white aura, akin to a diminutive god of war standing resolutely in the temple's center. How formidable! The deity's white cloak billowed backward, nearly overwhelming him with its force. Kaso is truly remarkable, Osbel exclaimed, her feline eyes wide with admiration, fixated on him. Bobo stood expressionless, rooted in place, an immovable statue amidst the spectacle. At that moment, ha! Kaso erupted into laughter, clenching his fists as the sky reverberated with a sudden hum. Astonished by the display of his own power, he felt an unending surge of energy rising within him, more than double his strength from a month prior. Yet, without a detector, he could not ascertain his current combat prowess. Is this the essence? Kaso mused, gazing at the energy sphere that had materialized in his hand. Through a month of training, he had come to interpret the energy within him as chi. Kaso, it's my turn now. Osbel swiftly approached. Upon hearing her words, Kaso instantly dispersed the energy in his hand, retracting his power. The effortless manipulation of chi belied that of a novice who had merely begun to grasp its intricacies. The deity, observing this scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering if she was indeed a prodigy. With the violent energy no longer raging around, tranquility began to return to the temple. Osbel took her place where Kaso had just stood. As the burdensome garment fell, she exclaimed, "Ha!" The atmosphere, once calm, erupted into chaos once more. A tempest howled. The temple's verdant foliage swayed wildly, leaves rustling against one another with a cacophony. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from Osbel. Boom! A pillar of white energy shot skyward. Kaso, witnessing this, was astonished. She has become twice as powerful as before. A month ago, by his senses, Osbel's strength was merely adequate. Now she had ascended to such heights. The deity remarked, Osbel's talent is indeed formidable. He gazed at Kaso, shaking his head. The talent of this little fellow was undeniable. Just moments ago, when Kaso had unleashed his fury, he had nearly been blown away. Turning his attention to Osbel, he noted that although her talent did not quite rival Kaso's, it surpassed any genius he had previously encountered. Soon, Osbel's aura reached its zenith. In that instant, even Kaso felt a tremor. She must possess around 6,000 in combat power. Indeed, the effects of the weighted clothing were truly remarkable, Kaso murmured. If the weighted clothing had such an effect, how astonishing must the gravity chamber be? Kaso's heart brimmed with joy, for he had already commissioned Dr. Briefs to construct a gravity chamber. Suddenly, in the center of the temple, Osbel dissipated the Karen energy enveloping her. The cyclone vanished in an instant, and the surrounding trees fell silent. Kaso, brother, am I impressive? Osbel rushed over, her small face illuminated with a hint of yearning. Well, it seems I must shower her with praise. Kaso chuckled helplessly. He cradled Osbel in his arms and smiled. My little Osbel is the most formidable. Ha ha ha. The deity, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. He almost forgot that these two monsters were merely little children. However, his purpose for coming to Earth extended beyond this moment. He had more significant matters to attend to. Thank you, deity and Mr. Bobo, for your care this past month. Kaso sincerely bowed, preparing to depart from the heavenly realm. Thank you, deity and Mr. Bobo, for your care this past month. At that moment, Osbel mimicked Kaso's words, but after finishing, she stuck out her tongue and smiled shyly. Are you leaving? The deity inquired. Yes. Kaso affectionately ruffled Osbel's hair. Until we meet again. The deity was at a loss for words. A month prior, the two had suddenly descended upon Earth, their presence striking such fear that his heart nearly leapt from his chest. Yet, through their interactions and conversations, he discovered that these two little monsters were not the malevolent beings he had initially feared. Rather, they possessed a touch of innocence. Yet, with their departure, he wondered when they might meet again. Goodbye. Kaso waved to the deity and Mr. Bobo. Osbel imitated Kaso's gesture, waving as well. With that, the two erupted in a blaze of white energy, soaring upward and plunging downward toward the realm below. As Kaso departed, Mr. Bobo regarded him with a peculiar expression. Though none noticed this detail, two streaks of white light traversed the sky. On the Karen Tower stood a plump cat, observing the two beams of light rushing toward it. What brings them here? The cat sage pondered, wondering why they were not still in the heavenly realm mastering the manipulation of energy. Have they already learned? The cat sage shook its head, deeming such a feat impossible. It had never witnessed anyone grasping the perception and utilization of energy within a month. However, seeing these two little children approach, the cat sage felt less trepidation than during their first encounter, having learned from the deity's messages that they were not malevolent beings. Upon hearing these words, the cat sage found them utterly astonishing. From the aura emitted by the two individuals, he could sense an extraordinarily violent energy within them. Could such beings truly be good? Although the cat sage was taken aback, he held a firm belief in the words of the celestial deity. Chapter 37. Exchange for Divine Beings. Two small figures stirred up tumultuous waves, causing the cat sage's whiskers to cling tightly to his cheeks as a fierce wind swept by, rendering his eyes completely shut. What could these two rascals be up to? Why had they suddenly appeared here instead of cultivating in the celestial realm? The cat sage was utterly perplexed. As the two orbs of white energy drew nearer, just before reaching Corinta, Kaso and Osbel abruptly dissipated their energy. The sky returned to tranquility. The cat sage observed this spectacle, astonished as if struck by a thunderclap. The energy of Kaso and his companion had vanished in an instant. Had they truly comprehended energy? The cat sage rubbed his eyes and took a closer look, seemingly forgetting that energy was invisible. Hello, Kaso greeted as he descended upon Corinta. Noticing the cat sage's bewildered expression, he touched his own face, puzzled as to why he appeared thus. The cat sage's astonishment was not without cause. In the anime, Goku had defeated King Piccolo and spent 3 years in the celestial realm to master energy. Of course, the cat sage was only aware of Goku's training in energy. He was oblivious to any subsequent training. Now, witnessing two youngsters grasping energy in less than a month and mastering its control was truly terrifying. The cat sage extended a tiny paw and pointed at Kaso, his paw trembling slightly. Why, you have learned to wield energy? Indeed, is there a problem? Kaso replied, somewhat puzzled. What was wrong with the cat sage? He hadn't harmed the earth. Why this expression? Osbel widened her eyes, observing the rotund cat, finding him rather peculiar. Brother Kaso, is it perhaps daft? She whispered, believing her voice to be barely audible. Little did she know. The cat sage. Kaso chuckled inwardly. The little girl remained as adorable as ever. However, he did notice the cat sage's expression. When he had landed on Corinta, he had instinctively retracted his energy, likely the source of the cat sage's astonishment. Throughout the entire anime, no one had ever comprehended energy so swiftly. While Kaso was still mastering instant transmission on Planet Yadrat, he felt his innate understanding was remarkably strong. Now, on Earth, he was learning to wield energy at an impressive pace. He pondered whether this could be attributed to the merging of their two souls. Brother Kaso, what are you thinking about? Osbel asked, noticing Kaso's stillness. Her curiosity piqued. Nothing. Kaso smiled at the little girl. In truth, her talent was quite formidable as well. The time she took to learn instant transmission was comparable to Goku's. And under his guidance, she quickly grasped the application of energy. The cat sage regarded the two with a peculiar gaze, as if he were observing a pair of extraordinary beings. I have heard that you possess a certain type of being. One that allows a person to go 10 days without feeling hunger, Kaso said. Are you referring to the mystical beings? Indeed, they exist. But what is your purpose in seeking them? These beings are meant for martial artists who ascend Corinta. They hold little value for the likes of you too. The cat sage replied, scratching his head. Of no use? Kaso chuckled inwardly, knowing that such a miraculous item would be cherished, especially as Goku and his companions would soon wish to split a single being in half for their needs. The audacity of the cat sage's claim was amusing. With a smirk, Kaso thought, if that is the case, then this should be simple. Could you spare some beans for me? Or I could offer something in exchange. He proposed. What do you have to trade? The cat sage, still unaware of the bean's true significance, hesitated. After all, it had spent centuries cultivating them and was reluctant to part with them without recompense. However, it might consider a trade for something deemed less valuable. Kaso smiled subtly at the prospect. It seemed promising. His initial suggestion of acquiring the beans for free was merely a tactic to give the cat sage a sense of agency. He understood that even the most trivial of his possessions would not be given away freely. How about I trade you fish? Fish. The cat sage paused. Then its eyes sparkled with excitement. That sounds delightful. But how about 20 fish for one bean? Noticing Kaso's lack of reaction, the cat sage began to doubt whether its request was excessive. After a moment, it cleared its throat and adjusted its offer. If you find that too demanding, I could settle for 10 fish per bean. But you must recognize the bean's extraordinary power. They can stave off hunger for 10 days. No need for negotiation. Let it be 20 fish for one bean. Kaso maintained a stoic facade, though inwardly he was elated beyond measure. He would gladly trade even 20,000 fish for a single bean. Little bee, wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Kaso vanished from sight. Before long, he reappeared at the same spot, having plunged into the depths of the Pacific Ocean, frantically fishing until dozens of universal capsules were filled to capacity. On Corinta, Osbel's eyes widened as she beheld Kaso's sudden reappearance. Did you return so quickly, Brother Kaso? She asked, scratching her head in disbelief. Take a look at the fish I've gathered. Kaso pressed a button on a capsule, and a large box materialized from thin air. I have dozens of these boxes, he explained, pulling on the container's door, which swung open to reveal a cascade of fish spilling forth. Look at all these fish. The cat sage gasped, its breath hitching. It had never encountered such an abundance before. The last time it had enjoyed fish was over a century ago, and the taste was nearly forgotten. With so many fish, it could feast for quite a while. The cat sage's heart raced with excitement. You can take all the beans you desire. The cat sage estimated that this box contained no fewer than 50,000 fish, and Kaso still had dozens of such boxes in hand. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly restrain himself from leaping with joy. What a good person, Kaso mused, realizing for the first time that he himself was indeed a good person, a thought he had not previously entertained. Seeing the cat sage lounging atop the heap of fish, Kaso chuckled and approached the spot it had just indicated. There were 3 wooden tubs resting on the ground, each covered by a wooden lid. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered them filled to the brim with magical beans. Kaso's breath hitched. His reaction mirrored that of the cat sage just moments before. Both of them consumed by sheer exhilaration. So many. Kaso nearly lost his mind. Each of the 3 tubs brimmed with magical beans, surely numbering in the tens of thousands. He still held a capsule he had borrowed from the Universal Capsule Shop. Just as he prepared to gather them all, Kaso hesitated. After pondering for a moment, he decided to only pour out 2/3 from the last tub. There should still be several thousand beans left for future use. Chapter 38. Encounter with Goku. Perhaps I should leave some for them. Kaso had initially intended to take all the magical beans, reasoning that if he left them behind, they would simply be devoured by Yachirobe. However, upon reflection, he realized that if he took everything, what would Goku and the others do? Goku was, after all, his favorite protagonist. Cat Sage, you must understand the significance of these magical beans. They can restore a person from a heavily injured state in an instant. Kaso felt compelled to emphasize the bean's importance to the cat sage. He could not bear to witness the later struggles of Goku, who would be reduced to splitting a single bean in half just to survive. Having spoken his piece, Kaso disregarded the cat sage's reaction, took hold of Osbel's little hand, and soared into the sky. What just happened? The cat sage watched the retreating figures of the two, perplexed. It's my beans. How could I not know their effects? It muttered to itself, finding Kaso to be rather peculiar. After a while, as it sat atop the pile of fish, the cat sage fell into deep contemplation. It seemed to grasp the weight of Kaso's words. Having lived atop Corinta, it had only learned of the affairs of the lower realms through the 3 water tubs. Over the years, few remarkable martial artists had ascended to Corinta, thus the magical beans had scarcely been utilized. Moreover, the cat sage had merely regarded the beans as a form of sustenance, forgetting their true efficacy. Indeed, these magical beans are quite extraordinary. The cat sage then recalled the commotion caused by Kaso and Osbel's arrival on Earth, pondering whether every being from the cosmos possessed such prowess. But what if Earth were to be invaded? What would we do without the magical beans? The more it considered, the more it felt a pressing need to consult with the heavenly deity regarding this matter. Gazing at the mountain of fish, the cat sage winced, a pained expression crossing its face, and muttered a curse under its breath. What a waste. 2 streaks of light cut across the sky. Kaso and Osbel flew side by side, entirely unaware of the cat sage's subsequent reactions. Kaso, where are we headed now? Osbel inquired curiously, flying alongside him. You'll find out soon enough, Kaso replied, guiding her further into the depths of a distant forest. Soaring over the dense forest, surrounded by undulating peaks and the occasional sighting of majestic beasts, a narrow path soon emerged through the woods. The foliage on either side of the trail had been meticulously cleared, indicating frequent passage. Following the path, a mountain resembling a bun came into view. Brother Kaso, that hill looks just like a bun, exclaimed Osbel, her mouth watering at the thought of something delicious. This little hill was known as Bun Mountain. Kaso chuckled, surprised that Osbel had retained such a vivid memory after tasting a bun at Tai's home just once. Bun Mountain was the residence of Goku and his grandfather, Son Gohan. And later, after Goku married Chi-Chi, they continued to dwell there. At that moment, Kaso mused that Goku must have nearly descended to Earth by now. As they flew on, they soon spotted a house. Kaso vividly recalled that Goku's home contained a Dragon Ball. Before arriving on Earth, Kaso had contemplated that even if Dr. Briefs were to assist him in constructing a gravity chamber, it would likely be limited to just one. Yet, one chamber would hardly suffice for more than 100 Saiyans. Thus, he devised a plan to utilize the Dragon Balls, wishing for Shinron to replicate over 100 gravity chambers. Pleased with his brilliant idea, Kaso pondered why he hadn't simply wished for the dragon to create all the chambers directly. Why go through the trouble of having Dr. Briefs build one first? It was unclear whether Kaso had considered this point. Brother Kaso, there's no one here, Osbel remarked as they descended from the sky and entered the house, only to find it completely vacant. They must have gone out. Kaso mused while exploring the surroundings. He observed that the place was rather ordinary, devoid of anything particularly special, and wondered how Goku, having grown up here, had become so formidable. Kaso understood that Goku's strength largely stemmed from his pure-hearted nature and unwavering dedication to martial arts. Ah, Kaso chuckled, I found it. In a corner, he picked up a Dragon Ball adorned with 4 stars, marveling at how the shape and position of the stars remained unchanged from any angle. How extraordinary, Kaso exclaimed, turning to Osbel. Let us go. Did you find something? She inquired. Indeed. As they ascended into the sky, they beheld the distant sunset, its orange rays spilling over the clouds, bathing them in a splendid hue of tangerine. As Kaso examined the Dragon Ball in his hand, he suddenly noticed an elderly man in the mountains, cradling a newborn in his arms. Kakarot? Kaso raised an eyebrow, and promptly, he and Osbel descended. In the mountains, Son Gohan appeared to be searching for something. Suddenly, sensing a presence, he looked up in astonishment. Mafuba! Son Gohan gasped, his eyes widening at the sight of the 2 children. It was the legendary Mafuba technique. He had learned from his master, Master Roshi, of a magical skill that allowed one to soar through the skies. He recalled the moment when he had asked, Master, can you do it? The only response he received was the sight of Master Roshi's 2 blank eyes. Given the silence from his master, it was evident that he could not perform the technique. In truth, mastering the flying nimbus would be a trivial endeavor for someone of Master Roshi's caliber. However, as it belonged to the Crane School, he deemed it beneath him to employ such a technique. Now, witnessing 2 children capable of performing the flying nimbus left Son Gohan utterly astonished. Hello, old man, Karsur greeted as he descended with Osbel. Son Gohan opened his mouth. Hello. Upon seeing these 2 children, he sensed that they bore no remarkable traits distinguishing them from ordinary humans. Were it not for their descent from the sky, he might have mistaken them for 2 lost little ones. When had such skilled individuals emerged on Earth? Karsur glanced up at the small basket behind Son Gohan and noticed a plump infant sitting quietly within, a furry tail dangling over the edge. To his surprise, he observed a bandage wrapped around Goku's head. Had he been injured? He recalled that Goku had fallen from a cliff as a child, resulting in a significant change in his temperament, even causing him to forget his own identity. Karsur chuckled inwardly, realizing that the plot was unfolding. Son Gohan, puzzled, wondered what this child intended to do, as he had yet to speak. While scrutinizing the 2 children, he noticed a tail around their waist, identical to that of his grandson. Chapter 39. The gravity chamber is complete. Son Gohan eagerly inquired, Are you Goku's family? He then slapped his forehead, realizing that Goku was a name he had bestowed upon the infant, and they might not even know who Goku was. He continued, Goku is the baby behind me. It was understandable that Son Gohan felt anxious. While training in the mountains, he had unexpectedly witnessed a spherical object plummet from the sky, only to discover a baby inside. Now, spotting tails on both children suggested they were likely Goku's kin. However, this thought brought a twinge of reluctance to Son Gohan. Although Goku had initially exhibited a fierce temperament, he had become quite gentle after his injury, and who could possibly dislike such an adorable little one? Osbel floated behind Son Gohan, gazing at the infant in the basket. Is this Kakarot? She asked. Karsur chuckled. We can consider ourselves Goku's family. But there has been a minor incident at home, so we would appreciate your care for him. Son Gohan was taken aback. They truly were Goku's family. What kind of mishap had occurred at Goku's home? Hearing Karsur's words, Son Gohan imagined that perhaps Goku's family had been targeted by enemies, leading them to send him away. Poor child. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. He no longer needed to worry about such a charming little one being taken away. Unbeknownst to Karsur, Son Gohan's mind had already spun a tale of revenge for the family's misfortunes. He was only aware that Goku could achieve such remarkable feats, not only due to the protagonist's halo but also owing to the profound influence of Earth's martial arts. From a young age, Goku had undergone rigorous training under the guidance of Son Gohan, subsequently following Master Roshi, and eventually ascending to the celestial realm. This series of rigorous training sessions laid a robust foundation for his future ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts. Therefore, it was indeed the wisest choice for Goku to remain on Earth. Kaso glanced again at the elderly son Gohan, who wore a black hat and sported 2 tufts of white beard, his posture slightly stooped, exuding an air of benevolence. Would such an elder ultimately perish at Goku's feet? However, Kasu had no intention of revealing that Saiyans transform into colossal apes upon witnessing a full moon. Life often presents myriad inevitabilities. It is best to let events unfold naturally. He sighed but found solace in the thought that after the old man's demise, he might find his true love in the afterlife, rendering the conclusion somewhat perfect. Kasu was referring to returning something to Goku, not to himself. Uncertain if Son Gohan would comprehend his meaning, Son Gohan, not grasping Kasu's intent, stroked his beard and remarked, "Oh, how did this orb end up in your possession? I found this orb many years ago. It was beautiful, so I kept it. If it proves useful to you, please take it." "Thank you, Grandpa. We shall take our leave now. Farewell." With that, Kasu shook his head and departed with Osby, observing their retreating figures. Son Gohan marveled at their strength before continuing his search for medicinal herbs, as he still needed to tend to Goku's wounds. "Kasu brother, that is Kakarot, I assent it? He resembles Uncle Bardock." Osby chimed, her small face nestled against his neck, her warmth tickling him. Kasu felt a slight itch and subsequently pulled Osby closer, cradling her against his chest. Goku indeed bore a striking resemblance to Bardock, and it was not merely limited to him. Even Goten, later on, shared a striking likeness to these two, though it was puzzling why he grew up looking somewhat different. Reflecting on this, Kasu chuckled to himself. Perhaps it was the result of offending Akira Toriyama. He planted a kiss on Osby's cheek, saying, "Come, let us indulge in some delicious food." "Oh yay." Upon hearing about the food, Osby clenched her small fists, her eyes sparkling with excitement like a kitten. Kasu, holding Osby, soared swiftly through the skies. After a month of arduous training in the celestial realm, it was time for a well-deserved relaxation. Otherwise, using instant transmission to arrive directly at Tai's home would lack the thrill. In West City, the residences were lavishly opulent. Within one expansive courtyard stood an inverted bowl-shaped structure, surrounded by numerous designated areas. In the research zone, Dr. Briefs, clad in a white lab coat and wielding incomprehensible tools, stood before a black metallic building, scrutinizing it intently. Almost there. After a month of laborious crafting, Dr. Briefs had finally completed the gravity chamber. Indeed, the materials required were quite abundant, particularly the rare metals, of which he had a modest supply at home. Should Kasu wish to construct a second gravity chamber, it would likely prove unfeasible. Suddenly, the commotion outside drew his attention, revealing his daughter Tai's arrival with Kaso and others. "Ah, they have arrived sooner than expected." Dr. Briefs chuckled. "Dad, Kaso and the others are here," Tai exclaimed as she approached with Kaso in tow. Following them was a curious little girl, her gaze fixed on the two companions. Bulma murmured, "How did they manage that?" "You've arrived just in time. I have just completed the gravity chamber." Dr. Briefs gestured to the side. Kaso turned to see a sleek black metallic structure resembling a fortress. The gravity chamber spanned approximately 40 square meters, surrounded by metallic walls and reinforced with 4 stout pillars, seemingly designed to stabilize its functioning. Bathed in a luminous glow, the chamber exuded a striking metallic sheen. "Is this the gravity chamber?" Kaso inched closer, reaching out to touch its surface. Dr. Briefs smiled. "I have fulfilled all your requests." In truth, Dr. Briefs regarded these requests as minor challenges. His primary focus had been on designing a musical system. He could not abide the thought of a flawless creation lacking a quality sound system. Thus, he dedicated considerable time over the past month to devise a musical system capable of functioning under 100-fold gravitational force. Ultimately, he felt a sense of triumph at his genius. He mused, "These two little ones are bound to appreciate it. They will absolutely adore it." Chapter 40. You Are My Little Apple. Such a spacious gravity chamber. Could it be transformed into a universal capsule? Kaso's excitement was palpable. Yet he pondered how such a large chamber could be transported. "Rest assured, this is merely the fundamental functionality," Dr. Briefs remarked, his eyes sparkling with intellect behind his black-rimmed glasses. "Would you care to experience the effects of the gravity chamber?" "Absolutely," Kaso replied, a bit too enthralled to notice Dr. Briefs' keen gaze. He understood the gravity chamber's significance well. Since Vegeta's arrival on Earth, he had spent countless hours within its confines, relentlessly pursuing Goku, a large part of which was attributed to the chamber's influence. After Dr. Briefs' explanation, Kaso grasped the operational mechanics of the chamber. He slowly opened the door, revealing a minimalist interior reminiscent of an ordinary training room, save for a circular box nestled in the corner, the purpose of which remained a mystery, as Dr. Briefs had not elaborated on it. "Never mind that for now," Kaso thought, eager to experience the chamber's effects. Engaging 25 times gravity, as Kaso softly intoned. The gravity chamber roared to life, akin to a beast poised to pounce. Suddenly, he felt the air thicken, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped his entire being. Fortunately, he had previously acclimatized to the effects of 25 times gravity in the heavenly realm. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have collapsed onto the ground. Nevertheless, His limbs still felt somewhat heavy. He could perceive that both his body and his internal organs had become exceedingly burdensome in that moment. Indeed, everything unfolded just as Kaso had anticipated. The weighted clothing was beneficial solely for the body, offering no advantage for the internal organs. The gravity chamber was truly remarkable. At that instant, a thunderous noise erupted from a small box in the corner. Who could it be? Kaso was startled, having just withstood the pressure of 25 times gravity, only to now be frightened into submission on the ground. A cacophony of music filled the air. "You are my little apple. How I love you without reserve. That scoundrel. Brivas." Upon hearing the melody, Kaso instantly recognized it as the work of Dr. Brivas. He had sensed something amiss with Brivas's demeanor earlier, and little did he expect to receive such a grand gift. Darn it. Cancel the gravity. Kaso slowly rose, exclaiming in resignation. Suddenly, he felt the weight upon him vanish, replaced by an overwhelming sense of lightness. The gravity chamber was indeed impressive. Within a brief moment, Kaso noticed a slight loosening of the power within him. Is the physique of a Saiyan truly so extraordinary? Kaso shook his head. Although he had undergone potential enhancement under the Grand Elder on Namek, he had also trained in the heavenly realm for a month, undoubtedly augmenting his potential further. Under this pressure, his potential was rapidly unleashed. He found it hard to believe that the gravity chamber could infinitely amplify strength. If it were truly that potent, Vegeta would have surpassed Goku long ago. Outside the gravity chamber, Dr. Brivas gazed at the firmly closed door, pondering that the young lad must surely appreciate his musical system. Kaso is coming out, Osbel exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the door. It creaked open, and Kaso emerged. "So, how do you find my music system?" Dr. Brivas asked, his confidence in his creation unwavering. A warrior in the throes of arduous training surely cannot be without a splendid melody to accompany them. Seeing Kaso remain silent, Dr. Brivas assumed the lad must be thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Dr. Brivas basked in a profound sense of accomplishment. Kaso, however, felt as if a tempest raged within him, utterly speechless. After a moment of stillness, he sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Dr. Brivas." Although he found the recent commotion somewhat exasperating, he was genuinely grateful to Dr. Brivas. The capsules and this gravity chamber were incomparable in value. At that moment, Bulma approached, her small hand resting on Kaso's shoulder. "Kaso, how effective is the gravity chamber that my father built?" "It's excellent." Kaso nodded earnestly. The gravity chamber was undoubtedly effective. He had felt a notable enhancement in his strength after merely a short time inside. However, he wondered what she intended. "Since that is the case, my father has even created a gravity chamber for you, so why not teach me how to fly?" With excitement illuminating her face, Bulma gazed at Kars. She was utterly astonished to witness Kars soaring into the sky. She had never heard of anyone being able to fly unaided. Noticing Kars' silence and being oblivious to his thoughts, she wondered if he was unwilling to agree. How infuriating. Besides Kars, it seemed that the slightly older girl, Osbel, could also fly. With this thought in mind, Bulma approached Osbel and affectionately said, "Sister Osbel, could you please teach me?" She felt compelled to seek Osbea's help since Kars had not made a statement. If Osbel could teach her, she could flaunt her newfound abilities at school. The mere thought filled her with joy. Tais, observing her sister's actions, was well aware of her intentions. The enormous gravity chamber was beyond her capability to transport via instant transmission, but fortunately, the brilliant Dr. Briefs had invented the universal capsule. A while later, Tais cast a glance at Kars, shrugged her shoulders, and appeared somewhat exasperated. Kars replied this. At Osbea's side, Bulma eagerly shook Osbea's hand, pleading, "Sister Osbel, will you take me flying?" Having often seen people flying in movies, she yearned to experience the sensation of free flight. "All right." Osbel puffed out her cheeks and spoke in a mock-serious tone. Having just made a new friend, she figured she might as well take her for a little adventure. Kids these days can be quite bothersome, though it seemed Osbel had forgotten she was still a child herself. Witnessing this scene, Kars was momentarily taken aback. Had Osbel been possessed by some mischievous spirit? However, her puffed-up cheeks struck him as inexplicably adorable, melting his heart with a sense of endearment. In the blink of an eye, the two little girls, both about a meter tall, soared into the air, flying out through the main entrance. Chapter 41. Ascending with Taizo. Dr. Briefs was somewhat astonished to see his little daughter flying away. It turned out that the little rascal could fly. In Dr. Briefs' mind, he marveled at how impressive the youth of today were, entirely unaware that this was an astonishing event. His reaction was indeed peculiar. Normally, one would be astounded to witness someone flying, yet he merely expressed mild surprise, followed by a lack of further reaction. Was this the eccentricity of a genius at work? Afterward, Dr. Briefs moved to another area of the research facility to embark on a new project. At this moment, Kars had neatly stored away the gravity chamber, concealing the capsule in his pocket. "Tais, what are you doing?" Kars pressed his pocket, only to notice that Tais was looking at him with a somewhat peculiar expression. He touched his face, finding nothing amiss. Could it be that he was too handsome? Could you also take me flying?" Tais asked, her face hidden in her hands as she lowered her gaze. She often flies on airplanes, but she has never experienced the liberating sensation of soaring through the skies like Kaso does. Watching her sister ascend into the heavens, she felt a deep sense of envy. The bashful demeanor she exhibited did not escape Kaso's notice, and Tai Si felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, upon reflection, she concluded that it was merely a request to be taken aloft, a trivial matter indeed. Kaso paused momentarily, then responded with a smile, no problem. He regarded Tai Si with earnestness. Her lustrous hair cascaded behind her, and her fair complexion seemed to flush with a hint of rose, likely from bashfulness. Her alluring figure, complemented by her ample curves, made him swallow hard. He had not anticipated that this older sister would be so enchanting. If you wish to fly, you should have mentioned it sooner. Even disregarding Dr. Breeves' reputation, your figure warrants a certain respect. Kaso silently chastised Tai Si. To Tai Si, Kaso's shaking head gave the impression that he was reproaching her for not speaking up earlier, a sentiment that felt somewhat odd. Nevertheless, the prospect of flying filled Tai Si with joy, as she envisioned the exhilarating freedom of soaring through the skies. Come on. Kaso extended his hand with a gentle smile. Having completed most tasks on Earth, he only needed to gather the Dragon Balls, which required Dr. Brevis to create a dragon radar. For now, he would take Tai Si on a delightful flight. What should I do? Tai Si asked, her excitement now tinged with nervousness, just moments ago brimming with enthusiasm. She now felt a bit at a loss. Just do what feels comfortable. Kaso chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Si clung to him tightly, akin to a koala embracing a tree. Kaso felt the softness against his back, a sensation both pleasant and slightly nerve-wracking. In his previous life, Kaso had never dated and was entirely unfamiliar with the intimacy of contact with a girl. Now, as Tai Si held on to him, he felt a subtle stir within. Remaining still, Kaso sensed Tai Si's apprehension. Perhaps she believed her movements were the cause of the delay. Fly? Tai Si urged, puzzled. Didn't you say to do whatever feels comfortable? Why aren't we flying yet? All is well. Kaso reassured her, then gently grasped her smooth thighs. Hold on tighter. I'm afraid. Tai Si's voice trembled slightly. They had ascended to a height of 5 or 6 meters above the ground. The sensation of potentially plummeting evoked intense fear within her. All right. Kaso tightened his grasp and declared, we're ready to take off. With that, they vanished from their spot in an instant. Kaso and Tai Si soared rapidly into the sky, the wind whipping against her face. As they climbed higher, her adrenaline surged, prompting her to shout, Kaso, hold me tight. After a while, laughter erupted from her lips. This feels wonderful. Tai Si opened her arms, and as she soared through the clouds, she gently stirred them, effortlessly gliding past. The intimate embrace of the sky felt truly liberating. Initially, she was quite apprehensive. Yet with Kaso's protection, her worries quickly dissipated. No matter how much she squirmed, Kaso's small hands held firmly to her legs, and she felt an inexplicable sense of security while suspended from his petite frame. Stealing a glance at Kaso, she suddenly found his youthful face surprisingly handsome. This thought made her heart flutter, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. After all, he was still just a child. What was she thinking? As Tai Si momentarily lost herself in thought, Kaso executed a sharp turn in the air, followed by a swift drift. Once again, Tai Si's piercing scream echoed through the sky. Whoosh! Tai Si patted the lofty expanse before her. Upon returning to solid ground, she finally felt at ease. In her eyes, Kaso was a little rascal, completely oblivious to the delicacy of the situation, flying at such a speed that it nearly frightened her to death. Tai Si, are you all right? Kaso inquired, slightly embarrassed. It was his first time carrying such a stunning young lady, and he couldn't help but feel nervous, forgetting to regulate his speed. I'm fine, Tai Si replied, rolling her eyes at him, now realizing his concern. Kaso raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hadn't she just been terrified? Nevertheless, he nodded appreciatively. So good. Tai Si affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling widely. This little fellow often presented himself with an adult demeanor, but it turned out he was quite adorable. At that moment, cheerful shouts filled the air. How delightful! Osbel descended slowly from the sky alongside Bulma. Upon landing, Bulma eagerly approached Tai Si, chattering animatedly about recent events. Hearing her sister's words, Tai Si rolled her eyes, as if implying that no one else had ever flown before. Stealing another furtive glance at Kaso, she noted that he was blissfully unaware, engrossed in laughter with Osbel. Bulma, I'm hungry, Osbel exclaimed, rushing over. I just heard Kaso brother mention delicious food, and I still haven't eaten. I'm about to starve. Let us go eat something tasty. Osbel paid no heed to Kaso, happily skipping after Bulma instead. Kaso thought to himself, this girl has grown wings. She doesn't even call me when there's food. Tai Si observed his expression and found it amusing. She patted his head and asked, aren't you hungry too? Kaso shot her an annoyed glance, as if it were blatantly obvious. Let us go eat something delicious, Tai Si declared, pulling Kaso along. Upon entering the dining hall, Osbel was devouring meat heartily, while Bulma sat nearby watching her. Kaso quickly joined the feast, digging into the food. Kaso brother, why are you stealing my meat? Osbel pouted, looking at him in frustration. I'm taking it because you didn't invite me to eat together, he retorted playfully. Kaso, with a fierce determination, contemplated his next move. Yet, upon seeing the indignant expression on Xiao Baier's face, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Here you go, he declared. Kaso brother is truly kind, exclaimed Osbel, her laughter ringing out once more. Chapter 42. The creation of the Dragon Ball radar. Though this was not the same Earth, the culinary delights were equally exquisite, and Kaso's face was smeared with oil from his indulgence. Tai Si rested her delicate chin upon her hands, observing Kaso with a gentle smile, although her curiosity was piqued by the multitude of empty plates before them. How could his seemingly small stomach accommodate such a vast quantity of food without even a hint of distension? Burp. Kaso set down his plate, contentedly releasing the sound of satisfaction that echoed in the air. Having feasted well, he was now prepared to attend to more pressing matters. Tai Si, is Dr. Briefs available at the moment? Kaso inquired, wishing to enlist his assistance in creating a Dragon Ball radar. He felt a twinge of guilt, having just had a gravity chamber constructed for him. What's the matter? Do you have something else? At that moment, both Tai Si and Bulma turned their attention toward Kaso, while Osbel continued her culinary endeavors. Well, I was hoping Dr. Briefs could help me with another small device, Kaso admitted, a hint of embarrassment evident in his tone. What kind of device? Tai Si asked, her curiosity piqued. Kaso's demeanor suggested that it was of considerable importance, prompting his reluctance to bring it up. What could it be, she wondered. Bulma, seated nearby, wore a puzzled expression, eager to hear Kaso's thoughts. Slowly, Kaso withdrew a Dragon Ball from his pocket. Gesturing toward it as he spoke, I would like Dr. Briefs to help me create a device that can sense its location. Bulma felt a sense of familiarity with the orb, prompting her to take it from Kaso's hand. She examined it closely, certain she had encountered it before. Yet the specifics eluded her memory. I believe I can construct that device. You need not trouble my father, Bulma replied, exasperation evident in her gesture as she indicated her willingness to take on the task. Bulma, can you truly do it? Tai Si questioned, somewhat skeptical. She recognized her sister's intelligence and her propensity for small inventions, yet felt that this particular task was of great significance to Kaso and might be better suited for their father. Why do you doubt me? Bulma shot her sister a sideways glance. I'm confident in my abilities, she declared, her resolve unwavering. Kaso, standing firmly in Bulma's corner, recalled how the quest for the Dragon Balls commenced with Bulma's own search. It was she who stumbled upon a Dragon Ball in a storeroom, delving into extensive research to uncover the legend of the 7 Dragon Balls. Thus began her journey, setting the stage for the unfolding saga. Even though Bulma was still young, Kaso believed wholeheartedly in her capabilities. With hope in his heart, he gazed at her. Her eagerness to assist him was merely a means to learn the secrets of soaring through the skies. That girl, Tai Si chuckled, choosing to let her sister be. Since Bulma and Kaso have both expressed their views, it seems there should be no issues. After a while, Osbel lay on one side, her small hands resting on her stomach, displaying a look of pure enjoyment. Having never tasted such delectable food before, she wished to remain on Earth indefinitely. In this moment, the fierce and combative nature of the Saiyans vanished entirely from Osbel, leaving only gluttony and laziness. This girl, Kaso shook his head and smiled helplessly. Traditionally, Saiyans had little requirement for food, but Kaso believed that a single encounter with Earth's cuisine would undoubtedly drive them wild. Even formidable beings like Whis and Beerus were not exempt from this phenomenon. Thus, witnessing Osbel in such a state, Kaso refrained from commenting. What about Bulma? As Tai saw Bulma emerge from her workshop, she immediately stood up. Kaso looked at her with eager anticipation. According to the progression of the Dragon Ball narrative, it was Bulma who first invented the Dragon Radar. However, she was still quite young. Would she be able to accomplish it? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. If Bulma had not succeeded, he would have to rely on Dr. Briefs. I did it. Bulma nodded with a smile. Upon obtaining the orb, she had envisioned several design plans in her mind, the foremost being to conduct a wave detection. She understood that most objects emitted a specific ripple. If the orb was found to have no ripples, that would be acceptable. She had a backup plan. However, during the detection, she discovered that the orb emitted a remarkably unique ripple. As long as there was a detectable wave, the problem would be simplified. Thus, she swiftly constructed the Dragon Radar. Such a trivial task could hardly challenge her capabilities, and Bulma looked at Kaso with a triumphant expression. She lifted her alabaster chin slightly, resembling a noble little swan. Observing this scene, Kaso chuckled. Bulma, at such a tender age, was already so remarkable. She truly deserved her reputation as one of the most intelligent individuals in the Dragon Ball universe. Now that I have prepared this for you, can you teach me how to fly? Bulma asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She felt it would be better for Kaso to instruct her. Bulma understood that relying on others often led to a sense of indebtedness, and thus Kaso would certainly find it hard to refuse. With this thought in mind, She began to envision herself soaring through the skies. Kaso, indeed, no good deed goes unpunished. However, since Bulma's family has assisted him so much, teaching her to cultivate energy would be reasonable. This way, when the true saga of Dragon Ball begins, she would at least possess the ability to protect herself. I shall remain here for another month to teach you how to cultivate your energy, Kaso stated earnestly, but I must warn you, cultivating energy is arduous. Are you certain you wish to learn? Yes. Bulma nodded vigorously. After pleading multiple times, Kaso had finally acquiesced, and Bulma, fearing he might change his mind, nodded fervently. Besides, whoever said that cultivation was easy? She had long since prepared herself mentally for the challenges ahead. Observing the exchange between her sister and Kars, Tais found it quite amusing. She was aware that if she wished to learn, Kars would undoubtedly teach her. However, her interest did not lie in cultivation, rather. She was more captivated by the idea of writing novels. With this thought in mind, she began to contemplate her future. Just a month prior, she had met Kars and Osbel, two diminutive youngsters with remarkable martial prowess. Now, a month later, Kars had even taken her soaring through the skies, where the exhilaration of flight left one utterly entranced. Tais felt as if she had discovered inspiration for her writing. Chapter 43, Teaching Bulma. Time passed swiftly, and half a month had elapsed. During this period, Tais had left her home, proclaiming that she had found her muse and sought a tranquil place to devote herself to her craft. Kars held no judgment regarding Tais' aspirations. Everyone harbored dreams. He too had once fantasized about traversing into the Dragon Ball universe. Who would have imagined such a dream would materialize? Yet, he was aware that Tais' novels had not garnered much popularity until she encountered that fellow, Gak, whose tales from beyond the cosmos breathed new life into her writings. On this particular day, in the courtyard, Kars admonished Bulma, "Mind your posture, and remain still." Bulma, positioned in a horse stance, was sweating profusely. Upon hearing Kars's words, she lifted her backside once more. Kars smirked, bemused by the frail constitution of earthlings. However, to teach Bulma how to harness ki, she first needed to strengthen her body, just as Master Roshi had done with Krillin and Goku. Without a robust physique, one could neither sense nor store ki. In the Buu saga, Gohan's training of Videl followed a similar principle. However, Videl had begun her training from a young age and benefited from Mr. Satan's financial support, which naturally enhanced her physique. Additionally, being a prodigy made her training all the more effortless. Bulma's situation differed significantly from Videl's. Not only was she young, but she had also been raised as a pampered princess. The prospect of cultivating ki was daunting, to say the least. Fortunately, the existence of the senzu beans brought a smile to Kars's face. For the past half-month, he had subjected Bulma to grueling training, rousing her before dawn, making her hold the horse stance for an hour, followed by an hour of weighted running. There were moments when he feared Bulma might collapse, but the senzu beans revived her vigor. Thus, Bulma persevered through the inhuman trials. Now, she viewed Kars with a hint of trepidation, yet her desire to soar through the skies spurred her on, rendering the notion of surrender utterly inconceivable. Truth be told, witnessing this transformation left Kars in astonishment. In his recollection, Bulma was merely a spoiled princess, who had once sought the Dragon Balls simply to acquire a handsome boyfriend. Yet, the current Bulma demonstrated an extraordinary resilience to endure such harrowing trials. Continue to hold your stance. I shall return shortly, Kaso remarked with a hint of nonchalance. Pressing his fingers to his brow, he promptly vanished from sight. She shook her head and resumed her stance. At last, he had discovered the 7th Dragon Ball. Within a grand castle, Kaso had unearthed a Dragon Ball. A fortnight prior, he had initially found the first Dragon Ball in Bulma's storeroom, and after several expeditions, he had now successfully gathered all 7. As he gazed at the Dragon Ball in his hand, he suddenly heard a commotion emanating from downstairs. "The Dragon Balls are hidden securely, Your Majesty Pilaf," came a voice, assuring the presence of the precious orbs. Kaso chuckled softly. It turned out this Dragon Ball belonged to Pilaf and his minions. He was well aware that these little rascals were merely collecting the Dragon Balls for someone else, essentially serving as laborers. Only when they encountered the Dragon Balls did they dare to make a wish, albeit one that was rather pitiful. Not wishing to linger, Kaso activated his instant transmission and departed. He reappeared in Bulma's yard, where she was still gritting her teeth, steadfastly maintaining her stance. "This young girl is surprisingly formidable." Kaso nodded, thoroughly impressed by Bulma's tenacity, which had reshaped his perception of her. "Bulma, come here," he beckoned. "All right," she replied, collapsing onto the ground after an exhausting hour of practice. Yet, despite the grueling training over the past fortnight, she felt herself growing significantly stronger, able to lift her heavy experimental machinery with one hand. The visible results of her efforts were the only reason she persevered. Otherwise, she would have long since given up. "Are you going to teach me how to fly?" Bulma asked, struggling to her feet, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Already yearning to soar after just a month?" Kaso replied coolly. "First, I will teach you how to sense the energy within you." In truth, flying was not an insurmountable challenge. It merely required sufficient energy within one's body, much like the Saiyans, who, despite initially lacking the ability to harness energy, could easily ascend when bolstered by their innate strength. The comprehension of energy, however, depended on her own aptitude, a skill he had painstakingly grasped after a month of rigorous training. With that thought in mind, he instructed Bulma to sit on the ground. A sphere of white energy manifested in his hand, and as it materialized, a gust of wind swept through the yard, rustling the surrounding trees. Dr. Briefs and his wife, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, only to retreat upon witnessing Kaso instructing Bulma. It was evident they were aware of her training. Remember this sensation, Kaso proclaimed as he hurled the energy sphere towards her, enveloping Bulma in a flash of light. In truth, he was uncertain how to teach her. Flying through the skies required not only the understanding of energy, but also a substantial reservoir of it within one's being. Kakaso did not believe that Bulma could accomplish this feat. He merely instructed her to first sense the existence of ki, hoping that one day she might comprehend it herself. As a sphere of energy approached, Bulma found herself enveloped in a white mist, feeling a comforting warmth envelop her body, akin to soaking in a perfectly tempered hot spring during winter. The soreness from her earlier stance dissipated, and she felt so at ease that she nearly cried out in delight. How delightful! Yet, despite her overwhelming comfort, she did not forget Kakaso's words. Remember this sensation. Bulma quickly quieted her mind, immersing herself entirely in the experience of the energy sphere. Kakaso refrained from interrupting her, allowing her to discover this on her own, for this was a journey no one could assist her with. Casting a glance back, Kakaso then vanished into the courtyard. On the other side of the yard stood a black metal chamber, from which occasionally emanated sounds of intense training. Huh! Ho! Kakaso appeared before the gravity chamber, and upon hearing the commotion within, he called out, "Little Biddy, come with me to witness something fascinating." Chapter 44, Summoning the Dragon of Earth. Soon, the gravity chamber slowly opened, and a delightful little girl emerged, her face glistening with sweat, a small tail wagging energetically behind her. Just then, having completed her training, Osbel radiated a fierce aura, reminiscent of a wild beast, instilling an involuntary sense of trepidation in those who beheld her. At that moment, it was hard to believe that just half a month prior, she had been a carefree child who relished in indulgence. "Brother Kakaso, where are we going?" she inquired. "Follow me, and you shall see." Moments later, two small figures soared into the sky, traversing the bustling city until they arrived at a desolate expanse. Osbel watched as Kakaso retrieved several orbs from his small backpack. The orbs hummed as they clustered together. "How wondrous!" Kakaso exclaimed. "Didn't you want to see what the dragon looks like? Now, you shall witness it." He bellowed at the 7 Dragon Balls. "Arise, dragon." No sooner had he spoken than the sky darkened ominously, clouds gathering in a foreboding manner, heralding an impending storm. Suddenly, bolts of lightning descended from above, crashing onto the 7 Dragon Balls with cataclysmic force. Just as Osbel feared the orbs were doomed, they began to glow ever more brightly, the humming intensifying, creating a resonance that caused her ears to tingle, though she quickly acclimated to the sound. At that moment, a brilliant golden light shot skyward, twisting and undulating as it ascended. The thick beam transformed into a colossal dragon's head, followed by the emergence of its serpentine body before Osbel's astonished eyes. "Brother Kakaso, what is this?" she gasped, her eyes wide and her small hands covering her mouth. "This is the dragon." Osbel was mesmerized. Realizing that this was indeed the dragon Kakaso had spoken of, one said to grant 3 wishes. In her mind, she had always believed that the Dragon Balls could fulfill 3 wishes, unaware that the Dragon Balls of Earth were truly unique in their nature. Soon, the colossal and elongated dragon manifested before the two, appearing somewhat somber against the darkened sky. "State your wish. I am capable of fulfilling any desire." The dragon's raspy and ancient voice resonated throughout the heavens. At that moment, Osbel was filled with exhilaration, having finally encountered the dragon that Kaso had previously mentioned. Although she found it to be rather unsightly, Kaso, unaware of Osbel's thoughts, would have echoed her sentiments, lamenting the dragon's lack of beauty, especially in comparison to the majestic 5-clawed dragons of his original Earth. He tossed out a universal capsule, and a gravity chamber swiftly materialized on the ground. Pointing at the chamber, Kaso proclaimed loudly, "Assist me in replicating 200 identical gravity chambers on Planet Salad." Upon hearing this wish, Osbel's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had previously experienced the effects of the gravity chamber, and if similar chambers could be provided for her kin, the Saiyan strength would undoubtedly become formidable. Yet, she felt a twinge of anxiety about whether this wish could truly be realized. The sky fell into a tranquil silence. Suddenly, the dragon spoke. "Your wish is exceedingly simple. It has been granted." Far away on Planet Salad, in the northern region near the fields where the magical beans were cultivated, 200 gravity chambers suddenly appeared. The dragon continued, "Until we meet again." With that, the dragon transformed into a golden beam of light, and the Dragon Balls soared into the sky. dispersing in various directions at great speed. At that moment, Kaso seized the opportunity, leaping into the air and grasping two of the Dragon Balls just as they were about to escape, one from Bulma's residence and the other belonging to Gohan. Brother Kaso, our wish truly came true. This is amazing, Osbel exclaimed, thrilled and jumping with joy. With so many gravity chambers, it would be nearly impossible for the Saiyans not to ascend in power. However, wasn't there supposed to be 3 wishes? In response to Osbel's curiosity, Kaso took a moment to enlighten her about the differing abilities of each dragon. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Temple, the Supreme Kai and the Cat God, having overheard Kaso's wish, felt their earlier tension dissipate. Although they had come to understand that these two were not inherently malevolent, the summoning of the dragon had still made them apprehensive. A wish of malevolent nature could spell disaster. Fortunately, it seemed all was well. The Supreme Kai exchanged a glance with the Cat God, acknowledging the validity of its previous concerns. Currently, there were too few exceptional martial artists on Earth. Only Master Roshi and Master Shin stood out, with Gohan also considered a noteworthy contender. Given this precarious situation, an alien invasion would lead to an unprecedented calamity for the planet. It was imperative to intervene in the development of martial arts on Earth. On the ground, Kaso remained oblivious to the Supreme Kai's scrutiny from the temple. Even if he were aware, it mattered little, for he had no intention of harming the Earth. Having accomplished his objectives on the planet, Kaso was eager to observe the extent of the gravity chamber's impact on Osbel. Little Osbel, allow me to witness the fruits of your training over the past half-month. Kaso, do be careful not to be reduced to tears by my strikes. Such bravado. Kaso chuckled, bemused by the audacity of today's youth. Suddenly, Osbel erupted with an intense aura, enveloped in a swirling white flame. The petite figure soared into the air. Bang! It was as if a supersonic aircraft had streaked across the sky, the sonic boom echoing with a piercing roar. Osbel moved with the speed of lightning, leaving a trail of brilliance in the sky as she rapidly closed the distance to Kaso. With a swift kick and a flurry of punches, her relentless assault rained down upon him. The force of her blows whipped through the air, creating a tempest that shattered the ground beneath them, leaving not a single inch of the area within a kilometer unscathed. Fortunately, they were in an uninhabited zone. Had this occurred in the city, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Quite formidable indeed. Kaso remained unflustered, deftly parrying each of Osbel's attacks. The collisions resonated with a power akin to meteors crashing down from the heavens. Just as Kaso felt a tingling in his limbs, Osbel abruptly vanished from sight. Again with that trick, Kaso swiftly turned, and as expected, Osbel charged at him from behind. Kaso, how did you know I was there? She inquired. Though her onslaught showed no sign of abating, a massive energy wave materialized in her hand, hurtling towards Kaso with blinding speed. In that moment, Osbel's Saiyan blood surged within her, yet she was aware that this attack would likely be futile against Kaso. Indeed, the energy wave struck him squarely, yet inexplicably. It failed to detonate, passing through his form as if he were a mere specter. Chapter 45. Bulma senses energy. The instant Osbel vanished, Kaso sensed a ripple behind him, reminiscent of a technique previously employed by Naru. The energy wave rocketed toward Kaso's face as he transformed into a flash of lightning, evading to the side. His original position remained, a mere afterimage, unnoticed by Osbel. Boom. The energy wave thundered through Kaso's illusion, crashing into the ground and triggering a violent explosion. The very ground shattered by Osbel's previous blows erupted as if struck by a nuclear bomb. Smoke billowed and dust swirled. Stay focused. As Osbel searched frantically for Kaso, a familiar voice rang out from behind her. Cursed be it. Osbel clenched her teeth, realizing too late the source of the sound. Just when she believed her fate was sealed, Kaso merely patted her hand. Silly girl, how could I ever bring myself to strike you? From their recent exchanges, he gauged her power level, estimating it to be around 9,000. A mere fortnight prior, when Osbel shed her weighted clothing in the other world, her strength was approximately 6,000, but now it had skyrocketed to an astonishing 9,000. Truly terrifying. The Saiyan hierarchy is divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower, with an additional classification for elite warriors. Within the subconscious of the Saiyans, only elite warriors and a select few upper-tier fighters can attain a battle power exceeding 10,000 upon reaching adulthood. However, the swift increase in Osbel's combat prowess can be attributed to the magical beans, as Kaso had distributed several hundred of them to her upon acquiring them. Kaso, am I really that weak? Osbel curled up, clinging to Kaso's chest. In truth, she had been training diligently, often exhausting herself in the gravity chamber, but thanks to the beans from Kaso, she was able to persevere. Yet, despite her efforts, she still found herself unable to keep pace with Kaso. How could that be? I can't even defeat you, she said, tightening her grip on him. Why do you need to surpass me? I want to protect you, Kaso. Osbel blurted out without hesitation. Ever since their time on Planet Vegeta, Kaso had been her guardian, shielding her from Nappa's bullying. Osbel had witnessed Kaso's unwavering protection and felt a profound inadequacy, believing she was a burden to him. Thus, she trained relentlessly to catch up with Kaso, but the more she trained, the more she found him unfathomable. Even with her newly acquired sensing techniques, she could not perceive Kaso's true strength. "With me protecting you, that is sufficient," Kaso replied with a gentle smile. Observing Osbel's silence, he was uncertain whether she had absorbed his words. Meanwhile, in the celestial temple, the god of earth and the cat god gazed down at the realm below, where the ground, struck by shockwaves, resembled a battlefield ravaged by a world war. A glance revealed vast, gaping pits akin to dark abysses, obscuring the depths within. The atmosphere in the heavenly realm was particularly serene, with both beings seemingly able to hear each other's heartbeats, stunned into silence by the chaos below. Half a month passed. In Bulma's courtyard, she sat on a small blanket, her eyes closed. As time flowed on, she began to sense a faint warmth coursing through her body, traversing her limbs and reaching her heart, leaving warmth in its wake. Bulma opened her eyes to find Kaso staring intently at her. "You," Bulma began. But Kaso interrupted anxiously. "Do you feel a warm sensation within you? How did you know?" Bulma inquired, intrigued. Initially, she had intended to ask Kaso, but he had preempted her question. "You possess something intriguing," Kaso exclaimed, astonished. He sensed a faint energy emanating from Bulma, so diminutive it was akin to a single strand of hair. "What do you mean?" Bulma asked, puzzled. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she excitedly queried. "Can I fly now?" "Dream on," Kaso retorted. Bulma felt a flicker of hope at Kaso's words, mistakenly believing she could soar through the skies. Kaso shot her a disapproving glance, exasperated at the notion that an ordinary Earthling could simply take flight. In the entire Dragon Ball universe, only a handful of Earthlings had achieved such a feat, all of whom had begun their training at a young age and possessed exceptional talent. However, a faint sensation of energy emerged within Bulma, which left Kaso utterly speechless, astonished by her latent potential. Yet, the prospect of her soaring into the skies remained a distant dream. First and foremost, Bulma needed to diligently train to strengthen her energy. Secondly, she had to elevate her combat power to a minimum of 80 points. In Kaso's estimation, such a level of power might just allow her to ascend. With a dismissive glance, Bulma rolled her eyes at Kaso. Was it truly necessary to be so surprised, given that she was still earthbound? Judging by Kaso's tone, one might easily assume she was on the verge of flight. The two fell into silence, the tranquility of the courtyard enveloping them once more. Suddenly, Kaso broke the stillness. "Since you have developed a sense of energy, continue your training in this manner. One day, you will surely soar to the heavens." Bulma turned to him, puzzled by his implication. Was he preparing to leave? "I am about to depart," he stated. "From now on, you shall train on your own. And remember, in my absence, do not rush your training. Do not attempt to push yourself as I previously instructed. You have no sins of beans to rely on." Kaso's lengthy admonition stemmed from his concern that Bulma might recklessly overexert herself without the miraculous beans to aid her recovery. Yet, even without his warnings, Bulma was acutely aware of her own limits. Do not let her youthful appearance deceive you. She was one of the most intellectually gifted beings in the Dragon Ball universe. Upon hearing Kaso's words, Bulma merely smirked. She was certainly not foolish. "I'm leaving," she declared. Gazing around the empty courtyard, a pang of unease washed over her. Throughout the month, Kaso had consistently adopted a stern demeanor during her training, yet afterward, he would linger behind her, often suggesting they admire the scenery. It was clear he was just concerned for her safety. Contemplating this, Bulma muttered to herself, perhaps he isn't so intolerable after all. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a small pouch on the table. Curiously, she approached and opened it, only to discover 10 senzu beans inside. "What a contradictory fellow," she exclaimed, though a smile soon crept onto her lips. Having spent 2 months on Earth, she reflected on her substantial gains. Not only had she learned the practical application of energy, but she had also prepared 200 gravity training rooms for the Saiyans. On Planet Salad, a month prior, 200 black structures had mysteriously appeared, leaving Bardock perplexed about their purpose. However, considering Kaso had been absent for 2 months, Bardock speculated whether that young man had a hand in their creation. Chapter 46, Return to Planet Salad. At that moment, 2 small figures appeared against the cerulean sky. "Lord Kaso," exclaimed the Saiyans training below, their voices ringing out in unison. The Saiyan race prided itself on its strength, and they could not abide the presence of someone weak standing above them. Yet, Kaso had proven his exceptional abilities while rescuing the Saiyans, even emerging victorious against Bardock in a one-on-one confrontation. He had thus established himself as the strongest among them. It was in the Saiyan nature to submit to the strong. It is uncertain when the title of Lord Kaso began to circulate among the Saiyan race. When uttering this name, the Saiyans felt no sense of discontent, only a deep-seated admiration. Outside the wooden cabin, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Bardock paused, contemplating how to deal with these mysterious dark structures. He was unaware of their origin, and if they belonged to an enemy, he would promptly destroy them. Let us not forget that if Kaso could enable the Scions to survive in the cosmos, there was little he could not achieve. Stepping outside, Bardock beheld two figures in the sky. Indeed, it was Kaso. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. Half a month ago, these dark structures had suddenly appeared, startling him. Was it not so? He had initially thought that Frisia had come after them. The Scions engaged in animated discussions, pondering the purpose of these enigmatic edifices, especially since Kaso had already accomplished many miraculous feats. Kaso gradually descended from the heavens. Observing the gathered crowd, he decided to elucidate the function of the gravity chamber. Ignoring the expressions on their faces, he glanced at Osbel. Little beer, show everyone your current strength. With a nod, Osbel obediently moved to a vacant space, distancing herself from the Scion cabins. Upon hearing Kaso's words and witnessing Osbel's actions, every Scion held their breath, their eyes fixed nervously on her impending demonstration. Bardock and Garrus, too, were aware that something extraordinary was about to unfold, their eyes wide in anticipation, fearing they might miss a moment of the spectacle. Understanding Kaso's intent, Osbel knew he merely wished to showcase the effects of the gravity chamber to their kin. Clenching her small fists at her waist, she allowed her bangs to flutter freely. Suddenly, a staggering aura emanated from Osbel, as if a mountain had descended upon them, rapidly forming a pressure field around her. With each release of her internal power, the pressure intensified, causing the very rocks beneath her to fracture. The wind swirled violently, and the leaves rustled furiously around them. How powerful! Impossible! Even Lady Osbel is this formidable. In the face of this overwhelming force, the Scions instinctively addressed Osbel with respect, devoid of any sense of resistance. Bardock scrutinized Osbel intently, sensing that her inner strength far exceeded what was currently displayed. Indeed. Osbel bellowed, her might expanding exponentially, unleashing her battle power of 9,000. Boom. The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and the very heavens quaked as her formidable presence enveloped the entire area. The ground beneath her could no longer endure, shattering into a network of fractures. A tempest of raw energy surged forth, a fierce wind howling, and in that moment, the Scions were pushed back a step by the oncoming wave of power. Only Kaso and Bardock remained steadfast, unmoved amidst the chaos. Additionally, two individuals, Garrus and Chris, were steadfastly supporting themselves. Little Bii. Bardock swallowed hard, yearning to articulate something, yet at a loss for words. Little Bii, please put it away. Kars laughed lightly. Without the rampant energy of Osbel, tranquility swiftly enveloped the surroundings. However, the disarray of the scene left the Scions in a state of lingering unrest. This was the effect of training in the gravity chamber. Noticing the group still in a daze, Kars continued. Those gravity chambers can enhance gravitational pressure from 1 times to 100 times. He elaborated on the effects and precautions of the gravity chamber, emphasizing its formidable capabilities to unlock one's physical potential in a remarkably short time, particularly for those who had never utilized a gravity chamber before. Their inaugural experience would yield unexpected enhancements. However, training in the gravity chamber should not be rushed. One must not escalate the gravitational multiplier excessively at once, lest it result in internal injuries. Internal injuries are no trifling matter. Even for Scions, who possess robust physiques, negligence can lead to dire consequences, even mortality. Nonetheless, Scions have been accustomed to living under 10 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta from a young age, granting them a relatively high starting point, allowing them to commence directly at 10 times gravity. Kars, is the gravity chamber truly that remarkable? Bardock inquired, gripping Kars's shoulder. Upon hearing about the gravity chamber's effects, Bardock found it hard to believe, yet the exaggerated scene of Osbel remained vividly etched in his memory, prompting him to seek further confirmation. Indeed, Kars glanced at everyone and nodded affirmatively. It is true. The Scions present erupted in exuberance. Although 2 months had elapsed, the images of Planet Vegeta's explosion lingered in their minds, and they yearned to exact vengeance upon Frisia. With the presence of these gravity chambers, they believed they caught a glimpse of hope for retribution. Uncle Bardock, can those gravity chambers transform in such a manner? Is there truly such a miraculous object? Bardock exclaimed, astonished. Having never encountered anything so wondrous, the fact that it could even take the shape of a small capsule left him utterly flabbergasted. Kars stifled a chuckle, observing Bardock's expression, which resembled that of a country bumpkin encountering wonders for the first time. However, it was entirely reasonable that the Scions had never seen such a device, as it had only recently been developed by Dr. Briefs and was exclusively circulated on Earth. Uncle Bardock, I shall entrust the gravity chambers to you. I have pressing matters to attend to, Kars stated solemnly. Chapter 47. The planting of the Senza beans. Bardock nodded. Initially, upon seeing the 200 black chambers, he had been taken aback, baffled by the sudden appearance of so many dark structures. The black chambers were densely arranged, exuding an eerie ambience even during daylight. He thought they might be resting places for the deceased, yet now, it appeared they were treasures. Bardock resolved to spend his days within those black chambers, nay, within the gravity chambers, in the northern region of Salata Planet. Surrounded by lush greenery, there lies an expansive clearing that appears somewhat jarring, as if it has encroached upon the original forest, materializing out of thin air. At the center of this clearing, over 200 gravity chambers stand in somber black, reminiscent of the Qing dynasty, exuding an imposing aura. Nearby, a special plot of land measuring approximately 40 square meters is also present. Bardock brought Garrus to this place. Captain, do you really believe that little Biddy has achieved such prowess through this? Garrus inquired, scratching his head. It must be so. Bardock, however, remained in a state of shock. Even if Ospedy were a superior warrior, it seemed implausible for her to have attained such accomplishments in her youth. If that were the case, it must be the influence of the gravity chambers. A thought struck him. If he were to utilize a gravity chamber as well, would the results be equally remarkable? That would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Shut your mouth. Why shout so loudly? Have you never seen the world? Bardock scolded, exasperated by Garrus's naivety. If anyone were to learn that one of his squad members exhibited such ignorance, it would be a source of great embarrassment. After Bardock departed, Garrus raised a middle finger at his retreating figure. Were you not just wide-eyed, gaping at little Biddy? Yet, fearing retribution, Garrus refrained from voicing his thoughts and hurried to follow Bardock. Bardock pointed decisively to the left and proceeded to the right, as both began to gather the gravity chambers. Minutes later, a substantial pile of capsules had formed on the ground, prompting observers to wonder if these two were afflicted with a chronic ailment, requiring such an abundance of medication and of such size. Soon, only a few gravity chambers remained scattered across the ground. Bardock and Garrus, with their backs to the capsules, converged from both sides to collect the chambers. Seemingly indifferent to the remaining capsules, they were gravely mistaken if anyone thought that way. These 200 gravity chambers were the foundation of the science resurgence. Should anyone dare to touch them, Bardock and Garrus would ensure they regretted ever being born. At last, they finished. Bardock and Garrus exhaled in relief, the next step being to distribute them among their kin. The Scions, known as a warrior race, craved battle and strength. The gravity chambers were tailor-made for them. Thus, there was no concern that the Scions would disfavor these gravity chambers. Captain, remember to reserve one for me, Garrus implored, his eyes glistening as he gazed at the heap of capsules. After witnessing Ospedy's power, he too yearned for a gravity chamber. No need to fret. There are 200 gravity chambers, and everyone shall receive a share. Indeed, Garrus replied, scratching his head in a dazed manner. To Bardock, this fellow was merely amusing. Let us go, Bardock declared, and with the capsules in hand, they soared into the sky. As they departed, a small figure emerged suddenly in the clearing. Kaso, having observed Bardock and Garrus's exchange, chuckled softly. Truth be told, Garrus was indeed quite simple-minded. Turning away, he reflected on the scene. Kaso approached the edge of the dark soil, observing closely. The earth was not truly black. Its genuine hue was brown. The accumulation of soil had created this visual illusion. He reached out to touch the moist earth, and looking up at the sky, he marveled at how, despite the sweltering heat, the ground remained damp. Moreover, a mysterious mist seemed to emanate from the land, quite extraordinary indeed. When Kaso made his wishes on the planet Mech, an unexpected twist occurred with his third wish, which he subsequently used to create this piece of land. However, it appeared somewhat small, approximately 40 square units in size. Kaso recalled that the cultivation of the magical beans required the irrigation of divine water, and he wondered if the land conjured by the dragon could indeed yield such beans. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. If he planted the beans, he would soon find out. With this thought, Kaso resolved to take action. He planted a single magical bean in the ground, opting to avoid excess to prevent waste. After planting the bean, Kaso quietly squatted nearby. Time passed slowly. As noon approached, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Kaso remained motionless, initially filled with hope. If the magical bean truly sprouted, the rise of the Scions would be unstoppable. However, as time dragged on and the heat intensified, he wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as if he were being scorched. Meanwhile, the earth showed no signs of activity. Was the dragon deceiving him? Damn it, he cursed silently, feeling the urge to stomp the ground in frustration. Yet, recalling the precious magical bean buried within, he refrained from such wastefulness. Just as Kaso contemplated unearthing the bean, suddenly, he beheld a sight he had longed for. The brown clump of soil shifted unexpectedly, small particles cascading down its edges, and soon a hint of green caught his eye. Could it be? Had he succeeded in planting? Ha! Kaso laughed heartily, for he had approached his wish with a spirit of experimentation. Although the dragon had granted it, he had remained uncertain about the bean's viability. To his astonishment, the land was indeed capable of nurturing the magical beans. As he gazed at the emerging green, Kaso's thoughts raced. He speculated how many beans one seed could yield. If it was merely a one-to-one exchange, the land would serve little purpose. However, if it could produce 2 or 3 beans per seed, he would be at a gain. transforming the magical beans from a rare commodity into a more abundant resource. Kaso devised a plan and turned to leave, eager to share his findings with Bardock. Now, he awaited the harvest of the magical beans, hoping it would not merely result in a one-to-one yield. Shortly after Kaso departed, the hint of green seemed to grow taller. Yet, the already vanished Kaso remained unaware of this development. Chapter 48. The Maturation of the Magical Beans. Originally, Kaso believed that Bardock would be skeptical about the existence of such miraculous beans. However, to his surprise, Bardock exhibited no reaction upon hearing the news. He simply nodded repeatedly, indicating his understanding of Kaso's plan and his commitment to arrange for the protection of that land. In Bardock's eyes, if Kaso could enable the Scions to survive in the cosmos, what could be more extraordinary? After all, they were merely a few beings capable of instantaneously healing all wounds. It was as if Kaso had never encountered the wider world. Bardock cast an annoyed glance at him. With the matters concerning his kin settled, he resolved to commence his training tomorrow and reminded Kaso to ensure the safety of the sacred bean sprouts. Observing Kaso's retreating figure, Bardock crossed his arms and rested his chin upon them. What if this young lad were to become the leader of the Scions? Given Kaso's standing among the Scions, it seemed unlikely that anyone would oppose him. Yet, Bardock shook his head. Kaso's age was still too tender. Perhaps he would mature with time. Within the valley, wooden houses surrounded them, while a small river meandered ahead. Under the sunlight, glimmers danced upon the water's surface, harmonizing with the picturesque surroundings, creating a tranquil and delightful atmosphere. Not far from the riverbank stood a small black house, from which the occasional sound of fists slicing through the air could be heard. 9998, 9999, 10,000. Heavy breathing emanated from a gravity chamber. A diminutive figure exerted all his strength, each punch generating fierce gusts of wind. Sweat drenched his body, only to dry, and then become damp once more. This was Kaso's third set of punching drills. As the last count echoed, he collapsed onto the ground. Bulging veins on his forehead rendered his face exceedingly grim. Restore gravity. His hoarse voice emerged, and under such intense training, his muscles were already twitching. With a dull thud, the gravity chamber released a sound, and the gravity multiplier instantly reverted from 35 times to normal. As the weight of the world lifted, Kaso felt as though an immense burden had vanished. Exhaling deeply, he lay on the ground, finally experiencing some relief. Over the past month, he had gradually adapted from 25 times to 35 times gravity. In the realm of training, one cannot solely focus on cultivating energy or merely the body. Neglecting one aspect while concentrating on the other inevitably hinders one's potential. Take Vegeta, for instance. He spent his days within the gravity chamber, engaged in high-intensity training while overlooking the cultivation of energy or the refinement of his mindset. Though his combat prowess was formidable, he would always fall slightly short of Goku in terms of enlightenment. This principle was also validated by Piccolo, who often wore weighted clothing and regularly meditated. Balancing both aspects allowed his body to achieve a state of equilibrium, leading to his remarkable accomplishments. Without that, attaining such levels with a Namekian physique would be an arduous task, to say the least. Each day, Kaso meticulously outlined his training regimen, holding himself to strict standards for every movement. Under the pressure of gravity, he ensured that every part of his body was thoroughly honed. His pursuit was that of a tranquil mind, devoid of distractions. Kaso pondered the essence of the state of nothingness, yet despite his prolonged contemplation, clarity eluded him. However, he recalled that in Dragon Ball Super, Goku had once transcended into the state of nothingness, achieving the pinnacle of the Ultra Instinct. He wondered if there existed any correlation between the two. Kaso remembered how Goku had undergone training under Master Roshi during his youth. Perhaps it was this cultivation of the state of nothingness that eventually propelled Goku to attain Ultra Instinct. Yet, given Kaso's current prowess and level, the state of nothingness remained an elusive concept. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the gravity chamber. Lord Kaso, Lord Bardock requests your presence. Kaso opened the door to find a Scion standing before him. This Scion, named Castor, was the captain of one of the 8 teams recently assembled by Bardock. Kaso intended to take a quick shower before seeking out Bardock. Farewell, Lord Kaso, Castor said, swiftly departing from the doorway. After half an hour, Kaso emerged from his shower and arrived at Bardock's residence. You slowpoke, what took you so long? Bardock's expression was tinged with displeasure. He had sent someone to summon Kaso half an hour prior, and was surprised that he had only just arrived. What is the matter? Kaso raised an eyebrow, sensing urgency in Bardock's demeanor. The Senzu beans have matured, Bardock replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. What? The Senzu beans have matured? Kaso gasped in astonishment. Just a month ago, he had planted the Senzu beans, believing it would take at least 6 months for them to bear fruit. He was astonished that they had yielded results in such a short span. Uncle Bardock, hold on to my hand, Kaso urged. Before Bardock could react, Kaso grasped his hand, and in an instant, they vanished, reappearing in the northern region of Salada Planet. Upon witnessing the familiar scenery, Bardock's mouth dropped open. So swift. He glanced at Kaso and shook his head. You young ones are too fast. Unfazed by Bardock's expression, Kaso twisted his body and appeared at the edge of the black soil in a heartbeat. The Scion station nearby noticed their arrival. Lord Bardock, Lord Kaso. What brings you here? Just came to take a look. You may continue your patrol, Bardock waved dismissively. Kaso remained silent, fixated on the senzu bean saplings. Before him lay 40 square meters of black soil, home to approximately 40 senzu bean saplings. Within the span of a month, these saplings had grown from mere sprouts to towering plants reaching a height of 1 meter. Their roots were robust, and their foliage was lush. Kaso had merely intended to experiment with the cultivation of senzu beans, assessing the first batch before determining the approach for the second. To his surprise, the spacing of the first batch had been just right. Kaso gazed at the senzu bean trees, each adorned with 2 vibrant green pods. They were plump and inviting, evoking a sense of appetence. The senzu beans contained within Kaso's universal capsule differed slightly from those on the plants. But he understood that this was merely a matter of drying. Not bad. Each senzu bean tree bore only 2 fruits, a result that fell well within Kaso's expectations. In the realm of anime, the cat sage once remarked on the exceptionally low yield of the mystical senzu beans by the later stages. One could harvest only a handful at best. The tens of thousands of senzu beans on Katsu's person were, in fact, the accumulated stock of the cat sage over several centuries. In Chapter 49, titled Osbel's Duel with Bardock, Bardock expressed his confusion, pointing at the senzu bean tree, Katsu. These beans appear somewhat different from the ones you provided. Katsu paused briefly before replying. It's merely that they haven't been dried yet. Even if the beans are not dried, I trust their efficacy remains unchanged. They are simply less convenient to preserve. That's fantastic, Bardock exclaimed, clenching his fist. His rigorous training in the gravity chamber had nearly cost him his life, but thanks to the senzu beans Katsu had provided, a single bean had rejuvenated his body instantaneously. Although the quantity Katsu had cultivated was still insufficient for the consumption of his kin, with careful rationing, it would suffice. Having experienced the miraculous effects of the senzu beans firsthand, Bardock felt a surge of excitement. When Katsu had gifted him over 100 beans, Bardock had sensed that he possessed more than just that. However, why would one reveal all their treasures to others? If he were in possession of such a wondrous item, he might well choose to keep it a secret. Now, gazing upon the lush expanse of senzu bean trees, Bardock's heart raced with fervor. With these extraordinary beans, the resurgence of the Scions was no longer a mere fantasy. Thus, witnessing Katsu's actions and his formidable combat prowess, Bardock began to entertain the notion of entrusting the fate of the Scions to him. Yet, Katsu was still quite young. Katsu, what is your current battle power? Bardock inquired, quickly regaining his composure. Are you eager for another duel with me? Bardock replied, dismissing the idea with a sense of self-reflection. He lamented, in that dream, I witnessed Frisia's true power. Oh, Katsu responded, somewhat astonished that Bardock would dream of Frisia's actual strength, suggesting that his ability was indeed formidable. 530,000. Bardock suddenly became animated. He possesses a battle power of 530,000. Do we Scions still harbor hope for revenge? Presently, Katsu was the strongest among the Scions. Yet Bardock speculated that Katsu's power could not exceed 50,000, a mere fraction of Frisia's might. How could he possibly stand against Frisia? Bardock glanced at Katsu. Recognizing his exceptional talent, with the aid of the gravity chamber and senzu beans, he might one day achieve vengeance. However, Bardock understood this would be many years hence. The thought of remaining concealed on Planet Salad for such an extended period left a bitter taste in his heart. Once a fearsome warrior race that instilled dread across the universe, they had now fallen to such depths. It was a lamentable fate. Uncle Bardock, revenge cannot be rushed. Katsu shook his head, offering a wry smile. In Bardock's mind, Frisia's battle power was a mere 530,000, but did he truly grasp Frisia's actual might? 2 billion. Frisia's true battle power was an astonishing 2 billion. Kasu, at present, finds himself utterly at a loss for a means to vanquish Frisia, concluding that his only recourse is to transform into a Super Saiyan. Let us proceed, and remember to safeguard the senzu beans. They appear to require a few more days before they can be harvested. With a wave of his hand, Kasu vanished from sight. Bardock gazed at the fading silhouette, momentarily taken aback. In the distance, the patrolling Scions, hearing Bardock's irate exclamations, hastily retreated. They dared not involve themselves in the affairs of these two. Half an hour passed, and another month slipped away. In the southern desert of Planet Salad, under the scorching rays of the sun, the sands sizzled with heat. A keen observer might discern shimmering waves of heat spiraling above. Take that! A young girl hurled an energy blast toward a figure in the sky. The terrifying force stirred up a whirlwind of yellow sand, enveloping the atmosphere and obscuring vision in an instant. The adult figure deftly evaded the oncoming attack, darting away with remarkable speed. Oh, little girl, your uncle is not so easily defeated. Bardock chuckled, then vanished into thin air. Don't get too cocky, Uncle Bardock. I'll knock you out, Osbel retorted, a pout adorning her lips as she swiftly turned and unleashed a punch into the void behind her. Bang! The two strikes collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent the surrounding sands soaring skyward, reaching heights of 10,000 meters. The air became thick with dust and swirling debris. You've changed. Little girl, you've become quite unlovable, Bardock jestingly scolded. He reminisced about how Osbel once trailed behind Kaso, seeking his aid whenever they faced bullying. Now, she sought to best him in combat. Truly, she had become quite the handful. Bardock stepped forward, shifting positions in midair, yet Osbel relentlessly pursued him, refusing to be shaken off. Raising his hand, Bardock unleashed a shockwave directed backward. The explosive energy seemed to tear through space itself, creating a tempest in the sky that surged toward Osbel's position. Humph! With a swift clap of her tiny hands, Osbel redirected the shockwave as if struck by an unseen force, sending it crashing downward. Boom! The desert, within a radius of 1,000 miles, appeared as if struck by hundreds of miniature nuclear explosions. The entire expanse of sand erupted skyward, forming swirling sandstorms driven by the cyclone's force, engulfing the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang! Two shadowy figures darted through the air, colliding with ferocious winds that shook the very ground beneath them. Bardock lunged forward with a punch, but suddenly felt as if his fist had struck nothing but air. Oh no! By the time Bardock comprehended the peril, it was too late. Osbel materialized above him, her small hands clasped together, and with a thunderous impact, she descended upon Bardock. Damn it! Bardock, caught off guard, braced himself for the onslaught. Yet, in battles between masters, a single misstep could lead one to the brink of despair. In regard to this scene, Bardock felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, reminiscent of his earlier skirmish with Kakarot. Could it be that he was now unable to best even a mere child? Curse it! Chapter 50, Celestial Visitor. Bardock bared his teeth and muttered a curse, only to find himself caught off guard, forced to endure a relentless onslaught without any means of resistance. Despite her tender age, Osbel possessed a strength that rivaled his own. Each punch she delivered struck him with painful precision. Uncle Bardock, prepare to eat dirt. Osbel channeled her inner power, concentrating it in her calves as she spun through the air, completing 82 revolutions. With each rotation, she amassed formidable force in her legs. Upon reaching the 82nd revolution, her calves shimmered with a radiant glow, and she executed a powerful kick that landed squarely on Bardock's back. Under the sheer force of her assault, Bardock was propelled like a cannonball into the golden sands below. Boom! The recently settled sands erupted once more, swirling violently and clouding the sky. After a moment, the hot winds blew away the sand, restoring visibility. There lay Bardock, half buried, with only his fluffy tail protruding, twitching occasionally. Hee, Uncle Bardock, are you alright? Osbel giggled as she gracefully descended to his side. The tail twitched a few times, yet the figure beneath remained still. After a while, Bardock managed to extricate himself from the sand, spitting out a mouthful of grit, and grumbled, "You little brat. Hurry up and help me up." Feeling the ache coursing through his body, he reflected on his fortune that Osbel had moderated her strength. Otherwise, he would have had to consume one of his precious senzu beans. However, Osbel's taunt about eating dirt had turned into a reality, leaving him utterly humiliated. To think that he, with a battle power of approximately 50,000, had been defeated so easily. What could Osbel's battle power possibly be? The thought sent a shiver through Bardock. Were elite warriors truly so formidable and capricious? He glowered at Osbel like a petulant child. Osbel helped Bardock to his feet, her innocent smile disarming his irritation. Faced with her guileless demeanor, Bardock found himself at a loss for words. It was hardly appropriate to demand, "Little girl, let me have a go at you so I can vent my frustrations." He lacked the face to do so, and her purity rendered him unable to act against her. "Let us go," Bardock sighed, expelling another mouthful of sand in resignation. In the valley, a small river flowed gently, and before a quaint wooden cabin nestled beneath towering trees, two figures suddenly appeared. Garrus, upon seeing the unexpected duo, chuckled, "Captain," who emerged victorious. Bardock remained silent. Garrus may not have uttered much, but Bardock felt as though the lad was mocking him. If he couldn't overcome Kakarot and Osbel, could he truly contend with this young man? Bardock spoke coldly, "Garrus, I believe your training today is insufficient. Complete another 10 sets following Kakarot's training regimen." "What? What do you mean?" "Do 20 more. If you can't finish, then let me handle it," he grumbled as he walked away. Listening to their exchange, Osbel couldn't help but stifle a giggle. "Jine, where's that rascal Kakarot?" Bardock entered the room to find Jine preparing lunch. Busy with her tasks, Jine did not lift her head. "I have no idea." Bardock nodded. This boy's frequent disappearances had long since become the norm. For now, the Scions needed to make the most of the gravity chamber and the senzu beans for training. Setting aside matters beyond the cosmos, especially since Friesia's forces were still hunting down the remnants on planet Vegeta, If they carelessly ventured into space and Frisia discovered that over 150 remnants still lingered on planet Salad, the Scions would once again plunge into chaos. Bardock wished to avert such a fate. However, with Kakarot's ability to appear and vanish at will, he need not worry excessively. Lunch is ready. Jine called, having finished setting the table, beckoning the two to join her. Seated at the table, the large and the small waited quietly for Jine to serve the meal. Little beer. You. Bardock's words were abruptly interrupted by Osbel, who spoke with unusual seriousness. Uncle Bardock, please hold your tongue. As her voice fell, an eerie silence enveloped the small cabin. Osbel's icy tone sending a jolt through Bardock's heart. What was happening? Jine was still in the kitchen, and the small hall was void of conversation. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Bardock dared not even breathe. Osbel furrowed her brow. Someone has breached Planet Salad. What? Bardock sprang to his feet in alarm. Had Frisia's forces tracked them down? This thought filled Bardock with dread. He feared that Frisia might discover Planet Salad. There is no doubt about it. Osbel affirmed with conviction. Currently, the Scions lacked any detection devices, making it understandable that Bardock could not sense external movements. Yet, through her sensitivity to energy, Osbel could perceive two distinct energy signatures rapidly descending from the skies above Planet Salad. One was ahead, the other trailing behind with greater intensity, as if in pursuit of the former. Little beer, quickly take me to their landing site. Bardock's face contorted with urgency. He was immensely anxious. He needed to reach the scene swiftly. If they truly belonged to Frisia's forces, he had to devise a plan to evacuate the Scions from this planet. Otherwise, it would be too late once Frisia arrived. Uncle Bardock, relax. Their power is not formidable. Any one of our kin could defeat them. According to Osbel's perception, both energy signatures were composed of several weaker forces, with the strongest barely reaching a battle power of 5,000. After 2 months of training in the gravity chamber, the Scions, though not every warrior possesses the remarkable abilities of Goku, who can elevate his battle power from 8,000 to 90,000 within a month, have nonetheless made significant advancements. According to Osbel, aside from the few logistical Scions, the minimum battle power among the Scions now exceeds 6,000, including the female Scions. Therefore, there is no reason to worry about these extraterrestrial visitors. Little beer, my concern is not with those trifling foes, but rather that they may expose our Scion location. As Osbel remained silent, Bardock grew increasingly anxious. Upon hearing this, Osbel suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Uncle Bardock, we must leave at once. Osbel urgently placed her hand on Bardock, activating instant transmission. Chapter 51. Princess Philia above the planet Shalata, a large spacecraft swiftly pierced the atmosphere. The vessel's exterior was crafted from an exceedingly rare cosmic metal known as zero metal, which is both precious and remarkably resilient. Were it not for the numerous battle scars adorning the hull, the ship would undoubtedly exude an air of magnificence. The design of the spacecraft was peculiar, resembling an egg shape, encircled by a band of black metal, with windows positioned every few meters. Through these windows, one could discern several figures huddled together inside. The icy beauty of these women often proves to be irresistibly captivating to men, yet one woman among them bore an expression of chilling pallor, as if gravely wounded. Upon hearing the commotion, the figures promptly activated their ring-shaped devices. Princess Philia, how are you faring? Yuna exclaimed anxiously. Princess, hold on a little longer. You must persevere. The surrounding women urged, their voices tinged with urgency. Elder Yuna, when did this planet come into existence? Philia, grimacing in pain, inquired. The Zero spacecraft had traversed the cosmos for half a day, preparing to breach the sky and land upon this unknown planet. However, Philia recalled that this celestial domain was not marked on the star map. Is that so? No matter, once we touch down, we shall confront those cosmic pirates. Yuna declared through gritted teeth, embodying a resolve that seemed indifferent to death. Philia's brow furrowed deeply, the excruciating pain and mental strain rendering her momentarily speechless. As a princess of the Lolita clan, Philia belonged to an ancient lineage, seemingly linked to the primordial Scions. The Lolita clan was scarce in number, fewer than the Scions of old, comprising only over 200 individuals. Yet, each member was exceptionally intelligent, particularly in the realm of technological advancement, making them one of the most distinguished existences in the universe. The Zero spacecraft that Philia currently occupied was constructed from the finest materials and technologies available within her clan. While she was merely out gathering materials, she caught the attention of cosmic pirates. As the spacecraft took off, one of its engines was struck by the energy cannon of the pirates. Fortunately, the other engine remained intact, allowing the ship to narrowly escape thanks to the extraordinary technological prowess of the Lolita race. However, the band of cosmic marauders continued their relentless pursuit, and with the energy reserves of the number 0 spacecraft dwindling, they were compelled to make an emergency landing on this planet. In the distance, the frog-like alien exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, we are about to strike it rich." That spacecraft is entirely constructed from zero metal materials. Selling just a single component would sustain us for a month. His grayish skin glowed with a faint red hue, creating an eerie appearance, reminiscent of someone who had consumed a potent aphrodisiac. Let us catch up with them first. Follow my command and accelerate, commanded the dog-headed alien from aboard his ship. At your service, came the prompt reply. A fierce wind howled as ominous clouds loomed overhead, and the two ships descended onto the surface of the planet Salada, one trailing closely behind the other. The scions nearby, alerted by the commotion above, began to converge on the site. They are about to emerge, Osbel murmured gravely. Bardock's gaze was fixed intently on the two vessels. Having served under Frisia for many years, the scions were well acquainted with the specifications of his ships. Yet these two appeared to diverge from Frisia's fleet. This realization offered Bardock a modicum of reassurance. As Osbel's words faded, the doors of both ships swung open simultaneously. Princess Philia, we must exit quickly, Yuna urged, supporting Philia as they rushed out with their kin. The female guards, armed with energy cannons, followed closely behind. From the other ship, the dog-headed alien bellowed, "Ha! Everyone, come out!" Just as he finished his laughter, he sensed something amiss. His minions had fallen silent. Turning around, he was met with the sight of his subordinates sprawled on the ground. Useless fools, he cursed, feeling relatively unaffected by the gravity due to his own strength. Nevertheless, he pushed aside his annoyance and focused on capturing the occupants of the ship ahead. The dog-headed alien, accompanied by a few of his remaining subordinates, stepped outside. Soon, both parties met on the ground. Philia, already pale, appeared even more ghostly due to her injuries. Princess Philia, hold on. We shall fight them, her anxious guards implored. Philia shook her head, remaining silent. She understood their predicament, for their adversaries possessed a battle power of 5,000, rendering their weapons virtually useless. Ha ha ha, surrender now. The dog-headed alien taunted as he caught up. You all must protect the princess, Yuna instructed the guards. The two factions collided, and the battle was on the brink of erupting. However, at that moment, dozens of figures descended from the sky. These fools, Bardock muttered under his breath upon seeing the newcomers. If only the scions had approached stealthily, remaining undetected by those in the front, the situation might have been different. However, the scions appeared brazenly before the onlookers, inevitably arousing suspicion. Should their location be transmitted via wireless communication, the situation for the scions would become dire. Indeed, upon noticing the newcomers, both factions drew closer, cautiously observing the arrivals. Yuna, supporting Philia, murmured, "It seems this planet harbors a group of natives." They had been preoccupied with their escape and had failed to notice the state of the planet. On the other side, the dog-headed alien frowned, surprised to discover that natives still existed on this planet. Natives? It was fortunate that Vegeta was not present, had he heard anyone refer to his kin as natives. His proud self-esteem would likely have resulted in both groups being obliterated. As his kin approached, Bardock, hidden behind the mountains, helplessly remarked, "Little B, we must go out. Hiding any longer serves no purpose." At that moment, two figures once again appeared in the sky. Initially, Cass wanted to inquire about what had transpired upon seeing Bardock. But upon hearing Bardock's cold reprimand, he felt quite bewildered. What is going on? I haven't done anything wrong. Bardock ignored his foolishness and swiftly descended to the ground, followed closely by the scions, leaving Cass suspended in midair in a daze. On the ground, another group suddenly appeared, creating a tripartite standoff, with silence enveloping them as they scrutinized the other two factions. After a while, the dog-headed alien could no longer contain himself and said, "Natives, it would be best for you and your people to leave. This matter does not concern you." Upon hearing this, Bardock's anger turned to a sardonic smile. The scions were an exceedingly proud race, accustomed to labeling others as natives. Never had anyone dared to address a scion as such to their face. Not even Frisia had ever dared to utter such words. At this moment, the scions behind Bardock seethed with fury, their bodies itching for action. Yet, observing Bardock's demeanor, they refrained from acting rashly. Bardock curled his lips in disdain. The location of the scions was not something that could be divulged, and given the previous remarks, it was clear that regardless of who these individuals were, they would meet their demise. However, from their dialogue, it was evident this was merely a case of ordinary cosmic robbery. In the past, under King Vegeta's reign, the scions had engaged in such activities, though he did not permit his subordinates to do the same. Understanding the situation at hand, Bardock finally felt reassured. He recognized that these small-time space pirates operated independently without any organized structure, thus lacking external communication devices. He decided to watch the unfolding drama, planning to eliminate them all later. The dog-headed alien, witnessing Bardock and his companion's discernment, erupted into hearty laughter. Upon hearing the words of the dog-headed alien, Yuna, her face aflame with anger, declared, "Do not heed their words. We are of the Lolita clan. If you assist us, we shall never forget your kindness." "Uncle Bardock." Osbel tugged at his sleeve. Bardock interrupted Osbel, saying, "Hush, refrain from speaking. Let us watch the spectacle. Oh, little Beale nodded innocently. Yuna, having said so much, was infuriated to see the burly man merely teasing the little girl beside him, completely disregarding her words. In truth, the Lolita clan was not far from this planet. Aboard the Zero spacecraft, they could arrive within a day. If they could await support from their clan, Yuna could afford to delay, yet upon witnessing Felia's expression, she feared it might soon be too late if they did not act. The surrounding female guards were equally anxious. Suddenly, with a soft gasp, Felia, leaning against Yuna, inexplicably spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess Felia. The crowd was thrown into disarray. Observing Felia's increasingly pallid complexion, Yuna cast another glance at Bardock and his companions. At that moment, she noticed the furry tails swirling around the waists of the figures ahead. Yuna blurted out, "Science?" Upon hearing her words, Felia's dim eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope as she struggled to lift her head to gaze at the group. Bardock raised an eyebrow. These two women were aware of their identity as Science? Following Yuna's gaze, he realized that the tales of his kin had inadvertently revealed their true nature. Intriguing, yet futile. They still had to die? Bardock's eyes were devoid of emotion, coldly observing Felia and the others, resolute that he could not allow news of the surviving Scions to escape. Meanwhile, on the side of the space pirates, the dog-headed alien seemed oblivious to Yuna's words, arrogantly proclaiming, "No one can assist you now. Surrender at once." Having drifted through the cosmos for so long, he had never encountered such a plump target. Seeing the entire ship constructed of zero metal, he could scarcely contain his excitement. In such circumstances, no one could resist temptation, not even if Jesus himself appeared. Onward. With the command of the dog-headed alien, his subordinates drew forth energy cannons, aiming them at Felia and her companions. Faced with several energy cannons, the group of female guards became flustered. The front ends of the energy cannons began to glow brilliantly, the intensity increasing, while the violent energies caused turbulence in the air, occasionally producing crackling sounds. Elder Yuna. The female guards looked to Yuna, uncertain of what to do. Yuna fixed her gaze upon Bardock and the others, and in a spirit of desperation, called out, "My ancestors once bestowed kindness upon the Scions." In truth, Yuna's words were inverted. It was the ancestors of the Scions who had once aided the Lolita clan. Her intention was merely to capture the Scions' attention, hoping they would intervene and offer salvation. However, Yuna underestimated the Scions' ruthlessness. Upon hearing her proclamation, Bardock's gaze merely flickered momentarily, then he exhibited no further reaction. He had a duty to his fellow Scions. Even if Yuna speaks the truth, Bardock will certainly not hesitate to make the hard choices necessary for the safety of his kin. Yuna, engulfed in despair, glanced at Felia in her arms. As the princess of the Lolita clan, Felia had displayed remarkable intelligence from a young age, mastering the clan's advanced technological skills with ease. Although the Lolita clan lacked any innate talent for cultivation, Felia was an exception, demonstrating extraordinary aptitude and already possessing a combat power of 1,500 points. Such an impressive princess. What a pity. Yuna seemed to resign herself to fate, closing her eyes. The energy cannon had gathered its full force, a terrifying pressure emanating from all around. The dog-headed alien glanced at Bardock, noting his lack of reaction. Displaying some awareness, he refrained from taking action against Bardock. But he would not hesitate to eliminate the group if necessary. The dog-headed alien coldly commanded, "Fire." Simultaneously, several energy cannons unleashed dazzling rays of laser light. The female guards, unwilling to remain passive, retaliated with their own energy cannons. Seeking death, the dog-headed alien, boasting a combat power of 5,000, effortlessly intercepted the female guards' attacks before they could reach halfway. The laser beams continued their advance, poised to strike Yuna and the others. Just as the beams were about to make contact, a small figure suddenly appeared before them. With a simple gesture, the child transformed the laser beams into wisps of green smoke, vanishing into thin air. "Who are you?" The dog-headed alien shouted in disbelief. "Bardock, uncle. Why don't you save them?" The child exclaimed. "Their lives are of no concern to me. You still haven't told me where you went." Bardock approached, followed by the other Scions who shouted in unison, "Lord Kaso." The cacophony of voices was deafening. The dog-headed alien appeared to witness something horrifying. A mere child had managed to withstand several fully charged laser beams. Surely, he himself could not accomplish such a feat with such ease. The dog-headed alien swallowed hard. Meanwhile, the female guards, who had previously closed their eyes, now opened them and felt their bodies, discovering they were unharmed. "It was this child who saved us," Yuna exclaimed in disbelief, having thought they were doomed. But could this child also be a Scion? As Yuna looked closer, she noticed the small boy had a tail wrapped around his waist. Chapter 54, Another Sense of Being Lost. "We'll talk later," Kaso remarked nonchalantly. Bardock nodded, reflecting on the uproar caused by the collective shout of Lord Kaso. The atmosphere had become electrified. Even he could not help but marvel that Kaso's reputation had likely surpassed his own in the hearts of the Scions. Yet, this suited Bardock perfectly. In 2 years, he could entrust the Scions to Kaso. As Kaso single-handedly deflected all attacks, the dog-headed alien stared in astonishment. This small child not only possessed terrifying strength, but also appeared to have an extraordinary background. The dog-headed alien demanded, "Who are you?" His voice echoed as Kaso, having heard him, chose to ignore the inquiry and made his way toward Yuna. A stunning beauty with flowing blue hair lay upon Yuna, exuding an aura that seemed to ward off any intruders, a quintessential ice queen. Kaso couldn't help but marvel. Only the likes of Bulma and Android 18 could be compared to her ethereal beauty. However, her complexion was far from healthy, resembling that of a corpse. It was evident that she was on the brink of death. The woman leaning against her bore a striking resemblance to the Ice Queen, showcasing a mature allure, particularly accentuated by her ample bosom, which would surely captivate any lecherous gaze. The remaining female guards were clearly subordinates, their allegiance unmistakable. Kaso raised an eyebrow at the mention of their ancestors having once aided the Saiyans. The history of the Saiyan race was long and convoluted, filled with details that were often lost to time. Kaso was only aware of their migration from Planet Salad to Planet Vegeta, and beyond that, his knowledge faltered. Yet, according to Yuna, this could potentially pertain to the ancient Saiyans. At that moment, Philia coughed up blood, the crimson liquid trickling down her chin and staining her garments. "Princess." Yuna's voice quivered with despair, momentarily forgetting Kaso's inquiry. "Little brother, do you possess a healing pod? Our princess is on the verge of death." "Little brother?" Kaso was taken aback, a dark line crossing his thoughts, bemused. It seemed that in the Dragon Ball universe, buxom ladies had a penchant for calling others brother. "I have no healing pod," he started, but before he could finish, Yuna's form began to sway precariously. Had she not been clutching Philia, she would have surely collapsed. "Princess." Yuna wept openly. The Lolita tribe had never produced such a gifted individual, and Philia was someone she had watched grow since childhood. Their bond was akin to that of a mother and daughter, deeply profound. Kaso cleared his throat. "I may not have a healing pod, but I do possess this." He produced a magical bean from his pocket, feeling an acute pang in his heart at the thought of offering it to Yuna. Philia lay against Yuna, her face ashen. Though she appeared uninjured externally, the blood she had just coughed up indicated severe internal damage. Such an injury, even for a robust Saiyan, would necessitate a healing pod for recovery. Otherwise, it could take months to recuperate. And for a frail woman like her, the situation was dire. "What is this?" Yuna gazed at the bean Kaso offered, feeling a surge of indignation at his apparent insensitivity. Her beloved Princess Philia was on the brink of death, and here he was, teasing them with a mere bean. This bean could save her. Kaso retorted brusquely, "Don't want it? Fine, I shall keep my magical bean." He thought to himself, how foolish it was to think beauty could command respect. Were it not for his curiosity regarding the Saiyans, he would hardly have bothered with them at all. Meanwhile, on another front, the dog-headed alien seethed with rage. Ever since he had spoken, he had noticed that no one was paying him any heed. The dog-head alien boasts a formidable combat power of 5,000, allowing him to dominate the cosmos even in the early stages of the Dragon Ball saga. Yet, he finds himself devoid of any sense of significance. "Brother, they ignore you." His subordinates provoke. In the realm of the universe, reputation is paramount and spurred by his underlings. The dog-head alien feels a fierce conflagration igniting within his chest, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Kars is effortlessly blocking all attacks with a single hand. "Die." The dog-head alien suddenly materializes 100 meters above, each hand coalescing a yellow energy sphere. A halo of light envelopes the orbs as they grow larger with the dog-head alien's concentration. On the ground, Yuna hears that these beans could save lives, despite her incredulity. With no healing pod available, she resigns herself to desperate measures. However, just as Yuna takes the sacred beans, a blinding light appears overhead, exuding a terrifying pressure that renders anyone with a combat power below 2,000 unable to stand. A fierce wind howls, sending dust and debris swirling. The female guards scramble, huddling together in a frantic attempt to withstand the oncoming storm. Yuna, cradling Philia, struggles to maintain her footing despite Philia's 1,000 combat power being insufficient in this moment. No. Faced with the overwhelming energy above, Yuna feels despair. How can one resist a master with a combat power of 5,000? There is no escape. Yuna's body retreats uncontrollably, and she slowly closes her eyes. Just before her eyelids meet, she suddenly hears a voice cursing above. "Shut up, you damned AMU." Then, a shockwave erupts into the sky with a thunderous boom, and the surroundings fall eerily silent. Yuna, perplexed, opens her eyes to see a cloud of smoke enveloping the sky. The dog-head alien's figure vanished, leaving an unsettling stillness in its wake. Beside her, Kars maintains his pose, hand raised, prompting Bardock to smirk slightly. Does this kid think he's impressive? Osbel claps her hands, excitedly exclaiming, "Kars, you're so cool." Bardock merely observes. As the smoke dissipates, the fabled scenario of being unharmed amidst chaos does not unfold. The dog-head alien is obliterated, reduced to mere remnants. Such a weakling, with only 5,000 combat power, hardly merits further elaboration. Is he dead? Yuna gasps in disbelief, astonished that a combatant of such caliber could fall so easily. Her reaction is understandable. Within the Lolita tribe, Philia possesses the highest combat power, yet the doghead alien had effortlessly defeated her. Yuna glances at Kars, still holding his hand aloft. Could this young child be responsible? In that moment, a profound realization dawns upon her. How terrifying. If help does not arrive soon, she will truly perish. Kars states calmly, indeed. Yuna hurriedly shoves the bean into Philia's mouth, clinging to the hope that this remarkable child could not possibly be misleading her. In her despair, she glimpses a flicker of hope. Yet, no matter how Yuna tries to force the bean down, a dazed Philia cannot swallow it. What to do? Panic once again engulfs Yuna. Even if the miraculous effects of the beans are unparalleled, they are of no use if Philia cannot ingest them. Kaso furrowed his brow, sensing the weakening aura of the elder sister. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Without hesitation, Kaso thought, perhaps she could crush the mystical bean with her teeth and transfer it to her. Chapter 55, The Time Machine. The Lolita clan suffered tremendous losses during their ancient tribulations, leaving them with a notably diminished reproductive capacity. After many years, their numbers barely exceeded 200. The current leader of the Lolita clan has grown exceedingly old and will soon abdicate. Princess Philia, being the sole daughter of the leader, possesses extraordinary talents in various aspects, making her the most promising candidate to succeed as the next leader. Should she perish, it would be a monumental loss for the Lolita clan. Mouth to mouth, Yuna's fair cheeks flushed crimson, but for the sake of saving Princess Philia, she could hardly afford to dwell on such thoughts. Soon, their lips met in a desperate embrace. Meanwhile, the demise of the dog-headed alien startled the nearby dozen or so extraterrestrials. Among cosmic pirates, there exists an unspoken rule: to forage in a star domain, one must pay a foraging fee to the strongest pirate in the vicinity. The dog-headed alien was indeed the most formidable pirate leader in the nearby star domain. The other pirates were utterly unprepared for the sudden loss of their chief. Boss, he's gone. We must flee. Right. The band of cosmic pirates hastily retreated to their ships. When has Salada Planet ever been a place one could simply approach at will? The location of the Scions was not something to be disclosed. A bunch of miscreants. Bardock, observing the chaos, scoffed. Let us take action. Yes. Castor dared not meet Bardock's gaze, recalling the warning he had received. He was the first to ascend into the sky, followed closely by the remaining Scions. Boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions echoed from the distance, reminiscent of fireworks igniting in the night sky. The effects of the mystical beans are well known, yet Yuna was unaware. All she knew was that this was the sole hope for Princess Philia. She swiftly crushed the bean and transferred it to Philia's mouth. As they parted, a glistening thread of translucent liquid lingered between their lips. Is it all gone? Kaso was momentarily taken aback. The sight of the two elder sisters sharing a kiss was quite delightful. He hadn't had his fill of it yet. Yuna, perplexed, thought, are children today so irreverent? Just as Yuna was lost in her thoughts, Philia, resting against her chest, coughed softly. Cough. Slowly, Philia opened her eyes, finding Yuna cradling her and a child beside them. She recalled being struck by a creature resembling a husky and sustaining severe injuries. Was she not on the brink of death? Before losing consciousness, she thought she had heard something about the Scions. Princess Philia, how do you fare? Yuna inquired anxiously. In the cosmos, there are many wondrous things. Typically, injuries necessitate entering a healing pod for treatment. The healing pods within the Lolita clan are quite remarkable. And for injuries such as Philia's, timely access to such a pod could facilitate her recovery, albeit it would require several months. Yet what astonished Yuna was that within mere seconds, that singular being had miraculously healed Philia. I'm fine. Philia's tone was rather flat, betraying none of the gravity of her recent recovery from severe injuries. That is a relief. Yuna exhaled, embracing Philia tightly. Kaso glanced at Philia. She appeared remarkably composed, her speech devoid of any hint of panic, yet the emotions reflected in her eyes were far from serene. She was a beauty who rarely unveiled her feelings, and indeed, a stunning one at that. Meanwhile, that band of cosmic pirates boasted a combat power of no more than 2,000. It was certain that even if the canine-headed extraterrestrials were alive, they would meet their demise. But where was Casto? Not seeing Casto left Bardock somewhat perplexed. They were all aware of the farcical relationship between Casto and Bardock, and now that Casto had fled, it seemed inevitable that he would face a grim fate soon. Bardock mused, is this lad truly so exceptional? Let him go. He shall face the consequences later. He then turned his gaze toward Caso. Among the cosmic pirates, external communication devices were scarce, which was precisely why Bardock had instructed his kin to take action, confident that the Scion's secrets would remain undisclosed. However, the group of females posed a different concern. Bardock was uncertain of their origins, having never heard of the Lolita clan. Yet, judging by the advanced technology of their spacecraft, it was evident that their faction was quite developed. Bardock feared that before they even descended upon Salada, they might transmit information about this place. It was imperative to capture them for thorough interrogation. With a gravity chamber and sins of beans, the Scions merely needed a stable environment to grow stronger. And they must not show mercy towards enemies. Yet, Bardock observed Kaso standing before the two women, and a somewhat lewd expression crossed his face. The future leader of the Scions. Bardock's eyes glinted. The Scions, proud as they were, would never willingly submit to Frisia. King Vegeta, once the ruler of the Scions, secretly amassed strength, biding his time to one day overthrow Frisia's reign. However, King Vegeta was overly complacent, myopic, and ruthless towards his kin. To preserve his throne from potential threats, he even exiled Broly to Planet Vampa. Such a leader was inadequate. Yet Kaso possessed the potential to become a Scion leader. It remained uncertain whether he had the necessary ruthlessness for significant matters. Bardock whispered to Kaso, "Do not let me down. On another note, since all is well, let us discuss the Scions." Kaso smiled. The origins of the Scions were shrouded in mystery, and Kaso was keen to learn more. The Scions, you say? Philia regarded Kaso with calm curiosity. At this moment, Yuna felt a bit awkward. She had previously stated that their ancestors had once been benevolent to the Scions. Yet that was not entirely accurate. However, seeing the eager gaze of this young boy and remembering how others had saved them, Yuna steeled herself and said, "Long ago, at an unknown point in time, our Lolita clan achieved significant breakthroughs in technological development." What breakthroughs? Kaso felt a twinge of confusion. Was the discussion not meant to revolve around the Scions? Yet, upon the mention of technological advancements, his interest was piqued. "Well, our kin has developed a time machine." Kaso's eyes widened. Was it the same type of time machine that future Trunks utilized? It appeared that the Lolita clan possessed something impressive. Although the time machine had indeed been successfully researched, it could only transport through time and space randomly, lacking the ability to target specific moments. TCH. Kaso scoffed slightly. It turned out to be a mere prototype. As expected, his Bulma was the most formidable. Chapter 56. The Incorporation of the Lolita Clan. Yuna continued, resolutely pressing on. It was precisely because we developed the time machine that others discovered our secret, ultimately leading to us being hunted down across the universe. While it was not surprising to be pursued after being discovered, the notion of being hunted throughout the entire universe seemed rather exaggerated, Kaso mused. The time machine first made its appearance during the Cell Saga, where the narrative's timeline was quite intricate. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the time machine was an extraordinary invention. Thus, it was not surprising that so many were vying for its secrets. Kaso inquired further, and then what happened? At that time, the mightiest race in the universe was the Scions, and one named Yamos took us in. Yuna paused before continuing. Eventually, our Lolita clan followed Lord Yamos. And with our technological support, the Scions reached their pinnacle. So, it seems the Scions owe you a debt of gratitude. After listening for a while, Kaso realized that the ancestors of the Lolita clan had not bestowed a favor upon the Scions. Rather, it was the Scions who had shown them kindness. Indeed. At that moment, Philia gave a subtle nod. With her icy blue hair and the bloodstains upon her chest, she exuded an air of aloofness. Yuna also awkwardly nodded in agreement. Under the circumstances, they had no other option. Had they not said so, Princess Philia might have already met her demise. Nonetheless, the technological advancements of the Lolita clan significantly impacted the Scions, as those Scions supported by technology were entirely different from those who were not. Please, continue. Alright. Yuna's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Their Lolita clan had suffered heavy casualties and had yet to recover fully. She pondered why such a powerful race as the Scions would fall into internal strife. Alright, I understand. Kaso chuckled helplessly. After all this, he had gleaned only a fragment about the Scions. However, he could likely piece together the subsequent narrative. Yamos was a benevolent and upright Scion who, alongside his 5 companions, first transformed into a Super Scion while resisting the malevolent Scions. The transformation and formidable combat prowess of Yamos astonished the other Scions. Although Yamos ultimately fell victim to overwhelming numbers, this marked the inception of a legend. Subsequently, the spirit of Yamos wandered, seeking 6 Scions with hearts of justice, in pursuit of an even mightier savior, the Super Scion God. In the Dragon Ball Super Saga, it was the influence of Yamos' spirit that led Beerus to Earth in search of the Super Scion God. Kaso glanced at Philia and the others, surprised to discover that they had once followed Amasi. How intriguing. Little brother Kaso, have we said all that needs to be said? Can we now depart from this planet? From the earlier address of Lord Kaso, Yuna realized his name and nervously regarded him. Where to? Kaso's expression turned serious. Did you not claim that revealing information about the Scions would allow us to leave? Yuna's impatience grew. Despite his youthful appearance, his formidable combat prowess was undeniable. And if he refused, their escape would be impossible. Although she had misled this group of Scions, her ancestors had indeed aided them. How could he say such a thing? I never made such a statement, Kaso replied coldly. As Bardock had stated, the Scions must not venture out nor allow others to discover their presence on the planet Sharada. Yuna pondered for a moment and realized that Kaso had not actually said such words. Philia furrowed her brow. The strength of the Scions was indisputable. The Lolita clan had once followed Amasi and understood the Scions' might. However, after the great upheaval, the Scions began their descent from the pedestal of the cosmos. Even so, the Lolita clan had contemplated realigning with the Scions, only to find that the Scions had transformed into something unrecognizable. They had become malevolent, committing heinous acts, and now they followed Frisia, invading other planets. Yet, the present-day Scions still proclaimed themselves as a warrior race. Yuna was aware that this title had been passed down since the era of Amasi, and she believed that the current Scions were unworthy of such a claim. Thus, she felt little desire to engage with them further. But why were they not permitted to leave? Philia, too, regarded Kaso with curiosity. Was this little boy truly a representative of the legendary Scion race? Was it not said that the current Scions had fallen from grace? She found this young lad quite impressive. The Scions were destroyed by Frisia, you know? Kaso circled in front of the two. Since hearing Yuna's account of their ancestors, Kaso had refrained from explaining why their departure was impossible, believing instead that this might be a fortuitous opportunity. Yuna and Philia widened their eyes, thinking they had misheard. The entire universe knew that the Scions were loyal subordinates of Frisia. Who would believe that they could be annihilated by their own master? It was no wonder they displayed such expressions. Let me put it this way, Kaso began to reveal his intentions. It is impossible for you to leave this place. Either your entire clan submits to us Scions, or I will annihilate the Lolita clan. His words were devoid of emotion, akin to a hidden assassin poised to take a life at any moment. Even the frostily composed Philia shuddered at his proclamation. This child was truly terrifying. Yuna gasped, taken aback by Kaso's statement. When had the Scions been destroyed? If so, how were these Scions still alive? Yuna was utterly perplexed. However, according to Kaso, if the Scions were indeed annihilated by Frisia, they would be the remnants of the Scion race, which is why they had sought refuge on this planet. Contemplating this, Yuna and Philia exchanged glances, both reflecting a flicker of astonishment in each other's eyes. Kaso observed their expressions, realizing they had grasped the concept. They were rather astute. Chapter 57, Arrival at Lolita Star. Kaso urged them to continue their contemplation. In truth, there was little to ponder. One could either ally with the Scions or face death. Those were the only options. Moreover, if even the lowly ants strive to survive, it is only logical that an entire race would opt to integrate with the Scion lineage. Approaching Bardock, Kaso remarked, "Boy, have you seen how the lovely older sister has softened?" Bardock retorted coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting? You will see in due time." Kaso playfully pinched Osbel's face, provoking her to squeal in frustration, calling him a wicked brother. Bardock possessed a commendable degree of foresight. Yet it was impossible for him to know everything. He was unaware of the transformations that the inclusion of a technological race would bring to the Scions. Presently, the Scions lacked any resources, not even the most rudimentary of scouters. They were akin to blind men in battle, devoid of any capacity for sensing their adversaries. Before long, Yuna and Philia approached, while the other female guards remained stationary. "I have consented," Philia stated with a calm demeanor. It was inevitable that the leadership of the Lolita tribe would eventually fall to her, as she was acutely aware of her clan's current predicament. To be frank, aside from their prowess in technological research, the Lolita tribe was lacking in all other aspects. They possessed no inherent cultivation talent, and even their research outcomes were not safeguarded. Though the Lolita tribe exhibited remarkable unity, they lacked the requisite strength to protect their findings, thus relying on more formidable powers to assist in marketing their products, resulting in meager profits for the Lolita tribe. Upon hearing Kaso's remarks, Philia, despite her initial shock, soon came to a realization: the Scions were immensely powerful. And perhaps by aligning with them, the Lolita tribe could undergo a remarkable transformation. Noticing the two nodding in agreement, Kaso felt no surprise. To disagree is to invite death. Now that you have chosen to join the Scion forces, I must ask you, have you leaked any information regarding the Scions? Kaso's tone was somewhat tranquil. Observers familiar with him would sense an unusual tension in his demeanor. When we were being pursued by that two-faced mutt, we sought help from our tribe. But at that time, we had not yet entered this planet. Yuna hesitated to meet Kaso's gaze, stammering, "However, our spaceship is equipped with a positioning system." Suddenly, the sky trembled violently. In that instant, even those nearby found it impossible to maintain their footing. Bardock's pupils contracted, his heart engulfed by an overwhelming tempest. This boy is truly terrifying. Kaso's clenched fist quickly relaxed as he coldly demanded, "Speak, in which direction lies your planet?" Yuna, somewhat bewildered, hesitated. "Speak," Kaso thundered. He had no time to squander. If the Lolita clan disseminated the information about this planet, all his efforts would be in vain. The fury of the child startled both Philia and Yuna. Instinctively, Philia pointed towards the north. "Do not resist," Kaso impatiently remarked, then took Philia's delicate hand and initiated a teleportation. In the face of racial peril, beauty meant nothing to him. Unless upon witnessing Kaso's disappearance, Osbel pouted. "Brother Kaso has run away again." Bardock, just near the planet Sharada. On Lolita's star, the sky shimmered in a pale green hue, adorned with a few brown clouds. Rays of light cascaded through the clouds, illuminating the towering edifices, their gray surfaces reflecting a blend of advanced technology and elegance. Within a spacious conference hall, dark golden chairs were fully occupied. Most attendees were women, strikingly beautiful like Philia, yet their demeanor was vastly different. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane and flanked by two female guards, sat in the highest chair and solemnly announced, "I have just received word that our princess is being pursued and has landed on an unknown planet." As her words echoed in the hall, a wave of agitation swept through the assembly. Over 200 Lolita individuals erupted in cries. "Who is it? It must be the Sharbers. How dare they treat us this way if we still align with the Scions? Indeed, leader, we must retaliate. The princess cannot be harmed." Once, the Lolita clan had been hunted across the cosmos, but since aligning with the Scions, who would dare to challenge them? Other beings in the universe bowed and scraped before them. Silence. The woman, Yvonne, continued, "It was not they who attacked. Philia and the others merely encountered cosmic pirates. Yet these pirates possess a battle power of 5,000. At the mention of such power, an immediate hush fell over the hall. The highest battle power among the Lolita clan was Princess Philia, with a mere 1,500. "What shall we do?" "I intend to seek the assistance of the Sharbers." Yvonne's voice grew somber, revealing her helplessness. The heavens had bestowed great intelligence upon the Lolita clan, yet stripped them of any talent for cultivation. Otherwise, they would not resort to seeking help at the first sign of trouble. However, the Sharbers were notorious for being ruthless. Enlisting their aid would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll on the Lolita clan. Indeed, as soon as Yvonne finished speaking, dissent erupted once more in the hall. Yet, within mere seconds, the voices quieted again. The Lolita clan, possessing exceptional intelligence, swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. In the nearby star region, the Shalberians possess unparalleled strength, their combat prowess exceeding 10,000. Thus, the only hope for rescuing Philia lies with the Shalberians. The more than 200 Lolita people in the hall are acutely aware that their princess's survival depends solely on them. Otherwise, she is destined to perish without a trace. How frustrating. At this moment, the entire Lolita clan begins to reminisce about the days spent under the leadership of Yamaxi. Suddenly, a swift motion in the hall reveals two figures, one tall and one short. It is Princess Philia. The entire Lolita assembly rises in unison, their excitement palpable as they behold the radiant figure before them. Chapter 58, The Submission of the Lolita Clan. "Speak," Kaso urges, eager to resolve this predicament swiftly. Philia furrows her brow, finding the brashness of this child rather off-putting and far from endearing. She calmly inquires, "Chief, the news of my pursuit hasn't spread, has it?" Thus, no one is yet aware of her peril. Philia releases a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the information from that planet has not been transmitted, or else this little scion might have obliterated the Lolita star without hesitation. "Chief, let us once again ally with the Scions." Philia is acutely aware of the clan's circumstances. Rather than endure further oppression from the Shalberians, it is preferable to align with the Scions. If this child possesses such might, one can only imagine the strength of the entire Scion race. However, a significant drawback looms. The Scions on that previous planet were remnants pursued by Frisia, and aligning with them carries considerable risk. Yet, failing to ally with the Scions could lead to the immediate destruction of the entire Lolita star. At that moment, the Lolita people rise once more. "Princess, you propose we follow the Scions again? But Haven T, they turn to wickedness?" Opinions swirl within the assembly, revealing a lack of consensus. Perhaps due to enduring prolonged oppression from the Shalberians, the majority of the Lolita people exhibit little resistance to joining the Scions. Some even display expressions of eager anticipation. Iweni furrows her brow. How can you suggest such a thing? As the clan leader, she has contemplated numerous factors. Yet some decisions cannot be made lightly. She must consider the welfare of her people, avoiding unilateral actions. For if we do not join the Scions, our clan faces annihilation. Philia states matter-of-factly. She has no choice but to speak the truth, quickly recounting the sequence of events. As Philia concludes her narrative, an almost palpable silence envelopes the hall. The Lolita people gaze at Kaso, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Can such a diminutive scion truly possess combat power exceeding 10,000? After a moment of contemplation, Iweni nods. Very well. The clan's history contains numerous accounts of the scion's terrifying might, and no one understands it better than she, the leader. Should they disregard the child's counsel, it is likely that Lolita Star would indeed face obliteration. Furthermore, allying with the Scions might not be a wholly negative prospect. Witnessing this development, Kaso is momentarily taken aback. Have they reached an agreement so swiftly? In times of racial peril, is it not customary to resist with fervor? Nevertheless, Kaso paid little heed to such matters. As long as they consented to join the Scion lineage, all else could be negotiated. "I shall grant you one day to prepare. Thereafter, I will escort you from this place." "Very well." Philia tossed her icy blue locks, ready to depart. However, an announcement echoed from outside. Chief, a Shalberian seeks an audience. Before the messenger could finish, a blue-skinned extraterrestrial, with a hooked nose, barged through the doors. Disregarding the expression of the Lolita, Shabby sauntered up to Yvonne, arrogantly inquiring, "Old woman, how fares the latest research? Just make sure to sell it off quickly and reap the profits." The Shalberian, boasting a formidable combat strength of 10,000, was insufferably brazen. Yvonne seethed with fury, yet felt utterly powerless. In the vastness of the cosmos, strength reigns supreme. No matter how advanced your technology, without power, one is destined to be subjugated. The Lolitas had experienced such oppression in the past, and they continued to endure it in the present. Now, Yvonne was compelled to entrust her people's research findings to the Shalberians, who treated the Lolitas with such disdain. Kaso, witnessing this scene, tugged at Philia's sleeve. "Has this fellow always been so arrogant, little one?" Philia shot Kaso an irritated glare. The child truly was insufferable. Nevertheless, she nodded in acknowledgement. The Shalberians' arrogance was notorious throughout this star sector, especially towards the Lolitas. As a princess, she was acutely aware of this reality. "Should I eliminate him?" Kaso asked, finding it uncomfortable to speak while looking up. He floated into the air, aligning himself beside Philia, but as he turned his head, he inadvertently caught sight of the whiteness that adorned her chest. "Wow, that's quite white." Upon hearing this, Philia's eyes sparkled. "Can we really?" "Certainly. However, having just recruited a high-tech race, I am quite pleased. It wouldn't hurt to give the Lolitas a sense of vindication." Meanwhile, as Yvonne remained silent, Shabby's temper flared. "Old woman, I am addressing you." The Lolitas, accustomed to Shalberian oppression, could not restrain their indignation upon witnessing such disrespect towards their leader. It was no wonder that some expressed eager anticipation at the prospect of joining the Scion faction. The hall reverberated solely with Shabby's voice. Yvonne remained silent, coldly regarding him. Now that the Lolitas had joined the Scion race, Yvonne understood that the Scions would never allow their own to be maltreated. Indeed, a youthful voice rang out. "You ugly creature, who do you think you are?" Upon hearing this, Shabby instinctively straightened his posture and arrogantly replied, "I am Shabby. What of it?" Kaso nearly burst into laughter. Yet, his expression abruptly turned cold. "You may as well perish." He raised his small hand, conjuring a luminous blue orb that erupted with violent energy, rousing the ions of the void to form serpentine silver dragons that twisted and coiled. "No!" Shabby cried out in terror. Boom! The azure waves of light danced through the air, crashing upon him with a resounding explosion. In less than half a minute since the appearance of the sand dollar, it was utterly vanquished. How impressive! Philia clasped her delicate hands together, her eyes sparkling with starlight. The Lolita, oppressed for so long, felt a surge of hope at the emergence of someone willing to stand up for them. At that moment, she could not help but believe that joining the Scion clan was indeed a wise choice. Iweni wore a gentle smile, reaffirming her faith in the Scions. "Hey there. Am I not formidable?" Philia teased. "If you can annihilate the Shalber clan, then I shall acknowledge your prowess." Her lips curled in a playful smirk. This mischievous demeanor momentarily caught Cassio off guard. Even the icy beauty could exhibit such expressions. However, upon hearing the mention of obliterating the Shalber clan, a cold laugh escaped him. Since they had already engaged, why not aim for total annihilation? "Where are they?" Philia's eyes widened. She had merely spoken in jest. Chapter 59, Philia's Son. The Shalber clan had not been so brazen in their confrontations before, and as the princess of the Lolita, Philia had encountered their arrogance on numerous occasions. In such scenarios, one could only swallow their indignation, daring neither to express anger nor protest, especially when faced with adversaries boasting over 10,000 battle power. Having endured oppression from the Shalber for so long, the sudden appearance of a willing ally felt akin to traversing a parched desert for 3 days and nights only to stumble upon an oasis. Philia's gaze softened as she regarded Cassio. This little brat was not so intolerable after all. "Quickly gather your belongings. I shall take you away tomorrow. For now, I am off to eradicate the Shalber, a fitting welcome gift for your induction into the Scion clan." Cassio took Philia's delicate hand and smiled. "Come on, let us go." As soon as he spoke, the two vanished from sight. With their departure, the conference hall erupted into a frenzy. The image of Cassio's defeat of the Shalber lingered vividly in the minds of the Lolita. Although the Shalber was not particularly strong, Philia could have dealt with him, albeit with some effort. This young Scion had dispatched him in a single strike. "Leader, he is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. The Shalber clan is in for a world of trouble." The Lolita rejoiced, their spirits soaring. With the connection between their princess and this young lad, they believed the Scions would surely treat the Lolita with kindness. Lost in these thoughts, Iweni wore a knowing smile. In a realm adorned with countless stars, each twinkling like scattered gems, several spheres of diverse hues floated around a central gray planet, all revolving in harmony. On this day, a petite figure, accompanied by a stunning beauty, descended upon the gray planet. "So this is Shalberstar?" Philia mused. It doesn't seem all that impressive. How could you not prevail?" Her lips twitched slightly. After all, a battle power of 10,000 was quite formidable in the universe, sufficient to command a small team under Frisia's banner. Should we simply obliterate this planet? Kaso contemplated for a moment. Very well, let me first relieve you of your breath. Under Kaso's perception, the highest combat power on Shalber star barely reached 10,000, with the remainder being mere detritus. No, it would be more accurate to assert that all inhabitants of this planet are not, but refuse. Hand it to me. Kaso stated nonchalantly. His sole intention was to teleport with Philia, not to display any lecherous tendencies. Philia was well aware of this and willingly extended her hand to Kaso. As he felt the coolness and smoothness of her touch, a subtle wave stirred within his heart. Let us go. With a swish, the two vanished in an instant. In a gray palace, a blue-skinned Shalberian remarked, Lord Shaley, the inventions devised by the Lolita people are truly remarkable. Our coffers are nearly overflowing. Seated at the highest point of the palace, Lord Shaley erupted into laughter. Ha! Those women are indeed quite impressive. Lord Shaley, given how much the Lolita have earned for us, should we not treat them with a bit more kindness? No need, they are merely trash. Yes, of course. The blue-skinned Shalberian, sensing Shaley's displeasure, quickly donned a sycophantic smile. Within their clan, Shaley's commands were absolute, and none dared to contradict him. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared within the palace. This must be the place. Kaso exclaimed. Oh, could you display some other reaction? Your demeanor is truly dull. Kaso shot an irritated glance at Philia. According to his perception, the pinnacle of Shalberian combat power resided here. Looking upward, he observed a towering figure, 2 meters tall, with alternating blue and gray skin, particularly notable for his prominently curved nose, far more pronounced than that of other Shalberians. Who are you? Shaley inquired, his gray eyes narrowing in surprise at the sudden appearance of the pair. The speed of these two. Shaley was astounded that he had detected no sign of their entrance. It was rather unnerving. However, the blue-skinned Shalberian recognized Philia by Kaso's side. Are you not the princess of the Lolita clan? Have you come to deliver us your latest research? In the eyes of the Shalberians, the Lolita were mere free labor, their inventions exceedingly practical. Yet, it was curious that she had brought along a small child. Suddenly, the blue-skinned Shalberian barked, What business do you have bringing your son here? Upon hearing this, Kaso's eyes widened in disbelief, while Philia's previously frosty countenance underwent a dramatic transformation, shattering her ice princess facade in that instant. Meanwhile, Shaley merely chuckled, realizing they were of the Lolita clan. Based on his knowledge of the Lolita, their capabilities were so insignificant. It must have been a moment of carelessness that allowed him to overlook their movements. Indeed, it must be so. Shaley coldly addressed the two, placed the new research down. And you may leave. Am I her son? Kaso retorted with a sardonic smile. These Shalberians were quite amusing. Philia finally regained her composure, raising her hand to tremulously point at the blue Shalberian. You. Philia's towering fury surged uncontrollably, despite being an innocent maiden. She was incensed by the accusation that Cassio was her son. Regret washed over her as she lamented not having obliterated this planet at the first opportunity. Cassio released Philia's hand, his entire being suspended in the air, exuding an icy aura. The palace instantly became unbearably frigid, as if Shaley had entered a millennia-old ice vault. Struggling to breathe, blood coursing sluggishly through his veins. Who was this child? Suddenly, he noticed a fluffy tail coiled around Cassio's waist. A scion, Shaley blurted out. Previously, he had been fortunate enough to learn about the scions during Frisia's relentless pursuit of them. He never expected to encounter one now. Oh, Cassio smirked coldly, surprised that this individual recognized scions. What Bardock cared about was also his concern. The information regarding the scions must not be leaked. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. As long as he eradicated the root of the problem, all would be well. However, Shaley abruptly vanished from his seat. He understood that when confronting a scion, one must not harbor any illusions. They were an exceedingly formidable race, growing stronger in the face of adversity. Thus, Shaley opted for a preemptive strike. Chapter 60, The Destruction of Shalber Star. Shaley had earned his status as the overlord of this star system for good reason. He would never underestimate any opponent, especially one who was a scion. A bolt of blue lightning streaked across the sky above the palace, akin to a flash of electricity racing through the winds. The aura emitted by Shaley disrupted the tranquil air, unleashing a torrent of energy. In an instant, he appeared behind Cassio, raising his fist with the intent to crush him. Yet, to his astonishment, there was no reaction from Cassio. A sense of foreboding washed over him, his heart momentarily halting. Gasping, Shaley instinctively recoiled a few steps, his heart resuming its rhythm. Trembling with trepidation, he regarded the young boy before him. The typical strength of a scion was not particularly overwhelming, yet their physical constitution was extraordinarily resilient. Many years prior, when Shaley possessed a battle power of merely 5,000, he had encountered a scion with a mere 2,000 points of power. Initially, he had easily overpowered the scion, but as the battle progressed, that Saiyan grew more formidable, ultimately matching him blow for blow. Just when he believed he was invincible, the Saiyan had hurled a wave of light into the sky, transforming into a colossal gorilla. Fortunately, he had escaped swiftly, otherwise he might have met his demise. Now, this child radiated an intensity even more potent than that earlier Saiyan. Shaylee instinctively felt that should he dare to advance further, he would find himself in a grave predicament. The young boy, why had he suddenly stopped moving? At the moment Shaylee initiated his attack, Philia was taken aback. How had he suddenly become motionless? Yet, it wouldn't be long. Playing tricks. Enraged, Shaylee was incensed that he had been intimidated by a mere child. With a fierce sweep of his arm, he unleashed a blue energy blast directly towards Casio. The energy sphere tearing through the air and generating searing heat akin to that of the sun. Even Philia on the ground could feel the terrifying warmth. Be careful, Philia exclaimed urgently. As the energy was about to strike Casso, he suddenly pivoted, raising a small hand to grasp forward. The terrifying energy sphere halted in his palm, swirling ominously while emitting a sinister hiss. With a decisive squeeze, Casso crushed the energy sphere, which instantaneously transformed into a dazzling burst of light, scattering around like fairy dust, resplendent and awe-inspiring. Witnessing this spectacle, Philia's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O shape. What an extraordinary child! In stark contrast, Shaylee was filled with dread, retreating incessantly while muttering, "Impossible." The Scions had been besieged by Frisia's forces, yet this remnant proved to be so formidable. That recent attack had utilized 80% of his strength, only to be effortlessly obliterated. "This is dull," Casso remarked coldly, losing interest in the engagement. With that statement, he vanished in a flash. The chilling aura erupted once more, radiating lethal intent, and Shaylee's heart brimmed with terror. No matter how he searched for Casso, he could not find him. Suddenly, Shaylee felt a sharp pain in his heart. Looking down, he saw a small hand piercing through his chest. A searing agony tore through him, radiating from his heart to his brain, and then throughout his entire body. With a splutter, he expelled a jet of blue blood, trembling uncontrollably until, 3 seconds later, he collapsed backward with a thud. Is he dead? Philia approached cautiously, seeing the once dominant Shaylee lying lifelessly on the ground. Feeling a sense of unreality wash over her. A moment passed, and still, Shaylee remained motionless. Perhaps it is for the best. She shook her head, her blue hair swirling gently behind her, as the suffocating tension of the past dissipated in an instant. Philia blinked her beautiful eyes, fixating intently on the small figure. From this day forth, the Lolita clan would look to the Scions for leadership. "Let us go," Casso said, joining Philia and taking her delicate hand. "Now hold your breath." In a flash, they disappeared, leaving behind an eerie silence in the palace, with only the once boastful Shalber remaining. He gazed at the fallen leader and then patted his chest, relieved that the two had ignored him. Casso and Philia became a streak of lightning, slicing through the sky, breaking free of the atmosphere and emerging into the vastness of space. Philia remembered Casso's words and held her breath. They lingered outside Shalber's star, when suddenly Casso raised one hand. A brilliant blue light ignited above his palm, growing more radiant as energy surged within it, illuminating the dark cosmos like a newborn sun, casting light across the starry expanse. Abruptly, a 10-meter diameter blue energy sphere materialized before Philia's eyes. Gazing upon such a fearsome force, her heart raced wildly, and she quickly covered her chest with her small hand, thinking to herself, "He possesses at least 100,000 battle power." The searing energy continued to compress, the pressure surrounding the energy sphere intensifying. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if the very fabric of space in the universe was fracturing. Casso furrowed his brow and suddenly flicked his hand. The colossal energy sphere descended with terrifying velocity as it breached the atmosphere of Shalber. The palpable pressure caused the planet to tremble incessantly. The earth shook and the seas roared, painting a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Within the palace, the blue-skinned Shalberians sat upon their sandy thrones, though the position offered little comfort. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, marking the cataclysmic moment for Shalber. Half a day passed, and the planet bustled with activity, each individual engrossed in their own affairs. Yet, upon observing their expressions, one could discern that something joyous had transpired. "Well, it seems your kin do not resist joining the Scion forces." Upon returning to Lolita Star, Casso was still holding on to Philia, seemingly oblivious to the need to let go. Perhaps it was simply forgotten. Philia shot him an icy glance, her demeanor exuding an air of aloofness without uttering a single word. At that moment, Iwani approached from a distance. "You arrived just in time. I have obliterated the Shalberians," Casso remarked nonchalantly. "Really?" Iwani gasped in astonishment. Casso nodded with a hint of resignation. They even questioned the capabilities of the Scions, despite having once followed them. Iwani turned to Philia, who merely nodded in agreement. "Good, good, good," Iwani exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. One could hear the weight of grievances the Lolita people had endured over the years. Clearly, aligning with the Saiyan tribe was a most prudent choice. After a moment, Iweni composed herself and spoke. Lord Kaso, we are nearly prepared. When shall we depart? Chapter 61. The return of the Lolita tribe. Have all the necessary equipment been gathered? Kaso understood that in order for the Saiyans to revitalize, a significant investment in technology was essential, and the equipment was precisely what they required at this juncture. Everything is ready, Iweni replied, leaning on her cane as she regarded Kaso, astonished by the prowess of this seemingly mere child. It was remarkable that he had traversed to Shalber and obliterated the entire planet in such a short span. Were the Saiyans truly so formidable now? Kaso, unaware of her thoughts, nodded affirmatively. All right, let us gather all the friends from Lolita. Given the proximity of Lolita Star to Salada, the journey aboard the Zero ship would take merely a day. Kaso planned to utilize instant transmission to transport them in batches. Moreover, his current strength was vastly superior to before, enabling him to relocate the Lolita clan and their equipment in just half a day, with the aid of the magical beans. It might even take less than a day. With this thought, Kaso exhaled in relief. Friends? The casual mention of friends elicited a shared glance between Philia and Iweni, followed by a gentle smile. This little rascal was rather endearing. Lord Kaso, I shall summon our kin. Half a day later, night fell. The heavens sparkled with stars, the celestial bodies casting their luminous glow. The square illuminated with bright lights. Over 200 Lolita people stood at the center, their whispers occasionally breaking the tranquil atmosphere. I wonder if the Saiyans are fierce. They probably aren't, right? As the conversation unfolded, expressions of anticipation adorned the faces of the Lolita people. Oh, I almost neglected to mention that the planet Sharada possesses tenfold gravity. It is imperative that you remain cautious. Previously, when Kaso witnessed Yuna and her companions descending onto Sharada, they exhibited no signs of discomfort, likely due to some advanced technology. Nevertheless, a word of caution is prudent. Sharada? Philia and Ivan gasped in astonishment. Their clan's records indicated that the planet had met its demise amid the Science internal strife. How could Kaso still reference it? I shall inform you later. Surely you have a means to cope with tenfold gravity. Kaso's sole desire at present was to expedite the relocation of the Lolita clan. Is that planet truly Sharada? Philia pondered, her heart racing. She recalled the historical accounts within her clan that detailed the planet's extraordinary significance to the Saiyans. A captivating smile inadvertently graced her lips, her beauty blooming like a snow plum blossom in an instant. Kaso, noticing this enchanting scene, mused to himself, what is this silly girl contemplating? Before long, the Lolita clan had gathered, standing to one side, while various technological devices were arranged on the other. Let us prepare to depart. On the planet Sharada, not far from Bardock's modest dwelling, a group of approximately 20 figures suddenly materialized. The moment these 20 individuals set foot upon Sharada, their bodies trembled slightly before swiftly returning to normalcy. Observing this, Kaso nodded to himself. If they could not manage even this degree of gravity, the Lolita people would surely be lacking in resilience. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the wooden cabin. Kaso brother. Osbel, swift as the wind, leaped onto Kaso, her little legs clinging tightly to his waist. At that moment, Bardock emerged from the cabin. Uncle Bardock, these are friends of the Lolita clan. Please ensure they are well accommodated, as I must continue to bring over their kin. Kaso, with Osbel perched upon him, urged, Little Osbel, lend your assistance to your brother. Okay. In an instant, the two vanished from sight. Bardock, witnessing the departure of the two children, exhibited little reaction, though he found himself bewildered by the sheer number of female figures before him. Has Kaso truly brought an entire race here? With Osbel's assistance, Kaso's pace of relocation accelerated significantly. Now, Philia was the sole remaining member on Lolita Star. She gazed expressionlessly at the scenes unfolding around her before shaking her head. The future shall be brighter. Thoughts of the little one brought a faint smile to her face. All right, it is your turn. With a swift motion, they disappeared from Lolita Star. On Sharada, Osbel once again leaped onto Kaso, exclaiming, Kaso brother. Kaso gently cradled her petite form with both hands and turned to Bardock, saying, Uncle Bardock, these are friends from the Lolita tribe. They once accompanied us Saiyans. Soon, Kaso recounted the origins of the Lolita clan. When Bardock and the other Saiyans heard that the Lolita tribe had followed Yamos, they remained largely unresponsive. However, when Kaso mentioned that Yamos was the first Super Saiyan, the atmosphere erupted with astonishment among the Saiyans. Was the legend of the Super Saiyan truly factual? Did such beings actually exist? The Saiyans buzzed with excitement, unable to contain their fervor. Among the elation, only Bardock maintained a stoic expression as he observed the crowd, for he knew the truth. The legend was indeed real, and his son Kakarot was destined to become the second Super Saiyan. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed Bardock's mind as he glanced at Kaso. Perhaps Kakarot might even be the third. Chapter 62. Philia's Dilemma. Leader Iweni. This is our Saiyan leader, Bardock. Kaso rudely gestured towards Bardock. Observing this, Bardock merely curled his lip. Had he not been outmatched, Kaso might well have found himself on the ground by now. Greetings. Iwini had already learned from Philia that the Scions were being hunted by Frisia's forces, forced to take refuge on Planet Salad. Such matters did not particularly trouble her. From the moment Kaso brought her and the others to this place, she recognized that this little child possessed an extraordinary ability. No matter the circumstances, Frisia would never be able to capture the Scions. Thus, the safety of the Lolita clan was not a concern. Moreover, Planet Salad seemed to have inexplicably recovered. Iwini felt quite optimistic about the Scion race. Welcome to our fold. Bardock spoke with a hint of indifference. Looking at the Lolita individuals, most of whom were female with only a few males, it was no wonder Yuna had remarked on their low reproductive capabilities. While this arrangement might prevent the leakage of Scion information, Bardock still pondered Kaso's motives for such a decision. Bardock called out to Castor, who was hiding at the back of the crowd. Castor, come forth and arrange accommodations for our Lolita friends. Coming. Castor hesitantly approached Bardock. He vividly remembered Bardock's rigorous training during their last encounter and couldn't help but tremble slightly at the sight of him. Kaso, holding Osbel, addressed Philia, little one. Let us ensure your clan is settled before anything else. Understood. Philia nodded in agreement, leading the Lolita tribe to follow Castor. The Scions exuded an air of calmness that contrasted sharply with Kaso's exuberance, though Philia believed that their interactions would evolve positively over time. Once they had departed, Bardock shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Do you plan to remain here until dawn?" "Not at all. Hurry, we must report to Lord Bardock. Do you wish to perish?" With that, the Scions swiftly dispersed, vanishing in an instant. "Uncle Bardock, you might end up with no friends acting like this," Kakarot chuckled. Despite Bardock's fierce demeanor towards his kin, Kakarot understood that it was merely his method of leadership. The Scions were well aware of this, which is why they often behaved so casually around him. There was a reason for Bardock's popularity among his people. Bardock shot a frustrated glare at Kakarot. "What exactly do you intend to do?" If it weren't for the knowledge of Kakarot's prophetic abilities, he would have likely stopped him. The more individuals who were privy to the Science information, the greater the risk of it being leaked. Kakarot, cradling Osbel, approached Bardock. "Uncle Bardock, the Scions cannot remain on Planet Salad forever. The vast expanse of stars and endless cosmos is utterly intoxicating." He had many thoughts swirling in his mind. The quest for vengeance against Frisia would take considerable time. Bardock sighed, "I understand you have your reasons. Do share them with me." As Kakarot held Osbel, he noticed that she had fallen asleep. He gently brushed his fingers against her small nose. It is insufficient for the Scions to merely have a gravity chamber. We cannot do without spaceships and scanners. Upon hearing this, Bardock nodded. He had previously observed Kakarot and Osbel performing a remarkable technique that not only concealed their own power, but also allowed them to detect the enemy's position without the aid of a scanner. Kakarot had also attempted to teach the other Scions this method, yet their ingrained, brutal use of energy made it difficult for them to grasp it. Bardock had only a vague understanding of it himself, but he recognized that mastering such a unique skill could be invaluable for a lifetime. You make a valid point. We Scions cannot remain on Planet Salad indefinitely. Indeed, scanners and spaceships are indispensable. Although the Scions could survive in the cosmos, Bardock understood that there would come a day when they would seek revenge against Frisia. Kakarot's insights held considerable merit. Reflecting on this, Bardock glanced at Kakarot, pondering how he could conceive such thoughts. He truly was a peculiar child. Unable to resist, he pressed a gentle kiss on Osbel's sleeping face. The technology of the Lolita clan is remarkably advanced. You will witness it in due course. With that, he soared into the sky, cradling the little girl. Time passed quietly, and a year slipped away unnoticed. Planet Salad had been transformed by the Lolita people into several zones: a residential area, an ecological zone, a training ground, and a research district. High-tech innovations were evident everywhere, and the areas suitable for Scion habitation had been converted into a modern metropolis. Occasionally, one could spot Lolita individuals traversing the roads in their new energy vehicles. In a room within the research district, Philia examined a universal capsule, scrutinizing it from every angle and employing various scanners to analyze it. Yet, she simply could not comprehend the underlying principles. Why could it contain items within? 6 months prior, she had received a universal capsule from Kakarot and had devoted countless hours to studying it, yet she remained utterly perplexed. Philia tugged at her icy blue hair in frustration, feeling on the verge of exasperation. Perhaps I should consult that little brat. She sighed deeply, realizing she was at her wit's end. Stepping out of the research building, a brilliant plume of white flames erupted, soaring skyward. It surged from the research area towards the training zone, passing through the ecological district. The ecological district is a self-sustaining ecosystem, encompassing plains, forests, oceans, and a myriad of animals. The Lolita people, recognizing that the Salada planet should not consist solely of training and living areas, endeavored to preserve some of its original characteristics. In this regard, their design was remarkably sensible. Before long, Philia arrived at the training zone. At a glance, she was met with an array of dark chambers. These gravity rooms were straightforward for Philia to construct given the right materials, yet she found herself utterly perplexed by the universal capsule. With a swift motion, Philia landed before one of the gravity rooms, just as its doors swung open from within. A young boy emerged, wiping the sweat from his brow, and was momentarily taken aback by the striking beauty before him. "Hey, what do you want, girl?" Kaso inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Philia brandished the universal capsule in front of him, shaking it with fervor, and through gritted teeth demanded, "Where did you acquire this? You're not considering researching it, are you?" Kaso frowned, realizing that Philia must have delved into the mysteries of the universal capsule, yet he knew that the innovations of Dr. Bruvis were beyond her grasp. The girl was clearly troubled. "Where did you get that, little brat?" Philia arched her brows and pressed for an answer once more. "A guy named Bruvis developed it." "Do you know him?" Upon hearing this, Kaso understood her intentions all too well. Sighing, he replied, "Yes, perhaps I can introduce you to him someday." Despite Philia's alluring figure and striking beauty, Kaso was acutely aware of her icy demeanor and stubbornness. She would undoubtedly pester him daily until she achieved her aims. At that moment, another gravity room opened, and a young girl stepped out. "Oh, Philia, you're here too?" "Yes." Philia nodded at Osbel, then turned to Kaso and declared, "That settles it." She promptly ascended into the sky and vanished from sight. "Kaso, why did Philia come to see you?" Osbel inquired, her tone laced with curiosity as she approached him. "It's a bit complicated," Kaso responded, observing Osbel. Nearly 2 years had passed since the explosion of Vegeta, and now she was around 9 years old, standing over a meter tall. Her lustrous black hair was tied back with a red ribbon, and her starry eyes sparkled like the cosmos, her complexion as radiant as jade, reminiscent of a new moon's halo, with a hint of rosy blush on her cheeks. Though still youthful, she stood with a remarkable poise that captivated Kaso, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Kaso, the Saiyans have changed so much," Osbel exclaimed in awe. Hearing her tone, Kaso couldn't help but smile ruefully. It was evident that this girl was no longer the naive little shadow she once was. However, throughout the course of this year, the Lolita people have thoroughly integrated into the Saiyan race, creating a harmonious coexistence. The technology of the Lolita has significantly impacted the planet Salad, manifesting not only in daily life, but also substantially enhancing the combat prowess of the Saiyans. They have redesigned the gravity chamber, optimizing its functionalities, and most importantly, eliminated the music system within. Additionally, they have developed numerous healing pods, rendering the use of Senzu beans unnecessary for minor injuries. Otherwise, considering the limited production of only 80 Senzu beans per month, how could it suffice for the Saiyans' demands? Presently, the strength of the Saiyans has seen a remarkable increase. Aside from logistical personnel, the lowest combat power reaches 20,000. Bardock has even achieved a combat power of 120,000, comparable to that of the captain of Frisia's Jinyu force. Contemplating this, Kaso felt a warmth stir within him. As long as they do not encounter Frisia's high-end combat capabilities or some concealed threats, the current strength of the Saiyans should enable them to dominate their surroundings. "Kaso, what are you thinking about?" Osbel furrowed her brow and gently patted Kaso's waist. "Oh, nothing much. I was just pondering whether we should visit Earth." Upon hearing this, Osbel's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sure. You want to go for some delicious food, right?" Kaso retorted with mild annoyance. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from behind him. "Kid, did you mention delicious food?" Kaso turned around to find a slender, purple feline creature standing behind him. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he looked again. The creature had pointed purple ears erect, adorned with a golden collar around its neck, and was dressed in attire reminiscent of ancient Egypt, strikingly similar to the legendary Anubis. "This is the god of destruction, Beerus." Kaso's pupils dilated in shock, his heart racing and a cold sweat breaking out on his back. The appearance of this cat-like entity implied that another individual must accompany it. Indeed, beside Beerus stood a tall, flamboyant figure, with purple pupils and lips, and a large light blue halo around his neck. Who are these two gentlemen?" Osbel inquired, smiling at the pair. Hearing her voice, Kaso quickly covered her mouth. Despite her futile struggles to break free, how did these two deities suddenly appear on Planet Salad? "Kid, I'm asking you a question." Beerus regarded Kaso with a chilling indifference, akin to how one might view an insect. Meanwhile, looked on with great curiosity at the two young ones, astonished that they were Saiyans. Hadn't the Saiyans been annihilated by Frisia a year ago? Beerus, noticing the tails at Kaso and Osbel's waists, spoke with a hint of amusement. "Oh, Saiyans." At this remark, Kaso felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling dread enveloping him, as if his life were hanging by a thread. "You actually know who I am?" Beerus narrowed his eyes, recalling his previous visit to Planet Vegeta, thus finding it unsurprising that this little fellow recognized him. However, wasn't he at Frisia who had annihilated the Saiyans? As this thought crossed his mind, Beerus furrowed his brow, infuriated that Frisia dared to defy his orders. Suddenly, a wave of destructive energy enveloped the entirety of Planet Salad, causing the planet to tremble as if it were on the brink of obliteration. Meanwhile, far away at Frisia's headquarters, the tyrant king sneezed. Who was thinking of me? With the Scions now discovered by Beerus, hiding was no longer an option. If action were not taken, the Scions would undoubtedly face annihilation once more. Even Goku on Earth would likely be unable to escape the impending doom. Kasu recalled that Beerus had ordered the destruction of Planet Vegeta because King Vegeta had hidden his most comfortable pillow. This realization sparked a glimmer of hope for the Saiyan race. Lord Beerus, the delicacies I mentioned are truly exquisite. Would you care to try them? Even Whis displayed an expression of yearning. As the most formidable beings in the 7th universe, their duties aside, they cherished fine cuisine above all else. Beerus glared coldly at Kasu, his eyes gleaming with a perilous light, emanating a purple aura. The last individual who dared to deceive him was King Vegeta. One could presume that grass on his grave had grown 2 meters high by now. Whis, holding his staff and wearing a benign smile, observed Kasu with an innocent demeanor. He paid no heed to whether Kasu's claims were true or false. If the food proved unsatisfactory, Beerus would take action, and there was no need for him to worry. Kasu timidly said, Lord Beerus, that delicacy is on a planet called Earth. The taste of Earth as cuisine was undoubtedly exceptional, as even the gluttonous Osbel had savored it, her expression a testament to its rarity. Furthermore, he recalled that in the anime, Beerus had a particular fondness for Earth as food, leading Kasu to believe that this could sway Beerus to spare the Saiyan race. Whis, Beerus uttered languidly. Upon hearing this, Whis promptly tapped his staff on the ground. A sacred glow emanated from the orb atop the staff, dazzling like a treasured night pearl. After gathering the information, Whis respectfully stated, Lord Beerus, the planet called Earth is quite distant, approximately 3 seconds away. Indeed, he had awakened from his slumber due to hunger. 3 seconds? Beerus flared his nostrils, exhaling a huff of indignation at the lengthy distance. When he first laid eyes on the Scions, he had felt a fleeting impulse to obliterate both them and Frisia. But the mention of delectable food had restrained him. Yet, he had not anticipated that it would take a full 3 seconds to arrive. Upon hearing Whis' words, Kaso contemplated whether to employ instant transmission to transport them away. Given his current strength, he would require a moment of rest to use instant transmission to reach Earth. Thus, it seemed more prudent to allow Whis to facilitate their relocation. Kid, if you fail to present the delectable cuisine you mentioned in 3 seconds, you shall face the consequences, Beerus stated coldly. Suddenly, a massive, multicolored beam of light enveloped the 4 individuals, soaring skyward. As the brilliance gradually faded, the 4 vanished from sight. 3 seconds later, 4 figures materialized near Earth, close to Karen's location. Is this truly the Earth you spoke of? Kaso inquired, nodding in affirmation as he recognized the Karen Tower, confirming their arrival. However, he pondered how Whis managed to teleport them to this particular spot. Just as Kaso was lost in thought, Whis remarked, Lord Beerus, take a look at this structure. Whis appeared puzzled, having merely transported them randomly to Earth, yet he found this familiar edifice intriguing. Upon arriving on Earth, Beerus beheld a desolate forest, devoid of any culinary delights he had anticipated. Feeling deceived, an ember of fury simmered within him, contemplating the destruction of Kaso and his companion. Yet, upon hearing Whis' words, he paused momentarily. If even an angel could express astonishment, what was the origin of this ancient tower? Beerus cast a glance at Kaso before approaching the Karen Tower to inspect its structure. As the ominous gaze shifted away, Kaso exhaled in relief, having feared for his life. After a brief examination of the tower, Beerus nonchalantly remarked, nothing particularly special about it. Meanwhile, Whis furrowed his brow, ignoring Beerus as he continued to ponder the Karen Tower. How strange, why can't I recall? Whis murmured. In the cosmos, each angel serves a destroyer god, and should a destroyer perish for any reason, the angel would fall into slumber until a new destroyer is born, at which point they awaken. Angels are not meant to die. Thus they live exceptionally long lives and possess vast knowledge. Yet, Whis found himself unable to recollect this particular detail, which was quite peculiar. Never mind, he finally decided. Turning to Kaso with a smile, young one, lead us to the delectable treats. Observing the duo's curiosity as they touched the Karen Tower, Kaso felt bewildered. These 2 were among the most elite beings in the universe. What could they possibly have not seen? Why did they display such intrigue upon encountering the Karen Tower? Nevertheless, he resolved to take them to something appetizing first, lest the Scions truly face annihilation. Please, esteemed lords, rest your hands upon me. Having arrived on Earth, Kaso found instant transmission to be the most convenient means of close-range travel. Instant transmission from Yadrat? Whis discerned Kaso's intentions immediately. Beerus, however, remained indifferent. Knowing a bit of teleportation was hardly impressive. True strength lay in one's own power, while such fanciful techniques were of little consequence. In his eyes, should Kaso attempt to escape using this technique, he would crush him in an instant. Let us proceed, Beerus stated nonchalantly. Subsequently, the 4 individuals vanished into thin air. However, above them stood a coal-black orb. Bobo gazed down at the 4 below, and for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of emotion flickered in his eyes. only to swiftly return to its previous impassivity. On the other side of West City, a stark contrast was evident. While West City thrived with prosperity, this area appeared markedly impoverished. A bustling street was lined with dining tables, where many patrons engaged in lively conversation from their chairs. Should Bulma have encountered this place, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Street food?" Indeed, Kaso had brought Beerus and his companions to this humble dining venue. After all, these two fellows lacked worldly experience, and starting them off with the most basic of fare seemed prudent, lest their palates become spoiled by overly lavish cuisine. "Kaso, I'm hungry," Osbel whined pitifully. The enticing aroma wafting from a neighboring table caused Beerus to swallow hard. At that moment, he had completely forgotten his mission to eradicate the Saiyans and was solely focused on the pressing need for sustenance. Whis had turned his attention to the adjacent table, intently watching others chew, unable to resist swallowing in response. "Kid, do you wish to meet your end?" Beerus growled, his patience wearing thin. He had never encountered food that smelled so delectable, yet this boy was failing to attend to his needs. Under the intense gaze of Beerus, Kaso felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly shouted, "Waiter, bring the food." Soon, the street food vendor delivered an array of dishes to their table. However, Kaso realized that this meager offering would scarcely satisfy the appetites of his companions. Without delay, another vendor heeded his command and brought forth every dish from their establishment. One by one, the entire street's eateries presented their culinary delights. Chapter 65, Bulma is Fierce. The table overflowed with an exquisite feast, featuring delicacies from both the skies and the seas. Although the presentation of each dish may not have rivaled that of a high-end restaurant, it was far from unappealing, and the mouth-watering aroma was utterly irresistible. Beerus and Whis felt their appetites awaken at the scent. Whis, unable to contain himself, delicately picked up a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth, savoring its exquisite flavor as it burst on his palate, stimulating his salivary glands to produce a copious amount of saliva. As he swallowed, his violet pupils dilated, and his very essence seemed to bask in divine radiance, eliciting a contented sigh, so delightful. Beerus had lost count of how many times he had swallowed, and he could no longer restrain himself. He dove in, devouring dish after dish with fervor. Observing this scene, Kaso smirked. "Just you wait, this street food will be enough to handle you." "Hey, don't snatch that. It's mine." "Mine," Beerus protested. Whis chuckled quietly, covering his mouth. The young boy might be inclined to show respect to the god of destruction, but this girl seemed utterly oblivious, making it unlikely she would extend the same courtesy. Observing the young girl, Whis sensed that, aside from her mediocre talent, her thoughts remained rather innocent. Individuals of her ilk may not progress swiftly in their training, yet their potential truly knows no bounds. Moreover, much like Beerus, she possessed an insatiable appetite. Contemplating this, Whis regarded Osbel with a somewhat peculiar expression. "Little Osbel, come and try this," he beckoned. Kasu was genuinely intimidated by Osbel. Daring to compete with Beerus for food, such audacity was reckless. Thus, he hastily retrieved another platter of roasted meat. "Very well," Osbel declared, her displeasure evident as she sulkily took a bite of the roast. Meanwhile, Beerus was wholly engrossed in his meal, his face smeared with grease, seemingly oblivious to Osbel's earlier rudeness. Soon, the clattering of bowls and chopsticks once again filled the air. Half a day passed, and all 10 tables in the bustling eatery were piled high with dishes, each stacked nearly 5 meters tall. Passers-by gaped at the sight, astonished, undoubtedly believing these individuals to be monsters. Beerus reclined in his chair, resembling a satiated, slender cat, his visage radiating satisfaction. "This food is quite acceptable," he stated with a hearty burp, attempting to maintain his pride. As he glanced at the two Saiyans, they appeared more agreeable. Indeed, the culinary delights they spoke of were truly delectable. At that moment, Beerus recalled his rotund brother, pondering whether he had ever tasted such exquisite fare. Most likely not. With that thought, he chuckled, relishing yet another delightful day. "Lord Beerus, do you still intend to annihilate the Saiyans?" Whis inquired, delicately wiping the grease from his lips with a handkerchief. If not for the towering stacks of dishes before him, he would have appeared quite refined. Hearing this, Kasu's ears perked up, his heart fluttering with apprehension. It was no wonder he felt anxious. After all, King Vegeta had chosen to provoke a deity of destruction rather than anyone else, and even if he had angered the entire Frieza race, Kasu would not have been afraid. But who was the god of destruction? He wielded the power to obliterate the universe, mastering the art of destructive energy like no other. In the realm of anime, only a select few could withstand a god of destruction's might. Of course, this did not include the angels, who were of a superior caliber. "Enough of this prattle," Beerus exclaimed, resting his hands behind his head and casting Whis an exasperated glance. Whis chuckled softly, having already discerned Beerus's intent. The actions taken by King Vegeta had led to the utter destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza, and as an angel, Whis would not raise any objections to the decisions made by the god of destruction. Even now, despite Kasu bringing them to Earth for a feast, should Beerus choose to eradicate the Saiyans, Whis would remain steadfastly neutral. Angels are not permitted to interfere with the affairs of the world. Kaso understood this well. The angels possessed immense strength, surpassing even that of the gods of destruction, yet they were merely their servants. To persuade Whis to act against protocol, one would need to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, much like Bulma did in the anime. Bulma had cleverly used food to win over this eccentric pair, resulting in an exceptionally close bond between them. When Whis and Beerus observed Bulma's creation of the time machine, a contraband artifact, they merely forbade her from using it and chose to let her be. Previously, King Vegeta had recklessly dared to hide Beerus's pillow for a deity like Beerus. Annihilating an entire race is a trivial matter. Now, upon hearing Beerus's tone, Kakarot finally felt a sense of relief. The lives of the Saiyans were preserved, and so were his and Bulla's. Whis, let us depart. We shall return another time. Beerus rose, casting a glance at Osbel. That impudent girl had the audacity to snatch food from him. Had he not been in a good mood, the consequences would have been dire. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis, having feasted to his satisfaction, vanished alongside Beerus from the dining table. Within the transportation pathway, a dark line crossed Beerus's forehead as he gazed at Whis in exasperation. You two gluttons, were you starved in your past lives? Not even an entire street suffices for your appetites. Bulma, hands on her hips, pointed at Kakarot. A year had passed, and Bulma diligently practiced every day. The warm current within her body had grown increasingly robust, and she felt that soon she would be able to unleash that energy. At that moment, she would have the opportunity to boast to Kakarot. However, she was taken aback when Kakarot suddenly appeared before her one evening, leading her to a bustling street, requesting her assistance in settling the bill for their meal. It would have been tolerable if it were just one food stall, but these two had devoured the offerings of the entire street. Such horror. Kakarot and Osbel stood obediently, recognizing the impropriety of their actions. Observing the two little mischief makers, slightly taller than herself, Bulma found herself with no outlet for her irritation. Fine, she exclaimed with a hint of annoyance. It was not that she truly lamented the expenditure. To her, money was merely a number. Bulma desired to seize this opportunity to scold Kakarot for his earlier harshness during her training. Indeed, after venting her frustration, she felt a warm glow enveloping her entire being. How delightful it was to unleash her ire. Kakarot, Bulma is quite fearsome, Osbel remarked timidly. She wasn't nearly this fierce when she wanted to fly. Observing Bulma's demeanor, Kakarot could not help but swallow hard. It became clear that she had always possessed such ferocity, which explained why even Vegeta later came to fear her. Chapter 66, The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Far from Earth, a colossal inverted purple pyramid floated amidst the void, adorned with various blue plants, while a sacred aura permeated the surroundings. Lord Beerus, how was the meal? Whis inquired. Mediocre, Beerus replied dismissively. Shall we return to Earth next time? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Whis stifled a chuckle behind his hand. It was no surprise that Beerus's stubbornness had become a well-known trait. However, the cuisine of Earth was undeniably delectable. The duty of a god of destruction is to eliminate substandard planets within a fixed time frame. Otherwise, these inferior worlds would impede the average strength of the universe. While gods of destruction in other universes diligently fulfilled their responsibilities, the one from Universe 7 was notoriously lackadaisical. As he watched the departing figure of Beerus, Whis couldn't help but smile wryly. It was uncertain how long this slumber would last. Just as Beerus was about to enter the palace, Whis casually inquired, Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts on that little girl from earlier? Beerus paused, lifting his foot just before crossing the threshold of the palace. Quite intriguing, he replied solemnly before disappearing into the palace to slumber. At Bulma's residence, Katsu faced her with a stern expression, saying, Bulma, a year has passed, and you've only managed to cultivate this little energy? Standing her ground, Bulma's head drooped slightly, resembling the chastised Katsu from moments before. Indeed, fortunes ebb and flow. Despite Katsu's poker-faced demeanor, Bulma felt a twinge of indignation. She had been diligently training, having consumed 3 senzu beans. Furthermore, her strength had grown considerably, allowing her to lift heavy machinery with one hand, and on occasion, she could apprehend robbers on the streets. That insufferable Katsu, why can't he just offer me a compliment? She muttered inwardly. Noticing Bulma's pout and her pitiful expression, Katsu felt a tinge of remorse. He had merely intended to shift the conversation, never anticipating that reprimanding someone could be so addictive. However, Bulma's potential was indeed impressive. Katsu sensed that she possessed approximately 30 points of combat power. Should she cultivate to over 80 points, she could attempt to channel her inner energy, much like Videl. Once she achieved that level, her dream of flying would soon become a reality. Keep up the good work. You are on the verge of soaring into the sky, Katsu encouraged. Unsure of how to soothe Bulma. Really? She exclaimed. Absolutely. Oh yay. Upon hearing Katsu's words, Bulma was filled with exuberance, leaping as if ready to touch the ceiling. What a child she was. Katsu chuckled softly to himself, feeling elated. The most daunting challenge for the Saiyans had been resolved, leaving only the confrontation with the frost demons ahead. The frost demons comprised three formidable beings, Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold. Each possessed terrifying combat capabilities, with Cooler being notably stronger than his brother Frieza. In the anime, Cooler first appeared with a staggering combat power of 4.7 billion, and during his second appearance, his energy surged to 10 billion. As for King Cold, who accompanied Frieza to Earth, Vegeta once remarked that King Cold's energy was tenfold that of Frieza's, suggesting he possessed at least 1.5 billion combat power. Contemplating this, Katsu felt no trepidation despite knowing their combat prowess in advance. Instead, his blood surged with excitement. Perhaps this was the essence of being a Saiyan. Bulma, you've used 3 Senzu beans, right? I'll give you 3 more, bringing your total to 10. Train diligently. And I hope to see you soaring soon, Katsu announced. His visit to Earth had been primarily for the hyperbolic time chamber in the sacred world of the Kais. With the Saiyans' most feared obstacle now behind them, it was time to make that journey. The hyperbolic time chamber, perched atop the temple, serves as a sanctuary where a single year within its confines equates to merely a day in the outside world, making it an unparalleled haven for cultivation. Within the realm of the anime, it is precisely due to this chamber that warriors can significantly enhance their prowess in a remarkably brief period. The chamber is replete with sustenance and water, yet the atmosphere is notably thin and oppressively warm, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees. All while the gravity is tenfold that of Earth, encompassing a space as vast as our own planet. However, the hyperbolic time chamber is not without its drawbacks. An individual may only enter for 2 days throughout their lifetime, lest the exit vanish, trapping them indefinitely. Of course, should one's power reach a certain threshold, as exemplified by Majin Buu or Gotenks, it is possible to breach the dimensional barriers within. Are you leaving again? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Throughout the year, each time she trained, she recalled the loathsome visage of Kakarot. Now, upon encountering him once more, he was preparing to depart again. Had he come merely to impose upon her for the meal? Ugh, scoundrel. Little Bulma, focus on your training. Osbel quipped, puffing out her cheeks before vanishing alongside Kakarot. In the Temple of Earth, a swift motion revealed 2 small figures. Kakarot and Osbel sought out the Supreme Kai when a voice called from behind. Are you here for something? Who is it? Kakarot, having mastered ki sensing 2 years prior, could only detect the Supreme Kai's presence, failing to notice anyone else. It's Mr. Popo. Osbel tugged at Kakarot's sleeve. Indeed, it is Mr. Popo. Kakarot wiped the sweat from his brow. Mr. Popo remained as enigmatic as ever, able to approach silently, which Kakarot found unsurprising. Do you have business here? Mr. Popo inquired, his expression unchanged. We wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, Kakarot stated candidly. He intended to phrase it more delicately, but in the presence of such a mysterious entity as Mr. Popo, he deemed honesty to be the better approach. Very well, Mr. Popo replied without questioning how Kakarot was aware of the chamber's existence or its purpose, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Kakarot glanced at Osbel, feeling a bit bewildered. If the other world was solely inhabited by the Supreme Kai, Kakarot would find it quite simple to access the chamber. However, the presence of someone as enigmatic as Mr. Popo complicated matters. Nevertheless, he surmised that even should he force his way into the other world, Mr. Popo would likely remain unfazed. Still, he believed it best to maintain decorum. To his surprise, the endeavor proved to be remarkably effortless. Chapter 67. A day later, the otherworld temple lay in serene silence. The air notably thin, while the verdant foliage rustled gently in the breeze. On this day, 2 small children trailed behind a figure with dark hair, making their way towards a peculiar structure. The building was rounded at the top, adorned with a clock, and flanked by 2 large hourglasses. While the door crevice occasionally exuded a whisper of mysterious energy, Kaso approached the house, the ethereal essence wrapping around him, seeping into his skin and permeating his being. He could sense that this aura was distinctly unique, evoking a sensation of traversing through time. Upon entering through the doorway, he found himself in the room of spirit and time. Kaso was acutely aware that this place would eventually become one of the battlegrounds of the future, with the formidable Majin Buu launching an assault from within. At that time, Piccolo had detonated the entrance, contemplating a mutual demise with Majin Buu. Yet who could have anticipated that Buu would manage to escape from within? Kaso pondered, with his current level of strength, if he were to be trapped inside. He could only imagine how long it would take to emerge. This room, Bobo said as he walked alongside Kaso and Osbel, elucidating the various precautions concerning the room of spirit and time. Kaso was well versed in the room's functions and limitations, yet he still found it prudent to attentively absorb Bobo's words. Make sure you both exit before the hourglass runs out, Bobo remarked with a calm demeanor. I will remember. Kaso nodded in affirmation. Having only been in the Dragon Ball world for a few years, and with the storyline barely underway, how could he disregard his own safety? Now, let us proceed, Kaso declared, taking Osbel's hand as they ventured inside. Observing their retreating figures, Bobo remained in place, lost in contemplation. Upon entering, Kaso's immediate impression was one of overwhelming whiteness. It was blindingly white, devoid of any other hues, and the space felt infinite. Moreover, the atmosphere was stifling. After only a few steps, Kaso and Osbel felt their throats growing parched. He recalled that when Goku first entered the room of spirit and time, he had emerged rather quickly. If even Goku, the martial arts enthusiast, could hardly endure it, one could only imagine the harshness of the environment. However, having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, Kaso was resolute in his determination not to retreat. Little Osbel, can you endure? Kaso inquired with a hint of concern. I can do it, Osbel replied, clenching her tiny fist with determination. The path of the strong was destined to be fraught with challenges. They were merely elite warriors, not of the legendary Saiyan physique like Broly. If they couldn't withstand such trials, it would be futile to think of defeating deities like the god of destruction, let alone Frieza. Yet, from the steadfast glint in Osbel's eyes, it was evident that she was equally fearless. With a heart of innocence and an indomitable spirit, the rare virtues of martial arts were vividly embodied in Osbel. This was precisely why Whis held her in such high regard. Time passed swiftly. Inside the room of spirit and time, two small figures were engaged in a fierce clash. Osbel channeled all her strength into a rapid punch, soaring upward with a swift and powerful motion that whipped up fierce winds, transforming the space into a tempest. Bang! Their fists collided, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, resonating with a cataclysmic sound that echoed throughout the room of spirit and time. There, Osbel became a flash of light, shooting skyward, soon entangled in a fierce exchange with Kaso. In a heartbeat, the sky was filled with countless afterimages, each collision reverberating with earth-shattering force, accompanied by a cacophony of combat sounds. Little Osbel, let's pause here for now. Kaso grasped Osbel's small fist. They had spent nearly a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, a harsh environment where those with weak will and spirit easily succumbed to hallucinations. Initially, every second felt like an ordeal. However, both Kaso and Osbel possessed formidable resolve, especially Kaso, whose mental fortitude was exceptional. He merely felt a slight discomfort physically, while his mental state remained largely unaffected. In fact, he found the experience rather manageable. During this year, Kaso had not emerged empty-handed. He meticulously refined his combat techniques and deepened his understanding of energy manipulation. He believed that even a simple energy wave would now surpass his previous capabilities. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Temple, the god observed the mortal realm from the temple's edge. A year prior, witnessing Kaso's cataclysmic power had genuinely startled him, especially since Kaso was not from Earth. Should Kaso harbor ill intentions, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, Kaso had no malevolent thoughts, having merely taken some inconsequential sins of beans from the Cat Sage. Yet, the Cat Sage expressed concerns about the absence of a formidable martial artist like Wu Tai Do on Earth. If extraterrestrial invaders were to descend upon the planet, Earth could face dire consequences. The god pondered this and recognized its validity. Humanity exhibited a concerning lack of awareness regarding potential threats. Should the Cat Sage's fears materialize, Earth could indeed face annihilation. Thus, employing his unique celestial abilities, the god sought to subtly influence the minds of mortals, making them aware of the legendary temple above Corinta. By earning the Cat Sage's approval, they could ascend to the heavens to receive divine guidance. In his observations, the god also noticed an intriguing child whose innocence reminded him of Osbel. Such pure-hearted individuals often excelled in martial arts. However, he also noted that the child possessed a fluffy tail, reminiscent of Kaso and his companions. Were they of the same lineage? At this moment, two small figures emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Kaso smiled. Isn't it too soon? The god leaned on his staff, smiling. He had learned from Bobo about Kaso and Osbel's return to Earth and their entry into the time chamber. The god was not opposed to their stay. In fact, he welcomed it. Understanding the terrifying power of the duo, he considered the prospect of bestowing favors upon them, potentially securing their assistance in future crises. A day is sufficient. Kaso shook his head. During their year in the time chamber, he had systematically reviewed all his techniques. Although his overall combat power had not significantly increased, his personal combat skills had transformed remarkably. Thankfully, they bore no ill will towards Earth. The god nodded to himself, increasingly perplexed by the true depth of their strength. Chapter 68. The Battle for the Sacred Beans. Celestial One. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Kaso's sole purpose for visiting Earth was to enter the room of spirit and time. However, upon encountering Beerus along the way, he had no choice but to bring him to Earth, simultaneously addressing the latent threat posed by the Saiyans. Very well, until we meet again. The Celestial One nodded in acknowledgement. Under his influence, the martial arts on Earth were flourishing, and in the years to come, promising talents were bound to emerge. Kaso departed the heavenly realm with Osbel and made his way to a shop in West City. Brother Kaso, why are you buying so much instant noodles? She inquired. You'll understand soon enough. Kaso refrained from elaborating. His acquisition of such a large quantity of instant noodles was merely a precaution. He diligently collected every brand of instant noodles available on the shelves, leaving none unexamined. However, upon encountering a particular brand of pickled cabbage noodles, he hesitated and decided to forego that selection. That should suffice. Having nearly emptied the store of instant noodles, they were all stored within his multifunctional capsule. As he exited the shop, Kaso let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he possessed the black card given to him by Bulma, containing enough funds to last him a lifetime. Indeed, living off others is the sweetest deal. Let us go. With that, the two vanished from sight. Planet Salad. As time progressed, the strength of the Saiyans continued to grow. Bardock divided all Saiyans into 10 distinct teams, each overseen by a captain, while Bardock and Kaso took charge of all the captains. The Saiyans had no objections to Kaso's oversight. In fact, they welcomed it with enthusiasm. On this particular day, a colossal arena stood at the center of the training grounds, filled to capacity with spectators, half Saiyans and half Lolita people. Among them was Philia. Bardock glanced at the list in his hand and announced, the next match will be between Team Chris and Team Castor. Due to the limited production of the sacred beans, only 80 could be cultivated each month. With 40 reserved for seeds, Bardock needed to reserve a portion of the remaining beans for backup. Consequently, there simply weren't enough beans to distribute among the Saiyans. Thus, Kaso proposed a scheme where teams would compete against one another. The higher the rank of a team, the greater their share of the sacred beans. This way, the beans earned through merit would leave no room for discontent among the Saiyans. Bardock found this method of combat quite agreeable, as it introduced a sense of competition among the Saiyans. When a Saiyan is under pressure, it can lead to extraordinary outcomes, just as seen during the Namek saga, where Vegeta could hardly believe that Kakarot, a low-class warrior, could transform into a Super Saiyan, while he, a noble Saiyan prince, could not. The humiliation weighed heavily on Vegeta, propelling him to achieve Super Saiyan status within a year. In the arena, spanning 10,000 square meters, stood 30 Saiyans. Castor taunted, Chris, you may as well surrender. A year prior, the Lolita clan had developed a detector, which revealed through Castor's device that Chris possessed a mere battle power of 70,000, while most of his team members hovered around 40,000. In stark contrast, Castor boasted a formidable strength of 80,000. How could Chris possibly contend with him? Surrender? A smirk curled on Chris's lips. The notion of surrender was utterly foreign to a Saiyan. Even when faced with inevitable defeat, he would never concede. Moreover, the outcome was not guaranteed. They might not lose after all. So let the battle commence. With Castor's proclamation, the atmosphere in the duel arena shifted dramatically, tension electrifying the air. Combat was imminent. At that moment, two diminutive figures appeared beside Philia. Oh, this warranted attention. Castor swiftly soared towards Chris's position, while the other team members engaged their respective opponents. A blinding surge of white energy erupted, enveloping the arena in a tempest of power. The violent waves even causing Kaso's hair to stand on end. How many matches has it been, little one? Kaso inquired, cradling Osbel while seated next to Philia. Just one match left, Philia replied coolly. She had grown accustomed to Kaso's sudden appearances, even during her baths. The team that has already advanced must be Garrus's squad. Kaso narrowed his eyes. Among the Saiyans, Garrus stood as the mightiest, second only to Bardock himself, boasting an impressive battle power of 90,000. No other team captain could rival him. Indeed, Philia nodded before turning away. Garrus's strength is quite unfair to the other Saiyans. She had first-hand experience with the miraculous beans. When combined with Saiyan physiology, they could yield terrifying results. She believed that acquiring these beans through such duels would only exacerbate the divide between the strong and the weak. Fairness? Kaso chuckled. Life is inherently unfair. Besides, without pressure, where would the motivation come from? Seeing Kaso's silence, Philia refrained from further commentary. Recognizing that it was a matter within another clan, and if he was indifferent, why should she be overly concerned? With so many thoughts focused on others, she might as well ponder the principles behind the creation of the universal capsules. With that in mind, Philia shot Kaso an exasperated glare. Look, Kaso, oblivious to Philia's expression, pointed towards the duel arena. The number of combatants had dwindled significantly, yet Kaso understood that the true battle was just beginning. A dozen potent energies erupted once more. A hurricane of force expanding violently, sending shockwaves that shattered the arena, turning stones to dust in the tempest. Castor ascended into the air, palms pressed together, channeling the energy within him to swiftly coalesce a radiant energy sphere. Chris, brace yourself. The ferocious energy sphere hurtled towards Chris with unrelenting force. Get out of the way. The Saiyans on the ground immediately took to the skies, knowing that a direct hit from Castor's attack could render them bedridden for weeks. I can't block it. Can I not evade? Chris gritted his teeth, acutely aware that overcoming Castor with his current abilities would prove exceedingly challenging. After all, his opponent boasted a formidable combat power of 80,000. That 10,000 might seem insignificant in comparison, yet it was enough to present a daunting obstacle. However, Defeating him solely based on that disparity would not be a simple task. Boom. Chris swiftly evaded the energy orb, which subsequently crashed into the dueling arena, resulting in a violent explosion. In an instant, the entire arena was shattered, engulfed in billowing smoke that cloaked the air, even obscuring the Scions hovering above. Observing the tumultuous scene, Kaso smirked. Chris is bound to lose. Philia furrowed her brow, confused. But Chris dodged that attack, didn't he? How could he possibly lose? You'll see, Kaso retorted. Chapter 69, Announcement of a Crucial Decision. The smoke from the explosion continued to spread, resembling a dark mist emerging from the abyss, shrouding visibility completely. Get out quickly. Hurry, shouted the Scions, all desperate to escape the engulfing haze. In such a murky environment, ambushes were a constant threat. Both sides shared this sentiment. Chris recognized their precarious position. If he, as the captain, fell victim to Castor's ambush, their team would surely meet its demise. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. Chris, lie down for a moment. This brilliant flash, captivating to all, sent a chill down Chris's spine. When did this happen? After enduring so many blows from Lord Bardock. Did he truly believe it would amount to nothing? Castor had materialized behind Chris, now conjuring an energy orb even larger than the last. Before the Scions relocated to Salada, Chris and Castor had been evenly matched in strength. However, Castor's reckless nature often provoked Bardock's ire, leading to his current significant advantage, an outcome of numerous training sessions at Bardock's hands. Prepare yourself, Castor shouted, unleashing the colossal energy orb from his grasp. The gray smoke enveloping the sky parted to create a luminous corridor, and the orb surged toward Chris with unparalleled force. No, Chris's pupils constricted as the energy orb hurtled through the air, stirring up a tempestuous wave and a ferocious wind that whipped around him, appearing before him in an instant. Boom. A golden radiance illuminated Chris's position, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the dueling arena. The gray mist was instantly dispersed by the shockwave. As visibility returned to the arena, only Castor remained aloft at the highest point, while the members of the two teams were scattered below. Lord Castor is incredible, truly remarkable, the members of Castor's team exclaimed in unison. As long as their captain could dispatch the opposing leader, victory would undoubtedly tilt in their favor. In the preceding months, aside from encountering Garrus' team, they consistently reached the final matches. Now, the Castor team once again glimpsed the prospect of victory. Meanwhile, the supporters of Lolita erupted in cheers. Truly remarkable, Lord Castor. Lord Chris was so close. The Lolita people, having long since merged with the Scions, were elated to witness the Scions growing ever stronger. How do you know this? Philia glared with her striking eyes, fixated on Kaso. The battlefield was a realm of rapid change. She could not believe that Castor's prowess surpassed that of Chris, nor could she assume Castor's victory was assured. Until the last moment, the outcome remained uncertain. That rascal Castor is a troublemaker. Even if Chris evades his strike, Castor will undoubtedly employ other underhanded tactics. Kaso shrugged dismissively. Who is Castor? He is audacious enough to provoke Bardock. Can he be a decent person? Were it not for Kaso's formidable combat ability, he might not even dare challenge Bardock. After all, Bardock is the father of the protagonist in the Dragon Ball universe. Philia furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Ever since Kaso proposed this method of duel, Philia had watched every exhilarating match, observing that as long as Castor's team did not face Garrus' team, they managed to endure until the final duel. Moreover, she noted that Castor employed quite unscrupulous techniques during the battles, even resorting to moves as outrageous as low blows. The thought of this caused her lips to twitch uncontrollably. You are quite similar. What did you say? Kaso failed to catch Philia's words and turned to her. He beheld her gently brushing her blue locks aside. The usual coldness vanished in an instant, leaving only an endearing shyness and alluring charm. And nothing. Philia's gaze flickered, avoiding direct contact. Oh, seeing Philia's bashful demeanor, Kaso paid her no mind and returned his attention to the match. Indeed, Chris had failed to rise after that last blow, and his teammates were swiftly vanquished by Castor's team. After a day of dueling, the confrontation among the 10 teams finally reached its concluding match. Bardock allowed the members of Castor's team a brief respite of 15 minutes before promptly initiating the next bout. No need to watch this one. Kaso chuckled, holding Osbel close. Why not? Osbel raised her head, her round eyes swirling with curiosity. Philia regained her composure and turned to Kaso, eager to articulate her thoughts. Garrus was once a member of Uncle Bardock's team. Kaso remarked nonchalantly. Though the Scions were now divided into 10 teams, Garrus was undoubtedly one of Bardock's closest subordinates. Given this fact, Bardock would surely afford Garrus special attention during training. Thus, it was not surprising that Garrus possessed such combat prowess. When confronted with Garrus, who held both experience and strength superior to Castor's, it was exceedingly unrealistic for Castor to rely on his underhanded tactics. Philia was momentarily taken aback, realizing the remarkable background of Garrus. However, as Kaso had previously stated, during the earlier team duel, Castor had never managed to triumph over Garrus in their encounters. By this logic, it seemed that Garrus had once again emerged victorious. Philia mused silently to herself. She glanced at the two young boys beside her. The Scions in the arena were formidable, yet Philia was not particularly astonished. After all, those Scions were all adults. The strength of these two young boys, however, far surpassed that of the Scions in the arena, which was quite astonishing. Philia had yet to witness Osbel's prowess, but she had observed Kaso's abilities a year prior. At that time, Kaso had effortlessly conjured a colossal energy sphere with one hand, annihilating the planet Shalber in a mere gesture. After witnessing numerous duels, Philia discerned that none of the Scions present could compare to Kaso. She pondered extensively, unable to fathom why these two young boys possessed such extraordinary strength. Turning her gaze back, a new battle commenced on the stage. As expected, no matter how Castor resorted to underhanded tactics, Garrus remained composed and unflappable. Before long, Castor was defeated by Garrus. With Castor's defeat, his team members failed to make any significant impact, ultimately leading to their total annihilation. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, Kaso placed Osbel upon a chair, saying, "Little Osbel, remain seated here. I have an announcement to make." Chapter 70, Re-entering the Universe. As Kaso soared into the sky, the audience, who had just regained their composure, erupted once more into a frenzy. "Look, it's Lord Kaso." Whether Scion or Lolita, everyone cheered exuberantly. For the Scions, Kaso was their savior, having single-handedly rescued all the Scions present before the explosion of Planet Vegeta. The diminutive figure in the sky was shrouded in mystery. No one knew the extent of his current power, only that Bardock and Osbel were no match for him. He was a child cloaked in enigma. How ostentatious. Meanwhile, Bardock, holding a list, could not help but smirk. Amidst the cheers of the Scions and Lolitas, Bardock was compelled to acknowledge that Kaso was increasingly embodying the essence of a leader. Kaso ascended into the air, pressing his hands downwards. Instantly, the entire dueling arena fell silent. Casting a glance over the more than 400 individuals present, it was evident that nearly all the inhabitants of Planet Sharada had gathered here. The Scions were notoriously proud, as evidenced by the portrayal of Vegeta in the anime. Although this group of Scions was not as cold and ruthless, establishing a harmonious relationship with them remained a formidable challenge. The Lolita clan had gleaned this insight from ancient texts, and through the renovation of Dr. Brief's gravity chamber, they demonstrated to the Scions that with their inclusion, the Scions would experience a remarkable transformation. Indeed, as the Lolitas implemented various modifications to Planet Sharada, they designed an array of devices beneficial for Scion training. Eventually, the Scions realized they could no longer do without the Lolitas, leading to a complete integration of the two races. The Lolita people have also constructed numerous spaceships, all stationed in the research and development area. This endeavor is a preparation for the day when they may once again venture into the cosmos. Upon witnessing those spacecraft, Kaso realized that the Scions could not possibly remain on Planet Salad forever, for the Scions exist solely for the purpose of battle. Previously, he had been concerned that the news of the Scion's survival would fall into the hands of Frisia's forces, but this was not the most dreadful prospect. The most terrifying possibility lay in the knowledge that the god of destruction might become aware of the Scion's continued existence. Given Beerus's temperament, should he learn of this, it would be no surprise if both Frisia and the Scions were annihilated. However, just yesterday, Kaso had resolved this potential threat. "We have been on Planet Salad for an entire year." Kaso's youthful voice resonated throughout the duel arena, evoking the presence of a leader addressing his people. The Scions and the Lolita clan in the audience listened intently to Kaso's speech. Bardock furrowed his brow. This boy had mysteriously vanished the previous day, and now he had suddenly reappeared with an agenda. Philia also gazed curiously at the little rascal above. Kaso paused and continued, "Surely, everyone has witnessed the strength of the Scions. In the era of King Vegeta's reign, the highest combat power among the Scions was merely around 15,000, a feat only elite warriors could achieve. The Scions present had long believed that their limits were defined by King Vegeta's prowess. Yet now, witnessing each Scion surpassing 20,000, they shattered their doubts regarding their own potential. Bardock was equally astonished by his newfound strength. In the past, such a notion would have been inconceivable. "I am about to issue a command." Kaso glanced at everyone and stated calmly, "From tomorrow, the Scions will be divided into groups for training." Upon hearing this announcement, all present were momentarily taken aback. Bardock was particularly astonished and immediately soared into the sky, shouting, "What are you up to, kid?" Kaso remained silent, observing the Scions, who exhibited neither fear nor anger, but rather an eagerness to engage. Witnessing this, Kaso smiled. After all, they were indeed the legendary warrior race. "Uncle Bardock, do you think the Scions fear anyone besides Frisia?" Bardock paused, pondering this. In his mind, Frisia possessed a combat power of 530,000, and he had always believed that only when Kaso surpassed that threshold or when Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan would they be free from Frisia's threat. However, Kaso's words resonated with Bardock, as he began to see the truth in them. Over the course of the year, Bardock's training in the gravity chamber had elevated his power to 120,000, nearly rivaling that of the leader of Frisia's Jinyu force. Moreover, one must not forget that Scions can transform into great apes. A power of 120,000 multiplied by 10 yields a staggering 1,200,000. Could he truly surpass Frisia in this manner? As these thoughts raced through Bardock's mind, his heart pounded wildly. Observing Bardock's expression, Kaso surmised the whirlwind of thoughts swirling within him. Frisia's true power is a staggering 1.2 billion, a far cry from what Bardock had envisioned. However, it matters little. Given the current strength of the Scions, unless Frisia personally intervenes, it is improbable that he could annihilate the Scions on Planet Salad. The fact that Frisia spared Goku and Vegeta indicates that he is merely intent on fulfilling the task assigned to him by Beerus, showing no interest in those with a mere few thousand battle power. Furthermore, as long as the Scions conceal their tails, who could possibly recognize them? They might just be perceived as a race reminiscent of Scions. At this moment, Bardock fell silent, seemingly acquiescing to Kaso's decision. Witnessing this, the assembled Scions erupted in exhilaration, clearly weary of the endless grind of training on Planet Salad. For them, only battle ignites their true passion. Yet, not all shared in the Scions' fervor. The Lolita clan was filled with trepidation. The Scions huddled on Planet Salad was acceptable, but if someone could break through to the legendary realm recorded in ancient texts, then Frisia would be rendered insignificant. However, given the current strength of the Scions, the Lolita people harbored doubts that anyone could achieve such a feat. With this thought, Phileas soared into the sky. She had been appointed the new leader by Ivany a year prior, and could not allow her clan to take such a reckless risk alongside the Scions. "You little rascal. You mustn't tea," Phileas said, her brow furrowed in disapproval. Silence. At that moment, Kaso's voice was chillingly cold, devoid of warmth, starkly contrasting with his usual demeanor. "This girl knows nothing." "You." Phileas' chest heaved, her finger trembling as she pointed at Kaso. Why was this rogue so obstinate? He had not been like this before. Just then, an elderly member of the Lolita clan flew up from the audience. Ivany pressed Phileas' small hand down and shook her head. She had heard Kaso's words clearly. Given the Scion's proud nature, they would never heed others' counsel. However, Ivany was certain of one thing. Kaso must have his reasons for acting as he did. After all, he had rescued the Scions here during the explosion of Planet Vegeta. Chapter 71, Displaying Strength. "You little rascal, I shall ignore you." Phileas snapped, turning away. "Kaso brother, if she ignores you, I shall not," Osbel exclaimed as she flew up, wrapping her arms around Kaso's neck and narrowing her eyes adorably. Watching Phileas' retreating figure, Kaso affectionately ruffled Osbel's hair. He paid no heed to Phileas, with Bardock remaining silent. It was evident he had tacitly accepted Kaso's course of action. Now that the duel had concluded, Garrus's team had earned 3 sins of beans, Casto's team 2, and Chris's team 1. Kaso paused momentarily before continuing. "What I just mentioned will soon be put into action. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. If there is nothing further, you may disperse for now. Uncle Bardock, please follow me." Kaso soared into the sky, cradling Osbel, while Bardock followed closely behind. Upon returning to the courtyard of their living quarters, Kaso laid out the intricate plan in detail. Although Frisia displayed a lackadaisical attitude toward the extermination of the Scions, it was prudent not to wander brazenly in his presence. Thus, when the Scions ventured out, they must conceal their tails, as long as Frisia chose not to intervene. His subordinates would prove no match for the Scions, a certainty beyond doubt. Kaso further contemplated the increasingly advanced modifications of Planet Salad, where each region played a vital role. With only the limited number of the Lolita clan, sustaining the various technological operations of Salad was a formidable challenge. Currently, the Scions were organized into 10 squads, and it was impractical for all to venture out at once. A portion must remain to ensure the planet's functionality. Particularly, the sacred Senzubin field in the northernmost part of Salad required a contingent of Scions to be stationed there, as any missteps concerning this miraculous healing resource were unacceptable. "Bardock, do you have anything to add?" Kaso inquired. "You can decide," Bardock replied. "But what is the primary objective of sending our kin out?" Bardock crossed his arms, knowing that Kaso's decisions were always grounded in reason, and this instance would be no exception. "Over the past year, as we have developed, our resources on Planet Salad have dwindled. I cannot continue to be the sole one tasked with acquiring more." Kaso shot a discontented glance at Bardock. However, as the modifications to Planet Salad expanded, Kaso found himself engrossed in training, leaving little time to procure additional resources. He felt utterly stretched thin. Indeed, that is Kaso's true intent, Bardock acknowledged, a hint of guilt passing over his features. He understood that the development of Planet Salad required substantial resources. Yet Kaso had never confided this concern to him, leading Bardock to believe it was an easy task for Kaso. Let Garrus and Castor's squads venture out first. They should assess the current state of the universe, Kaso proposed. Very well, Bardock nodded in agreement. Among the Scions, aside from Bardock, Garrus and Castor were the most formidable warriors, and Bardock was confident that their presence would ensure nothing untoward occurred. By the way, there is a distant planet where currency flows abundantly. It was there I previously sought funds. I shall provide you with an interstellar coordinate, Kaso remarked, waving Bardock off before soaring out of the dwelling. That wretched boy. Bardock shook his head, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection. Kaso glided above Planet Salad, where the demarcations of various regions were starkly apparent. The ecological zone retained the original charm of Planet Salad, with towering trees and vast plains untouched by development, an expanse of vibrant green as far as the eye could see. In contrast, the research zone was dotted with sleek silver-gray structures, reminiscent of the dome-shaped architecture of Bulma's residence on Earth. It was here that Kaso now found himself. Greetings, Lord Kaso. You are simply adorable. The beautiful young ladies of the Lolita clan were filled with excitement upon seeing a small child descend from the heavens, exclaiming in delight. As Kaso touched down on the ground, the enchanting Lolita maidens swiftly approached him, playfully ruffling his hair with their delicate hands. After a year of companionship, they had come to understand Kaso's easygoing nature and his ability to take a joke, which emboldened them to tease him so audaciously. Standing at just over a meter tall among the statuesque beauties, he could not help but be entranced by their alluring fragrance. Just as he began to lose himself in the moment, a commanding voice interrupted. What are you all doing? It was Lady Philia, her tone sharp and authoritative. It's Lady Philia. Run. In an instant, the Lolita girls vanished without a trace. Kaso was left bewildered, lamenting that he had not yet had his fill of their antics. You little rascal, your carefree demeanor has led these girls to behave so unruly, Philia remarked with a disapproving glance. Are you not angry? Kaso inquired, gazing at her exquisite features. Her eyes narrowed at the sight of a universal capsule on the table, feeling a surge of irritation. He was warmer towards those girls than he was with her. Do you truly believe I would endanger the Scion and Lolita races? Kaso retorted, leaning against the doorframe. You had better not. Philia responded through clenched teeth, convinced that Kaso was toying with the fate of two races. How could he not understand the formidable power of Frisia's forces, especially after the recent devastation of Planet Vegeta? With the nurturing environment of Planet Salad, the Scions would inevitably rise. Could they not wait until they transformed into the legendary state before venturing out? The thought of it made Philia seethe with frustration. Come with me. Seeing Philia's expression, Kaso realized she was skeptical of him. A shadow darted through the research room, and in an instant, Kaso was at Philia's side, the two of them disappearing from sight. Not far from Planet Salad, on a vast green planet, they arrived at a plain. Why have you brought me here? Philia glared at him fiercely. To show you something. What? Philia was momentarily taken aback. Kaso regarded the icy beauty before him, the new leader of the Lolita clan. He understood that if he did not help her find peace, it would adversely affect the relationship between the Scions and the Lolita clan. Do not blink. With those words from Kaso, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The air felt as though it had been imbued with 100-fold gravity, becoming overwhelmingly oppressive. The tense atmosphere caused Philia's eyes to widen, her breath catching as she sensed a terrifying power about to erupt from Kaso. Chapter 72, The Unfathomable Kaso. A tidal wave of energy surged forth from Kaso, enveloping him in a massive, white aura. This is bad. Philia's heart raced as the monumental pressure bore down on her. Flee. She instinctively chose to escape Kaso's side, propelling herself 5 kilometers away. Indeed, the moment Philia distanced herself, Kaso let out a thunderous roar. Huh. A diminutive figure erupted with a ferocious power that surged from his feet, penetrating the ground beneath him. The surrounding plains were suddenly shattered, splintering into fragments of various sizes. A colossal white whirlwind rapidly formed around him, transforming in the blink of an eye into a formidable tornado, drawing all debris into its eye and soaring to heights of 10,000 meters. In that moment, the plains within a radius of several kilometers experienced the most catastrophic devastation in history. Kasu's earth-shattering presence instantly disrupted the previously oppressive atmosphere, his terrifying aura sweeping across the entire expanse. From a distance, it resembled an ancient giant ape roaring in fury. With a deafening roar, the very ground quaked beneath him, and specks of silver light flickered around Kasu. The floating ions in the air swiftly coalesced into arcs of electricity, crackling and resonating throughout the sky. Retreat was imperative. Philia felt her breath quicken as wave after wave of energy surged toward her, compelling her to hastily withdraw another 5 kilometers. Upon halting, she retrieved a newly designed detector from her pocket, aiming it at Kasu for analysis. 100,000 combat power, 150,000 combat power, 300,000 combat power. Suddenly, a flare erupted from the detector, followed by a loud explosion. Philia's eyes widened in shock. She attempted to swallow, only to find her mouth parched and devoid of saliva. The detector in her grasp had been meticulously crafted from expensive materials, capable of detecting up to 300,000 combat power. Little did she expect this small child to be so formidable. However, The swirling energy cyclone ahead continued to expand, the rolling waves of energy surging toward her once more. Philia was forced to retreat another 5 kilometers. This little monster. She stood frozen in place. At a loss for words to describe Kaso, she firmly believed that 300,000 was not his true power. He might have even surpassed 500,000. The ancient texts of the Lolita clan chronicled numerous feats of the Scions from the Amasi era, detailing the incredible strength of the Scions at that time. With even the weakest of mid-level Scions possessing at least 200,000 combat power, and the mightiest warriors exceeding 1 million. The thought quickened Philia's breath as she fixated on the small black figure at the center of the storm. This little rascal had reached the prowess of ancient Scions. Yet, he was merely a 9-year-old child. Philia was uncertain of Frisia's true strength, but she speculated it to be around 500,000 or 600,000. Now, Cass's combat power was nearing Frisia's level. It was no wonder Cassa dared to send the Scions out on perilous quests. At that moment, a silver arc of electricity appeared 15 kilometers overhead. With a thunderous boom, Cassu's terrifying aura abruptly dissipated, and the chaotic atmosphere gradually began to stabilize. In an instant, Kaso teleported to Philia's side, smiling. How about that? Philia stared intently at Kaso, speechless. After a moment of silence, she finally asked, "What is your current combat power? Did you not use the detector just now?" Kaso replied. Philia shook the detector in her hand, her eyes wide with disbelief. Kaso commented, "This piece of black carbon is undoubtedly the detector. However, it aligns with my expectations." Having spent a year on the planet Salada and another in the hyperbolic time chamber, Kaso had cultivated in solitude, with only Osbel aware of his training methods. Even Kaso himself was uncertain of his true combat prowess. He merely recognized his formidable strength, capable of obliterating the very planet beneath his feet with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, the thought of Frisia's ultimate form sent chills down his spine. Noticing Kaso's silence, Philia speculated that he too might be oblivious to the extent of his own power. In an instant, she vanished alongside Kaso. A year passed, marking the 3rd anniversary since the cataclysmic explosion on Planet Vegeta. With the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Kaso and Osbel were now 11 years old. The transformation of Salada continued to progress, showcasing high-tech advancements in both the training and research areas. The Scions found their training increasingly convenient, while the living quarters retained their metropolitan charm, now enhanced with verdant ecological elements, making the surroundings far more appealing. As Kaso had previously mentioned, a distant planet known as Dorian was exceptionally affluent, serving as a commercial hub replete with a myriad of goods for sale, even including entire planets. It was understood that Frisia's forces had established a partnership with Dorian. Following Kaso's instructions, Garrus and Cast sought to procure resources from Dorian, only to discover the presence of a formidable master with a battle power of 150,000. Fortunately, before borrowing money, they utilized the detector to assess the situation. Otherwise, they might have had to transform into great apes to secure funds, which would inevitably expose the Scion's presence. Upon hearing this news, Bardock chastised Kaso vehemently. The young warrior's ability to borrow from a master of such caliber stemmed from his proficiency in concealing his energy and his mastery of instant transmission, rendering him nearly undetectable. It was due to Kaso's frequent borrowing from Dorian that the shadowy overlord of the planet resurfaced. Bardock, though somewhat resigned to the situation, refrained from further burdening Kaso, understanding that the more Kaso trained and enhanced his combat power, the greater the security for the Scion race. Subsequently, Garrus and his comrades registered 10 mercenary teams on a cosmic mercenary planet. The remarkable strength of these teams led to the swift completion of missions released by the mercenary planet, all executed flawlessly. As a result, Garrus and his companions garnered a commendable reputation within the mercenary community. Chapter 73, The 600-Fold Gravity Chamber. The Scions endeavored to undertake missions to earn rewards, which they would then exchange on Dorian for the special materials required to further transform Salada. On this particular day, in the training area, in front of 2 ebony-colored houses, 2 young children squatted, accompanied by a striking beauty with icy blue hair. Her form-fitting work attire accentuated her alluring curves, exuding an air of irresistible temptation. "How many times can you increase the gravity?" Kaso gazed eagerly at the enchanting figure beside him. "Philia, how is it coming along?" Osbel sat cross-legged, pouting slightly. "As long as the right materials are available, there is no limit to the gravity enhancement. However, where did you procure such rare metals?" Philia completed the installation of the final component in the 2nd gravity chamber. Ever since witnessing Kaso's true prowess a year ago, Philia recognized that a 100-fold gravity chamber would be ineffective against him. To elevate the gravity chamber's multiplier, it was essential to find sturdier metals. Yet, she pondered where this little rascal had sourced such precious materials, which were even more valuable than zero metal. "Never mind that. Just tell me how much it has increased." Kaso's face displayed a rare hint of embarrassment. "How intriguing." Philia chuckled inwardly. Based on her understanding of Kaso, his audacity rivaled that of steel. and now he bore a look of self-consciousness, suggesting he had engaged in something even he found shameful. It has been elevated to 600 times. What? Kaso's eyes widened in disbelief. In his mind, he had thought that these special metals would only allow a maximum gravity increase of 300 times. To discover it had actually risen to 600 times was beyond his expectations. He swallowed hard, realizing how precious these metals must be on Duoqian Star. Indeed, even a master with a battle power of 150,000 stationed on Duoqian Star could do nothing against Kaso, as he unwittingly lost such invaluable metals. In the cosmos, a lower-tier planet could sell for 1 black gold, a mid-tier planet could fetch 1 white gold, and a high-tier planet could be valued at 1 purple gold. Furthermore, 1 purple gold equated to 100 white gold or 10,000 black gold. If the shadowy owner of Duoqian Star learned that his metals had been pilfered, he would likely weep inconsolably. Upon hearing the gravity had been elevated to 600 times, Osbel leaped for joy. How wonderful! Your happiness means others will weep, Philia remarked, removing her gloves and affectionately ruffling Osbel's hair. The universe, after all, operated on the principle of survival of the fittest. The Scions primarily focused on diligent training. Kaso's acquisition of these metals was a testament to his skill. Philia, not one to be overly rigid, regarded the matter with a calm demeanor, albeit slightly surprised by Kaso's uncharacteristic display of bashfulness. Thank you, little lady. Once I finish my training, I shall bring you a box of spicy pickled noodle cups. Kaso eagerly dashed into the gravity chamber. Spicy pickled noodle cups? Philia's eyes sparkled with excitement, as those were her favorite, particularly the spicy pickled flavor. You little rascal. It's settled then. Philia called out to Kaso's retreating figure. Understood. Kaso's voice echoed from the entrance of the gravity chamber before the door was closed. Philia, I too shall commence my training. Go ahead, go ahead. Philia gazed at Osbel's petite figure, her thoughts drifting to the tantalizing spicy instant noodles. Kaso strolled around the gravity chamber, observing that it appeared unchanged from its previous state. He was immensely curious about the enhancements this latest gravity chamber would bestow upon him. A staggering 150 times gravity. Kaso murmured in awe, although he was uncertain of his precise combat strength. His understanding of his own capabilities led him to believe that 150 times the gravity would pose no significant challenge for him. Indeed, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the gravity chamber in an instant, yet Kaso felt virtually nothing, merely a fleeting discomfort at the moment the gravity shifted. Gradually, he began to experiment with increasing the gravity to 200 times. He recalled that during his training at 100 times gravity, he recognized how dramatically the pressure escalated with each increment. The higher the multiplier, the more terrifying the transformation. If he were to increase the gravity too drastically all at once, he would be unable to adapt and would swiftly be reduced to a mere pulp. He began to sense the weight. Kaso moved his heavy limbs, but it was still insufficient. He called out for 250 times gravity. The chamber resonated with a low hum, and it appeared as if the very fabric of space had warped, ripples of spatial distortion cascading throughout. In that instant, Kaso felt as though an entire star's weight had been thrust upon him, and he was instantly crushed to the ground. Such weight. He lay there, gritting his teeth. Indeed, at such high multipliers, each increment in gravity was incomparably more formidable than the last. Taking a deep breath, Kaso slowly rose from the floor. Although the gravity was fearsome, he found it just right, reminiscent of that initial moment years ago when he first elevated the gravity chamber to 30 times. Every movement was a tremendous challenge for his body, and he knew he had to adapt gradually, just as he had done in the past, achieving the ability to walk normally before progressing further. Time passed slowly. Restore gravity. Kaso lay on the ground, teeth clenched. Training required a grounded approach, advancing step by step. Haste leads to failure. Currently, he could only stand under the weight of 250 times gravity, unable to walk normally. Yet the thought of the spicy instant noodles awaiting him outside, and the prospect of Philia's potential displeasure, spurred him to make his way out. Sure enough, as Kaso emerged from the gravity chamber, he beheld that enchanting figure still standing in place. Finished your training? Philia inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the prostrate Kaso. She displayed little emotional reaction to his disheveled state, as if she had witnessed this spectacle many times before. After a brief respite, Kaso regained some strength and rose. Casting an irritated glance at Philia, this foolish girl didn't even acknowledge him. How infuriating. Here, take this, Kaso exclaimed, opening a multifunctional capsule and tossing a box of instant noodles to Philia. When he opened the storage door, Philia had deliberately peered inside. Hiss. She inhaled sharply, for the storage was brimming with instant noodles. Why had he only offered her a small box? Chapter 74. The reappearance of Whis. Just one box? Is there a problem? Just one box? Karsus firmly closed the warehouse door, his gaze unwavering as he regarded Philia. The life-saving provisions were far too valuable to be in short supply. It was a stroke of fortune that Karsus could even offer Philia a single box. Clutching the box of instant noodles tightly to her chest, Philia glared at Karsus with a fierce intensity, as though he were a malevolent villain. What do you want? Philia exclaimed, swiftly evading Karsus's small hands. But you said you didn't want any. Karsus retorted. As a princess of the Lolita clan, Philia was exceptionally gifted and had always been the center of attention. Pampered beyond measure by her kin, able to acquire nearly anything her heart desired. However, upon encountering Karsus, she was taken aback by his notorious stinginess. At that moment, the door to the gravity chamber opened beside them, revealing Osbel, who emerged drenched in sweat. Currently, she could only train under 180 times Earth's gravity, far from the level Karsus had achieved. Nevertheless, the gravity chamber was indeed formidable. It hadn't taken long for Osbel to sense a loosening of the bottleneck in her strength. Karsus, brother, Osbel exclaimed, disregarding her sweat as she leaped onto Karsus's neck. Is the gravity chamber effective? Karsus, unperturbed by her perspiration, embraced her and wiped the sheen from her brow. From that point onward, Karsus almost always took Osbel along during outings. The two were inseparable, akin to adhesive. It was evident how significant a place she held in Karsus's heart. It's quite effective. Osbel nestled closer in Karsus's embrace. Philia, however, found herself increasingly irked by Karsus, despite the abundance of instant noodles. He had only granted her a single box. It was infuriating. In a flash, Philia, still clutching her noodles, soared into the sky, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Karsus shook his head. He truly couldn't afford to part with more, as he needed to reserve some for emergencies. While Karsus was momentarily lost in thought, suddenly, the sky seemed to resonate with a celestial hymn, and a radiant column of colorful light appeared before the gravity chambers. The divine luminescence burst forth. And as the ethereal glow dissipated, a figure emerged, a man with silver hair and blue skin. It was Whis. Osbel, still draped around Karsus's neck, waved her small hands and said playfully, Whis? Karsus paused, realizing that Whis, as the attendant and master of the god of destruction, was responsible for both the daily care and training of the deity. Angels and gods of destruction were typically inseparable. So Whis' sudden appearance led Karsus to wonder if Beerus had also arrived. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Karsus held Osbel tightly and scanned the surroundings for any sign of Beerus. Stop searching. Lord Beerus has already fallen into slumber, Whis replied with a smile. During their time on Earth, Whis had sensed Karsus's apprehension in the presence of Beerus, and it was understandable. After all, who wouldn't he feel nervous in front of the universe's most powerful god of destruction, especially one who had been contemplating the annihilation of the Saiyans? How could Karsus not be tense? Kaso twirled around with Osbel by Vis's side before speaking. Here again for something to eat? Angels are generally characterized by their gentle generosity and humble demeanor. Kaso was well aware of this, allowing him to jest so freely. At that moment, it felt as if two dark crows had appeared in the sky. Vis, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, looked particularly exasperated. Nevertheless, he nodded. That's just one of the reasons. The other is. Without waiting for Vis to finish, Kaso took hold of him, and the three of them instantly vanished from their location. In the living area, within Kaso's abode, Vis sat at the table, staff in hand, eyeing the items laid before him with skepticism. Upon the table rested 3 shallow green boxes, their appearance utterly unremarkable, almost mundane. Kaso had just torn open the packaging, poured in some boiling water, and mentioned that it would be ready in a moment. Vis was bewildered. Could it be that the fabled gourmet ingredients required merely the simplest of cooking methods? Is it even edible? He pondered, while Osbel, with wide, round eyes, fixated intently on her own container of instant noodles, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. Having tasted instant noodles before, she knew that they were among the rare delights of the culinary world. As seconds ticked by, a fragrant aroma began to waft from the container of noodles, captivating Vis's senses. Is it truly just hot water that suffices? The enticing scent filled his nostrils, and he found himself salivating uncontrollably, unable to resist the urge to reach out and partake immediately. Not so fast. Kaso restrained Vis's hand. Preparing instant noodles is no trivial task. It involves various nuances, such as the temperature of the water and the precise duration for which the noodles must steep. If these factors are not meticulously managed, the noodles will fail to reach their potential, rendering them far from delectable. Kaso had diligently memorized Master Jin Chenglu's secret to perfect instant noodles. After a while, Vis, nearly parched from drooling, wondered why Kaso remained so still. He thought to himself that he should have awakened Lord Beerus to accompany him. Surely Kaso wouldn't have kept him waiting so long. All right. Kaso's voice broke through the tension. Suddenly, the space above the noodles blurred. Kaso rubbed his eyes, able only to discern the small girl's movements, while Vis's actions remained obscured. Looking up, he saw that both containers of noodles were now in the hands of the two. Vis peeled back the packaging, inhaling deeply the enticing aroma that wafted forth. How delightful! His fingers itched with eagerness as he could no longer restrain himself, swiftly grasping a fork, while Osbel had already immersed herself in the world of noodles. Truly, a pair of food enthusiasts, Kaso mused, shaking his head. He took a bite himself, The flavor of the noodles was reminiscent of those from his previous life, lacking any significant difference, yet with Master Jin Chengwu's secret. They tasted remarkably better. What brings you here, Vis? Kaso inquired after tasting the noodles, curiosity piqued. He recalled that Vis had something to say before being interrupted. Let us discuss it after we eat. Weiss struggled to awaken from the realm of instant noodles and uttered a remark. In Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta had trained under Weiss with nothing but a bucket of instant noodles, which attests to the formidable allure of such fare for Weiss. Casio chuckled, refraining from further inquiry, knowing that Weiss would elaborate in due time. As time quietly slipped by, Weiss set down the noodle container and let out a hearty burp. A look of sheer delight on his face, as if the delectable dish was on the verge of causing him to explode with joy. This particular instant noodle was even more exquisite than the ones served at the previous food stall. Once Weiss regained his composure, his expression turned serious. I wish for the young girl to venture into the realm of destruction to receive my guidance. Upon finishing his statement, Weiss cast a profound glance at the still nibbling Osbel. Chapter 75, The Candidate for God of Destruction. Casio thought he had misheard and proceeded to clean out his ears. Witnessing Casio's comical antics, Weiss's mouth twitched slightly, yet he remained earnest. I wish for the young girl to venture into the realm of destruction to receive my guidance. Casio stood frozen in place. His astonishment was understandable. As in the anime, angels serve as the masters, servants, companions, and overseers of the gods of destruction, being accountable solely to them. Each universe boasts one god of destruction, accompanied by a singular angel, whose involvement in the struggles of good and evil is strictly prohibited, along with the use of their angelic powers in combat. Hearing Weiss's declaration left Casio utterly flabbergasted. Angels seldom extend their training to others. Of course, exceptions like Goku and Vegeta existed. If an angel were to offer training guidance to an individual, it could only signify one possibility. That person is a candidate for God of Destruction. Upon this realization, Casio felt a surge of joy, only to swiftly regain his composure. Riding on Weiss's coattails was undoubtedly advantageous, for with his guidance, Osbel would surely flourish in her training. Furthermore, in the cosmic hierarchy, below the Omni King lies the Grand Minister, followed by the angels, and then the gods of destruction, with candidates for God of Destruction trailing behind. Should Osbel ascend to the status of a candidate for God of Destruction, her standing would elevate significantly, presenting no detriment to the Saiyans. Rather, they could bask in the glory of her prestigious title. For instance, if Frieza were to learn that the Saiyans had a candidate for God of Destruction as their backing, he would surely reconsider any hostile intentions towards them. The aforementioned benefits are immediate and tangible. However, Casio was acutely aware that the origins of the Saiyans were anything but simple, and their bloodline was astonishingly powerful, growing stronger in the face of adversity. In Dragon Ball, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 had emerged, and Casio believed that even without Weiss's tutelage, he and Osbel, with their innate talents, could reach such heights, potentially surpassing Super Saiyan 4. Yet, with Weiss's guidance, Osbel's progress would undoubtedly be swift, perhaps even enabling her to attain the legendary Ultra Instinct state. After considerable contemplation, Casio finally spoke. Is Lord Beerus aware of this matter? Lord Beerus has no objections whatsoever. Weiss regarded Casio with a knowing gaze. Realizing that the young man was indeed aware of the implications surrounding candidates for God of Destruction. This was fortuitous, as it spared Weiss the need for extensive explanations. Oh. Casio paused for a moment, then helplessly suggested, perhaps you should inquire with little Beer. If Osbel were unwilling, Casio would not compel her. Osbel, indulging in instant noodles, immediately lifted her head upon hearing her name called and innocently asked, Brother Casio, were you calling me? Casio. Weiss. It appeared that Osbel had not caught a single word of their conversation. What a simpleton. Weiss spoke directly. Little girl, do you wish to grow stronger? Yes. Osbel vigorously nodded her head. She would forever remember the pitiful sight of Casio, who had been bullied by Nappa in his efforts to protect her. Osbel had long resented her lack of strength, always feeling like a burden to Casio. In her subsequent training, she had endeavored to emulate Casio's methods. Yet the more she trained, the more she realized she could not keep pace with him. She was unwilling to accept this. She yearned to become stronger. She desired to protect her brother Casio. Weiss's words were not mere platitudes. As a master of the god of destruction, his own power was undoubtedly formidable, and his teaching methods must be exceptional. Weiss could discern that Osbel's innate talent was not particularly high. Yet her Saiyan bloodline possessed an unusual quality that even he found somewhat enigmatic. Moreover, in his observations, Weiss recognized Osbel's pure-hearted innocence, which would allow her to learn swiftly. Indeed, as Weiss had noted, Osbel had only taken 11 months to learn instant transmission on Yadrat, which was slightly faster than the adult Goku. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Osbel remained silent, casting a pitiful glance towards Casio. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Casio could perceive her thoughts through her reluctant gaze. Undoubtedly, her heart had been stirred. I agree. Though she hesitated to part from Casio, at that moment, the Saiyan blood within her seemed to influence Osbel. And without a trace of doubt, she readily assented. She craved power. When she attained mastery in her training, she would protect Kaso. Kaso nodded and affectionately ruffled her hair. Saiyans typically mature early, yet Kaso had never encountered a naturally innocent Saiyan like Osbel. Goku had only transformed after a fall that affected his head. They were both now 11 years old. It was indeed time to let go. Little beer, take this. It contains all your favorite instant noodles, an entire warehouse full. Kaso produced a universal capsule from his pocket and handed it to Osbel, hoping she would not go hungry in the realm of the god of destruction. As the little one prepared to depart, Kaso felt a profound sense of reluctance, yet Saiyans were inherently driven to seek greater power by any means necessary. Wow, Brother Kaso is so wonderful. Upon seeing the capsule handed to her, Osbel instantly forgot her feelings of reluctance, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly accepted it from Kaso. Kaso. Weiss. This girl, despite her seemingly reluctant demeanor, forgot everything the moment she saw food. Goodbye, young Kaso. I fear the little girl might cause a ruckus again soon. With their departure, tranquility swiftly enveloped the home. Kaso clenched his fists, a formidable aura erupting from him, distorting the surrounding space with a cacophony of cracking sounds. The entire Salada planet was shrouded in his overwhelming presence, triggering alarms from both the Lolita and Saiyan detectors. 300,000 battle power. 500,000 battle power. Boom, boom. All detectors on Salada were reduced to a heap of scrap metal. A year prior, Philia had redesigned the detectors, utilizing superior materials, enabling them to detect up to 500,000 battle power. Swish, swish. It's Lord Kaso, then there is nothing to worry about. Chapter 76, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Osbel followed Whis, departing from Salada. As time passed, Salada grew considerably quieter without Osbel, and Bardock and the others soon realized that Kaso's little shadow had vanished. When they approached Kaso with inquiries, he merely shook his head and offered little explanation, stating she had gone elsewhere to train, and it was best to speak little of beings like the god of destruction. Kaso's life then became a monotonous routine, oscillating between training in the gravity chamber and meditating within its confines. He rarely appeared before others, even ignoring Philia when she sought him out. Time slipped by unnoticed, and 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the universe, a streak of light darted through the stars. Where could it be? A handsome youth, with starry eyes, cautiously observed his surroundings. He was tall, with sharp, defined features, clad in fashionable earth attire that exuded a modern flair. Kaso furrowed his brow. Having just emerged from Metamer, he sensed a vile aura nearby, reminiscent of a hellish demon. Metamer was renowned for its martial arts culture, with its inhabitants delving into various combat techniques, including the fusion techniques popularized in anime, which were developed by the people of Metamer. Over the years, Kaso had honed his prowess largely due to the martial arts of Metamer. Thus, encountering such a malevolent presence near Metamer was something he could not overlook. However, as he pursued the source into the cosmic depths, the ominous aura vanished without a trace. Kaso shook his head in frustration, unable to locate its owner. He resorted to instant transmission to depart from the area. Shortly after Kaso's departure, a wisp of black mist emerged from the ground, growing denser, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes amidst the darkening haze, which flickered with bolts of black lightning. Earth. Many years had elapsed. Bulma was no longer the little girl she once was, having blossomed into a graceful, exquisite young woman. Years prior, Bulma had encountered the Dragon Balls and, drawing upon her memories, had swiftly created another Dragon Ball radar. Bulma harbored a fervent desire within her heart. She aspired to utilize the Dragon Balls to fulfill it, thus embarking on a quest to seek them out. Thus commenced the narrative of the Dragon Balls. Along her journey, Bulma encountered Goku, Yamcha, Oolong, and many other companions, confronting numerous challenges. Yet, armed with Bulma's formidable prowess, each obstacle was surmounted. Even Goku, upon witnessing Bulma's skills, was left in awe, conceding that he could not rival her. Ultimately, within the castle of Pilaf, all of Pilaf's cunning schemes were unveiled by Bulma, and Goku did not transform into a giant ape. When it came time to make a wish, Bulma wished for Kakarot to be by her side. However, at that moment, Kakarot was diligently training on the planet Metamor. Although he was aware of Bulma's search for him, he regrettably had to decline the dragon's transportation due to his commitments. Subsequently, in a manner reminiscent of the original tale, Oolong secretly wished for a pair of panties. Fast forward to the year 750 in the age. The World Martial Arts Tournament, which was previously held every 5 years, was now conducted every 3 years. Bulma, having retained Kakarot's words, yearned to soar through the skies, understanding that only through consistent training could she achieve this. After so many years, she possessed but a single senzu bean remaining in her pocket, a testament to her unwavering dedication to training. Of course, such rigorous training was not without its fruits. Bulma's combat power had reached 150 points. However, lacking a mentor, she remained unable to fly. Bulma chose not to participate in the tournament, as she had little interest in such contests, yet she attended to spectate Goku and Krillin's match. Where had that little rascal Kakarot gone? Resting her chin in her hand, Bulma gazed vacantly at the battle unfolding before her. The contest held no allure for her. Long ago, Bulma had reached the limits of her physical capabilities, realizing that no matter how much she trained, she could not augment the strength within her. She recalled Kakarot's words, stating that once the warm current within her became more robust, she could attempt to soar through the heavens. Yet, all these years had passed, and Kakarot had visited Earth only once, failing to teach her how to fly before departing again. What an infuriating fellow. At that moment, 3 figures approached from the sidelines, 2 men and a woman. Bulma, a handsome young man exclaimed as he patted her shoulder. Startled, Bulma swiftly turned around. During her quest for the Dragon Balls alongside Goku, she had come to realize her own strength. Now, the fact that she had not sensed someone approaching startled her. As she looked up, she beheld a handsome young man whose familiar visage struck a chord within her, as if she had encountered him before. The two stood still, the dashing youth silently observing the enchanting maiden before him. Her azure locks were tied back with a crimson ribbon, and the delicate tips of her brows arched gracefully as her eyes widened, resembling 2 majestic ice peaks, with pearly white teeth and rosy lips. Her fair complexion rendered her a vision of youthful beauty. Bulma felt a twinge of irritation. How could this fellow be so impolite? Unaware that such a gaze upon a lady was utterly disrespectful? Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated her mind. Before her stood a striking young man, gradually merging with the image of Kakarot she had in her mind. Bulma widened her eyes, her disbelief evident as she uttered, "Is that you, Kakarot?" Beside her, Yamcha and Oolong regarded the two with curious expressions, unfamiliar with Kakarot's identity. However, upon catching sight of the robust man beside Kakarot, their faces betrayed astonishment. "He bears a resemblance to Goku." "It is I," Kakarot replied with a soft smile. 8 years had elapsed, and he had returned to Earth. The Bulma before him had matured significantly, both in age and beauty. After a brief assessment, Kakarot discerned that Bulma's energy had intensified considerably with her current prowess. She was nearly capable of soaring through the skies. It was evident that she had invested tremendous effort into mastering flight. In Kakarot's perception, aside from the formidable Shinran on stage and Master Roshi, as well as Goku, the others present were no match for Bulma. "At long last, you've arrived," Bulma exclaimed, excitedly grasping the collar of Kakarot's attire. In her childhood, she had yearned to emulate Kakarot's ability to fly, but as time passed, she discovered that the path of training was not to her liking. Yet, for reasons unknown, whenever she contemplated giving up, memories of that little rascal would flood her mind, compelling her to persevere. Releasing her grip, Bulma found herself at a loss for words. She had so much to convey, yet now that he stood before her, she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Years later, seeing Bulma again brought joy to Kakarot, prompting him to instinctively ruffle her hair. Let us watch the match. Chapter 77, the conclusion of the martial arts tournament. In the intervening years, Planet Salad had flourished remarkably, with the Saiyan squad establishing their own mercenary organization throughout the cosmos. Leveraging their prior reputation, the Saiyan mercenaries quickly gained notoriety across the universe. Other mercenary factions dared not challenge them, recognizing their formidable strength. Meanwhile, Kakarot had been training on Planet Salad, but as time progressed, he soon reached a plateau. The 600 times gravity chamber could no longer yield results. Kakarot understood that focusing solely on enhancing his own combat strength was insufficient, for the Saiyan race was renowned for their prowess in battle. Thus, he departed Planet Salad a few years prior, venturing into the cosmos in search of various combat encounters. Kakarot trained on Planet Metamor for several years, and, during this time, he heard the voice of the Earth's dragon asking if he wished to be transported, indicating that the Dragon Ball saga had commenced. Coincidentally, he arrived just in time for the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. "Kakarot!" Kaiatsu exclaimed, covering her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. Having been exiled shortly after his birth, she recognized her son immediately by his distinctive hairstyle. Bardock furrowed his brow, remaining silent, pondering the weak combat prowess displayed by Kakarot on stage. Could this little one truly transform into a Super Saiyan? Unlike the expressions of the two beside him, Kaso found the battle on the stage immensely intriguing after spending several years on the planet Metamor. He even perceived the techniques employed by Master Roshi as profoundly esoteric. Given that Earth's inhabitants possess inherently modest martial arts talents, coupled with divine interference, the martial arts on Earth had flourished in recent years, which illuminated their remarkable prowess in the study of martial disciplines. With this thought, Kaso felt a sense of normalcy. The trio observed the combat with rapt attention, while Bulma fixated on Kaso's profile. His exquisitely chiseled features exuded a rugged masculinity, and his deep, dark eyes shimmered with an alluring gleam, embodying an air of authority. It was hard to fathom that the mischievous child of your had matured into such a figure. "Uncle Bardock, Auntie Jine, don't look at the sky," Kaso remarked with a gentle smile. He recalled from the anime that Goku transformed into a giant ape at the last moment of the match, only for Master Roshi to shatter the moon to secure victory. What did you say? Bulma momentarily paused, mistaking Kaso's words as directed at her. It's nothing. Just enjoy the match. Perhaps due to the long absence of tactile interaction, Kaso found himself absent-mindedly ruffling Bulma's hair, to which she surprisingly offered no resistance. Bardock and Jine nodded in agreement. Kaso's assertion suggested that Earth must indeed possess a moon. Indeed, on stage, Master Roshi employed the Kamehameha, restraining Goku, who, poised to surrender, gazed at the full moon and rapidly morphed into a colossal ape. What has happened to Goku? Bulma exclaimed, having never witnessed this transformation. Since it was Bulma who had defeated Pilaf and his minions at Pilaf's castle, she had never seen Goku assume his great ape form. Yamcha and Krillin widened their eyes, contemplating escape, but they were apprehensive about the giant ape being Goku. Thus, they cautiously hid behind Bulma to watch. This is an innate ability of our race, Kaso explained. Under the full moon, he too felt a slight itch in his tail, but he knew that as long as he avoided looking at the moon, he would be fine. Oh, Bulma realized, understanding that Goku and Kaso belonged to the same race, which explained Goku's tail. Nevertheless, witnessing Goku's transformation into a giant ape did not faze her. With Kaso by her side, she felt utterly unafraid. As Goku transformed, the surrounding audience fled in panic, leaving only the giant ape, Master Roshi, and a golden-haired referee on the stage. There was no turning back. Aware that prolonging the fight would only lead to defeat, Master Roshi looked up through Goku's giant form at the full moon, his eyes narrowing. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave erupted from Master Roshi's hands. No. Krillin and Yamcha shouted from the sidelines. Having witnessed the previous battles between Goku and Shenron, they understood that Shenron was a formidable martial artist. And if Goku were struck by this energy wave, it could spell disaster. Can Goku withstand it? Bulma glanced anxiously at Kaso, concern etched on her face. He'll be fine. Kaso chuckled. The turtle sage had no intention of killing Goku. He merely sought to shatter the full moon above. Moreover, given the turtle sage's strength, he might not even pose a threat to Goku in his giant ape form. With that thought, Bulma felt a sense of relief as she patted her elevated chest. As she and Goku embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls, they forged a deep friendship, and Bulma could not bear the thought of Goku being harmed by another. Jine and Bardock observed the battle on stage with a calm demeanor. A massive blue energy wave surged toward Goku. Boom. A thick fog enveloped the entire arena. Had he perished? Krillin and Yamcha collapsed to the ground, unable to fathom that Goku could be dead. When they glanced at Bulma, anger flashed across their faces. She had the power to stop the turtle sage, but chose to remain indifferent. Goku was not dead. Bulma glared at the two. Did they truly wish for Goku's demise? Just as Bulma asserted, Goku lay naked on the ground, drowsy, yet he did not rise to continue the fight as he did in the anime. Ultimately, under the announcement of the golden-haired referee, the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was declared to be Shenron. Let us go. With the duel concluded, Kaso had no intention of conversing with Goku and prepared to leave. It turned out this planet was indeed extraordinary, allowing Kakarot to mature gradually on Earth. Are you leaving? Kaso inquired of Bulma with a smile. Huh, let us go. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, wrapping her arms around Kaso's. This time, she would not let him escape. Kaso, feeling the softness of her embrace, smiled but said nothing, and thus, he utilized instant transmission to whisk the three away. As they departed, only a bewildered Krillin and the others remained, muttering, Goku looks just like that man. Could Goku be his son? The turtle sage stood on the stage, gazing at the spot where Bardock had just stood. He had sensed the wild energy emanating from Bardock and Jine even before their arrival. However, upon realizing their acquaintance with Bulma, he felt significantly reassured. Yet, that burly man bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. Could it be, as Krillin suggested, that this man was Goku's father? In the lush northern forests of Earth, there stood an ancient white tower. Atop the tower, Kaso appeared with the three, calling out to the Cat Sage's silhouette. Cat Sage, long time no see. Chapter 78. Bardock enters the hyperbolic time chamber. Who? The Cat Sage, engrossed in the scenes displayed in three water tanks, was startled by the voice from behind. Is it you? Upon recognizing the visitor, the Cat Sage produced a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere and wiped its feline face. It had been observing the World Martial Arts Tournament in the tanks, noting the rising martial prowess of Earth's inhabitants, with gifted martial artists emerging from various regions, Goku being among the most distinguished. In the final duel of the martial arts tournament, Master Roshi disguised himself as Shenron to impart a crucial lesson to Goku. One must never succumb to arrogance, for there are always greater powers beyond one's own. In this encounter, he succeeded in defeating Goku. Cat Sage wholeheartedly endorsed Master Roshi's approach. Observing the four individuals before him, Cat Sage recognized the young man as the same little fellow from years past, still shrouded in mystery. Do you still possess any senzu beans? Kaso teased Cat Sage. None left. Cat Sage replied sharply, realizing Kaso was once again probing for his precious beans. After being reminded of their value, he regretted ever trading them with Kaso and could hardly claim to have any remaining. Kaso simply smiled, content in the knowledge that the plump cat had come to appreciate the significance of the Senzu beans. Ah, so the Senzu beans originate from here. Should I consider robbing this fat cat? Bardock pondered, but ultimately dismissed the notion. The Senzu beans cultivated on Planet Salad were more than sufficient to meet the Scion's needs. Moreover, he observed the amicable rapport between Kaso and Cat Sage, deeming it unnecessary to trouble the latter over such trivial beans. Cat Sage, you must have witnessed the martial arts tournament. That young lad named Goku possesses remarkable talent. I'll leave the matter in your capable hands. Kaso stated with a grin before adding, I'm off to the temple now. With that, Kaso and the three others vanished from Korin Tower. Cat Sage stood momentarily stunned by their abrupt disappearance. He was well aware of Goku's exceptional potential, particularly his pure heart, reminiscent of that little girl from years ago. Cat Sage mused that it might be prudent to confer with the heavenly god. At Korin Tower, through the clouds, a temple floated in the void. Kaso and the three companions materialized there. Verdant foliage surrounded the temple, rustling gently in the breeze. The environment remained unchanged from years past, a testament to its timelessness. The air here is so thin, Bulma exclaimed, feeling somewhat disoriented upon ascending the temple. Indeed, Kaso nodded. It is well known that at higher altitudes, the air density diminishes. The temple was situated thousands of meters above the ground, making the thin air quite normal. So, is this the sacred training ground you mentioned, Kaso? Bardock inquired. His brow furrowed. Before arriving on Earth, Kaso had remarked that their visit was not solely to see Kakarot, but also to engage in training at a holy site. After surveying the temple, Bardock found nothing particularly remarkable. You'll understand soon enough, Kaso replied, raising his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Were it not for his awareness of the temple's wonders, he might have shared Bardock's sentiments. The temple indeed served as a sanctuary for training, a truth not easily dismissed. Beyond the precious room of spirit and time, various illusions awaited. In the animated tales, young Goku entered these illusions to master the manipulation of ki. However, given Bardock's current battle power of 1 million, those illusions would be of little use. The room of spirit and time would be his optimal choice. The youth of Science extended considerably, as evidenced by Kayatsu, who strolled hand in hand with Bulma, radiating youthful exuberance. The two individuals conversed merrily, their laughter echoing without a clear subject. At that moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of the temple. Kaso greeted the deities, who were his and Xiaobi's esteemed mentors. Thus he felt it necessary to extend his politeness. After reminiscing briefly, Kaso articulated his purpose for visiting. He sought to once again borrow the room of spirit and time. This request stemmed from his desire to assist Bardock, as Kaso had reached a plateau in his own training, rendering the room of little use to him. In contrast, Bardock had never entered the room before, and his initial experience would surely yield significant advancement. Very well, the deity replied with a gentle smile. Having known Kaso for over a decade, he recognized his character. Borrowing the room was indeed a trivial matter. Follow me, the deity instructed. Kaso had previously spent only a single day in the room of spirit and time with Osbel, and the deity assumed Kaso intended to utilize the remaining day. It is not for me, but for him, Kaso said, gesturing towards Bardock with a wry smile. Oh, the deity paused momentarily but then addressed Bardock. Please, come with me. The energy emanating from both this man and the distant woman was formidable, reminiscent of Kaso's initial arrival on Earth, as they were unaware of how to conceal their power. However, since Bardock was brought by Kaso, the deity felt reassured. Very well, Bardock nodded lightly. Under the deity's detector, Bardock registered only a modest combat power, akin to that of a weakling. Yet, as he was Kaso's friend, there was no need to make things difficult for him. Still, Science often regarded the weak with disdain. And Bardock was no exception. Following the deity, Bardock entered the inner sanctum of the temple. Kaso observed Bardock's demeanor. The pride of a Saiyan ran deep, much like Vegeta, who could not tolerate Goku, a lower-class warrior, surpassing him. Yet Vegeta had always remained in second place, never achieving true supremacy. This thought elicited a resigned smile from Kaso. Sir, the room of spirit and time is equipped with various necessities, though the environment is somewhat harsh, so prepare yourself mentally. The deity informed Bardock as they arrived at a mysterious chamber. Bardock nodded. Prior to coming to Earth, Kaso had recounted the wonders of the room of spirit and time. The existence of a place capable of manipulating time was indeed astonishing. Now, Bardock understood from the deity that it was imperative to exit the room before the hourglass ran out. Otherwise, one would be trapped inside until death. All necessary precautions have been addressed, the deity stated, gazing intently at Bardock before opening the door to the room of spirit and time. A wave of temporal energy surged towards Bardock, and he could distinctly sense the passage of time. Looking around, he saw a world shrouded in white, devoid of color except for the entrance he had just crossed. The temperature matched Kaso's description, extremely arid. After barely taking a few steps, he felt discomfort in his throat. Chapter 79, Teaching Bulma the Flight Technique. However, if Karsos could endure a year inside the room of spirit and time, there was no reason for him to be outmatched by two mere children. Moreover, Saiyans are inherently fearless in their pursuit of power. Soon, Bardock commenced his training. Bulma and Kaini took a leisurely stroll around the temple, which is revered by martial artists. Aside from the somewhat thin air, the place was quite beautiful. Bulma approached Karsos. Her voice tinged with irritation. Karsos, where have you been all these years? You refused to be summoned by the Eternal Dragon when I asked. Many years ago, Taisai had ventured out to gather material for her novel, while Dr. Briefs was preoccupied with his various technological endeavors, and Mrs. Briefs was utterly absorbed in her gardening. Bulma was left alone at home, her days filled solely with classes and training, with no one to converse with, and that feeling of solitude often enveloped her heart. She was aware that she did not particularly enjoy training, yet she found herself devoid of alternative pursuits. Each time she contemplated abandoning her training, the image of that stubborn yet soft-hearted little boy from years past would flash through her mind. It was only when she stumbled upon the Dragon Balls in her family's storage room that she resolutely embarked on her quest to find them. However, when Bulma made her wish, the Eternal Dragon informed her that Karsos had declined to be transported. The sense of disappointment she felt at that moment was palpable. Well, I was in the midst of crucial training and couldn't be transported, Karsos sheepishly remarked, scratching his head. Forget it, just teach me how to fly already, Bulma retorted. Somewhat exasperated. Deep down, Bulma felt a twinge of resentment, but upon seeing Karsos, all her grievances dissipated, especially when she gazed upon his handsome visage. Her heart would inevitably race. How has he changed so much? She mused. All right, follow me. Karsos gently patted Bulma's head and led her to the center of the temple. After all these years of training, you must be quite familiar with that warm sensation within you, Karsos said with a smile as he seated Bulma on the ground. That warmth is what we refer to as energy or chi, though the concept of chi may be too profound for you at this stage. Let me teach you how to harness this energy directly. Karsos had devoted an entire month to mastering the control of chi, and he did not believe Bulma could grasp it in a short span. Thus, he intended to impart the method of utilizing energy to her. Energy is a broad term. Everyone possesses it. For instance, when we labor, we are instinctively releasing energy. When working, we release energy passively, but to soar through the skies, one must release energy actively. As Karsos began to explain the concept of energy, Bulma interrupted him with a wave of her hand. Spare me the lectures. Just show me how to fly. Realizing that elaborating to a novice like Bulma was futile, Karsos nodded in agreement. Close your eyes like I do, and relax your body. As Bulma observed Kaso closing his eyes, she followed suit, surrendering to the moment. Kaso's words gently guided her, reminiscent of Gohan instructing Biddy Lee in an anime. She relaxed her body, entering a meditative state, gradually channeling the warm energy within her. As time flowed like a gentle stream, Bulma became immersed in her own meditative world. Noticing her breathing had steadied, Kaso opened his eyes. He reflected on Bulma's considerable talent, regrettably overshadowed by her lack of interest in training. He mused that this was indeed the essence of Bulma. Had she been consumed by training like Goku, the Dragon Ball universe would have lost a brilliant scientific mind. Kaso quietly withdrew, making an effort not to disturb her. On the other side, Jin remarked with a soft chuckle, Kaso, that little girl is quite adorable. Embarrassed? Kaso nodded slightly. Among the characters in Dragon Ball, Bulma and Android 18 stood out as the most charming and beautiful, garnering immense popularity. Young man, handle this as you wish. Jin teased, covering her mouth with her small hand, clearly aware of the mutual feelings between them. Kaso, with his unusually thick-skinned demeanor, felt a rare flush of embarrassment. Who could resist such an endearing girl as Bulma? As half a day passed, Kaso leaned against a tall green plant, quietly observing the striking figure at the center of the temple. Just as Jin had said, Kaso had cherished Bulma and Android 18 in his previous life. His journey to Earth was not solely for the purpose of acquiring senzu beans, but also to catch a glimpse of the goddess he idolized. At that time, Bulma was still quite young, her spirited nature shining through, yet she possessed the undeniable allure of a beauty in the making. Vegeta, huh? Kaso smirked slightly. I want to let Bulma belong to you. Just as he was lost in thought, a radiant aura enveloped Bulma's graceful figure. The glow shimmered like a luminous pearl in the night, glistening in the palm of her hand. A low humming sound reverberated around the light as Bulma slowly opened her eyes. Spotting the glowing point in her hand, she exclaimed with excitement, Kaso, look. I did it. However, in an instant, the light extinguished. Why did it go out? Bulma felt as though she had plummeted from paradise to despair. Over the years, she had toiled tirelessly to earn Kaso's admiration, often feeling anxious when her internal warmth failed to grow. Just moments ago, witnessing her energy successfully coalesce externally had filled her with elation, as if she were on the brink of receiving Kaso's praise. But now, the light had vanished. A pang of frustration welled up within her, her nose tinged with bitterness and her eyes growing warm with unshed tears. She felt utterly wronged. In a swift motion, Kaso appeared beside Bulma. Taken aback by her distress, he quickly grasped the reason behind her emotions. "Don't cry, little one," he said, his heart aching for her. As he enveloped her in his embrace. "It's all right. You have successfully released energy externally. You simply need more practice." "Really?" Bulma's voice quivered slightly. "Truly, believe me. Once you master the release of energy, you will soar through the skies, just as I do." Kaso embraced Bulma tightly. In the anime, when Gohan instructed Videl, she, like Bulma, initially struggled to maintain her gathered energy, which dissipated swiftly. However, Videl ultimately mastered the art of flight. Chapter 80, the third stage of training. Listening to Kaso's explanation, Bulma felt a sense of recognition. She had already internalized the sensation of energy release, and with a few more attempts, she would undoubtedly become proficient. Yet, her earlier reaction had been somewhat exaggerated, and now, nestled against Kaso's chest, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, Bulma had no intention of breaking free from Kaso's embrace. Instead, she tightened her grip around his waist. Hee. Seeing Bulma return his embrace, Kaso couldn't help but smile foolishly. The two were closely intertwined. The years of Bulma's training had not rendered her body rigid, but rather imbued it with a delicate grace. The fresh, subtle fragrance emanating from her enveloped him, prompting Kaso to hold her a little tighter. "Kaso, are you leaving here soon?" Bulma blinked her round eyes. Her voice tinged with melancholy. Bulma's inquiry was not without merit. Over the years, Kaso had visited Earth only once, scarcely exchanging a few words before departing. "Really? Indeed. Oh yay!" Bulma exclaimed joyfully, hugging Kaso tightly. Kaso ruffled her hair, feeling a pang of sympathy at her exuberance, pondering just how lonely she must have been. He contemplated whether he should take Bulma along with him to Salad Planet in the future. However, after a moment's reflection, he shook his head. The narrative on Earth could not unfold without Bulma. "Continue practicing. I need to find Mr. Bobo," Kaso gently said, resting his head against Bulma's. Under his gaze, Bulma felt a wave of shyness wash over her, lowering her head and giving a slight nod. As Kaso had indicated, she had indeed begun to grasp that feeling. She needed to practice diligently to solidify it, lest her progress wane if she delayed. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai was observing the lower realm, with Bobo standing beside him. The martial arts development on Earth had indeed improved significantly. Aside from Goku, the Supreme Kai also noticed the young bald boy beside him, whose talent was promising. If trained by a renowned master, he could undoubtedly achieve great heights, perhaps even surpassing the martial arts grandmaster. However, as he turned to glance at Kaso, the Supreme Kai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No one on Earth could compare to Kaso. "Kaso, what do you think of the martial arts development on Earth?" The Supreme Kai inquired as Kaso approached. "Quite decent," Kaso replied nonchalantly, nodding slightly. The Supreme Kai observed Kaso's composed demeanor and understood that he regarded the strength of Earthlings with indifference. This was hardly surprising. Others had traversed the cosmos to reach Earth years prior, displaying unparalleled power that was truly extraordinary. Kasu remained oblivious to the thoughts of the Supreme Kai. If he were aware, he would surely assert that while most Earthlings possess mediocre talents, as long as Vegeta and Goku stand firm, Earth shall remain the most profound planet in the universe. "Supreme Kai, I have another purpose for coming here, and that is to see Mr. Bubbles." Kasu spoke with a hint of apology in his tone. The Supreme Kai paused for a moment. Understanding Kasu's intent, he wished to converse privately with Bubbles. "Very well. I too have matters to attend to." As the Supreme Kai departed, the plaza of the temple was left with only Bulma in the center engaged in her training, while Jine observed the flora nearby. "Hello, Mr. Bubbles," Kasu greeted respectfully. Bubbles regarded Kasu with an unblinking gaze, revealing no reaction whatsoever. Such was Bubbles' nature, unfazed even by calamities. Years prior, Osbel had followed Whis away from Planet Salad. Under Whis's guidance, as the god of destruction's mentor, Osbel's strength was destined to flourish. Kasu was aware that the candidate for god of destruction must undergo assessments, yet he firmly believed in the little girl's talent and her unwavering dedication to power. She would undoubtedly succeed. Reflecting on this, Kasu felt that his own combat prowess might barely measure up to a fraction of the little girl's strength, and the thought of being surpassed left him somewhat dissatisfied. "You have Whis, and I have Bubbles," Kasu mused, though he was uncertain if Bubbles would choose to instruct him. Upon hearing Kasu's earlier remark, a flicker of change appeared in Bubbles' composed gaze. "Your soul is formidable, and your understanding is unparalleled. Yet your strength is insufficient to uphold that realm," Bubbles remarked coolly. "I still wish to give it a try," Kasu replied earnestly, bowing once more. Over the years, Kasu had contemplated whether to pursue the path of divine mastery or that of Super Saiyan 4. In Dragon Ball Super, Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 3, subsequently awakening as a god of Super Saiyan after absorbing the light from 5 individuals: Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Trunks, and the unborn child of Bulla. Ultimately, he transcended to the Super Saiyan Blue state. In the original Dragon Ball series, Goku transformed into the Golden Great Ape and eventually became Super Saiyan 4. The paths of Divine Mastery and Super Saiyan 4 were widely debated, with many speculating which was superior. Kasu remained uncertain as to which path was more formidable, yet he understood that attaining Divine Mastery without the infusion of righteous light from 5 pure-hearted Saiyans relied solely on comprehension. Why not pursue both paths simultaneously? He contemplated. The Saiyan ancestral home had been restored, and having lived on planet Salad for many years, Kasu had grown accustomed to the benefits it bestowed. The bloodline within him was constantly evolving, and he felt that he was on the cusp of breaking through to the Super Saiyan state. Coupled with his exceptional insight, Kasu believed he could adeptly navigate both paths. Bubbles observed Kasu in silence, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. After a moment's pause, he nodded. Very well. Observing the retreating figure of Bobo, Kasu let out a sigh of relief, having initially doubted whether Bobo would take the time to instruct him. However, in the anime, Goku triumphed over Piccolo Daimao and, upon ascending to the temple, engaged in a brief spar with Bobo, who subsequently delivered a formidable lesson. When Goku sought Bobo's guidance for his training, Bobo readily acquiesced. It appeared that Bobo was incapable of denying anyone's request. Chapter 81. Bulma learns to fly. The celestial temple was enveloped in tranquility. In the central plaza, Bulma concentrated intently, channeling the energy within her. The light emanating from her palms flickered repeatedly, igniting and extinguishing. Yet she remained undeterred. Her mastery of energy release only grew more adept. Kaso observed as Bobo had yet to emerge from the dwelling, but he felt no urgency. Since Bobo had promised to instruct him, Kaso held faith that Bobo would indeed fulfill his word. Turning his gaze, he noticed Bulma's smile blossoming ever more radiantly, a clear indication that she had gained proficiency in controlling her inner energy. Kaso, look! Bulma exclaimed, her hands raised in exuberance as she dashed towards him. The luminous glow in her palms steadfast despite her rapid pace. As the distance between them diminished, Bulma suddenly released her energy with a flourish, leaping directly into Kaso's arms. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her joy palpable. In that moment, Bulma's soft form pressed against Kaso, making him acutely aware of her curves. He instinctively recoiled slightly. However, Bulma's face flushed a deep crimson, her gaze darting away shyly, unable to meet Kaso's eyes, yet her embrace remained firm. Kaso, too, found himself blushing profusely, aside from a long-ago embrace from Tai Si, and an inadvertent glance at Philia's alabaster form. He had never experienced such closeness with a girl. You little rascal. Kaso gently caressed her silky blue locks, seeking to mask his own embarrassment. Kaso, look. I can now skillfully gather energy. Bulma's tone was filled with excitement. The previous awkwardness seemingly forgotten. Their eyes locked as she effortlessly conjured a white energy sphere with one hand. Am I impressive? Bulma squinted her eyes playfully. She hadn't anticipated her ability to master energy gathering so swiftly. She had believed it would take her at least a week. Truly, she considered herself a genius. Noticing Bulma's chin lifted high in triumph, Kaso understood her unspoken desire for acknowledgement. Bulma, you are remarkable, he said, wrapping his arms around her slender figure and leaning in to whisper in her ear. In the anime, Videl had also learned to release energy in a day. Yet Bulma's accomplishment was unparalleled. She had mastered the skill in a single day and with one hand. Reflecting on this, Kaso recognized Bulma's genuine brilliance. Haha. Bulma beamed at Kaso's words, her head nodding enthusiastically. After years of training, her ultimate goal had been to earn Kaso's praise. Come, let me teach you how to soar into the skies. Kaso gazed at her dazed expression, utterly charmed, and promptly released her from his grasp. Preparing to teach her the art of flight, Bulma nodded vigorously, her little fists clenched adorably. To ascend into the heavens, one must first learn to harness the energy within. The energy you just unleashed could transform into a formidable bomb or propel you into the air. Kasu paused before continuing. Since you have already mastered the release of energy, concentrate it beneath your feet. The force generated will lift you skyward. What Kasu articulated was quite akin to what Goku had instructed in the anime. For novices, the initial step is to gather energy underfoot, and once proficient in soaring, one can utilize energy enveloping the entire body to steer their flight. All right, I'll give it a try, Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with eagerness. Following Kasu's guidance, she concentrated her energy at her feet. Indeed, the moment the energy was released, Bulma felt a sudden thrust lifting her off the ground. Believing that by unleashing more energy, she could soar, she released an exuberant burst of power. Bulma ascended into the sky but, lacking control, soon plummeted back down, panicking as she shouted, Kasu, save me. Her hands flailed instinctively, desperately searching for something to grasp to prevent her fall. I'm here. Kasu soared into the air, skillfully catching Bulma, who had her eyes tightly shut, exuding an undeniable cuteness. Phew. Bulma patted her chest. Why didn't you save me sooner? You nearly scared me to death. Isn't that why I came to your rescue? Kasu rolled his eyes, surprised that Bulma had soared so high, Such feats were beyond the capability of an ordinary earthling. Put me down. I want to continue practicing. Remember to save me. Bulma teased, her tongue sticking out playfully. She had begun to grasp the sensation of free flight. With a bit more practice, she was confident she could master it. All right. Bulma commenced her aerial training, repeatedly launching herself into the sky. Though she struggled to maintain her balance and would often fall back down. However, as time wore on, she gradually learned to stabilize herself mid-air, achieving the ability to hover gracefully. Witnessing this development, Kasu felt immense joy, repeatedly marveling at Bulma's innate talent, though he had underestimated her potential. In his eyes, Bulma's aptitude surpassed that of Biddy Lee by a considerable margin, particularly her capability to comprehend and learn. Did intelligence confer an advantage in training? Half a day later, Bulma finally mastered the art of flight. Although her trajectory was somewhat erratic, she could now leisurely glide through the sky. So this is the essence of free flight. Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Many years ago, when Osbel had flown her once, she had envied Kasu and his partner, dreaming of the day she could soar through the skies herself. To her astonishment, she had also learned to soar through the skies, which meant that she would no longer need to rely on jet planes for her journeys to school. With this thought, Bulma excitedly moved a few meters forward. Katsu chuckled softly, reminiscing about his own exhilarating experience when he first traversed into the Dragon Ball realm, feeling the thrill of flying for the very first time. Much like Bulma did now. At that moment, Por suddenly materialized beside Katsu, catching him off guard with his silent approach. A familiar occurrence that had startled him on more than one occasion. Katsu turned to Por, casting him an irritated glance. Chapter 82. Entering the Illusion. Por, with his round, dark eyes, stared at him expressionlessly. Given Bulma's current progress, it was safe to say she had mastered the art of flight, needing merely to practice further. Mr. Por, shall we enter the house? Katsu inquired, recalling from the anime that Goku had entered a dwelling only to be transported by Por into the realm of illusions for training. He presumed he would follow a similar path. However, Por replied nonchalantly, no need. Katsu was momentarily taken aback. He remembered that Goku had been transported by a device resembling a hand, and he wondered how they could operate such machinery without entering the house. Por's hands were positioned vertically, his sausage-like red lips moving continuously. While it is true that to some extent, your mental state can achieve a tranquility akin to the sky, it does not equate to the true state of no mind. What must I do then? Katsu asked anxiously. As Por had indicated, Katsu was aware that despite years of training under Por's guidance, he had yet to attain the genuine state of no mind. He could only manage the application and perception of energy while minimizing unnecessary movements. The state of no mind is characterized by a mind as serene as a placid lake, flowing naturally with the movements of the wind and grass, remaining calm when calmness is required, and stirring when turbulence arises, allowing the mind to guide the body. In both martial arts and the Dragon Ball universe, the concept of enlightenment is paramount. Take Goku, for instance, whose remarkable insight allowed him to learn the Kamehameha technique after witnessing Master Roshi perform it just once. This exemplifies the advantages of high enlightenment. Katsu recognized his own strong sense of enlightenment. However, as he listened to Por's teachings, he initially felt lost in a fog of confusion. Suddenly, Por waved his small, dark hand, enveloping Katsu in a misty aura. From above, Bulma observed this scene with curiosity, while Katsu's figure remained in the heavens. She felt an uncanny sensation that he was no longer part of this world. Where am I? Katsu pondered, having been absorbed in Por's discourse only to find himself inexplicably transported to a tranquil forest. In a moment of realization, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had not followed Bobo into that room before. He stood alone in the center of the temple's plaza. Now, he found himself inexplicably transported to this world. Was it an illusion? Or was this realm truly real? Kaso wandered through the forest. The dense foliage obscured the light from above, despite the sweltering heat. The forest remained remarkably cool, occasionally filled with the faint chirping of insects. With careful steps, he gradually made his way through the thick underbrush. After approximately 5 minutes, Kaso soon heard the sound of flowing water. A river? A flash of insight crossed Kaso's mind. He recalled that Goku had also entered a mysterious world, where he followed an old man to go fishing. Had he arrived in the same world? Furrowing his brow, Kaso decided to investigate further. He reached out to part the surrounding weeds and proceeded toward the sound of the water. After a while, Kaso arrived at the riverbank and gazed downstream. There, he spotted an elderly man with white hair, seated on a rock, eyes closed, casting his line into the water. Friend, would you care to join me in fishing? The old man spoke without opening his eyes. It was a curious statement. He did not inquire about Kaso's identity or how he had come to be there. The words echoed in Kaso's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Despite the oddity of the old man's comment, Kaso nodded in agreement. He too refrained from asking who the old man was or why he was fishing at that spot. Thus, with a single exchange, both men began to fish by the river. Time passed, and before long, half a day had slipped away. Towering trees lined the riverbank, and sunlight scarcely penetrated the shaded area. The gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness, and Kaso felt a serene calm wash over him. Yet, despite the idyllic surroundings, he had caught not a single fish in that half-day's time. The river was about 15 meters wide, with an estimated depth of 8 meters. According to tales from anime, an old fisherman would come here daily, suggesting the waters should be teeming with fish. Kaso glanced at his empty fish basket and then at the old man's full one, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he lowered his gaze. Observing the old man's figure, Kaso shook his head, pondering why he was unable to catch any fish. It was not uncommon for one to go home empty-handed, but why was it that the old man was successful? Lost in thought, he seemed to forget the purpose of his visit, consumed by the mystery of his own fishing failure. The night passed in this manner. Kaso remained by the riverbank, rod in hand, oblivious to fatigue or hunger, his eyes fixed intently on the water's surface. As the hours stretched on, he still had no catch. It was perplexing. Kaso's eyes were red, his face haggard. Was it his own fault? He had asked himself that question throughout the night. Chapter 83. The destruction of the divine realm in the forest. As dawn broke, the small grasses by the roadside glistened with dewdrops, and the gentle breeze rustled the leaves. What could be the reason for this? Kaso ran his fingers through his disheveled hair. In the realm of animation, Goku ventured into a forest with the intent of seeking out an individual capable of evading lightning. Along the way, he encountered the formidable Iwam, who, despite his prowess, was swiftly vanquished by Goku. Just as Goku found himself in a quandary, he stumbled upon the elderly gentleman he had previously met, from whom he acquired a fishing rod. Before long, Goku successfully hooked a fish. Meanwhile, Kaso reclined upon a stone, exhaling a deep sigh. In stark contrast, far away in the depths of the cosmos, within the domain of destruction, an atmosphere of chaos prevailed. A purple luminescence enveloped the area, and an inexhaustible force emanated from a woman with flowing hair. The air reverberated with thunderous booms, reminiscent of a planet's annihilation, causing even the seemingly indestructible realm of destruction to tremble. With a furrowed brow, the woman concentrated. A glimmer of purple light radiating from her hand as she directed her voice towards a distant mountain range, proclaiming, "Annihilate." The atmosphere instantly thickened, then spiraled into turmoil as an unstoppable energy surged forth, generating colossal waves that swept across the landscape for miles. The minuscule purple orb of destructive energy surged toward the mountains, its apparent sluggishness belied its speed, reaching its destination in the blink of an eye. Upon contact, the mountain was reduced to shimmering motes of light, vanishing without a trace. "Little buyer, let us conclude our business here today." Whis appeared beside Osbel with an enigmatic demeanor, lightly waving his staff. In an instant, the raised mountains and ravaged terrain were restored to their original state, as if nothing had transpired. Osbel hovered gracefully in the air, exhaling softly. Her long hair cascaded down her back, complemented by a slender physique and elegant curves accentuated by her ancient Egyptian-inspired attire. Her voice, devoid of warmth, echoed as if nothing in the world could stir her emotions. Observing her demeanor, Whis nodded slightly. Over the years, he had guided the young girl through various trainings. For only those who comprehend the essence of destruction are deemed worthy of becoming candidate destroyers. Despite Osbel's nascent destructive energy, no larger than a pearl, she had nonetheless obliterated the mountain. As a result, Osbel garnered Whis' acknowledgement. With the additional endorsement of Beerus, she could genuinely ascend to the rank of candidate destroyer. However, the innocent and charming girl of yesteryears had undergone considerable transformation, perhaps due to the countless destructions she had wrought, rendering her disposition increasingly frigid. Yet, her icy demeanor was remarkably fitting for the position of candidate destroyer. The destroyer oversees the annihilation within the cosmos. And when tasked with dismantling planets that hinder the universe's progress, one must not falter. The candidate destroyer is expected to assist in this relentless endeavor. "Is Lord Beerus still in slumber?" Osbel inquired coolly. Whis had received Beerus's consent to bring Osbel into the realm of destruction before his repose. "Not at all," Whis replied, shaking his head. With a character as indolent as Beerus, he typically slumbers for an extended duration, awakening only after a considerable time. His desire for rest drives him to extraordinary lengths. For instance, in the past, he sealed away the Supreme Kai, who was intrinsically linked to his existence, merely to indulge in sleep. This ultimately led to the demise of several candidate Supreme Kais at the hands of Majin Buu, resulting in the present-day Supreme Kai being utterly inexperienced. The seventh universe's average strength is lamentably low, a consequence of these events. "Oh," Whis paused momentarily, noting the emotional shift in Osbel. The young girl was not as cold-hearted as she seemed. "You have now grasped the essence of the god of destruction's energy. All you need is diligent practice. I have nothing further to teach you at this time." Osbel clasped her delicate hands together, her body tensed with anticipation. Whis nodded affirmatively. In the celestial realm of Earth, Bulma finally soared freely through the skies, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of liberation. "Why hasn't Kaso moved yet?" she pondered, hovering midair while observing Kaso seated in the square below. 3 days had elapsed since Kaso had fallen into a deep slumber, remaining utterly still, without sustenance or water. Bulma felt a twinge of concern. However, the Supreme Kai had previously instructed her and Jin not to disturb Kaso's training. Gazing at Kaso's serene state, her anxiety deepened, as if he were no longer part of this world. Was it merely her imagination? Bulma was not alone in her apprehension. Bardock, emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, shared the same sentiment. While Kaso appeared to be seated in the temple square, Bardock sensed not a trace of his energy, not even the faintest breath. Having emerged with a significant boost, his battle power now reached 1.5 million. As Bardock attempted to awaken Kaso, he was thwarted by the mysterious figure with the coal-black hair. How could this individual possess such formidable prowess? Bardock remained puzzled. Under his scouter, Boppo registered only 200 points, yet he could withstand Bardock's strike. Nevertheless, considering Earth's possession of such miraculous facilities as the time chamber, it seemed less peculiar to encounter such enigmatic figures. In the realm of illusions, Kaso sat by the river, unaware of how many years had passed. The old man came and went, day after day, year after year. Neither the old man aged nor did Kaso exhibit any change. Finally, Kaso's fishing line twitched, and his dazed eyes suddenly awoke to clarity. With a vigorous tug, he pulled, yet when the hook emerged from the water, no fish was in sight. Again, he had been outsmarted. Kaso remained oblivious to the passage of time, knowing only that he had been toyed with by the fish in the river countless times. Chapter 84. The Realm of the Heartless. Did you catch any fish? Inquired the old man, smiling beside him. No. Since arriving in this realm, Kaso has lost track of time, while the old man returns each day with a bountiful catch. Yet Kaso struggles to hook even a single fish. In his previous life, he had encountered a profound saying within the fishing community: when fish tease you, do not indulge them. If necessary, allow the fish in the river to experience a taste of numbness. However, upon entering this enchanted world, Kaso has resolutely adhered to Bobo's words, striving to embrace the natural flow and allowing his spirit to guide his body. Young man, tranquility of the heart is essential for catching fish. As the old man spoke, he hooked another fish. Kaso turned his gaze, finding it all too familiar. Tranquility? Inspired by the old man's words, a spark of understanding ignited in Kaso's mind. Thus, in this world, one must act according to their desires, flowing with nature. Yet how does one allow the spirit to guide the body as Bobo suggested? Now, reflecting on the old man's wisdom, Kaso began to comprehend. Upon his arrival, he had successfully caught a fish, yet despite the abundance in the river, he had failed to catch even one since. The teasing of the fish had left him in a state of agitation, erasing the serene mindset he had cultivated in the temple, akin to the sky's tranquility. He realized his error. Just as the old man asserted, a calm heart is crucial for fishing. One must remain undisturbed by external influences, viewing the world with detachment. The fish will bite when the time is right. One cannot force it. All things are in motion. One must cultivate inner stillness to perceive the ever-changing world, allowing a state of emptiness to guide the body. With this revelation, Kaso's eyes began to shine with clarity. At that moment, his fishing rod gently trembled, yet Kaso remained unhurried, instead emulating the old man beside him by closing his eyes. The essence of stillness transformed into a state of emptiness, with composure and immobility. The entire river and even the surrounding forest reflected within Kaso's mind. A radiant glow enveloped him, reminiscent of a divine presence descending from the heavens, exuding an air of profound mystery. Witnessing this, the old man chuckled softly, continuing to catch his fish. Previously, Kaso had sensed the movements of the fish in the river, yet he had been unable to catch any. Now, he could even discern the speed of the water flow. Several small fish continued to nibble at the bait, but refused to be hooked. With his eyes closed, Kaso chuckled softly, recalling how he had been similarly toyed with by the little fish. Allow the spirit to guide the body. The fleeting emotional turbulence he had felt was now quelled, and the entire river's dynamics unfolded within Kaso's mind. In this moment, he felt an unparalleled calm. Kaso decided to make an attempt, relaxing his body and allowing instinct to take over. He lifted, without any conscious directive from his mind, relying solely on the state of emptiness and his body's instincts. Before him, a palm-sized fish was drawn onto the shore. Young man, congratulations. The old man turned to him with a smile. A fish had been caught. In the face of the fish that had previously taunted him, Kaso's demeanor was remarkably composed. Suddenly, Kaso's face turned ashen, his mind becoming a chaotic swirl. And then he fainted. In the celestial realm, a month had already elapsed. Aside from his training in the celestial realm, Bardock spent the remaining hours covertly observing Kakarot alongside Jine. Meanwhile, Bulma remained steadfastly by Kakarot's side, witnessing Kakarot go an entire month without sustenance. She would have long since awakened him, were it not for the green-skinned creature declaring this to be part of Kakarot's training. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Bulma's voice was laced with concern. Kakarot sat cross-legged on the ground, utterly still. The passage of a month had not left him enshrouded in dust, but rather rendered him increasingly ethereal. Suddenly, however, Kakarot's previously rosy complexion turned ashen, and his serene aura shattered, giving way to a chaotic turmoil that felt akin to a descent into madness. "Mr. Bobo, what is happening to Kakarot?" Bulma exclaimed in alarm, her gaze fixed on Kakarot's distressing state as she called out towards the temple. Bobo appeared beside Kakarot in a most peculiar manner, lifting a finger to gently tap Kakarot's forehead. Buzz! A milky white halo illuminated the entire celestial realm, its radiance coalescing into a sphere that swiftly penetrated Kakarot's mind. Bulma, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but swallow hard, her thoughts racing with the fear that Kakarot might transform into a complete fool. Yet, her determination rekindled. Even if he were to become a simpleton, he would still be her simpleton. "He is fine now," Bobo stated calmly as he withdrew his finger. As soon as the words left his lips, Kakarot slowly opened his eyes, recalling with clarity the events within the illusion. Had he not succumbed to unconsciousness under the strain of the void state? He shook his head and caught sight of Bulma's slightly reddened eyes, momentarily taken aback. "You insufferable rogue!" Bulma cried, her voice thick with emotion as she threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. When he had previously mentioned his desire to train, she had assumed he meant to practice for a short while, never imagining he would endure an entire month without food or drink. She had been utterly worried. "What a scoundrel! Water!" Kakarot attempted to speak, but his throat felt parched, allowing only a single word to escape. For an average person, surviving a week without sustenance would be a marvel. Kakarot's month-long fast, leaving him merely thirsty, was nothing short of extraordinary. "Water is coming." The deity, having just heard Bulma's plea, prepared a large vat of water for Kakarot. Gulp, gulp. Kakarot took the vat in his hands, tilted his head back, and began to drink voraciously. More. After consuming an entire vat, Kakarot felt it insufficient and requested several more from the deity. With all 5 vats finally emptied, he let out a sigh of relief. At last, he felt revived. Kakarot embraced Bulma tightly, reflecting that Bobo was indeed correct at his current strength. Even with his formidable soul and mental prowess, he could not maintain the so-called void state. Furthermore, he had not truly grasped the essence of the void. He had only skimmed its surface. Pondering this brought Kakarot a sense of resignation. However, there was a silver lining. He had gleaned that Goku's Ultra Instinct was founded upon the principles of the void state. "I'm fine now." Kakarot gently patted Bulma's back. Chapter 85, Kvila. As Kaso succumbed to unconsciousness, a milky white light illuminated his mind, akin to the dawn breaking over an ancient city shrouded in the depths of a dark abyss, casting warmth upon his very soul. In an instant, he was awakened. Now, holding Bulma in his arms, a myriad of questions churned within him, yet remained unspoken. "You scared me to death. Why haven't you moved for an entire month?" Bulma wiped the tears from her fair cheeks. "I only slept for a month," Kaso inquired, resting his forehead against hers, his voice tinged with confusion. Having entered that illusion, he had felt time pass significantly with the sun's rise and fall. Yet he never anticipated that merely a month had elapsed. This seemed rather exaggerated. Could it be that world was indeed an illusion, devoid of any connection to reality? Yes. Bulma nodded, extending her small hand to feel Kaso's abdomen. "Are you hungry? Shall I take you to eat?" The defined contours of his stomach flushed her face with warmth. How could she be so bold? As soon as Bulma's words fell, a series of sounds emanated from Kaso's belly. Gurgle, gurgle. Hee. Bulma covered her rosy lips, stifling a giggle. "Let's go. I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food." With that, she grasped Kaso's hand and soared downward. "You can fly freely now?" As Kaso was pulled down, he noticed that although Bulma's speed was slow, a fragrant breeze wafted from behind her. He had held Bulma more than once and recognized her unique scent. "Humph, I've been able to fly proficiently for quite some time." Bulma raised her proud little head and glanced back with a hint of melancholy. "You really don't care about me at all." Hearing her tone, Kaso bashfully scratched his head, never imagining that Bobo's illusion would ensnare him for so long. This thought led him to ponder Osbel. Under Whis' tutelage, her strength must have surged. Had Kaso not gained a modicum of progress during his training, he might have truly fallen behind her. "I'm so hungry. Let us go?" "Yes." On Planet Salad, a resounding boom erupted from the training area, shaking the very fabric of space. With a crack, the door of the 600X gravity chamber swung open, revealing a robust Saiyan emerging. "Lord Garrus, Lord Castor has instructed that if you are finished, you should proceed to see him," said a waiting Saiyan respectfully. "Oh," Garrus responded, somewhat perplexed. Over the years, the 100X gravity chamber on Planet Salad had long lost its efficacy, and given that Kaso and Osbel's chambers were vacant, he had received permission from Kaso to train in the 600X gravity chamber. After many years, he had managed to acclimate to 300X gravity and had now achieved a battle power of 800,000. Upon his exit, he was met with the summons of his kin, suggesting that something urgent was afoot. "I understand." Garrus waved his hand, then unleashed a formidable burst of white energy, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, The scion standing in place was utterly astonished, having been intimidated by the overwhelming aura emanating from Garrus. With Garrus's immense strength, one could only imagine the power of Lord Bardock and Lord Kaso, who had long since acclimated to the 600-fold gravity chamber. With this thought, the scion's heart raced wildly, a flush of excitement coloring his cheeks. The ascent of the scions was destined to be unstoppable. On the other side, in the meeting hall of the living quarters, 9 individuals gathered, all captains of scion squads. What is a mere 170,000 battle power Savisa worth? Brent scoffed. As the captain of one of the 10 squads, Brent's battle power had reached an impressive 300,000, rendering his words unchallenged in the presence of the Kfira mecha unit's captain. Indeed, the other squad leaders echoed in agreement. Only Casto and Chris remained silent, their expressions heavy as they sat in their chairs. As Garrus descended from the sky and approached the meeting room, he overheard the ongoing discussions. Frowning in place, he pondered, who was Savisa? In the minds of the Scions, their mercenary organization was capable of sweeping across the universe. If not for Caso's cautions, they might have already led their squads to assault Frisia's headquarters. Since when did a worthless individual with merely 170,000 battle power dare to act so brazenly? Who is this Savisa you speak of? Garrus inquired as he stepped into the meeting room. My lord Garrus, you have arrived. All the Scions stood in unison. Even the reckless Casto dared not show disrespect. The battle power of the assembled Scions hovered around 300,000, while Casto and Garrus surpassed them by an additional 200,000, boasting approximately 500,000 battle power. They gazed at the modified scanner, its lens inscribed with a battle power reading of 800,000, causing a chill to run through them, prompting their tone to shift to one of respect. My lord Garrus, recently our mercenary organization has welcomed 3 individuals. Savisa, Dre, and Nez. One of the squad captains, Alexis, spoke up. He demands that we all submit to a being named Kfira. No sooner had he finished speaking than the entire conference building began to tremble violently. Fortunately, Garrus was exerting himself to maintain control, and thanks to the advanced technology of the Lolita clan, the building remained unharmed. Chris, is this true? Garrus asked in a deep voice. Years had passed, and with the advancement of the Scions, their strength had evolved beyond recognition. How could they still endure such indignities? Among those present, Chris was the most composed, which is why Garrus sought his insight on the matter. Chris spoke hesitantly. My lord Garrus, it is indeed as you say. Hearing his tone, all the Scions regarded Chris with confusion. What was amiss? Beside him, Castor averted his gaze from Chris, bowing his head in trepidation, fearful of meeting the eyes of his kin, lest they discern the terror lurking within his own. It was evident that Castor harbored knowledge of something significant. Garrus observed the reactions of the assembly, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he inquired, elucidate further. With Bardock and Kakarot absent from Planet Salad, Garrus possessed the utmost strength among the remaining Scions, and his singular desire was to unravel the intricacies of the matter at hand. He was convinced that Savizak was undoubtedly aware of the mercenary organization's capabilities. Why, then, did the abominable figure of 170,000 dare to compel their subservience to one named Kfera? Gazing at Castor's peculiar countenance, Garrus sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Chris, speak. The surrounding squad leaders had implored Chris more than once to divulge the circumstances, yet he insisted he would remain silent until Lord Garrus arrived. Now that Lord Garrus had finally graced them with his presence, the captains of the Scion squads were utterly captivated by the prospect of what Chris might reveal. Chapter 86, Gula. You may not know who Kfera is, but have you heard of Gula? Chris spoke weakly. At this utterance, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Who do you speak of? Garrus gasped, his breath quickening. The expression of dread was palpable among the Scions present. They clearly understood the implications of Gula's name. Within the Dragon Ball universe, the Frisia force comprised only 3 notable figures: the infamous Frisia from the North Galaxy, the King Cold of the West Galaxy, and Gula from the East Galaxy, who was scarcely mentioned. Salad, situated at the fringes of the North Galaxy, was in close proximity to the East Galaxy. And the Scion mercenary organization, based near Planet Dashian, frequently engaged with extraterrestrial beings, gleaning that Gula possessed only a combat power of around 5 to 600,000. However, his brother, Gula, was said to dominate the East Galaxy, with rumors suggesting a combat power exceeding 100 million. Kfera is Gula? Brent exclaimed, his eyes wide, his voice trembling. The Scions in the North Galaxy were essentially unmatched. If Kfera were indeed Gula, then their subjugation would be inevitable. This very thought filled Garrus with anxiety. The Scions had only just begun to rise, still seeking vengeance against Frisia, and now a more formidable Gula emerged. It was imperative to contact Lord Bardock and Lord Kakarot. At that moment, Castor rose to his feet, finally speaking. His words echoed the sentiments of the Scions, who recognized Bardock's prowess. Yet, they were acutely aware that no matter how formidable Bardock might be, he could not contend with Gula, a certainty shared by all Scions. Their only hope lay with Kakarot. Chris, go inform Princess Philia to alert Kakarot and the others, swiftly. Garrus's voice nearly erupted in urgency. I shall attend to it immediately. Chris, disregarding any reservations, unleashed a terrifying aura and vanished in an instant, toppling the furnishings of the conference room in his wake. Observing the chaotic disarray in the conference room, the Scions exhibited no reaction. Their sole desire was to swiftly inform Kakarot. On a cerulean planet at the edge of the East Galaxy, a multitude of beings from various races traversed its surface. Unlike the Frisia Force, which was populated by numerous henchmen of varying strengths, the universe's inhabitants here were scarce. Yet all possessed formidable powers exceeding 3,000 in battle capability, as indicated by the scanners. Upon a small spacecraft resembling a baby-S vehicle, sat an alien strikingly akin to Frisia. His diminutive stature was complemented by a skin tone alternating between white and purple, while his muscles bulged like fists, robust and intimidating. What news from the mercenary organization? Guldo inquired, his malevolent gaze icy and penetrating. Initially, he had little interest in the affairs of the North Galaxy. However, the allure of the mercenary group was irresistible. Should he succeed in recruiting them, even a potential fallout with King Cold would not daunt him. Across the cosmos, the Ice Clan was renowned for its might, yet their notorious cold-bloodedness was equally well known. The three factions of the Ice Clan were hardly amicable, without King Cold's dominance. Guldo would have likely seized Frisia's territory long ago. In Guldo's eyes, Frisia possessed talent, yet he was still youthful and notoriously indolent, even showing a tendency to procrastinate on Lord Beerus's orders to eliminate the Scions. This procrastination did not stem from Guldo's knowledge of the mercenary organization's true identity, but rather from Frisia's leniency towards Kakarot and Vegeta. In response to Guldo's inquiry, Shaviza raised his left hand to his right chest, bowing respectfully. They said they need to deliberate. Nez and Dre mirrored this gesture. Their reluctance to confront the grim reality was palpable. Guldo turned the baby spacecraft around, his back to the trio. His voice was cold and gravelly, devoid of emotion, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. The mercenary organization's reluctance was expected. They were merely stalling. Yet, before a true powerhouse, their feeble attempts were nothing more than a desperate struggle for survival. Indeed, King Guldo. Shaviza lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet Guldo's stare. Yet he was aware of the mercenary organization's intentions, either an escape or an unwarranted resistance. Moreover, Shaviza had already deployed spies near the organization. Any movements from them would be relayed promptly. We depart now. Though King Cold had stated that there was no urgency, and the two could not intrude upon each other's territories, Guldo felt no need to heed such warnings. The potential acquisition of the mercenary group outweighed all concerns. Perhaps he could infiltrate the North Galaxy without Frisia ever catching wind of it. Yes, yes, yes. Meanwhile, in West City on Earth, in the backyard of Bulma's home, she urged, eat more. Resting her chin on her delicate hand, Bulma blinked her lovely eyes, fixating intently on Kakarot. Kakarot seized a piece of meat from an unknown creature's thigh, shoving it into his mouth. Before grabbing a nearby jug of drink and guzzling it down with fervor, Bulma gently pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with the shadow of Kakarot, as if etched into her very irises. Years ago, Kakarot had been just a child, particularly annoying. Bulma had never encountered anyone so audacious as to speak to her in such a manner, which led to her lingering thoughts of him. She was uncertain when exactly it began, but Kakarot had carved out a significant place in her heart. Perhaps it started during their training sessions together. Observing Kakarot's blissful demeanor, Bulma felt a surge of delight within her, her lips curling into a subtle smile, wishing he could remain by her side forever. Have some too, Kakarot said, stuffing a large piece of meat into his mouth. Although he hadn't eaten for a month and felt only thirst upon waking, the mention of food made him unable to resist. Just eat, Bulma urged, raising her delicate hand to wipe the remnants from the corner of his mouth. She relished watching Kakarot indulge in his meals. All right. Just as Kakarot was about to grab another piece of meat, a red light suddenly illuminated from his wristband. This wristband, designed by the Larita clan, enabled communication throughout the entire northern galaxy. A green light indicated a standard report from a Scion, yellow signified an important update, and red denoted an emergency situation. What's wrong? Bulma inquired, noticing Kakarot's abrupt stillness after the wristband lit up. Kakarot quickly checked the information. Guldo is about to invade the mercenary organization. Seeing Kakarot's grave expression, Bulma couldn't help but worry. Kakarot, what's the matter? I'm fine, he replied. It's just some matters within the clan. He waved his hand dismissively. Despite his serious demeanor, his tone remained unchanged. It was evident it wasn't a significant issue. Bulma clenched her fists, her gaze fixed intently on Kakarot. You're not planning to leave Earth again, are you? Anyone observing Kakarot's demeanor would sense urgency, which explained Bulma's concern. Well, Kakarot scratched his head, hesitating. However, the Scion matters were indeed pressing. Guldo, being Frisia's brother, although slightly less gifted than Frisia, possessed far greater strength. If the Kakarot of old had received such news, he would have gone to great lengths to evacuate the Saiyans, but perhaps for him now, it was an opportunity. Bulma's tone was tinged with melancholy. Although she longed for Kakarot as constant presence, she wouldn't act petulantly if he truly had pressing matters. Remember what you said, Bulma pouted, truly reluctant to see Kakarot leave. Seizing a moment when Bulma was distracted, Kakarot quickly kissed her cheek and then vanished in an instant. Bulma stood there, dazed, feeling the warmth linger on her face. When she finally regained her senses, her fair complexion blushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened apple. Kakarot's kiss filled Bulma's heart with joy, albeit tinged with a hint of exasperation. Why the rush? It's not as if I were denying you a kiss. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, Kakarot materialized abruptly in a village. The two figures before him were none other than Bardock and Jine, who had been shadowing Goku throughout the month, keenly observing his training regimen. However, they had noted that Goku seemed to be in pursuit of a peculiar orange orb, rather than engaging in any substantial training. Ah, it's you startled me, Kakarot exclaimed. Have you heard of Cooler? He is crossing over from the Eastern Galaxy. Intending to compel the mercenary squad to submit to him, Kakarot spoke with a tone of gravity, for time was of the essence, and he had to be forthright. Cooler? Bardock and Jine gasped in shock. In his dreams, Bardock had learned that Frisia possessed a combat power of only 530,000. With his current strength, he could easily defeat Frisia. However, he refrained from acting, mindful of King Cold and Cooler. As the current leader of the Saiyans, he was acutely aware of Cooler's formidable nature. Do not resist. Kakarot placed a hand on Bardock's shoulder, and in an instant, the three vanished from sight. On Planet Salad, all the Saiyans had gathered in the training area. 10 warriors, led by Garrus, stood before the assembly, alongside a strikingly beautiful woman with ice blue hair, reminiscent of the elven lineage. The atmosphere was thick with tension, yet Philia maintained her composure, her demeanor unyielding. Observing this, Garrus regarded Philia with newfound respect before turning his head and softly assuring, "Rest assured, Kakarot will undoubtedly arrive in time." Philia nodded in silence, her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. Only 80 Saiyans occupied the plaza, while the rest were stationed with the mercenary organization. Philia mused silently. Truly, the legendary warrior race lived up to its reputation. The Saiyans, bolstered by Planet Salad, were indeed a terrifying force. Aside from the logistical Saiyans, each warrior boasted a minimum combat power of 80,000, with the exceptionally gifted reaching as high as 200,000. Of course, this did not include the squad leaders. Just as Philia reflected upon this, 3 figures appeared suddenly with a flash. We pay our respects to Lord Bardock and Lord Kakarot. Upon seeing the newcomers, all the Saiyans instinctively shouted in unison. Bardock, filled with urgency, was eager to grasp the current situation. He gestured to the Saiyans before him and inquired of Garrus. What is happening now? After relaying the news of Cooler, Zaviza departed with his men. However, the tribe had discovered that Zaviza's spies were still lurking nearby, monitoring the movements of the mercenary squad. Garrus conveyed all the details to Bardock and Kakarot. Listening intently, Kakarot nodded in acknowledgement. Thankfully, the Saiyans had not acted rashly. Had they captured Zaviza, Cooler would have descended upon the mercenary squad in an instant, jeopardizing the secrecy of the Saiyans' identity. In this manner, Gula has discovered the existence of numerous Saiyan remnants, each possessing formidable combat power. It is likely that the entire Frost clan will launch an onslaught against the Saiyans. Indeed, the Saiyans have long been aware of Cassius's remarkable abilities. Given his assurance, there must be no cause for concern. Can you handle it, you little rascal? Philia inquired, gazing at the energy clusters in the sky. Are you truly unaware of my capabilities? Cassius chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Philia, Bardock, and Garrus fell into an uncanny silence. 2 crows flying overhead would have been quite fitting at that moment. Why so serious? With me around, you need not worry. Cassius waved dismissively, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. However, he was genuinely unconcerned, knowing full well that with his current strength, defeating Gula would be beyond his reach. What if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan? Chapter 88, Prelude to the Storm. Bardock cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. What are your plans, Cassius? Fortunately, Bardock dispelled the tension. Otherwise, Philia would have been mortified. Gritting her teeth, Philia glared at Cassius, reflecting on how the once mischievous boy had transformed into an insufferable rascal. Such a thought was infuriating. In the blink of an eye, Cassius vanished like a specter. Half an hour later, dozens of Saiyans suddenly appeared in the training area S Square, all members of Brent and Alex's squad. Upon reaching their encampment, he sensed a group surveilling the Saiyans, 2 of whom possessed a staggering combat power of 50,000. It seemed Gula was resolute in bending the mercenary squad to his will. Meanwhile, on a distant planet near the Dorian Star, the former base of the Saiyan mercenary squad, though not particularly beautiful, had been impeccably refurbished by the Lolita clan equipped with various amenities. Where are they? A blue-skinned alien concealed not far from the mercenary base wondered. Noticing the absence of the mercenaries, had they been summoned by a young man? Could they be inside that large building? Remarked another, an exceedingly unattractive frog-like alien. Pointing towards the edifice, the minion beside them remained silent, clearly intimidated by their leader. Calmly, the blue-skinned alien waved his hand, stating, "That's fine. We simply need to observe closely, for King Gula is en route." But at that moment, the combat power readings on his ocular scanner abruptly vanished. Where are they? The yellow frog-like alien exclaimed as he leaped from his hiding spot, glaring at the building ahead. On Planet Salad, Bardock, Uncle Bardock, leave the rest to me. Cassius cast a resolute glance at Bardock. The Scion situation was far from over. With Gula personally intervening, he would surely not spare the mercenary squads. If he were to discover the presence of the Scions on Planet Salad, the situation would spiral out of control. What are you planning to do, you little rascal? Philia furrowed her brow as she gazed at him. Listening to Kaso's tone, she sensed that he seemed intent on confronting Gula. Although she often engaged in banter with Kaso, she could not bear the thought of him coming to any harm. Be careful, you reckless fool, she admonished silently. Bardock and Garrus watched Kaso with palpable anxiety. The Scions had achieved great success, all thanks to Kaso. He had become the spiritual pillar of their race. Should anything untoward occur, it would signify a monumental loss for the Scions. Rest assured, I possess instant transmission. No one can detain me, Kaso reassured them, waving his hand before vanishing from sight. With Kaso's departure, although Bardock and the others were deeply concerned, they recognized the truth in his words. Such a miraculous technique meant that, aside from the most formidable beings, no one could truly hold him back. In stark contrast to the others' reactions, Philia's beautiful eyes were filled with profound worry. The notorious reputation of the Frisia Force echoed throughout the universe, and it was said that Gula possessed a battle power exceeding 100 million. How could they possibly contend with that? Even transforming into a Super Saiyan would not suffice. It was no wonder Philia felt this way. In the anime, Goku had transformed from a battle power of 3 million to a Super Saiyan, multiplying his strength by 50 to reach an astonishing 15 billion. Frisia's ultimate form only reached 12 billion. As Frisia's elder brother, Gula had unlocked 4 transformations, his ultimate form boasting a battle power surpassing 400 million. Given these circumstances, even the newly transformed Goku would stand no chance against Gula. However, this was contingent upon certain conditions. The Super Saiyan form amplifies the base battle power by 50 times, suggesting that the higher one's base power, the greater the strength upon transformation. What if Kaso's base battle power exceeded 10 million? Not far from the planet. On the planet Gigi, the Scions had established their dominion years ago, renaming it Gigi. On this day, a colossal spaceship suddenly appeared above the planet, and with its arrival, the atmospheric pressure became stifling. Even the clouds above began to darken, intermittently punctuated by the sound of thunder, as if a tempest were imminent. Kaso concealed his energy, standing atop a nearby mountain, coldly observing the descent of Gula's ship. There was no way Goku could possibly defeat Gula without assistance. Kaso clenched his fists. After years of nurturing on Salad Planet, the active particles within him had reached their zenith, and he now craved a grand battle to transcend his current limits. In the expansive square below, the spaceship's doors slowly creaked open, and a small pod emerged, followed by 3 figures. Gula hovered in place, awaiting the arrival of the extraterrestrial beings. He had received news of the mercenary organization's disappearance midway through his journey. Gula blinked his crimson eyes and parted his dark purple lips. Did you say that group of mercenaries has fled? Before him stood a dozen extraterrestrials, led by a blue-skinned alien and a yellow toad-like creature. Upon hearing Gula's icy tone, the 2 men involuntarily shivered, stammering, "Lord Gula, we have been monitoring that mercenary organization." But suddenly, they vanished without a trace. Oh, Gula's expression remained impassive, his voice slightly hoarse. Could they possibly disappear into thin air? Lord Gula. A young man suddenly appeared here, and shortly thereafter, that group of mercenaries vanished. The yellow-toed alien said nervously. The universe harbors many strange abilities. Yet he had never heard of one capable of making people simply vanish. He found it exceedingly peculiar. After years of being by Gula's side, Shaviza had long understood the nature of the man, ruthless and merciless. Such descriptors were hardly an exaggeration. Gula's tone clearly indicated that he wanted him to eliminate the bothersome individuals before him. Thus, Shaviza raised his hand, a dazzling energy sphere materializing in his grasp, aimed at the dozen or so minions. Lord Gula, please spare us. We speak the truth. Lord Gula. Boom. With the explosive sound of the energy blast, the voices of the cosmic beings were abruptly silenced. Chapter 89. The Elimination of Shaviza. The howling winds roared as the smoke cleared, leaving the Gigi star in an eerie silence. The ominous clouds above thickened, and bolts of lightning shattered the sky, resembling silver serpents slicing through the void. A deathly stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Shaviza, what do you know about that mercenary organization? Gula squinted, his tone frigid. In the vastness of the cosmos, organizations of such caliber were rare. Nearly every individual possessed strength exceeding 100,000, with several boasting combat prowess of over 200,000. Gula was taken aback upon hearing this news, especially since such an organization resided in the northern galaxy, his brother's territory. He pondered how advantageous it would be to recruit that group of mercenaries. What a pity. Lord Gula, according to our investigations, they have considerable dealings with the Money Star, and it seems prudent to initiate inquiries from there, Shaviza reported respectfully. The Scions initially contemplated raiding Money Star. However, a formidable individual with a combat power of 150,000 resided there. To conceal his identity, he had established a mercenary organization, leading to numerous collaborations with Money Star. Shaviza had only discovered the strength of that group while passing by Money Star. Oh, Gula straightened, suddenly intrigued. Shaviza, conduct a thorough investigation. I must recruit them. Gula was well aware of his reputation throughout the universe. Despite the formidable strength of those mercenaries, he believed that upon hearing his name, they would surely flee. He had thought he would never locate them again. Now, hearing this news, Gula's heart brimmed with renewed hope. However, at that moment, a figure abruptly emerged in the tranquil square. Observing the man who had appeared so suddenly, Gula narrowed his eyes, realizing he had not detected how the individual had arrived. You will not find them, Kaso said coldly. Who are you? Shaviza tensed, equally unaware of how the figure had materialized. However, casting a sidelong glance at Gula, his previously agitated heart found tranquility once more. He was acutely aware of his master's formidable prowess. With his sovereign present, there was no need to fear any malevolent spirits. Kaso remained silent, his gaze fixed intensely upon Gula, for he had not come to engage in mere verbal sparring. Yet, upon observing Gula, who bore a striking resemblance to Frisia, a tremor coursed through Kaso's being, not from fear, but from the exhilarating surge of adrenaline that ignited his very blood. How intriguing! Gula smirked, a playful glint in his eye as he regarded Kaso, instinctively recognizing the complexity of the man before him. A power level of merely 120,000. Shaviza glanced at his scouter, where the reading of 120,000 materialized upon the screen. He acknowledged that Kaso's sudden appearance had caught him off guard. But witnessing Kaso's true strength restored his usual confidence. Meanwhile, Dre and Nez stood quietly behind Shaviza and Gula, for to them, only the thrill of combat could stir their passions. Had the previous group of mercenaries been present, he might have hesitated. But how dare such weaklings present themselves before him with arrogance? Understanding dawned upon Shaviza as he observed Gula's expression. Raising his hands, a brilliant orb of light materialized, illuminating the dim sky like a dazzling 10,000-watt bulb, blindingly bright. Prepare to perish. A colossal shockwave locked onto its target, surging forth with unrelenting pressure toward Kaso. This was Shaviza's 8/10 of his strength. He was acutely aware that Kaso's power level of 120,000 far surpassed that of the pathetic yellow-toed extraterrestrials. Only by unleashing such potent force could he hope to vanquish his opponent. Boom. The ferocious energy struck Kaso squarely, the explosion unleashing a shockwave that stirred monstrous waves, even rippling the very fabric of space itself. The combatants were in close proximity, enveloped in a shroud of smoke. Amidst the haze, Shaviza stood proudly, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. You shall die? Not yet, came Gula's cold reply. Shaviza was momentarily taken aback. The acrid smoke dissipated abruptly, revealing Kaso still standing resolutely in place. The fierce wind tousled his casual attire. Impossible. Shaviza's eyes widened in disbelief. Under the force of his 8/10 strength, his opponent had emerged unscathed, not even a tear in his clothing. Dre and Nez mirrored Shaviza's shock. Their captain's might was comparable to their own. Yet how could a mere 120,000 power level withstand a strike from their leader? Such refuse belonged in a trash bin. Kaso brushed the dust from his garments. Years prior, he had ventured beyond the cosmos, encountering numerous masters akin to Shaviza. However, that was in the past. Such lowly adversaries were no match for him, especially now. In the anime, Shaviza and his cohorts had certainly caused Gohan and others considerable trouble. Yet, Kaso had no desire to engage in their trivial games. Boredom washed over him. No sooner had Kaso spoken than his figure vanished abruptly. At the very moment Kaso made his move, Gula's eyes darted wildly, unleashing a formidable force that caused the infant spacecraft to erupt in a violent explosion. A purple radiance surged skyward, resembling an indomitable bolt of violet thunder, shattering the heavens and transforming the dark clouds into a canvas of purple hues. Yet, Gula sought to halt Kaso. However, the stillness of the square was abruptly pierced by 3 hissing sounds. The pupils of Shaviza and his companions constricted, a sharp tingling sensation spreading from their chests throughout their bodies. Looking down, they saw vibrant blood gushing from their hearts. Clutching their wounds, they turned to Gula above, attempting to utter something, but the agonizing pain rendered them speechless. With a sudden sputter, blood spurted from their mouths, their breaths growing frantic as the air they inhaled dwindled. Thud! The three collapsed to the ground, their dilating pupils seemingly pleading, "Gula, save us." The square fell silent once more. Had they truly perished? Gula glanced at the fallen trio, his eyes devoid of any emotional response, as indifferent as if he were gazing upon three dead rats. Such was the ruthlessness of the frozen clan. No matter how long one had served them or the merits one had accrued, they would shed no tears when one became valueless, nor would their emotions waver in the slightest. "Friend, you have slain my subordinates. Do you have anything to say?" Gula remarked flatly. "Trash belongs in the trash bin, wouldn't you agree?" Kaso chuckled, his demeanor shifting from before, now that he had disposed of those three bothersome individuals. Engaging in a verbal spar with Gula seemed inconsequential. Chapter 90, A Clash of Strength. Ha ha ha. Gula laughed heartily, addressing Kaso. "I can see that you possess some skill. Since you have eliminated my subordinates, why not become my subordinate instead? Savaiza and his companions were weak. They provoked you, and they got what they deserved. If you join me, I shall overlook the recent incident." The Frozen clan's reasoning appeared peculiar. They would casually recruit someone immediately after their subordinates had been slain. It was reminiscent of the Namek saga in anime, where Frieza similarly sought to recruit Goku, though Goku had not responded favorably. "Are you jesting? I just killed your subordinates." Kaso rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. Gula fell silent, retracting his earlier self-satisfied grin. He had overestimated his own reputation. The other had audaciously refused him. Did this individual comprehend the consequences of such a refusal? Gula's expression darkened, regarding Kaso as though he were a corpse. The atmosphere grew suffocating, and the lightning within the ominous clouds flickered with increasing frequency. Kaso sniffed the air, sensing a dampness. Glancing upward, he noticed raindrops beginning to fall. Was a storm approaching? A smirk crept onto Kaso's lips. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, he was finally on the verge of engaging in a battle reminiscent of the anime. At that moment, the blood coursing through Kaso's veins boiled like water, and the fervor in his heart caused his entire being to tremble with anticipation. "Then you shall accompany Shavia to hell," echoed the icy voice of Gula through the heavens. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of violet light, resembling a meteor plummeting from the cosmos, hurtling towards Kaso. As Gula launched his assault, Kaso's body inexplicably evaded the oncoming attack, as if he had foreseen Gula's move. He glided backward with a fluidity surpassing even the smoothness of Dove chocolate. Within Kaso's perception, he recognized Gula's formidable combat prowess and the unprecedented velocity of his attack. Yet, drawing upon the fruits of his cultivation in the celestial realm, Kaso was able to sense Gula's movements without entering the state of the void heart. His body instinctively evaded Gula's strike, guided by an innate reflex. Boom. As Kaso dodged, Gula's cataclysmic attack struck the ground, causing a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the earth for miles around. Although Kaso escaped Gula's onslaught, the sheer force of the shockwave sent him tumbling to the other side. A combat power of 120,000 cannot possess such might. Who exactly are you? Gula furrowed his brow in confusion. His own base power stood at an astonishing 100 million. Even his brother Frieza could not achieve such a feat. The remarkable reflexes instilled a sense of urgency within Gula. "Let me show you my true strength," Kaso declared, resolving to no longer conceal his power, for he had come here to transform into a Super Saiyan. "Huh!" Kaso's voice rang out, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the heavens, as an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, dark clouds above swirled into a vortex, while Kaso's white aura surged skyward, intertwining with the tempest, reminiscent of the thunder god in the twilight of the deities. The already tumultuous atmosphere was further disturbed by Kaso's release of energy, unleashing a chaotic storm that swept across the battlefield. Gula, expressionless, observed Kaso, recognizing the impressive strength emanating from him. By his estimation, Kaso's combat power approximated 12 million. Gula's brow furrowed. When had such a formidable warrior emerged in the universe? After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the thought. With his own base power at 100 million, even Kaso's prowess would prove futile. Meanwhile, holding a roasted leg of deer, a sudden faint aura from the heavens caught her attention. Despite V's teachings to refrain from relying solely on aura perception, she instinctively engaged in battle through such awareness. That distant presence felt eerily familiar, warming her heart as it drew closer. It was Kaso's aura. A smile blossomed on Osbel's face, her eyes illuminating with the image of a young boy. Rising to her feet, she vanished from her spot, not forgetting to take the other roasted leg of deer with her. On Planet Yadrat, the skies crackled with lightning as a storm engulfed the battlefield. The pouring rain drenched Kaso and Gula, yet neither paid it any heed. Kaso cautiously observed Gura, fully aware of his formidable strength. At his current level, he was utterly no match for him. In stark contrast to Kaso's grave demeanor, Gura appeared relaxed, dismissing Kaso as little more than a mere nuisance with a paltry combat power of over 10 million. However, Gura was unwavering in his resolve to not let go of anyone who dared to provoke him. Regrettably, the possibility of recruiting such a contender was lost. In the blink of an eye, the two transformed into shadows, hurtling toward one another. The oppressive and restless atmosphere was instantly shattered. Here he comes. Gura materialized behind Kaso, swiftly lifting his leg in a sweeping motion. The sheer force unleashed a tempest, rendering the very fabric of space fragile, as if the sky itself had been torn asunder. Bang! Kaso, with remarkable reflexes, spun around at breakneck speed, unwilling to underestimate his opponent. He raised his hands defensively, attempting to block the impending strike. Yet, the pain was excruciating. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he was attempting to withstand a colossal meteor from beyond the stars. The explosive force rendered his hands numb. Is this the might of 100 million in combat power? Gritting his teeth, Kaso swiftly dissipated Gura's energy and hastily darted aside. Trying to escape? Gura sneered. Hadn't he been quite arrogant just moments before? Gura pursued him relentlessly. Although Kaso could have evaded Gura's onslaught, doing so would have contradicted his purpose for being there. He was intent on pushing his own limits. Soon, white and purple lights intertwined, weaving through the air, as booming sounds resonated from above, each punch striking flesh. The tremendous impact sent shockwaves rippling across the land for miles. As if the ground had just endured the wrath of thousands of nuclear explosions, ruins and debris littered the landscape, a scene of utter devastation. Gurgling, from a deep pit in the ground, a figure emerged, painfully coughing up blood. Kaso struggled to rise. Each clash with Gura had felt like striking an impenetrable steel plate. He had gained nothing from their encounters. Was the disparity truly this vast? Chapter 91, Gura's Ultimate Form. Kaso hurriedly retrieved a healing bean from his pocket and tossed it into his mouth, chewing gently. Instantly, a surge of pure energy flowed from his esophagus, rapidly spreading through every corner of his being. In an instant, his injuries were mended, rendering him as fit as he had been before the battle commenced. Ha ha ha. Gura's sinister laughter echoed from above, reminiscent of the chilling chuckle of the Ice Clan. As his laughter faded, hundreds of energy orbs radiated from his hands. A mesmerizing blend of purple brilliance and torrential rain, resembling cherry blossoms dancing in the wind, captivatingly beautiful. Dodge. As Kaso regained his composure, he gazed at the dazzling energy orbs above. Given his current prowess, he could barely hope to intercept 10 of them, so evasion was the only option. Transforming into a silvery white dragon, he moved with fluid grace, deftly weaving through the dense barrage of enchanting energy orbs. Boom, boom. The terrifying energy orbs crashed into the ground, erupting with ferocity, as the already ravaged earth detonated once more, sending a plume of debris mixed with rainwater soaring to heights of 10,000 meters. A fierce surge of energy whipped through the air like a blade, inexorably sweeping from all directions and leaving behind a series of striking fissures in the ground. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Kaso shifted his form, appearing behind Gula. Gula, brace yourself for this strike. He gripped his hands tightly, channeling all of his strength into a sphere of white light that enveloped him, the turbulent energy causing ionization in the void, crackling like thunder across the sky. With a sudden, mighty blow, the force of a tempest struck Gula squarely in the back. A cry of anguish escaped Gula's lips as he plummeted to the earth like a cannonball. The ground shook with a resounding crash as torrential rain fell, transforming the shattered terrain into a quagmire, the sheer force sending mud flying in all directions. Gasping for breath, Kaso hovered midair, exhaling deeply. That last attack had expended all of his might. Although Gula had taken a hit, Kaso was acutely aware that Gula would only suffer superficial wounds. Indeed, from the muddy ground, a violet aura erupted, the filthy muck parting under Gula's formidable presence, keeping it at bay. The enveloping flames surrounding Gula expanded instantaneously, growing from an initial 10 meters to a staggering 50. The cataclysmic energy stirred the very elements, with thunder clashing and winds howling. As if the world were on the brink of apocalypse. Didn't you just sustain severe injuries? How have you recovered so swiftly? Gula ascended, exuding a potent aura. During their confrontation, he had discerned Kaso's capabilities. There had been numerous occasions when he could have slain Kaso, yet he had only inflicted grievous injuries. But how had Gula so rapidly regained his strength? A perplexing thought crossed his mind. Could this be a latent ability, enabling instantaneous recovery? Kaso remained silent, his countenance alight with exhilaration. The thrill of combat had enveloped him, revealing an addictive allure he had never before experienced. In that moment, he began to understand the relentless obsession with battle that consumed Vegeta and Goku. Who exactly are you? With your power, evading my numerous attacks should be impossible. Gula's breathing remained steady. Kaso's recent strike had indeed failed to inflict any real damage. After all, with a battle power of merely 1.2 million, Kaso was at nearly a tenfold disadvantage compared to Gula. No amount of assault could turn the tide. Gula gradually ascended into the sky, his gaze fixed intently on Kaso. You will soon find out. Kaso replied coldly, locking eyes with Gula. in the vastness of the universe. He had sought formidable opponents to hone his combat skills, but upon reaching a plateau in his power, he found himself unable to advance further. He realized that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan or comprehending the next realm could he shatter this impasse. Now, as Kaso felt the searing blood coursing through his veins, it seemed that the genetic shackles within him had been loosened. A sinister smile crept across his face. His suspicions had proven correct. The planet Salada possessed unparalleled effects on cellular enhancement. He was on the cusp of transforming into a Super Saiyan. The moment of revelation was near. Gula was engulfed in fury. After 2 inquiries that yielded unsatisfactory responses, his immense pride felt thoroughly provoked. In an instant, boundless energy erupted from his being, shaking the very heavens and earth. At that moment, it was as if the storm had abruptly ceased, only to resume its relentless assault on the battlefield. Gula had vanished from his original position. Kaso's lips curled into a slight smirk. He had sensed Gula's location the moment he disappeared. As the celestial beings of Earth had remarked, possessing great power without the finesse to wield it, and lacking the ability to conceal one's aura, Gula was merely a brutish force. Kaso inexplicably twisted his body, evading a fist the size of a sandbag that came crashing toward his previous location. This was a familiar pattern. Gula's face was contorted with rage. The peculiar movements of this young man were unsettling, and it was not the first time he had managed to dodge like this. Was Kaso's reaction speed too swift? Or was Gula's own velocity insufficient? Doubt began to creep into Gula's mind regarding his own speed. You cannot hit me, Kaso chuckled. Upon hearing this, Gula narrowed his eyes. His proud ego once again provoked. Gula repressed his furious demeanor, adopting a calm composure. After all these years, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. You truly have not met your demise. Kaso waved his hand dismissively, taking a couple of steps in midair, and replied with a grin. In fact, I have died once before. He found Gula's anger amusing, prompting his remark. Yet, Kaso's words held a kernel of truth. He had indeed perished in his previous life, though Gula was unlikely to believe such a claim. Gula was taken aback for a moment, then glared at Kaso with malevolence, sensing that this young man was toying with him. You do not think I possess only this level of power, do you? A subtle shift in Gula's tone was evident. The humiliation of being unable to contend with someone of merely 15 million battle power was palpable. If my speed is lacking, then I shall augment it. Kaso remained silent, observing Gula, wondering if he was about to unlock his 4th transformation, using a cannon to swat a fly. Just as Kaso pondered this, Gula clenched his fists, his expression turning grotesque as he roared. Ah! A cataclysmic aura erupted from Gula, radiating outward and causing the entire Gigi star to tremble as if it were under siege. This is bad. He truly intends to ascend to his ultimate form. Kaso was taken aback. The Ice Clan typically remained in their base state to manage their formidable internal power, and unlocking the transformation to the ultimate state was an arduous endeavor. He never anticipated Gula would be so reckless. Had he perhaps gone too far in his jesting? Chapter 92, The Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, Kaso was resolute in preventing Gula from successfully attaining his ultimate form. If Gula was already formidable in his base state, the thought of facing him in his ultimate form was utterly daunting. Furthermore, once Gula transformed, both his power and speed would be significantly enhanced. Kaso's pride in his agile movements would likely be rendered futile in the face of Gula's ultimate state. As the adage goes, in the presence of absolute power, all tactics and techniques become mere folly. Upon this realization, Kaso pressed his hands against his chest, pouring every ounce of strength into his being. A glimmering white light flickered in his grasp, and as the energy surged forth, the luminous point rapidly transformed into a colossal energy sphere, measuring 50 meters in diameter. This sphere radiated an intense heat, causing the entire battlefield to momentarily cease its rain. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the rain continued to fall from the heavens, only to be vaporized before it could touch the ground by the searing warmth. Aside from its distinct hue, this energy sphere bore a striking resemblance to Frisia's planetary destruction orbs. Go! Kaso bellowed, hurling the immense energy sphere forward like a primordial beast. Roaring toward Gula, with a thunderous boom, the powerful energy reverberated through the Jijiji star, trembling as if it were on the brink of cataclysmic explosion. Yet, Kaso remained unconcerned for the planet's fate. Even if it were to explode, he could survive in the vacuum of space. However, just as the titanic energy sphere was about to collide with Gula, a protective aura suddenly enveloped him, halting the sphere's advance. As Gula continued to roar in fury, his rounded head swiftly expanded, with 3 white, bony spikes extending from the back of his head. His mouth remained shielded by a mask, and the red pupils of his eyes vanished. The shoulders jutted out like a protective chest plate, and 2 more spikes sprouted from his back, while his arms transformed into blade-like appendages. A cataclysmic energy erupted forth, creating a cyclone that cleaved through Kaso's energy sphere, which dissipated into nothingness. Gula's ultimate form boasted a staggering combat power of 4.7 billion. You have successfully provoked me. A chilling voice emanated from Gula's tightly sealed lips. His eyes devoid of any emotion, exuding a calmness that was utterly terrifying. Oh no. Kaso's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was this individual defying all logic? He had transformed. Yet Kaso had no means to do the same. Suddenly, Kaso sensed a ripple in the void, but Gula had already vanished from sight. This is bad. Before Kaso could react, Gula reappeared directly before him. He raised his fist, charging forward. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the sky. Kaso hunched over, glancing down to see Gula's fist pressed against his abdomen. In that instant, he felt his insides turn to mush. A lethal strike. Gasping, Kaso's eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with agony as searing pain coursed through his body, forcing him to expel a mist of blood. To witness my fifth form, you should feel proud. Gula's voice resonated just as Kaso plummeted downward. Splash! Kaso crashed violently into the ground. The mud from the torrential rain clinging to him as the downpour relentlessly battered his body. Blood flowed freely from his mouth, staining the surrounding rain a vivid red. He had been too complacent, always assuming Gula would not ascend to his fifth form, believing he could evade all fatal attacks with his instinctive reflexes. Is this the end? Kaso's consciousness began to fade, his insides shattered by Gula's blow, rendering him utterly immobile. His breaths grew increasingly feeble. Gula gazed down at the pallid figure of Kaso sprawled on the ground, shaking his head in disbelief at the audacity of such trash to provoke him. Had Kaso come here merely to meet his demise? Why could he not simply agree to become his subordinate? Gula lifted his gaze towards the dim sky, where the rain began to taper off, signaling that the storm was abating. His purpose for coming here had been to recruit a band of mercenaries. Yet he found himself confronted by this insolent individual instead. Alas, he had failed to enlist the mercenaries, and this insolent wretch lying on the ground was no acquisition either. To compound his misfortune, his loyal aides, Shaviza and others, had perished as well. Gula shook his head, pondering whether his brother Frisia had discovered his presence here. If Frisia learned of his losses, he would undoubtedly be subjected to merciless ridicule. Gula could almost envision Frisia's insufferable smirk, and he yearned to leave the northern galaxy as swiftly as possible. Just as Gula prepared to ascend into the cosmos, Kaso's mouth began to move slightly upon the ground. Suddenly, Kaso sprang to his feet, a golden light igniting around him. The atmosphere grew oppressive, a formidable pressure sweeping through the air, causing the muddy earth to rise. The very space trembled as an immense force erupted from Kaso, creating a vacuum around him devoid of air. The horrifying pressure radiated from his feet, shattering the ground beneath him, as the hard rock below fractured violently, sending invisible ripples outward, causing a low, resonant hum to echo through the space. A vacuum, stretching for hundreds of miles, was suffused with Kaso's overwhelming essence, which caused the very fabric of the space to crack, resembling a shattered void, accompanied by a piercing cacophony. At that moment, Kaso's hair stood on end, and a faint change in the white aura surrounding him became apparent. A pale yellow hue? Indeed, it was a pale yellow. What? Ah! Kaso roared. Under the influence of this terrifying energy, the earth trembled, and fragile mountains began to crumble, massive boulders cascading downwards. The waters of the nearby lakes surged into tumultuous waves, akin to boiling water in a pot, bubbling furiously. A tempest of severe weather engulfed Gigi's star, resembling the explosive chaos of Vegeta's star. Save for the absence of volcanic eruptions and rampant lava, thick arcs of electricity coiled around him like shimmering silver dragons, his hair flickering between dark and golden hues. At this moment, Kaso's pupils widened dramatically, only to vanish in an instant, replaced by vibrant green irises. Ah! The pale yellow radiance transformed into a brilliant golden glow, as an uncontrollable force erupted from him. His hair oscillated between dark and gold, the flickering accelerating rapidly, faster and faster. Boom! A wave of golden light emanated from Kaso at its epicenter, spreading outward and obscuring the sky, akin to the scorching brilliance of a newborn sun, blinding in its intensity. Suddenly, the cries ceased. Crackle! A figure with golden hair, enveloped in a golden aura, stood firm upon the ground. A Super Saiyan, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat accumulated on Kaso's brow as he panted heavily, the air crackling with the remnants of his transformation. Chapter 93. Fierce battle. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and beams of sunlight cascaded down, illuminating Kaso, whose body radiated a golden glow, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Gula, still in his ultimate form, was taken aback by Kaso's transformation, feeling as if he were witnessing a ghost. Approaching Kaso, Gula furrowed his brows and coldly remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" He could not fathom how his strike, which should have shattered the very essence of his opponent, had failed to bring about death. Additionally, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the young man's appearance, as if he had heard of him before. I truly came perilously close to death. Kaso exhaled deeply, feeling the explosive energy coursing within him. In his normal state, Gula had a tenfold advantage in power, yet Kaso managed to hold his ground. However, Now that Gula had transformed into his ultimate state, his speed was terrifyingly swift. Kaso could sense his movements, yet his body struggled to respond in time. A single punch from Gula had nearly obliterated Kaso's internal organs. Fortunately, he had preemptively held a senzu bean in his mouth, or he would have met his demise. In truth, Kaso could have escaped using instant transmission before Gula transformed, but he refrained from doing so. He believed in the philosophy of breaking before establishing. He thought it impossible to breach the barrier of a Super Saiyan until the very end. However, the moment he swallowed the senzu bean, a certain restraint within him was suddenly released, unleashing an inexhaustible energy from his spine. When Gula witnessed Kaso's abrupt transformation and the surge of his power, he found it perplexing, yet he still doubted that Kaso could rival him. There are many wondrous abilities in the universe, but your regenerative power is the most extraordinary I have encountered, Gula acknowledged, believing it to be Kaso's innate talent. Narrowing his eyes, he continued in a grave tone. If you are willing to serve under me, I can overlook your previous offense. At that moment, he genuinely entertained the thought. After all, rare talents are hard to come by, and with Kaso's allegiance, he might one day rule the entire universe. Kaso remained silent, raising his arm and gesturing towards the void. The entire battlefield trembled, and the air resonated with a humming sound. How powerful! Is this the strength of a Super Saiyan? Kaso was profoundly astonished. Then I shall offer you a choice. Join me as my subordinate, Kaso said, his emerald eyes glinting mischievously. Although he was currently in the state of Super Saiyan 1, with energy surging violently within him, he adeptly controlled it. Unlike Goku from the anime, who was unstable upon his initial transformation, Kaso's immense battle prowess perhaps contributed to his stability. Gula was left speechless by Kaso's words. This young man truly had a penchant for self-destruction. You cannot predict the extent of my power. Do you think a mere change in hair color enables you to contend with me? Gula, not hastening to eliminate Kaso, made another attempt to persuade him to join his ranks. Have you ever heard the legend of the golden-haired, blue-eyed warrior? Kaso glanced at Gula and shook his head. Blonde hair and blue eyes? Gula was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing those words, he fell into a deep reverie. From the moment they were born, the Ice Clan was warned by their fathers to be wary of the legendary Super Saiyans with blonde hair and blue eyes. At this thought, Gula's pupils constricted, and he instinctively recoiled a few steps. A Super Saiyan? Gula fixed his gaze on Kaso, who, upon their first encounter, bore an uncanny resemblance to a Saiyan. Though he had not seen a tail and was uncertain. Just then, Kaso's tail revealed itself from his waist. Witnessing Kaso's tail, coupled with his golden hair, sent a shiver through Gula in an instant. However, he quickly regained his composure. Frisia's decision to spare the Saiyans was indeed a foolish one. Yet even if Kaso had transformed into the fabled Super Saiyan, what of it? Gula spread his arms wide, lifted his chin, and gazed at the sky, exuding an air of dominion. As the cosmic king of the Eastern Galaxy, he had never been threatened by anyone. He admitted that he had felt a flicker of panic upon hearing the words blonde hair and blue eyes. Nevertheless, with his own formidable strength, even a Super Saiyan could not possibly be his match. Besides, the Super Saiyan was merely a legend. Who could ascertain its true might? Whether or not one was a worthy opponent could only be determined through combat. Kaso's tone was remarkably relaxed. He felt the cataclysmic energy surging within him, rendering his combat power beyond calculation. If the anime's claims were true, that a Super Saiyan could amplify their power by 50 times, Kaso would attain a combat power of 600 million, surpassing Gula by over 100 million. Coupled with his fluid movements, Gula would undoubtedly not stand a chance. Let me witness the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Gula realized that Kaso had not denied being a Super Saiyan, and thus understood that he could not persuade him. The pride of a Saiyan was far too comical to allow for genuine submission to an outsider. This was evident in Frisia's demeanor. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaso suddenly vanished from sight. Until now, Gula had been the one on the offensive. Now it was his turn to strike. A shadow darted across the sky. Gula's breath quickened as he sensed Kaso's formidable presence slicing past him, yet he could not discern his movements. From behind, Gula could only rely on his instincts to block with his arm. However, he was met with a kick that carried the force of a tempest. Boom. The sky erupted with sound as explosive power struck Gula in the abdomen, sending him soaring into the air in agony as pain coursed through his nerves to his brain. How is this possible? Gula clutched his abdomen, stabilizing himself in midair. He could hardly believe that the Saiyan, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, had become so terrifyingly powerful. Both his speed and strength had multiplied beyond comprehension. Gula swallowed hard. Surely this Saiyan's combat power could not surpass his own. In the realm of animation, Goku's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan possessed a mere battle power of 1.5 billion. Had Gula encountered Goku, the latter would have been effortlessly overwhelmed. However, he now faced Kaso, a formidable being with a staggering power level of 12 million in his base form. Amidst the fray, how could one dare to lose focus? Kaso materialized above Gula, and with a flick of his wrists, thousands of vividly colored energy orbs hovered in the air. At that moment, the atmosphere within 1,000 miles seemed to freeze, suffused with an oppressive aura of impending doom. Damn Saiyan monkey! Gula seethed, his teeth clenched, as the opponent's strength surpassed his wildest imaginings. This technique mirrored one he had previously employed, yet the quantity of energy orbs was tenfold greater. Chapter 94. That utterance of Brother Kaso. He intended to vanquish him with his own move. Enraged by this thought, Gula was consumed by fury. Boom, boom. The violent energy triggered tremors in the fabric of space, punctuated by the occasional sound of cracking. This was dire. Despite Gula's intense wrath, facing Kaso's countless energy orbs posed a grave threat to his very life. He must evade. The same scenario unfolded once more, but now it was Gula who sought refuge. Kaso floated above, a sinister grin gracing his features. Go! The innumerable energy orbs transformed into howling wolves, hurtling toward Gula. Silver streaks cascaded from the heavens, detonating where Gula had just been. Boom, boom. The explosions reverberated for over 20 minutes, leaving Gula no moment of respite. Being struck by even one orb would unleash a torrent of further blasts. Just you wait. After narrowly dodging the last energy orb, Gula gasped for breath. The once mighty cosmic emperor, who had roamed the eastern galaxy for years, found himself uttering such a helpless proclamation. He had not anticipated such terror. Had he known, he would have prepared for the imminent devastation. Gula refused to believe that Kaso could recover from being reduced to ashes. A bitter taste of regret filled his heart. A lamentation unexpressed. Yet, regret served no purpose. At that moment, Gula's demeanor shifted dramatically. His gaze turned ominously fierce. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of purple light, slicing through the sky, which erupted with explosive sounds. Just in time, Kaso charged toward Gula. The two rapidly closed the distance, soon becoming entangled in a fierce clash. In a heartbeat, the sky was filled with their figures, each collision resonating with tremendous force. With them as the epicenter, a vast array of energy cascaded downward, vibrant and resplendent, the aftershocks sweeping across the battlefield like a tempest. Boom, boom. Amidst the clash of their terrifying powers, shockwaves carved deep chasms into the surface of Jijijai's star, visible from space, as if the very tectonic plates were shifting. How exhilarating! Kaso let out a howl. Having just been crushed by Gula, the frustration within him was palpable. Now, in both speed and strength, he far surpassed Gula. Yet, he had yet to master his internal power, preventing him from utterly overwhelming Gula. They were locked in a tenuous stalemate. As time passed, the power of the Super Saiyan was gradually mastered by Kaso, and in the ensuing battle, he began to gain the upper hand. Cooler, acutely aware of this shift, furrowed his brow, as if poised to make a momentous decision. Is this the might of the Super Saiyan? Cooler swiftly distanced himself from Kaso and declared, Our ancestors have always warned us to be wary of the golden-haired, blue-eyed Saiyans, and their wisdom holds true. After this battle, I shall personally descend upon the North Galaxy and annihilate every last one of you Saiyans. Do you truly believe you can escape from here alive? Kaso cracked his neck, a sound reverberating like a snap. If they continued to fight for a while longer, Cooler would no longer be his match. I concede that the Super Saiyan is formidable. However, you possess a fatal flaw? Oh, Kaso narrowed his eyes at this remark. In the Dragon Ball anime, whenever a member of the Frieza race found themselves at a disadvantage, they would resort to a planet-destroying attack. They could survive in the vacuum of space due to their innate abilities, while their opponents would perish as a result. Such a despicable tactic. He surmised that Cooler intended to obliterate Planet Gigi. Indeed, as far as I know, you Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. If I destroy this planet, you will surely meet an untimely demise. In that moment, Cooler regained his former confidence, believing that this knowledge would give him the upper hand over Kaso. Kaso observed Cooler's performance in silence. Had it not been for his wish to the dragon, he might have truly faced his end. Noticing Kaso's lack of response, Cooler laughed heartily. You must be feeling quite anxious. Seeing Kaso's impassive demeanor, Cooler was convinced that his opponent was merely putting on a facade, masking a deep-seated panic. You may certainly try. Kaso's tone was remarkably calm, as if he too was eager to witness the fabled planet-destroying attack. As you wish, Cooler sneered, acknowledging that while such a tactic was somewhat underhanded, the victor dictated the terms. Yet, seeing Kaso maintain his nonchalant expression, he wondered who he was trying to impress. With a deliberate motion, Cooler raised his index finger, a flicker of orange light illuminating its tip, as the surrounding atmospheric pressure plummeted, unleashing a tempest of energy from within him. A sphere of destruction, 50 meters in diameter, materialized above his finger. Savor the taste of death, he intoned, slightly trembling his finger as the colossal sphere hurtled towards the ground. Cooler was acutely aware that Kaso possessed the capability to halt the descent of the sphere. Thus he fixed his gaze intently upon him. Yet Kaso remained suspended in midair, motionless, arms crossed, a mere spectator in this deadly drama. Cooler pondered, Is this fool truly unafraid of death? At that moment, Cooler found himself questioning whether Scions could indeed survive in the cosmos. He shook his head. The inability of Scions to endure in the vacuum of space was a certainty. Had Kaso resigned himself to this fate? The sphere of destruction began to embed itself into the surface of Planet Gigi. Soon, the planet was beset by cataclysmic weather phenomena, flash floods, and rampant magma. Within minutes, the tectonic plates of Planet Gigi fractured into countless scattered fragments. Magma erupted from the depths of the earth, soaring to heights of 10,000 meters. The air was thick with a pungent aroma of smoke. Gula squinted, observing the Scion before him, who remained utterly still. Something was amiss. Moments later, the core of Planet Gigi could no longer withstand the pressure and began to explode. In unison, Gula and Kaso conjured a protective shield around themselves. A resounding boom echoed through the cosmos as a blinding light ignited in the inky darkness, expanding rapidly and sweeping deep into the universe. The shockwave generated by the explosion battered against their shields, yet they merely quivered slightly, sustaining no further damage. Adrift in the vastness of space, Gula chuckled to himself, pondering if the Scion might finally meet his demise. However, after a brief interval, Kaso remained unharmed, floating serenely, devoid of any sign of distress. Was it possible that a formidable warrior could endure without breathing for an extended period? Gula mused, maintaining a cautious vigilance over Kaso, determined not to allow his escape. He believed that with the passage of time, the other would surely perish in the vacuum of space. Another half-hour passed, and Gula's eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing a ghost. "Stop looking. I can survive in space." Kaso's voice, carried on the currents of his breath, reached Gula's ears. How could this be? Gula was utterly flabbergasted. When had Scions gained the ability to thrive in the cosmos? Logically, it should not be possible. Just as Gula was grappling with his disbelief, Kaso had recuperated enough and was ready to eliminate Gula once and for all. Suddenly, a violet glow materialized beside Kaso. "Brother Kaso." Chapter 95, The Return of Osbel. As Kaso prepared to strike down Gula, a youthful and beautiful girl collided into his embrace. With a figure that exuded grace and long flowing hair, a sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Momentarily taken aback by the softness in his arms, Kaso recalled the time he had first traversed into the Dragon Ball realm. When a young girl lay in his embrace, calling out for her brother Kaso from Nappa. They had escaped from Planet Vegeta together, training side by side, united in their quest to save the Scions. Their bond had been inseparable until they encountered Whis, when she chose to train diligently under him to protect her brother Kaso. 8 years had passed. Hearing that familiar address once more sent a shiver through Kaso's heart, prompting him to lower his gaze. With rosy lips and pearly whites, her skin resembled that of purest cream. She donned attire reminiscent of ancient Egypt, a snug garment accentuating her figure, adorned with a golden collar that radiated an aura of profound mystery. Her features bore a striking resemblance to the image of the little girl etched in his memory. "Is it you, little beer?" Kaso exclaimed, embracing Osbel tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears and his voice trembling. Osbel wrapped her arms around Kaso's waist, clinging fiercely to him. She had trained under Whis with the sole purpose of safeguarding Kaso in the future, receiving daily guidance from Whis after entering the realm of the gods of destruction. The path to becoming a candidate for the god of destruction is fraught with challenges, and during moments of doubt, it is the unwavering support of Kaso that sustains her. Furthermore, Whis has repeatedly guided her into the time chamber for her training, where she has lost track of time, ultimately leading to her current achievements. It is evident how deeply Osbel longs for Kaso. "Kaso, brother." Osbel buried her head against Kaso's chest, rubbing against him while softly murmuring, "Little beer." The two embraced tightly, as if time itself had momentarily come to a standstill. In the distance, Gula, upon hearing Kaso's declaration of his ability to survive in the universe, contemplated fleeing. With his current strength, he was no match for Kaso and understood that continuing to fight would only lead to his own defeat. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appeared in the cosmos, adorned in ancient-style garments that exuded an air of enigma. Who could this enigmatic figure be? As time passed, the two continued their embrace. Kaso, with his gaze filled with the image of Osbel, spoke in a voice imbued with tenderness. Listening to Osbel's gentle hum, Kaso felt somewhat bashful. He knew Whis was exceptionally kind, but dared not speak of him in the same manner as Osbel, perhaps throughout the entire universe. Only Beerus and Little Beer would have the audacity to address Whis in such a familiar tone. Kaso planted a kiss on Osbel's pristine forehead, only to suddenly realize something significant. Whis only trains the gods of destruction and their candidates, and if a candidate wishes to earn Whis's approval, that implies Osbel must have already harnessed the energy of destruction. The thought left Kaso astonished as he gazed at Osbel. Upon receiving Kaso's kiss, Osbel squinted her eyes in delight, yet felt a hint of curiosity from Kaso's penetrating gaze. "Brother, what is it?" "Oh, nothing," Kaso replied, not finding it strange that Osbel still called him brother. Despite their age, it felt somewhat inappropriate to continue such a title. Osbel pointed towards two roasted deer legs floating in the cosmos. One was perfectly cooked, emanating an enticing aroma, while the other had clearly been nibbled on, unmistakably devoured by Osbel herself. Nestled in Kaso's embrace, she shifted slightly to find a comfortable position and waved her delicate hand. The two legs swiftly floated towards her. Upon closer inspection, Kaso discerned that the surface of the deer legs appeared to be enveloped in a shimmering aura, suggesting their extraordinary nature. Just as Kaso and his sister pondered the origins of the deer legs, Gula's voice thundered, infused with indignation. Are you two ignoring my presence? He had been there for half an hour, while the two remained engrossed in their intimate exchange, discussing either the mysterious woman's training or the provenance of the deer legs. To be so blatantly disregarded would rattle even the most tempered of souls, let alone the cosmic emperor of the Eastern Galaxy. Brother, who is he? Osbel's inquiry was abruptly interrupted by Gula, her tone frostier than before. Even Kaso, who was holding her, couldn't help but shiver. His name was Gula, a member of the Frost clan and the brother of Frisia. Kaso gently caressed Osbel's silky hair before explaining. Frisia's brother? As soon as Osbel's words fell, an overwhelming aura of killing intent enveloped the universe, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Science, just wait. I will ensure your complete eradication from the cosmos. Osbel thought. How dare he speak to her brother in such a manner? He must be courting death. Kaso chuckled lightly, surprised that Gula would dare to speak so boldly. Do you truly believe you can escape? What? Do you think I would allow you to leave? Gula, having battled Kaso previously, was acutely aware of Kaso's formidable power. Though he believed himself slightly stronger, he was convinced that if he wished to flee, Kaso would be powerless to stop him. I offer you a chance. Serve as my subordinate, and I shall let you go. Kaso's voice suddenly turned frigid. He doubted Gula would accept such an offer. Even if Gula did agree, Kaso would never tolerate the presence of such a malevolent being from the Frost clan. He merely sought to provoke Gula. Gula's eyes blazed with fury. This Saiyan monkey always imitated his actions. The very techniques Kaso had employed against him were borrowed from Gula, and now he attempted to recruit him as well. Infuriating. Chapter 96. The Destruction of Gula. Gula's eyes burned with rage as he spoke. I intend to leave. You cannot detain me. He realized too late that his failure to completely annihilate Kaso, despite knowing the latter's remarkable regenerative abilities, had led to this predicament. Regret filled Gula's heart. Then let us battle once more. Kaso released Osbel. He could not allow Gula to escape. Suspended in the void, Kaso unleashed a terrifying power, a golden aura enveloping him entirely. In an instant, the pitch-black universe was illuminated by his golden energy, an overwhelming force radiating outward. The strength she possessed now was due to Whis. Why then was Kaso also so powerful? Just as Kaso prepared to strike, Osbel's voice rang out. Brother, allow me to handle this. Oh, he had come to Planet Vegeta to transcend into a Super Saiyan. Having achieved that, Gula had become irrelevant. Kaso was also eager to witness Osbel's prowess. With that thought, Kaso's aura abruptly dissipated. Meanwhile, Gula's chest heaved with fury. He was utterly enraged. It was one thing for this Saiyan monkey to transform into a Super Saiyan and surpass him, but now this audacious girl dared to act so brazenly. You two will pay for this. Though Gula was furious, he dared not linger. If Kaso became accustomed to his own power, he would surely meet his demise. With that, Gula transformed into a streak of purple light, unleashing all his power to enhance his speed. In an instant, his figure vanished miles away. Witnessing this scene, Kaso could not deny that Gura's speed had indeed increased significantly. If he wished to pursue, it would prove to be a formidable challenge. However, let us not forget that both he and Osbel possessed the ability to teleport, as long as they could sense Gura's aura. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, Kaso and Osbel would be able to catch up with him. Indeed, with a flick of her delicate hand, Osbel made two roasted deer legs vanish into the cosmos, their whereabouts a mystery. She pressed her finger to her brow and instantly disappeared from sight. Kaso mimicked her gesture, teleporting to Gura's location, eager to witness Osbel's true prowess. Moments later, however, he still dared not reduce his speed. You wish to kill me? Gura scoffed disdainfully. Disaster shall always remain a step behind me. Just as he intended to accelerate once more to escape the northern galaxy, two figures suddenly appeared before him. These individuals were none other than Kaso and Osbel, who had utilized their teleportation abilities. What? Gura exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing them. This was his utmost speed. Gura believed that even a Super Saiyan could not surpass such velocity. How could these two possibly materialize here? Osbel positioned herself in front of Gura, raising her hand, where a small purple orb materialized in her palm. As the violet radiance blossomed, the twinkling stars dimmed momentarily. A surge of destructive energy coalesced in Osbel's grasp. Aimed directly at Gura, annihilate. As the command echoed, Gura felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beating on his back. As though he were being targeted by an ancient, monstrous beast, with annihilation imminent. He was afraid. It turned out this woman was the most terrifying of them all. Gura gritted his teeth, desperately squeezing every ounce of power from within his being, his speed unprecedented. A blurred figure darted through the cosmos, the naked eye of mere mortals unable to discern Gura's movements. Yet, Osbel's destructive energy had locked onto Gura. No matter how he attempted to flee, he could not escape its relentless pursuit. No, Gura realized that the minuscule orb of energy was drawing closer, seemingly on the verge of engulfing him. In that moment, despair filled Gura's heart. He sensed that should he be struck by this purple orb, he would meet his demise, his very essence obliterated. The next instant, the destructive energy surged towards Gura. Gura's pupils dilated as he felt the purple energy make contact with his leg, yet he perceived no sensation whatsoever. Just as he began to rejoice that the purple energy was not as formidable as he had imagined, in an instant, Gura transformed into a cascade of violet light. His voice silenced before he could even utter a cry, dissipating into the inky blackness of the universe. The once mighty cosmic emperor, thrice as powerful as Frisia, met his end at the hands of Osbel, his soul utterly obliterated. Witnessing this spectacle, Kaso swallowed hard. Was that purple orb truly the embodiment of destructive energy? How terrifying. Osbel was formidable indeed. Brother, am I impressive? Osbel lifted her alabaster chin, exuding pride akin to that of a swan. My dear little Biddy is simply the best. Although Kaso was profoundly amazed by Biddy's prowess, he felt a surge of joy for her accomplishments. Osbel soared to Kaso's side, leaping high and clinging to him. Over the years, aside from Kaso, the one she missed most dearly was Jine. All right, Kaso exclaimed, lifting Osbel effortlessly as they vanished into the cosmos. On the planet Salada, in the quaint courtyard of the Bardock family, Jine and Philia were anxious. Don't worry, Kaso is fine. Bardock and Garrus reassured them from their chairs, though their own hearts were heavy with concern. They feigned a relaxed demeanor to comfort the two women. Kaso was indeed reckless. He was well aware of Gula's formidable strength, possessing a battle power of 100 million. How could he possibly prevail? Jine paced anxiously in the courtyard, her worry palpable. At the mention of Gula's staggering power, Philia's expression turned grave. She recognized Kaso's instantaneous movement was formidable. Yet could it truly allow him to escape the clutches of such a powerhouse? The thought of being unable to flee left her in a state of dread. Chapter 97. The return with Osbel. Just as concern enveloped the atmosphere, two figures materialized in the courtyard. The male figure boasted golden hair, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, while the female figure donned attire reminiscent of ancient Egypt, her snug leather outfit accentuating her alluring curves. They were strikingly handsome. Who might you be? Bardock inquired, his brow furrowed and body tense as he scrutinized the newcomers, sensing their extraordinary power. Jine and Philia, however, felt an unsettling familiarity with their faces, particularly the male, whose features mirrored Kaso's perfectly. Don't you recognize me? Kaso faltered, while Osbel, nestled in his arms, covered her rosy mouth with a giggle. Kaso's appearance was indeed confounding to anyone who hadn't seen him in a while. Brother, your hair, Osbel exclaimed, reaching out to touch Kaso's hair. Kaso suddenly remembered he was still in his Super Saiyan form, realizing why everyone looked so puzzled. I am Kaso, he declared, attempting to set Osbel down. Yet she clung to him tightly. Having not seen her for 8 years, he too felt a deep longing for her presence and relented. Kaso, the group gasped in unison. You little rascal, why have you dyed your hair golden? Bardock glared at Kaso, initially mistaking him for an intruder, only to feel foolish for his unwarranted worry. Yet suddenly, a flash of insight struck Bardock's mind. Golden hair and blue eyes. A Saiyan. You've transformed into a Super Saiyan? He exclaimed, staring at Kaso, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the vision he had seen of Kakarot in his dreams. At this revelation, the others collectively held their breath, as if they had just received an astonishing piece of news. Garrus and Jine knew that the legend of the Super Saiyan was indeed true, and Kaso's current appearance resembled the descriptions from the tales. Upon hearing him declare himself as Kaso, Philia scrutinized him closely and realized that it was indeed that little rascal, causing her to feel an immediate sense of relief. However, she was also quite taken aback by Bardock's words. Had he truly transformed into a Super Saiyan? Undoubtedly. Bardock had gained a broader perspective since their previous encounters. Kaso held Osbel tightly, chuckling with mirth. Bardock, feeling a wave of exasperation, thought to himself, could this brat not poke fun at him for once? Yet, deep within, Bardock was profoundly astonished. His earlier conjectures had proven correct. Kaso was indeed the second Saiyan to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan, with Kakarot being the third. It was unexpected that after facing off against Gura, he would garner such revelations. As Bardock and Garrus stood in astonishment, Jine chuckled softly. Kaso, who is this young lady accompanying you? After glancing at Philia, she noted that the latter appeared neither angry nor joyful, maintaining her usual calm demeanor. Aunt Jine, do you not remember me? At that moment, Osbel finally jumped down from Kaso's embrace and approached Jine, wrapping her arms around the older woman's. She feigned a sorrowful expression as she spoke. Who are you? Jine queried, a hint of confusion in her voice. It was not just her. Even Bardock and the others looked on with puzzled expressions at the young woman. Take a closer look at her, Kaso urged as he moved to Philia's side, gently grasping her delicate hand. He was aware that Philia must have been quite worried during his battle with Gura. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Philia's icy gaze, her lips pressing together in a slight smile. As Kaso's words sank in, the others scrutinized Osbel once more. Her complexion was fair and exquisite, yet upon closer inspection, her features bore a striking resemblance to a certain girl in their memories. Could you be little Osbel? Jine inquired, noting the ancient attire the girl wore, her tone laced with uncertainty. She does bear a resemblance to little Osbel, Bardock concurred with a nod. It's me, Osbel exclaimed, shaking Jine's arm and pouting playfully. If Whis were to witness her expression, he would surely wonder if she had become a different person. For her demeanor in the God of Destruction realm was typically so frigid. Upon hearing her words, Jine's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. 8 years ago, Osbel had inexplicably departed from Planet Salad, and Jine had repeatedly inquired of Kaso regarding the whereabouts of the little girl. Throughout those 8 years, Jine had yearned for Osbel dearly. She embraced Osbel tightly, her voice thick with emotion. Among the Saiyans, Jine was known to be a rather sentimental female, having felt immense reluctance when she had to banish Goku. Bardock gazed at Osbel with a softened expression, uncertain of where she had been or what she had experienced. He only knew that Jine and Kaso often reminisced about her in private, in stark contrast to the festive atmosphere of Planet Salad. The ambience surrounding Gura's faction in the Eastern Galaxy was chillingly stark. Convey to my esteemed father to exercise caution regarding the Super Saiyan of the North Galaxy. This message was dispatched by Gula during the reunion of Kaso and Osbel. Upon receiving Gula's communication, the extraterrestrial operators in the communications department noticed an abrupt disconnection of Gula's signal. They hastily relayed the information to King Cooled. Through this message, along with the communication signals from Shaviza and others, it became apparent that they had encountered a formidable foe known as the Super Saiyan. And it was highly probable that Gula and his companions had met their demise. Shaviza and his allies are dead. Gula is also dead. How could this be so? The remaining extraterrestrials under Gula's command received the shocking news of his unexpected fate, unable to comprehend such a tragedy. In their minds, Gula possessed a battle power exceeding 100 million. How could he possibly have perished? Meanwhile, in the West Galaxy, King Cooled sat upon his throne when he suddenly received the devastating news. Gula is dead? His brows furrowed in disbelief. Though he harbored disdain for Gula's incessant plots for usurpation, he could not fathom the loss of his own son. He was well aware of Gula's immense strength, with his ultimate form boasting a battle power of 4.7 billion, a level that even his second son, Frieza, had yet to achieve. Who could possibly defeat Gula? Chapter 98, Bardock abdicates. Upon hearing this, King Cooled's entire being shuddered momentarily. The Super Saiyan of the North Galaxy? Hadn't Frieza eradicated all Saiyans? Could there still be remnants, transformed into the legendary Super Saiyans as foretold by their ancestors? The king pondered deeply, and before he realized it, beads of cold sweat began to form on his back, his battle armor drenched. Damn Frieza, how could he leave any Saiyans alive? King Cooled gritted his teeth. It was highly probable that Gula had encountered the fabled Super Saiyan, given King Cooled's understanding of ancestral teachings. It was only under such extraordinary circumstances that a master like Gula could face unforeseen peril. What to do? King Cooled resolved to first venture to the East Galaxy to ascertain the situation before making any decisions. Inform Frieza to proceed to Gula's territory. I shall await him there. He commanded his subordinates. If Gula is indeed dead, only 2 members of the Frieza clan remain. They have always been archrivals of the Saiyans. And should this matter be mishandled, it is likely that the Frieza clan could fall at the hands of the legendary Super Saiyan. However, King Cooled was confident that prior to this, no Saiyan had successfully transcended to the Super Saiyan level. Otherwise, those Saiyans would have sought vengeance against Frieza long ago. For this reason, King Cooled felt a semblance of reassurance. He knew that a newly transformed Super Saiyan would likely lack significant power, and he could certainly contend with that Super Saiyan. On the planet Salad, in Bardock's courtyard, he learned from Kaso that Gula had perished at Kaso's hands. Unbeknownst to Bardock, it was actually Osbel who had delivered the fatal blow. Kaso merely withheld the truth from him. Kaso felt it prudent to refrain from mentioning the matter of the substitute destroyer. Thus he claimed that Gula had been vanquished by his own hand. Osbel showed no dissent. She would wholeheartedly support whatever her brother Kaso chose to do. Bardock glanced at Garrus and instructed, "Go, inform all our kin. Now that Kaso has ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan, who shall the Saiyans fear henceforth?" This thought ignited a fervent passion within Bardock. He turned to Philia with a smile, saying, "Philia, I kindly request you to relay this message." Philia nodded and swiftly brushed off Kaso's unwelcome advances. Kaso, observing this, shot a disgruntled glance at Bardock. By the stars, he vowed to find a chance to teach Bardock a lesson. Unbeknownst to Bardock, Kaso's thoughts were elsewhere. Now that Kaso had achieved that legendary state, It was time to make a significant decision. Soon, in a vast square within the living quarters, surrounded by a scattering of verdant plants and illuminated by gentle lights, an invention of the Lolita tribe that cast a soft glow without being blinding, over 200 tables were arranged, each accommodating for members of the Lolita tribe. In contrast, each scion had only one table, as the food upon it was sufficient for a single scion. The square buzzed with lively chatter. Did you hear? We were targeted by Gula. Indeed, when Lord Bardock summoned us, I feared we were to confront Gula's forces. However, Lord Kaso intervened, which is somewhat regrettable. Before the feast had commenced, the scions congregated to discuss Bardock's earlier summons. They were aware of Gula's formidable strength. Yet their tone suggested they did not perceive him as particularly fearsome. Rather, they felt a tinge of disappointment at the missed opportunity to confront Gula's might. Conversely, the Lolita tribe was engrossed in discussions about Philia. Years ago, I sensed something peculiar in Lady Philia's gaze towards Lord Kaso. Hee. It seems I am not alone in this observation. When do you think Lady Philia and Lord Kaso will become a couple? At Kaso's table. He sat with Osbel and others. Brother, I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food shortly, Osbel said, her chin resting on her hand, gazing at Kaso with adoration. Sounds delightful, Kaso replied with a smile, having reverted to his original demeanor. He sensed that Bardock had something significant to announce with the mention of a grand feast. Indeed, as the crowd buzzed with speculation, Bardock soared into the air, hovering above the assembly. Upon witnessing Bardock's ascent, the crowd fell silent. Bardock proclaimed, "You are all curious about why I have convened this feast." As his words settled, both the Scion and Lolita tribes erupted into chatter, perplexed by the sudden celebration after having been threatened by Gula. I have several important announcements to make. Bardock's voice resonated with authority. We Scions have given rise to a Super Scion, and that is Kaso. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in excitement. Is it true? Is it really true? They shouted, though their tones betrayed a sense of disbelief. Indeed, Kaso has vanquished Gula. Henceforth, we Scions shall reclaim our name across the universe. After Bardock spoke, he glanced at Kaso, who rolled his eyes, accurately predicting that Bardock would reveal his transformation into a Super Scion. Nevertheless, Kaso concurred with Bardock's declaration. With Frisia possessing a power level of merely 1.2 billion, Kaso believed that he only needed to remain vigilant against King Cold. Even if he were unable to withstand King Cold temporarily, he had the enigmatic little buyer by his side. With these thoughts in mind, Kaso ascended into the air and proclaimed, as Bardock has stated, I have indeed attained the ability to transform into a Super Scion. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting Kaso's name. They recognized that Gula had a battle power exceeding 100 million, thus indicating that Kaso, now a Super Scion, had surpassed that threshold. The legends recorded within their clan were indeed formidable, 100 million in battle power. The Scions couldn't help but recall the time on Planet Vegeta when King Vegeta, with only a battle power of over 10,000, had ruled. Now, Kaso's battle power of 100 million was truly terrifying. After Bardock spoke, a tremendous weight lifted from his heart. He looked at Kaso and felt relieved to have such a formidable ally. Upon hearing Bardock's words, the square fell into a hushed silence. Garrus and Cast looked at Bardock with eyes filled with reverence. Chapter 99, A New Leader. Bardock's tireless dedication did not go unnoticed, especially regarding the mercenary team he had helped build from the ground up, accompanying them on missions throughout the cosmos. He feared that the Scions might inadvertently leak information, and he dreaded the possibility of their extinction. Many years ago, King Vegeta had ruthlessly eliminated any threats to his throne. Now, Bardock was prepared to relinquish what King Vegeta had cherished. His sole concern was for the welfare of the Scions. However, Kaso's actions had also been recognized by the Scions. From the very beginning, he had been their savior and had now ascended to the status of a Super Scion. With his extraordinary prophetic abilities and ghostly instant transmission, it was believed that under his leadership, the Scions would undoubtedly reach new heights. As for Bardock's decision to step aside, Garrus and the others held a deep-seated respect for him. Jinai covered her mouth, tears of joy welling in her eyes, knowing the hardships her man had endured over the years. At last, Kaso had grown into his potential. You will forever be our leader, exclaimed the Lolita clan, rising to their feet and gazing up at the imposing figure in the sky, who embodied greatness. Now, let our new leader address us. Bardock patted Kaso on the shoulder, and the square fell silent once more. Observing the crowd of over 400, Kaso opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He had anticipated that Bardock would merely announce his transformation into a Super Scion and the revival of the Scion name in the universe. However, he never expected that the leadership position would be passed on to him at this moment. Nevertheless, Kaso had always known this day would come. After a brief contemplation, he chuckled. Uncle Bardock's sudden announcement truly startled me. He patted his chest in a rather comical manner, prompting hearty laughter from everyone present. Scions tend to become rather arrogant when they possess a modicum of strength, much like Vegeta from the anime, who, After gaining immense power in the room of spirit and time, audaciously allowed Cell to achieve his ultimate form. Such arrogance and pride were vividly exemplified. Yet, it is evident that Kaso remains the same, powerful, yet humble. This kind of leader is cherished by both clans. However, at that moment, Kaso found himself with little to say. For Bardock had just articulated the very actions the Saiyans were to undertake next. Kaso declared, as Saiyans, we have traversed a long path filled with trials. Now, I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. As Uncle Bardock has stated, it is time for us to reclaim the Saiyan name in the cosmos. He clenched his fists, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. Lord Kaso, Lord Kaso. The two clans erupted in fervent calls of his name, reminiscent of their earlier shouts for Bardock. The current prosperity of both the Saiyan and Lolita clans is attributed to Kaso, who has long been acknowledged by both factions. Finally, the day of Kaso's ascendancy had arrived. On the ground, a voice chimed, Brother Kaso looks so handsome. On the Lolita clan's side, Philia blinked her beautiful eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips. That mischievous little rascal had finally matured. Ever since she learned of the Science restoration of Planet Salad, Philia had known this day would come. All right, everyone may now indulge in the feast. After Kaso finished speaking, Bardock waved his hand. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Soon, the square resonated with the sound of clattering dishes. In the East Galaxy, a colossal spaceship descended upon the ground, its massive engines reverberating through the sky. Frisia, accompanied by the Ginyu Force, arrived within the territory of Cooler. Lord Frisia, King Cooler has been informed of your arrival and requests that you proceed to the palace ahead to meet him, a nearby alien said respectfully. Frisia narrowed his eyes, a mysterious glint flickering within them. Even before arriving at Cooler's domain, Frisia had received news of Cooler's demise, reportedly at the hands of the legendary Super Saiyan. Was the legend of the Super Saiyan indeed true? Frisia found it difficult to believe. Let us go, he commanded, leading several individuals toward Cooler's palace. Upon reaching an opulent palace, Frisia observed its grandeur and smirked. Such a beautiful palace, what a pity. You all wait for me outside. Yes. The Ginyu Force respectfully stated as Frisia entered the palace of Gula. The path was adorned with a soft red carpet, and the interior was embellished with a variety of exquisite lanterns. As the light illuminated the space, the entire palace gleamed brilliantly. Even the King of Cold, seated upon his lofty throne, couldn't help but sigh. Gula truly knew how to indulge. Upon reaching the grand hall of the palace, Frisia bowed his head and inquired with reverence. Father, have you summoned me for a specific purpose? Frisia understood that King Cold had called him primarily for accountability. Gula had perished at the hands of a Super Saiyan, and Frisia had eradicated the Saiyans many years prior. The emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan now tied Gula's demise directly to him. King Cold remained silent, casting a cold gaze upon Frisia. He had repeatedly warned Frisia to eliminate the Saiyans promptly, yet an unforeseen event had occurred. Frisia had deeply disappointed him. Within the palace, the atmosphere grew exceedingly somber as only the two of them remained, unspoken words hanging in the air. After a moment, King Cold's voice resonated with gravity. Frisia, are you aware of your transgressions? The Frost Demons numbered merely 3, far from rivaling the Saiyans, and now one had been slain. Should the Super Saiyan mature, the Frost Demons would likely face extinction. Hence, King Cold's ire was palpable. Father, I was unaware, Frisia replied, his violet eyes shifting slightly, his tone devoid of emotion. The Frost Demons were notoriously ruthless. Even kin might turn against one another. However, he had not yet reached the threshold where Gula would attempt to usurp his father's position, and Frisia did not believe King Cold would resort to killing him. With Gula's death, only the two of them remained of their kind, and Frisia felt emboldened by this reality. Do not presume I am oblivious to your leniency during the extermination of the Saiyans. Gula's death bears significant responsibility upon your shoulders, King Cold admonished sharply. Frisia furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Gula had long harbored ambitions of usurping his father's throne, and it was only natural for King Cold to place spies close to Frisia, out of concern for his own safety. With this thought, Frisia relaxed his previously furrowed brow. Chapter 100, A Vacation to Earth. Noticing Frisia's silence, King Cold also fell into a contemplative quietude. After a moment, he coldly inquired, what is your perspective on Gula's death? As Frisia had surmised, King Cold had no intention of eliminating him. The King's sole desire was to eradicate the Super Saiyan swiftly. This Super Saiyan must have been a remnant from years past, and they could leverage Vegeta's life as bait to draw out the Super Saiyan. Frisia realized that King Cold had placed spies around him, and undoubtedly, he was aware of the situation regarding Vegeta. Since the king already knew, Frisia decided it was better to speak candidly. With a sly grin, Frisia remarked, Vegeta is the former prince of the Saiyans. Given the Saiyans' emphasis on bloodline, he is the last of his royal line. It is certain that the Super Saiyan will appear to rescue Vegeta. The Kurdish king pondered for a moment, aware of the comical pride of the Saiyans. They would undoubtedly ensure that their prince faced no mishaps. This strategy is feasible. Once you have devised a detailed plan, I shall personally descend on the day of its execution. Indeed, Frisia nodded respectfully. Upon exiting the palace, Frisia's countenance turned icy. He had never anticipated that his past indolence would give rise to the legendary Super Saiyan among the Saiyans. Frisia recalled the moment before the explosion of Planet Vegeta when he witnessed a small spacecraft fleeing the planet. Through his scanners, Frisia learned that the Saiyan aboard possessed a mere combat power of 2. Thus, he had chosen not to eliminate it. Nor had he eradicated all the wandering Saiyans. Could it be that this Super Saiyan emerged from such remnants? Where is Vegeta now? Frisia coldly inquired of Jinyu. Yes. Observing Frisia's departing figure, Jinyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Were it not for his unique ability, which prevented him from exchanging souls with overly powerful foes, he would have long since swapped with Frisia. Jinyu shook his head. Perhaps it was better to proceed with caution. After the Saiyans concluded their feast, various forces throughout the cosmos responded. Hadn't Frisia obliterated the Saiyans? Were there still remnants? How dare they show their faces? Far away on Planet Core, Vegeta and his companions deliberated. Do not concern yourself with him. Let us investigate Planet Salad, Vegeta stated coldly. However, Arnold, another member of Vegeta's trio who had replaced Nappa, opened his mouth to speak. Silence. At that moment, Vegeta's eyes gleamed with menace, as if he would strike down Arnold for uttering another word. Raditz remained silent, fully aware of Vegeta's temperament. Were it not for the fact that the Saiyans were nearly extinct, Raditz would not have chosen to follow Vegeta. Nevertheless, he had heard whispers of other surviving Saiyans in the universe. He wondered if there was any truth to it. He hoped there was. Sitting on the opposite side of the fire, Raditz murmured to himself. On Earth, on a secluded island, 2 spacious houses stood. After Kaso assumed the role of the new Saiyan leader, he brought Osbel and Philia to Earth for a vacation. Osbel and Philia, clad in earthly bikinis, comfortably basked in the sea. Little buyer, where have you been all these years? Kaso, also enjoying the water, perked up his ears to listen intently to Osbel's tale. Little buyer. As Osbel recounted her experiences, Philia felt a pang of sympathy. How could such a young girl endure years of separation from everyone just to protect Kaso in the future? Her training must have been extraordinarily arduous. Contemplating this, Philia felt a twinge of heartache, and she embraced Osbel, casting a reproachful glance at Kaso. Why are you looking at me like that? Kaso stammered. The sight of the 2 stunning beauties together was truly a delight, especially as they donned only bikinis. However, Philia's gaze toward him felt oddly unsettling. It is no wonder that Philia gazes at Kaso with such disdain. As a man, he has allowed his woman to endure such indignities. It is utterly abhorrent. After being scrutinized by Philia for a while, Kaso began to discern her thoughts. What Philia failed to grasp was that Saiyans are inherently born for battle. Even in the absence of Kaso, Osbel would not cease her relentless pursuit of strength. Of course, the hybrid Saiyan Gohan from the anime is a different matter entirely. Philia, your bosom is quite ample. How have you achieved that? Osbel suddenly reached out to touch her. Comparing herself with Philia, she believed her own figure to be perfect, yet was surprised to find Philia even more endowed. Philia swatted away Osbel's wandering hand, feeling quite uncomfortable with the intrusion. Little girl, don't you have your own? Osbel giggled foolishly, but yours is just so much larger. Kaso, witnessing this exchange, widened his eyes in astonishment, wishing to position himself between the 2 and revel in the moment. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before? Philia rolled her eyes at Kaso, though she made no effort to deter him. After all, years ago she had already been laid bare before him. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and Philia coldly remarked, You little rascal, you promised to take me to meet someone named Briefs. For 8 long years, she had endeavored to comprehend the principles of the universal capsule, and yet Kaso had not introduced her to Briefs. With this in mind, Philia shot a fierce glare at Kaso, taken aback by her words. Kaso faltered under her furious gaze. Wait, I'll take you to see him, he stammered, hoping his words would ring true. Half a day passed. The 3 of them donned their attire and stowed the house within the universal capsule. Witnessing this phenomenon, Philia was filled with wonder. How could such a small capsule contain an entire house? Was it a matter of spatial compression or expansion? Yet, that didn't seem quite right. Philia furrowed her brow, unable to grasp the concept. Ignoring Philia's perplexed expression, Kaso took both of their hands and smiled. Let us prepare to set off.